After 6 years of crossing over, the golden finger has finally arrived. Who understands this, family? Yunqi was almost in tears waiting until he was 6 to receive the system panel, with a soul power of level 6 and an unawakened martial soul. Isn't this just a cheat code custom-made for awakening a martial soul? As a transmigrator adopted by old Jack, he had originally planned. If he had no soul power, he would engage in black technology business. And if he had soul power, he would marry a soul master wife. But when the golden finger arrived, his goal shifted directly to abuse Tang San, steal beauties, and dominate Douluo. Such ambition quite wild. Early the next morning, Yunqi headed straight for the martial soul hall in the center of the village, essentially just a big wooden house. While waiting in line, he spotted Tang San in the crowd and muttered to himself, "What's up with the protagonist? Surrounded by pitfalls, I want to be a lickspittle." 2 adult souls disguised as children thus became acquaintances. Yes, soon as Su Yuntao arrived, the villagers immediately bowed, but he was impatient. "Stop with the formalities. I've run through 6 villages and haven't found a single one with soul power." Old Jack sighed deeply, patting Yunqi on the shoulder. "Xiao, you'll definitely make it." As soon as he finished speaking, a ding sounded in Yunqi's mind. Task: successfully awaken. Reward: soul power level 1. Do you accept? Yes, no. Goodness. A task has been triggered. So this is how the golden finger works? Family, what martial soul do you think Yunqi will awaken? Can he compare to Tang San? Will the soul power 1 reward allow him to make a comeback? So this is how attribute points and tasks come about. Trigger tasks? The next chapter is directly high energy. Su Yuntao begins awakening his martial soul. The first child reveals farming tools, and Yunqi silently prays, "My martial soul better give me some strength." Yunqi suddenly feels that this golden finger seems capable of some flashy operations. Family, a transmigrator doing flashy operations on the day of awakening? Su Yuntao was left dumbfounded. Yunqi had just received the system panel and accepted the task. Successfully awakened martial soul. Reward soul power 1. Who would want free rewards? He directly stood in front of Su Yuntao, waiting to awaken. Su Yuntao instantly transformed into a lone wolf. Green light erupted. His hair turned gray, fur sprouted all over his body, and 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, spun around, scaring the other children to tears. Only Tang San could remain steady, stepping back a bit and striking a pose, truly a tough character with memories. Lone wolf, possess. A faint green light first spread from his brow, and Su Yuntao's originally black hair instantly turned gray as it rapidly grew, while his arms and body began to sprout gray fur. Yunqi watched with a twitching mouth. Why is this so different from what I imagined? Where's the fox-eared girl? Where's the cat-eared girl? This is clearly a werewolf. For the next second, golden light points surged towards his right hand. A 3-foot-long black-purple long sword directly manifested, gleaming coldly, both cool and stylish. Su Yuntao's eyes widened. Goodness, this weapon martial soul is incredible. Quickly measures soul power. Yunqi silently thought claim rewards, and as he placed his hand on the crystal ball, it lit up for the most part. Innate level 7 soul power. With the reward, it's level 8. Little brother, come to the martial soul hall. We have the best resources for you. Su Yuntao immediately tried to recruit him, but Yunqi smiled. Let me think about it. Family, what is the origin of this long sword martial soul? Is it more powerful than Tang San's blue silver grass? Will Yunqi choose the martial soul hall or Nodding Academy? Yunqi stepped out of the house, thinking, what's wrong with a single martial soul? This sword looks way more powerful than the Haotian hammer. It'll definitely be better than Tang San in the future. The next chapter is directly high energy. Tang San awakens blue silver grass, and Su Yuntao sighs, another useless martial soul. But when measuring soul power, the crystal ball exploded with blue light. Yunqi was stunned. Innate full soul power? As for whether to join the martial soul hall, that's a question worth pondering. It's as simple as being a phoenix's tail or a chicken's head. Family, just as Yunqi was hesitating whether to go to the martial soul hall, the system directly threw him a trump card task. Task: cut off Xiao Wu. Lowly cultivation. Reward: breath concealment ability, a loyal rabbit-eared wife, and a martial soul fusion technique. Yunqi broke down on the spot. This reward is simply tailor-made for me. And yet he said he wasn't tempted by a rabbit-eared girl. While saying I'm not interested in rabbit-eared girls, his body honestly clicked accept. The reward arrived directly, and now it was too late to regret Nodding City. Here I come. Su Yuntao was still trying to persuade him. Come to Martial Soul Hall, we have resources and connections. Yunqi smiled. Brother Tao, I will definitely come in the future, but right now I want to go to Nodding Academy. Su Yuntao was also a straightforward person, directly handing him 10 gold soul coins. If you need anything in Notting City, look for Brother Tao. Yunqi scored big this time. Old Jack was all smiles, shouting to the villagers. Our Holy Soul village has produced a soul master. Xiao Qi said that once he becomes successful, he'll rename the village. The villagers congratulated him. Only Tang Sin stood silently to the side, his innate, full soul power paired with blue silver grass, yet he was still said by Su Yuntao to be a pity. Yunqi couldn't help but think, am I becoming a stepping stone for the protagonist? There were originally two geniuses in your village, one with innate level 7 and the other with innate full soul power. It's a pity that the martial soul of that kid over there is blue silver grass. You understand, right? In the blink of an eye, school started and old Jack sent Yunqi to Notting City, chattering along the way. Once you get to the academy, be obedient, and if something happens, look for the martial soul hall. Yunqi had only one thought in his mind. Xiao Wu, I'm coming. This rabbit-eared girl, I'm set on her. Family, do you think Yunqi can successfully cut off Xiao Wu? Will Tang San explode when he finds out? Just how powerful is this martial soul fusion technique? Grandpa, are we going back so soon? Let's play here a bit longer. I have money now. The next chapter is directly high energy. As soon as Yunqi entered Notting Academy, he spotted a little girl with a ponytail. Her eyes red like a rabbit. This must be Xiao Wu. And Tang San was actually nearby. The crops in the village haven't been harvested yet. Family. Old Jack's words made people's noses tingle. Yunqi waved goodbye to his grandpa and rushed towards Notting Academy, was determined to cut off Xiao Wu. But as soon as he reached the academy gate, the doorkeeper looked down on him. Country bumpkin, dare to enter? Yunqi laughed directly, drawing out his black-purple long sword martial soul and waving his martial soul proof. Do you see that I have the qualification? The doorkeeper was immediately scared white, bowing his head like a garlic pounder. I'm sorry. I'm blind. This counterattack felt great. I'm here to enroll. I don't know if I'm qualified to enter. Upon reaching the academic affairs office, Director Su looked at his information. His eyes widened. Genius. Innate level 7 soul power and a martial soul I've never seen before. The gray-robed man beside him, yes. It was Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again, appearing listless throughout. Yunqi thought to himself, the number 1 theoretical master in Douluo? Just wait and see. Director Su was generous, directly arranging for Yunqi an independent teacher's housing and even slipping him 5 gold soul coins. Yunqi graciously accepted. After all, he needed money to support his rabbit-eared wife. Funnily enough, Yu Xiaogang turned out to live next door. This plot twist is thrilling. A genius, innate level 7 soul power, plus a martial soul that has never been seen before. Our Junior Soul Master Academy has never encountered a student with innate level 7 before. Carrying a money pouch, Yunqi headed straight to the restaurant time for a good meal. He was thinking, will Tang San come? It would be even better if he did, as it would be a chance to show him who the real star of Notting Academy is. Guys, do you think Yunqi will run into Xiao Wu during this meal? Will Yu Xiaogang come over to give him pointers? The next chapter is going to be intense. Just as Yunqi sat down, he saw a ponytailed girl staring at the braised pork on his table. Drooling, could it be Xiao Wu? As soon as I walked into the restaurant, I saw a cute little girl. Guys, Yunqi hit the jackpot. He ran into Xiao Wu as soon as he entered the restaurant. She looked like a perfectly sculpted peach, surrounded by a table full of carrots, eating in such an adorable way. When Xiao Wu turned around and caught him staring, tilting her head and smiling, she asked, are you looking at me? Yunqi immediately praised her. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. I was a bit lost in thought. This flattery made Xiao Wu smile even sweeter as she waved. I'm Xiao Wu. Come sit with me. I'll treat you to a meal. Were you looking at me? As they chatted while eating, Yunqi mentioned that he was an orphan, and Xiao Wu's expression changed noticeably indeed. Those who share the same suffering can easily draw closer. Xiao Wu decided on the spot, from now on, you can call me Sister Xiao Wu. He'll take care of you. I'm coming to Notting Academy too. Yunqi rolled his eyes. Why can't you call me brother instead? I treated you to a meal. Their conversation was just too cute. Just as they were about to leave, the waiter blocked their path. You still haven't paid the bill. Xiao Wu was confused. What bill? The bunny still doesn't understand that humans have to pay for meals. Seeing her adorably clueless expression, Yunqi's heart was filled with joy. This was his chance, the moment to shine. Guys, do you think Yunqi will help Xiao Wu pay? Can he gain enough favor to successfully intercept her? What bill? The bill for the meal, of course. The next chapter is going to be intense. Yunqi pulled out a gold soul coin to pay, and Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise as she grabbed his arm. You're so rich. At that moment, a familiar figure walked into the restaurant. Tang San actually came too. Xiao Wu's little brain CPU suddenly overheated. Guys, Xiao Wu got caught eating a meal without paying. She was showing off a table full of carrots when the waiter asked for money, and she was bewildered. What bill? It turns out the bunny has been in the Star-Do forest for too long and has no idea that humans have to pay to eat. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and seize the opportunity to make a deal. Call me brother, and he'll treat you to this meal. From now on, he'll take care of your carrots. Xiao Wu's face turned red with embarrassment. How could a tens of thousands of years old soul beast call a little kid brother? Then the waiter threatened, if you don't pay, he'll call the guards. Xiao Wu immediately panicked and clung to Yunqi's arm, acting cute. Brother, if I'm paying, then this meal is on me. And if you call me brother, they'll take care of your carrots from now on. Xiao Wu, you don't want to end up without carrots to eat in the future, do you? Yunqi was grinning from ear to ear, thinking to himself. The plan worked. He then turned to perform a tea ceremony, pretending to be hurt. My newly recognized sister doesn't care for me. Maybe we're just not meant to be. Xiao Wu quickly declared, I am your sister. Always will be. This move would make Tang San cry in a bathroom. When they took Xiao Wu to report to the academy, Director Su looked at Xiao Wu's information with wide eyes. Another genius. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang jumped out and confidently called out to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, would you like to be my disciple? I can make you a top expert. Xiao Wu, would you like to be my disciple? I can make you the top expert on this continent. Guys, Yu Xiaogang is trying to intercept. Will Xiao Wu agree? If Tang San finds out that Xiao Wu has become Yunqi's sister, will he explode on the spot? The next chapter is going to be intense. Xiao Wu tilted her head and asked Yunqi, brother, should I become his disciple? Yunqi sneered. He can't even teach himself well. And he wants to teach you? Yu Xiaogang's face turned green with anger. Please, even if someone has innate soul power, they can become strong by learning basic knowledge step by step without anyone's help. Right? After all, talent is there. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, her eyes seemingly asking if this is the arrogant person and thief you were talking about. Yunqi nodded and thought to himself how much he wanted to embarrass Yu Xiaogang. Task. Slap Yu Xiaogang in the face and make him feel humiliated in front of few people. Reward. 1 spatial soul guide ring. Except, yes. Yunqi suddenly understood something. It seemed that every time the game panel released a task, it was something that had subconsciously crossed his mind. Was it not a trigger mechanism, but rather him issuing tasks to himself? It seemed he needed to study this more, but for now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Yes. Looking at the sudden silence in front of him, Yu Xiaogang seemed to realize something as well. My title outside is Master. I believe you have heard of me. I am the one who proposed the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Am I now qualified to be your master? Yu Xiaogang's eyes were filled with self-satisfaction, but the expressions of the other teachers behind him were even more peculiar, as if they were struggling to suppress their laughter. At this moment, Yunqi interrupted Xiao Wu's speech and hurriedly chimed in to support him. I know the master. Even I knew the master's name when I first arrived in Notting City. Yu Xiaogang, who had been interrupted by the girl, looked a bit displeased, but her following words made him feel pleased, so he continued. Little girl, look, even your brother knows. That's right, even I know that the master's theory is invincible, but it is just a theory. Yunqi blinked her innocent big eyes, but her childish voice pierced through the master's psychological defenses like a sharp sword. The surrounding teachers, parents, and children who had come to watch burst into laughter at once. They could no longer hold it in. People around began to speak up. Master, children speak without reserve. Master. On the other hand, Director Su wanted to give Yu Xiaogang some face. That's enough. The master is at least a friend of the dean. Don't make unwarranted judgments. Although no one can prove his theory is correct, no one can prove he is wrong either. In the entire Spirit Master world, the master is quite renowned. Director Su's voice grew weaker until it disappeared, clearly struggling to continue. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became anxious, and, regardless of whether Yunqi was a child or not, loudly rebutted. My theory is based on evidence. Most of the top 10 core competencies of Spirit Masters are derived from the various knowledge I compiled from the books of the Spirit Hall. It is real. Yunqi's eyes suddenly lit up, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. At the same time, he sobbed pitifully, trying to squeeze out a hint of mist from his eyes. Master, why are you so fierce? I only heard it from others. I just arrived in Notting City. How would I know these things? They said that the master eats free meals, doesn't teach at the academy, and never gives lectures. I didn't say any of this. I especially admire you. Why are you being so fierce to me? Besides, you yourself said that your theories came from the Spirit Hall, and there aren't many that are yours, right? His voice trembled. The surrounding parents and teachers were also enjoying the spectacle and began to speak up. Master, how can you bully a child? Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you see you're scaring the child to tears? Master, aren't your theories all plagiarized? Oh no. Borrowed from a Spirit Hall? Xiao Wu also chimed in, "What a ridiculous master, bullying my brother. I will never acknowledge you as my teacher. Everything you have is copied. How dare you call yourself a master? You might as well be called a great thief." Yu Xiaogang looked around at the murmurs and realized that he had misspoken, exposing all his plagiarism. Suddenly, he felt darkness before his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed straight to the ground with a thud, indicating it was not light. Everyone looked at the fainted master, speechless. The things he did, and he ended up fainting after saying them himself. He was supposed to be a great soul master, yet his tolerance was so weak. However, seeing him fainted, no one said anything more. Instead, Director Su quickly called for someone to carry the master out to find a doctor. Yet, everyone's eyes were filled with gossip, and with such explosive content, Yunqi believed it wouldn't be long before the entire continent would hear about it. Yu Xiaogang, the master, bullying children, then exposing that all his theories came from the spirit hall. This was certainly good material for casual conversation. Chapter 4. Tang San's Enrollment and Apprenticeship. Yunqi stared at the master, who was fuming with anger, and was left speechless, completely captivated. Is this the charm of tea art? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, who was still in a daze, thinking that he was still frightened by the master's loud roar. She directly hugged Yunqi's arm and softly said, "Brother, it's okay. Let's ignore this fraud." Yunqi quickly rubbed his eyes, indicating that he was fine, and pulled Xiao Wu to stand in front of Director Su. Since Xiao Wu was even more of a genius, Director Su quickly adjusted his thoughts and stated that everything was arranged for Xiao Wu. After all, geniuses are rare, and now that two had appeared at once, if they could successfully graduate from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, it would bring immense benefits to the academy. Hearing this, Yunqi repeatedly thanked him and asked Director Su to convey his apologies to the master when he woke up. After saying this, Yunqi took Xiao Wu back to his room. Director Su supported his forehead with one hand. Being old and wise, he could easily see that Yunqi's earlier fake crying and grievances were intentional. After making Yu Xiaogang faint with anger, he now had to convey Yunqi's apologies on his behalf, as if all the good and bad words had been exhausted. However, the good thing was that such a character could go further in this dangerous continent. After all, rising geniuses are indeed geniuses. Watching Yunqi and Xiao Wu's departing figures, Director Su's eyes were filled with appreciation. He didn't want a genius to become a tool for experimentation for certain individuals. After returning to his room, Yunqi received the system reward, which was a dark purple moon-shaped ring, quite aesthetically pleasing. He was surprised to find that this spatial soul guide had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. After Yunqi brought in the items, she pulled Xiao Wu to start decorating the room. The bed in the room is quite large, unlike the original story where they had to combine beds. All the bedding is printed with patterns of rabbits and carrots, and various items are also in pink. Don't be fooled by Yunqi's earlier expression of rejection when picking items. Now that the room is decorated in a cute pink style, her girlish heart has been activated. It's just too adorable. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's expressionless face and called out brother several times. Although Yunqi didn't say anything, her heart had already melted. Xiao Wu, it's getting late. Let us wash up and go to bed early. We'll go to the city tomorrow, and classes start the day after. Okay, but you better not peek. Yunqi felt a bit annoyed. What's so good to see? Hurry up, I need to wash up too. I've been on my feet all day. Before long, the two of them finished washing up, playfully teasing each other as they laid down on the bed, covering themselves with a blanket. They wished each other good night. Good night, Xiao Wu. Good night, brother. The next day, as soon as it was bright, Yunqi, without even opening her eyes, noticed that Xiao Wu was sleeping restlessly, turning to the side with her arms and thighs draped over Yunqi. And there was a hint of glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. Yunqi was quite interested in watching Xiao Wu and didn't wake her up. Soon, Xiao Wu slowly woke up from her dream, saw her ungraceful sleeping posture, and quickly wiped the drool off her mouth. Her little face turned slightly red as she pretended to be nonchalant and said, "What's going on? Are you captivated by me? You didn't even wake me up." Yunqi didn't burst the little girl's bubble. She smiled and said good morning before getting out of bed. Seeing Yunqi get up, Xiao Wu didn't linger too long. With a nimble leap, she quickly put on her clothes. She hadn't forgotten that classes would officially start tomorrow, so she wanted to have some fun today. After all, everything was new since she had just arrived in human society. Tang San, do you also want to become a soul master? Tang San was taken aback, not understanding why he was suddenly being asked this after so long since the awakening of his martial soul. It's okay, Dad. Being a blacksmith like you is also great. I can support myself. Didn't you promise to teach me how to make farming tools last time? Tang Hao opened his eyes, sat up in bed. and looked at Tang San, inexplicably revealing a hint of coldness, but then his gaze showed some self-mockery. Soul Master, what is the use of being a Soul Master? Even the strongest Soul Master, with the strongest martial soul, is just a waste. Tang Hao's emotions became very agitated. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a hint of tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. Tang San quickly ran over and held Tang Hao's fist. "It's okay, Dad. I will always be with you." Tang Hao had been paying attention to Tang San since the moment of his martial soul awakening. After seeing that Tang San awakened the blue silvergrass, he stopped paying attention. Tang Hao took a deep breath, calming his inner thoughts. "Show me your martial soul." Tang San nodded, circulating his Xiantian Gong, feeling the soul power and Xiantian Gong merge into one. In an instant, a small grass and a small hammer appeared in his left and right hands respectively. Tang Hao looked at his son in a daze, and in the next moment, he made up his mind. He directly took Tang San's hand and walked towards Nodding City, talking as they walked. "Brother, do you think this hair accessory looks good?" Yunqi looked at the rabbit hair accessory in Xiao Wu's smooth black hair and smiled. "Xiao Wu looks really beautiful. What are you talking about? You were supposed to be looking at the hair accessory. Why are you praising me?" Xiao Wu held her hands together behind her back, lowered her head, and murmured softly, feeling a bit shy. "Haha, I'm just speaking the truth." Yunqi looked at the girl in front of him, smiled, and, holding the shy little Wu by the side, headed straight for the next place to play. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The master had just woken up leisurely, thinking about his lifelong reputation, suddenly ruined by that little brat. And the talented disciple he was preparing to take in was also gone. The more he thought, the more chaotic it became, and a trace of dark light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The master frowned, wondering if it was that blind fool coming to mock him now. "Who is it?" The master got up from the bed, his tone not very pleasant. The door opened, and a tall figure in a simple gray robe walked in, with murky eyes and a strong smell of alcohol emanating from him. Beside him was a small child dressed in coarse clothing, looking thin and weak as if underdeveloped. "Hello, master." Tang Hao's voice was a bit deep and hoarse. As soon as Yu Xiaogang saw the man enter, he felt a difficulty in circulating his soul power, making it hard to breathe. Yu Xiaogang's voice, filled with confusion and fear, slowly came out. "May I ask, who are you?" Tang Hao waved his hand, signaling Tang San to wait outside. After Tang San went out, although he was very curious about what his father was discussing inside, he ultimately did not act. After a while, the two came out of the room. Tang Hao looked at his son in front of him, revealing a hint of reluctance in his expression. "Xiao San, from now on you will study with the master. I have things to do. Study well, and remember what I told you on the way." Tang San understood, as his father had just shared many common knowledge questions and entrusted him with some matters, informing him that he would be studying in Nodding City from now on. However, Tang San still looked reluctant, with a hint of a cry in his voice. "Dad, can you not leave? I will come to pick you up when this semester is over." Tang Hao casually thought of a reason and turned to leave. Hearing Tang Hao's reason, Tang San's expression improved a bit. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Xiao San, I will be your teacher from now on, and I will cultivate you to be outstanding." On the way, his father had also mentioned some things about the master. So without hesitation, Tang San bowed deeply. Not far away, Yunqi, who had just returned from shopping with little Wu and was about to go back to his room, saw the iconic scene of Douluo outside the room. Yunqi thought, Tang San has come again, and he has still worshipped Yu Xiaogang as his master. Fate is truly amazing. He thought, I want to interfere with Tang San's apprenticeship and Yu Xiaogang again. Task, stimulate Yu Xiaogang again. Discuss Tang San. Reward, Tang San's Xiantian skill and 1 year's cultivation progress. Do you accept? Yes. Yunqi quietly murmured yes. Soon, Yunqi and Xiao Wu passed by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, stopping in their tracks. Yunqi looked at Yu Xiaogang with a sense of apology and said, Thief. Oh no, master. I'm sorry. I spoke carelessly yesterday, out of desperation. Then turning to Tang San, she exclaimed, Oh, Tang San, you're here for school too. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Get up quickly. While saying this, she helped Tang San, who was in the middle of bowing, to stand up. Noticing that Tang San was staring at Xiao Wu, Yunqi directly stood in front of Tang San, blocking his line of sight. The ground is quite cold. Don't fall next time. I have something to do now, so I'll be leaving. After saying this, she didn't even look at the nearly exploding Yu Xiaogang, turned around, took out her keys, opened the door to the next room, and then slammed it shut. Bang! This time, she really hit the jackpot. With the cultivation method in hand, Yunqi had been running to the mountaintop to practice every morning for the past 6 years whenever she saw Tang San, feeling envious but unable to learn or understand. Then she had been doing radio calisthenics for 6 years. Now that she had the technique, she had also stolen a year's worth of Tang San's cultivation progress. Her soul power had also increased by more than a level. Awesome. Inside the room, Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi with confusion and asked, "Brother, why do you still need to apologize to that kind of thief?" Yunqi smiled and shook her head. Xiao Wu, a normal apology, even if the person involved doesn't accept it, will still make one feel a bit relieved. But look at that so-called master just now. Does he look relieved? Were you doing it on purpose? Yes. Who told him to try to use our Xiao Wu to realize his nonsense theory? Xiao Wu nodded, touched. What about that person named Tang San? Do you know him? He was staring at me just now. He's from a village and usually doesn't talk much. He's quite reclusive and often goes to the mountains to hunt rabbits to eat. Upon hearing about rabbits, Xiao Wu frowned. But rabbits are so cute, why eat them? Outside the room, Tang San was still dazedly watching Xiao Wu, who had just walked past hand in hand with someone, feeling like something was missing in his heart. He scratched his head, unable to figure out what was missing, only feeling that the girl was beautiful, suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness. He noticed that his soul power had decreased a bit, and the progress of his Xiaogang had also reduced. Unable to find a reason, he thought it was more important to pay his respects to his master first, and then slowly find a cause. With another thud, he bowed again. This time, without Yunqi's interruption, he completed the bowing smoothly. Tang San looked at his still furious teacher with confusion. "Master, do you know Yunqi and the girl beside her?" Yu Xiaogang, seeing his beloved disciple asking, took a deep breath, his expression turning stern, and then answered slowly. "That kid slandered my theory yesterday, and that girl named Xiao Wu. I wanted to accept her as my disciple, but she rejected me. I was so angry that I fainted, making a fool of myself in front of many people." Tang San acted according to the principles he held from his past life and believed Yu Xiaogang's words without doubt. Although he had known Yunqi for 6 years, there wasn't much friendship. Naturally, he stood on Yu Xiaogang's side. Moreover, the presence of Xiao Wu beside Yunqi caused a pang of pain in his heart, and he thought to himself that Yunqi was already on the path to death. Chapter 5. Knowledge. Yunqi in a room was unaware that she was on the path to death, and even if she knew, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, she had already prepared herself psychologically. Yunqi now has a cultivation technique, so it won't be as weak as before. After calming down Xiao Wu, he began to review the Xiaogang in his mind. After understanding the cultivation operation route, he started to sit cross-legged and simultaneously gave himself instructions in his heart. Cultivate Xiaogang 10 times. Task: cultivate Xiaogang 10 times. Reward: increase in soul power meditation speed. Do you accept? Yes. Yunqi felt a rush of joy. Realizing her guess was correct, she could assign herself various tasks. Seeing Yunqi's excited demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a wave of concern. As the only person she knew in the human world and her soul support, she couldn't be a fool. "Bro, what's wrong? You're not sick, are you?" Yunqi's smile froze for a moment, a bit too excited, almost losing composure. "Still not fully trained. Need to stay calm." Yunqi chuckled and said, "Xiao Wu, I'm fine. I just thought of something happy. You go rest for a while, and I'll practice for a bit." Yunqi's heart moved, summoning the martial soul, which appeared before him. Yunqi looked at the sword in front of him, which resembled a weapon from his previous life in the 8 Desolates. He thought to himself, "I haven't given you a name yet." Entirely black and purple, the sword body is light and exudes a faint sharpness. How about calling you the Moon Shadow Sword? The Moon Shadow Sword, floating in mid-air, also shook slightly, as if it acknowledged this name. After naming it, Yunqi immersed himself in meditation. After all, the original text states that a soul master's cultivation is most important during their youth. Achievements before the age of 20 determine the future. Reaching level 30 is a threshold for soul masters, and crossing this threshold before 20 means unlimited potential in the future. Conversely, failing to cross it by 20 significantly reduces one's potential. In short, youth is an advantage. Being young means having potential. But all of this is based on one's own efforts. For the earlier soul rings, others can assist you, but for the later soul rings, one must start considering the soul impact of soul beasts. Now, Yunqi's task is to quickly operate his soul power through meditation and the Xintian skill, increasing his total soul power and enhancing his advantages. Although he has the help of this task panel, he cannot be complacent. After all, if he wants to see higher places, he must forge ahead. Seeing this, Xiao Wu did not disturb him much. In the world of Douluo, strength is the ultimate path. She also needs to grow quickly. Although tidal Douluo is rare in the human world, it does exist. If they encounter one someday, it would be disastrous. Night quickly gave way to dawn, and the sunlight shone on Yunqi's face. The task was completed with Yunqi's last breath. He carefully sensed the soul power within him, which had just reached level 9, thanks to Tang San, who contributed over a level of soul power and skills. Now Yunqi and Tang San were almost on the same starting line. It wouldn't be long before he could obtain his first soul ring. Thinking of this, Yunqi's heart was filled with excitement. After all, what boy hasn't fantasized about being unique and having one-of-a-kind skills in their youth? Yunqi slowly got up from his cross-legged position, his bones cracking all over, and he felt better than ever. It seemed that meditation could completely replace sleep. Turning around to look at Xiao Wu, who had fallen asleep in a position resembling the falling sand move, he helplessly approached and shook her. "Xiao Wu, wake up. Today is the day of school at the academy. We still have classes to attend. Don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer. If you sleep any longer, I won't wait for you." Reluctantly, Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes and got out of bed. After getting ready, Yunqi and Xiao Wu arrived at Class 2 on the first floor of the teaching building. They were not in the same class as Wang Sheng and his group of work-study students from the original story, clearly arranged by Director Su. After casually finding a seat, a few clueless students approached Xiao Wu, but they were all scared away by Yunqi directly releasing his martial soul. Before long, the classroom was filled with students, and a teacher with dark green hair and a handsome face walked in from outside. "Hello, everyone. My name is Mo Hen. My martial soul is Ink Bamboo. I am a soul master at level 33, and I will be your teacher from now on. Now, let's begin the lesson." Yunqi and Xiao Wu straightened their bodies. After all, the original work is just that, an original work, a fantasy world, whereas Yunqi had already crossed over into the real world, where various texts and experiences could not be learned from the original work. As for soul masters, there are a total of 10 types, namely, assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, food type, summoning type, strength type, and range type. Each martial soul has its own characteristics, and when searching for soul rings, one must also find suitable soul beasts for their martial soul. For example, can a tiger martial soul, which is strong in attack, use a rabbit soul beast for its soul ring? Emohen paused for a moment and continued, "Yes, but it's useless. Tigers are mostly about strength, and getting a suitable soul skill from a rabbit soul beast is very difficult. This is the characteristic of martial souls and is fundamental knowledge that soul masters must learn. The correct choice is to find a soul beast that has both strength and speed, or to directly find a soul beast that is the same as your martial soul. Beast martial souls generally manifest when in use, meaning they enhance one's strength through the combination of the human body and martial soul." Just as Mo Hen was speaking confidently, a student below asked, "Teacher Mo, what about our scythe weapon martial soul? And those food martial souls?" Mo Hen thought carefully before answering. Weapon martial souls encompass many types. Generally speaking, plant-type martial souls are also included, so the supporting effects of weapon martial souls are greater than those of beast martial souls. For example, various food martial souls made from fruit, condensed by soul power, serve as an energy supplement for any living being. As for weapon martial souls, they include various tools like your scythe, so you should look for a soul beast that can enhance the sharpness and hardness of your martial soul to add to your soul ring. Your martial soul also needs to choose a suitable direction to develop. Otherwise, no matter how talented a soul master is, they will only end up being unable to rise or fall and will eventually disappear from everyone's sight. The surrounding students seemed to understand, and Mo Hen was tirelessly imparting various knowledge, occasionally answering and asking Yunqi and Xiao questions, clearly placing great importance on them. After the class ended, Yunqi felt she had gained a lot. Her understanding could not compare to over a decade of experience. Yunqi had long thought about her future development path. Without a dual martial soul, she would definitely pursue the assault type, as having strength was essential for self-protection and protecting all her loved ones. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was preparing to take Tang San to skip class to hunt soul beasts and prepare Tang San's first soul ring. As for skipping class, he was a theoretical master in the world of martial souls, and learning from him would surely be better than learning from other teachers. "Little San, the teacher is taking you to the soul beast forest to hunt soul beasts and help you absorb your first soul ring, becoming a soul master." Tang San felt a bit awkward. His soul power had inexplicably dropped by 1 level, and he couldn't find a reason no matter how hard he searched. After returning to the dormitory for work-study students, he was forced to become a leader. After tidying up his things and practicing Xiantian Gong, He found that his soul power was gradually increasing, which put his mind at ease. He had been anxious all night, afraid that his soul power would mysteriously disappear again. After preparing his wording, he said to his teacher, "Teacher, my soul power is only level 9 right now, so I might not be able to go. My soul power inexplicably regressed a bit yesterday, but I can practice it back soon." Yu Xiaogang had never seen such a situation before. He pulled Tang San and checked for a long time, but couldn't find any reason, so he gave up. He just instructed Tang San to remember to tell him if anything was wrong and to hurry up and practice. Tang San unconditionally trusted Yu Xiaogang's words, believing that once a teacher, always a father. He didn't attend class and returned to his dormitory to begin practicing. Chapter 6. Yu Xiaogang's fame spreads across the continent. Preparing to hunt souls, days passed, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. Yunqi absorbed various knowledge and the experiences conveyed by her teachers, like a sponge soaking up water. She often set meditation tasks and physical training tasks for herself. Although the returns from the tasks were getting lower, it must be said that doing broadcast calisthenics and dancing in youth really did improve her physical fitness. As a result, Yunqi's body and soul power progressed rapidly together. During this period, several events occurred. The first was that Yunqi and Xiao Wu's relationship improved significantly, while her relationship with Tang San deteriorated, leading to mutual disdain. Yunqi's soul power had already broken through level 10, but she hadn't gone to obtain her first soul ring yet due to focusing on school and refining her physique. Yunqi felt that following the original work to adhere to Yu Xiaogang's soul ring limit for many years was somewhat disrespectful. She also learned that Tang San had just restored his soul power to level 10 and was preparing to hunt for soul beasts. The second event was that Yu Xiaogang's name completely resonated across the continent, being criticized for bullying children and his research on martial souls being exposed as plagiarism, revealing him to be merely a second-rate knowledge dealer. This caused a huge uproar in the soul master community, as he had been a highly respected master among low-level soul masters, but suddenly became known as a thief, shocking everyone. Although he wasn't completely despised, the respect he once had diminished significantly. The people of Notting City had never held him in high regard anyway, as their children had not learned anything from him. Of course, Yu Xiaogang's actions in Notting City had already been known to Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spear Hall, and also to Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The former felt an indescribable sense of confusion, while the latter found it hard to believe that Yu Xiaogang was such a person. After being absent for so many years, to hear such news was quite shocking. Back when she was with him, she thought he was knowledgeable and filled with wisdom, but it was just that fate was unfair, giving him only a half-level innate soul power. As for how the two of them felt, Yunqi couldn't know, but Xiao Wu had taken a leave of absence early on, saying she was going out to see relatives, and, upon returning, she had a soul ring. Yunqi knew exactly what she had gone to do. After briefly comforting Xiao Wu, Yunqi went to request Director Su to take her into the Soul Beast Forest. "Director, could you take me to obtain my first soul ring? I've been at level 10 for a while now." Director Su looked at Yunqi in shock. This child had only been at innate level 7, and now, less than 2 months after entering school, she was already level 10. He had seen outrageous things before, but nothing like this. It was simply inhumane. Director Su." Yunqi walked up to Director Su and waved his hand in front of him. "Sorry, Xiaoqi, your talent is just too astonishing." He didn't react for a moment. "I'll get ready to help you obtain your first soul ring." "Thank you, Director." "No problem. After all, you are a genius student of our academy." As he spoke, he reached out and patted Yunqi on the shoulder. Yunqi is also assigning tasks to himself at this moment. Task: obtain the first soul ring. Reward: soul attracting incense. Can attract soul beasts within a 5-kilometer radius to forcefully mate. Below 1,000 years. Ineffective on humans, colorless and odorless. Will not be detected. Yunqi couldn't help but reveal a hint of a sinister smile at the sight of the reward. Shortly after, Director Su, having finished the briefing, took Yunqi out of the academy, riding in a carriage to the edge of the soul-hunting forest. When Yunqi and Director Su got off the carriage, Yunqi realized that the soul-hunting forest was completely different from what he had seen and imagined in his past life. The forest should be filled with the fragrance of nature, fresh air, and sparse human presence. However, the forest in front of him felt entirely like a massive marketplace, bustling with people, surrounded by a large number of houses and shops, with various calls echoing in succession. A simple road crisscrossed, connecting different parts of the houses. The noisy atmosphere made Yunqi feel like he wasn't about to enter a forest at all. But Yunqi also understood that where there were soul beasts, there would be daring adventurers. Especially in these soul beast forests specifically cultivated by the state, this was even more true. Moreover, shops established in this area generally charged several times more than those outside, as soul masters were a wealthy group, and many sought to profit from them. 1 token needed. 3 missing, looking for a healer. Hunting speed-type soul beasts, 6 for 1, looking for someone with a token. As he watched the people around him inviting him, Director Su quickly declined and led Yunqi out of the marketplace. Suddenly, it became quiet around them. Looking at the vast forest ahead, Yunqi was inevitably shocked. After all, this was not like the forest from his past life. The towering trees reached high into the clouds, and the outer perimeter of the forest was surrounded by circles of iron horse fences, revealing numerous sharp spikes glinting coldly. With the height of the horse fences reaching at least 10 meters. Outside the horse fences, soldiers in iron armor stood every 10 meters, holding long guns and lined up, giving an extremely stern feeling. Director Su explained to Yunqi in a deep voice, "Not everyone can directly enter the cultivated soul beast forest. Only those who obtain a token from the spirit hall can enter the soul hunting forest. These soldiers are only checking the perimeter for defense, to prevent poaching and protect the residents, while also prohibiting soul beasts from running out and causing chaos. Inside the forest, there is a dedicated law enforcement team from the spirit hall. This soul hunting forest is extremely strict." Yunqi nodded, indicating that he understood. Director Su then took out a token marked with a long sword from his pocket and handed it to Yunqi. Obtaining the token wasn't very difficult. One just needed to register at the spirit hall, and once the soul master reached level 30, they would automatically be granted the title of Baron of the Empire. The higher the strength, the better the treatment, and the token only required the guarantee of 3 nobles. As long as you were at the peak of your current level, you could get it. Yunqi took the token, glanced at it casually, and then returned it to Director Su. Director Su and Yunqi walked straight towards the soldiers at the entrance of the forest. The soldier responsible for checking the tokens just took a quick look and waved his hand, and the soldier at the entrance opened a large door for Yunqi and the others to pass through. As they crossed the tall barbed wire wall, Yunqi took a deep breath. The air became incredibly fresh. Once inside the forest, Director Su did not rush to act but silently observed the surroundings, memorizing the paths. Seeing such caution, Yunqi also began to observe the surroundings. After confirming everything was in order, Director Su said seriously to Yunqi, "Xiaoqi, from now on, you must stay close to me, to the point where you can't be more than an inch away." Yunqi quickly nodded, feeling both scared and excited for the first time hunting souls. Director Su then chose a direction and carefully led Yunqi into the depths of the forest. "Do you understand the soul hunting process, Xiaoqi?" "I know, the teacher taught me." "You child, why do you keep calling me director? Just call me Suyi. And from now on, call me Uncle Su," Suyi said seriously to Yunqi. Yunqi also directly called out. After all, Suyi had helped him quite a bit. Anyway, he would owe him first and pay him back when he had the ability. "Good uncle." Hearing Yunqi directly call him uncle, Suyi's eyes sparkled, clearly very happy. After walking for a while, Yunqi saw quite a few 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, and a few met his requirements, but their age was low, only around 200 years. Yunqi obviously wasn't satisfied. Suyi didn't say anything. It was clear he didn't want Yunqi to absorb this. "Xiaoqi, is there any soul beast you want to kill?" Yunqi pondered for a while. In fact, there were quite a few soul beasts that matched his moon shadow sword this month, such as the dark golden terror claw bear, the saw crocodile, and the shadow leopard. These were all good choices. However, there were none of them in this soul hunting forest, and his moon shadow sword also leaned towards the dark attribute, giving him an advantage in speed. "Uncle, how about we go check out the area of the ghostly shadow, sword bamboo?" Suyi looked at Yunqi, who had found some options, and his lips twitched slightly. He mechanically nodded, clearly feeling pressured by these soul beasts. The ghostly shadow sword bamboo was actually quite good and suitable for Yunqi. It could increase resilience and the sharpness of the sword. If luck was on their side, they might even obtain a decent soul skill. But since it was a social creature, it would be easy to end up like a sieve if one couldn't see where the bizarre bamboo was unleashing its sword chi from. Chapter 7. Ghostly Shadow Sword Bamboo, First Soul Ring, as Su Yi led Yunqi towards the area of the ghostly shadow sword bamboo. He was also teaching Yunqi about various soul beasts along the way, although he didn't know all of them completely. While Yunqi was learning about the habits and appearances of different soul beasts, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang also arrive at the soul hunting forest in search of suitable soul beasts for Tang San. "We're here. Ahead is the area where the ghostly shadow sword bamboo lives." Su Yi pointed to the dark bamboo forest ahead. What we need to do is to try to find a suitable sword bamboo on the outskirts. Even I, a level 38 soul master, wouldn't dare to go inside. There's a group of 1,000-year-old ghostly shadow sword bamboos in there. Yunqi expressed understanding, looking at the eerie bamboo forest, shivering slightly. The bone-chilling aura made Yunqi feel a bit uncomfortable. However, Yunqi's martial soul, the moon shadow sword, was trembling, appearing in Yunqi's hand as if there was some great treasure ahead. Suyi led Yunqi around the outskirts of the bamboo forest for a while, before finding only a few scattered ones. However, one of the bamboo sections reached 7 segments, which was the eerie shadow sword bamboo, while the others had 2 to 3 segments. The method to determine the age of the eerie shadow sword bamboo was to look at the bamboo segments, one segment indicating 100 years. This meant that to obtain the soul ring from this sword bamboo, they needed to deal with all 3 eerie shadow sword bamboos at the same time. Suyi felt a bit of pressure, but it was still under control. If there were a few more, he would have to take Yunqi to find other soul beasts. Xiao Qi, step back a bit. Don't come forward for now, I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Uncle, you also be careful. After saying this, Yunqi retreated about 10 meters, not fearing other soul beasts ambushing them, as there were not many who dared to come to this area. This was the domain of the eerie shadow sword bamboo. After seeing Yunqi in a safe position, Su Yi shouted loudly, "Flame Lion, possess me." A flaming lion phantom appeared behind Su Yi, transforming into a red light that merged into his body. Wherever the red light passed, Su Ye's fur rapidly grew, turning into a mane of red hair. The muscles under his clothes also quickly bulged, claws grew on his hands, and a pair of fangs emerged from his mouth. First soul skill, Blazing Lion. In Yunqi's astonishment, Su Ye's figure swelled a bit more. A yellow halo enveloped him, and his eyes turned to the color of flames as he charged towards the eerie shadow sword bamboo. Not far away, the eerie shadow sword bamboo shook violently, with the sound of leaves rustling. As Su Yi struck at the eerie shadow sword bamboo, gray sword energy burst forth from within the bamboo, flying towards Su Yi. Not daring to take it head-on, Su Yi quickly dodged to the left, but unfortunately, he was fast enough and was still grazed by the sword energy on his arm, causing a trickle of blood to flow out. Taking advantage of the attack gap, Su Yi hurriedly stepped back a few paces and opened his mouth. Second soul skill, Flame Lion Roar. Su Yi's second soul skill was not a sound wave attack. A red light flashed across his abdomen, and a flame was expelled from Su Yi's mouth, heading straight for the 2 smaller eerie shadow sword bamboos nearby, clearly intending to clear the minions first before dealing with the boss. The 3 eerie shadow sword bamboos swayed even more violently, with sword energy continuously appearing and heading towards Su Yi. Su Yi did not engage in a head-on confrontation. A purple halo flashed, and a red circular shield appeared around him, enveloping him. Third soul skill, Flame Lion Protection. He dodged what he could and withstood what he couldn't with the third soul skill, occasionally launching a flame as a counterattack. Yunqi watched in astonishment, wondering if this was a magical duel. Uncle was so agile. It opened Yunqi's eyes. The 3 soul beasts were soon burned to the brink of exhaustion, no longer moving, with all sorts of charred marks on their bamboo bodies. Seeing Su Yi release his martial soul and sit on the ground, gasping for breath, Yunqi quickly approached, taking out the medicine bought in Nodding City to apply it to Su Ye's wounds. Su Yi waved his hand, pointing at the few eerie shadow sword bamboos, saying, "Quickly kill that one over 300 years old, absorb its soul ring. The other 2 are temporarily not dangerous. They won't do anything to you. I need to recover my soul power here. I can't handle another soul beast right now. Remember not to absorb the wrong one. That big one is over 700 years old, and you can't handle it yet." Yunqi nodded and quickly said, "Uncle, you should recover your soul power quickly. I've already bandaged your wounds. I'm going to absorb this soul ring now." Standing in front of the phantom shadow bamboo, Yunqi held the trembling moon shadow sword and fell into silence. On one side was a soul ring over 300 years old, and on the other was one over 700 years old. As long as the physical quality met the requirements, one could basically absorb a soul ring of a higher level. Yunqi recalled the daily training over the past few years and the continuous training from the recent month. Although it might not compare to the rigorous physical training of some noble families since childhood, the integration of another world and the nationwide calisthenics was also a condensed form of Chinese civilization. It shouldn't be too bad. Here goes. Yunqi was ruthless and directly used the moon shadow sword to stab forcefully at the root of the sword bamboo, cutting it off. Fortunately, this eerie shadow sword bamboo, which was over 700 years old, did not have any soul power attached to it. During the earlier fight, its root had also been burned, which allowed Yunqi to kill it with one strike. Yunqi sat down directly in front of the floating bright yellow soul ring, concentrating all his soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a black-purple halo, the moon shadow sword appeared out of thin air in Yunqi's hand, emitting waves of cold light. Come on, I've been watching you since my first step in the Douluo continent, my first soul ring, under the illumination of the light from the moon shadow sword. The over 700 years old phantom sword bamboo slowly wrapped around Yunqi's body. Yunqi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, focusing all his energy on his martial soul. He felt unprecedented pressure that made his bones creak. As the soul rings infused with soul power, they gradually shrank, tightly wrapping around the moon shadow sword in the palm of his right hand. In an instant, a pain akin to an explosion surged through his right hand. Waves of scorching energy spread throughout his body along his right hand, and in that moment, it felt as though his internal organs were about to ignite, causing his body to tremble unnaturally. At this point, Yunqi no longer cared about anything else. He directly activated the Xiantian skill to disperse the energy throughout his body. Although the pain doubled, he could clearly feel the soul power being absorbed rapidly. In Yunqi's consciousness, a sharp sword was being reforged in the blazing fire, its edge sharper, adorned with many intricate patterns, looking exceptionally beautiful and luxurious. Finally, as the flames extinguished, the moon shadow sword also stopped trembling, emanating a strange aura. Yunqi was overjoyed, as if he heard the sound of something shattering. The pain all over his body vanished, replaced by a wave of. His soul power increased from level 10 to level 14, and the theft of Tangsan's Xiantian Gong also broke through the first realm. Yunqi's thoughts stirred, and he directly displayed the soul ring of the moon shadow sword, a bright yellow soul ring with patterns floating up and down around him. Yunqi sat up and realized that his clothes had become smaller, and he had grown much taller. The soul power in Douluo was simply more powerful than Yunqi. He stretched his limbs on the spot, and his bones let out a series of cracking sounds. His body felt like it was floating in the clouds, every pore fully opened, greedily absorbing the surrounding air. When Yunqi turned to look at Su Yi, he found that the latter was staring at him as if he had seen a ghost, with a face full of disbelief. Just after Su Yi had sat down for a while, feeling uneasy, he opened his eyes and saw the ghostly shadow sword bamboo that had died nearby in Yunqi, who was absorbing the soul ring. He felt a wave of dizziness and hurriedly got up, but he didn't dare to disturb Yunqi, fearing that if he wasn't careful, Yunqi would explode and die. This made Su Yi extremely angry. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Yunqi's expression was no longer fierce, he finally felt relieved. However, thinking that Yunqi had actually absorbed a soul ring that exceeded the time limit by so much, he revealed a face of shock, which Yunqi noticed. Chapter 8. Soul Guiding Incense. Yunqi also felt a bit awkward. After all, absorbing the soul ring was a risky move. After Su Yi lectured Yunqi for a while, seeing Yunqi's good attitude in admitting mistakes, and since it was already a done deal, not to mention the huge benefits gained, he said, "Xiao Qi, I won't say anything more about you. Quickly use your first soul skill, and let me see." Yunqi's soul power surged into his martial soul, and the moon shadow sword appeared in his hand. Su Yi looked at the moon shadow sword, which seemed even more mysterious and dark than before. A bright yellow soul ring appeared around Yunqi, who held the sword in one hand and swung it towards a nearby bamboo forest, whispering, "First soul skill, Shadow Blade Technique." A gray sword energy, similar to the shadow blade bamboo, suddenly emerged from the moon shadow sword, rushing towards the bamboo forest at an astonishing speed with a sound of breaking air. Halfway through its flight, it suddenly vanished, appearing from within the bamboo forest and directly slicing through 3 10-year-old shadow blade bamboos. When it struck a 100-year-old bamboo, it also left a gash on the bamboo's surface. "Uncle, my first soul skill not only releases the strange sword energy, but also increases the toughness and sharpness of the sword body by 30, along with the speed of the sword energy's release." Su Yi listened to Yunqi's description of his first soul skill, feeling dazed. How did it seem that his first soul skill was many times better than Su Ye's third soul skill? "Little Qi, you did well. This soul skill had a long attack range, high damage, and can also enhance your own speed. As a strong attack-type soul master, there shouldn't be a more suitable soul skill for you than this. Once we rest up, we'll head out." Yunqi was quite satisfied as he watched Su Yi, who was sitting cross-legged to regain his soul power. Yunqi stayed by his side. After all, he hadn't participated in the soul hunting process at all, only delivering the final blow. Yunqi also took the opportunity to directly claim this task reward, while also giving himself a new task. Task: place the soul guiding incense on Tang San or Yu Xiaogang. Reward: affinity aura. Except yes, the cloud residence also directly observes the effect of this halo. The affinity halo, which can greatly enhance the favorability of people and soul beasts towards you. Being humble and gentle to others feels like a breath of fresh air. It has a certain effect of dispelling hostility, but if the other party has intense hostility towards you, it will be completely ineffective. Yunqi's eyes suddenly lit up. This is an essential tool for home travel, picking up girls, and assassination. Plus, with Yunqi's already extraordinary handsome face and my elusive first soul skill, this is going to be so enjoyable. Tang San, oh Tang San, I look forward to our meeting. Yunqi revealed a beautiful smile. Not long after, Su Ye's soul power had also recovered more than half. He stood up and said to Yunqi, "Let's go out. Since we have obtained a suitable soul ring and it's not dark yet, there's no need to spend the night in the forest. After all, the forest at night can be very dangerous, extremely terrifying." "Okay, uncle." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were still struggling to find a suitable soul beast, while Yunqi and Su Yi were also on their way back. But their paths were the same. Just as Yunqi was focusing intently on the surroundings, Su Yi suddenly stopped in front of him. He turned back to Yunqi and lowered his voice. "Shuh, there's the sound of fighting ahead." Yunqi nodded to show he understood. "So, uncle, are we going to take a detour? Let's go take a look first. If the opponent's strength is higher than ours, we will turn back. If not, we can just go straight ahead. If we take a detour, we won't be able to get out before dark." Seeing Yunqi silent, Su Yi thought he was scared. "It's okay, in this enclosed soul beast forest, there won't be any high-level soul masters. If one shows up, it's already quite good. I'm a soul venerable expert." Yunqi took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "Hiss, a soul master, so terrifying." Just kidding. Yunqi certainly wasn't afraid, with a soul master by his side. He might not be able to walk horizontally, but self-protection was definitely not an issue. What if in front of them were Tang San and Yu Xiaogang? With this thought, Yunqi directly said, "Uncle, let's hurry up. It will be dark soon." Su Yi nodded, brushed aside the weeds in front of him, and passed through the dense forest. Yunqi then saw Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who had just killed a soul beast that was attacking them. Su Yi approached to greet Yu Xiaogang and the others, while Tang San kept his hand on the 24-bridge moonlit night that Yu Xiaogang had given him. Seeing Tang San like this, a glint of cold light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. Yunqi knew what Tang San wanted to do and was secretly on guard. The soul power of the moon shadow sword in his hand was constantly filled with soul power. As soon as Tang San made a move, Yunqi would quickly unleash his first soul skill, aiming for a decisive strike, and then flee with Xiao Wu to seek refuge in the Wuhuan Hall. Even if Tang Hao found out later, it didn't matter. He wouldn't come out of hiding from the Wuhuan Hall, and he believed the Wuhuan Hall wouldn't give up on a genius soul master with full innate soul power and rapid progress. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the tense atmosphere and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Tang San's hand. After all, killing an enrolled student without reason would lead to being wanted and expelled. Tang San also noticed the look in the teacher's eyes. After all, they hadn't reached the point of life and death enmity yet. Besides, he was also old Jack's grandson. Yet, for some reason, he felt an intense dislike for this person, even though he hadn't felt that way before. Yunqi didn't pay attention to their eye contact, but urged Su Yi to leave quickly. "Master, we have already obtained the first soul ring. You all need to pay attention to safety too." As Yunqi brushed past Tang San, he calmly said in his heart, "Distribute the rewards to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San." The soul-calling incense was distributed. In an instant, two colorless and odorless gases immediately attached themselves to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. When Yunqi and Su Yi returned, it was quite smooth. They were not attacked by any aggressive soul beasts, and soon reached the outskirts of the forest. The towering steel barricades were now in sight. Just as Yunqi crossed the barricades and showed the guard his identification, a series of roars from soul beasts erupted from within the forest. The howls and screams of various soul beasts echoed through the air, reaching even Yunqi, who was 5 miles away. Yunqi felt a surge of joy, knowing that the medicine was taking effect. However, the recent encounter also made Yunqi realize one thing. Without a backing and strength, he shouldn't recklessly roam around. After all, Tang San could now use hidden weapons, and taking a few hits could leave him severely injured, if not dead. As he thought about this, a cold sweat broke out on Yunqi's forehead. It would have been worthless to exchange his life just now. He certainly didn't have a resurrection feature like in the ads. Yunqi realized that during this time, having the golden finger had made him a bit arrogant, and that provocation was somewhat foolish. He needed to reflect more and be more cautious. At this moment, the task reward had also been credited. Yunqi directly claimed and used it, and in an instant, he felt a mysterious aura enter his body and then disappear. However, Sui seemed to sense something, turning to look at Yunqi's face. Why does it feel like this kid has become more handsome again? So cute. Yunqi looked at Su Yi, who suddenly turned around with a beaming face, and knew that the charm aura was in effect. However, he was unsure of how much impact it would have on Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Speaking of Tang San, Yunqi turned to look in the direction where the soul beasts were roaring, attracting soul beasts within a 5-kilometer radius to go into a forced frenzy. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm also contributing to the hunting soul forest. In the near future, there will be a large number of soul beasts getting pregnant. How wonderful. I just wonder if Tang San and Yu Xiaogang can withstand the assault of so many soul beasts. Chapter 9. The master is famous again. Inside the forest, Yu Xiaogang was constantly feeding Luo Sanpao with white radishes. Poor Sanpao kept farting at the approaching soul beasts. However, the irrational and frenzied soul beasts rushed towards this odorless and tasteless human, attracted by the massive allure of the soul-attracting fragrance. At this moment, Tang San also took out the hidden weapons he had made. Instead of gaining a soul ring, he found himself in trouble, watching the soul beasts approach relentlessly. Tang San kept using hidden weapons against one soul beast after another that was under 100 years old. Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead and anxiously asked Yu Xiaogang, "Teacher, what's going on? Why are all the soul beasts coming towards us?" At this time, Yu Xiaogang was also racking his brain, searching his memories, when suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. "I got it. There must be some treasure in our location, and these soul beasts are all coming for that treasure. Since we are standing here, that's why so many soul beasts are charging at us. What should we do?" Yu Xiaogang was suddenly at a loss. Indeed, what should they do? With so many soul beasts surrounding them, let alone him. Even a soul master at the 29th rank would struggle, and even if a soul sect came, it wouldn't guarantee safety against so many soul beasts under 1,000 years old. Just as Yu Xiaogang was frozen in place, another soul beast ambushed him from behind, directly grabbing him. Yu Xiaogang turned around and was instantly flustered. It was a harmonious ape. What kind of soul beast is a harmonious ape? You could tell just from the name. He hurriedly called out to Tang San, "Xiao San, come help quickly. I can't exert any strength." Tang San patted his waist and realized he had no hidden weapons left. Without thinking too much, he gathered all his strength, used Ghost Shadow mysterious steps, and dashed towards Yu Xiaogang. He jumped high into the air, summoned the Haotian hammer, and struck down hard at the harmonious ape behind them. Due to the lack of soul power attachment and its low level, he did not succeed in stunning or scaring it away. Instead, it ignited the beastly nature of the harmonious ape. The harmonious ape let out a roar and swiftly captured Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, escaping from the other numerous soul beasts in just a few leaps. It brought them into the territory of the harmonious ape. And Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked around at the numerous white demons with pale faces, trembling in fear. The many harmonious apes quickly dragged Tang San and Yu Xiaogang into a cave, and soon after, chilling and heart-wrenching cries echoed from deep within the cave. After a long time, they were discovered by the Wuhuan Hall's enforcement team and mercenaries who came to see the commotion. When they emerged, they found that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were in a terrible state, tortured and covered in wounds emanating a foul odor. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. But unfortunately, when they were rescued, the pair of master and disciple had already been recognized. The incident of Yu Xiaogangs plagiarism from earlier had not yet subsided, and now they had once again gained fame across the continent in a rather unique way. Tang San also gained notoriety along with him. They could be said to be the center of attention. After Yunqi learned about this matter, he and Xiao Wu laughed in the house for an unknown amount of time, tears streaming down from laughter. Upon returning, Tang San also stayed indoors with Yu Xiaogang, not stepping out at all. Thinking back to his past life, there was a certain tough person who, after being hit by a car, crawled several meters and insisted on formatting his phone before fainting. This time, they couldn't format the memory of the entire continent. As for the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had just received news not long ago and then heard again about Yu Xiaogangs' unfortunate encounter. She clearly didn't know what to say anymore. Regarding the mother Tyrannosaurus, after finishing the school matters, she had only walked halfway before silently retreating. It's not that they couldn't share joy or bear hardship together. It's just that this kind of thing is something no one could withstand. Even Tang San, who had experienced such grand scenes in 2 lifetimes, would occasionally wake up from nightmares, while Yu Xiaogang simply couldn't sleep at all, his closed eyes filled with visions of various big sticks hitting him, making him scream in agony, hitting him from front to back, from top to bottom, and it wasn't just one monkey hitting him, but a whole group of monkeys. Tang San was the same. His small frame was swollen from the beating. The scene shook the Spirit Hall's enforcement team that had come to watch the commotion and rescue them, making them instinctively cover their backs. Tang Hao also visited the academy once during this time. After learning the situation, he revealed the power of a Soul King. To avenge his son, he immediately took Tang San to the Soul Hunting Forest, avenging him by destroying the entire territory of the monkeys, leaving only a few outside the territory to escape disaster. Otherwise, Tang San wouldn't have dared to step into that forest or the monkey territory. Of course, with Tang Hao's help, Tang San acquired the soul ring of the mandala snake from the original work, but he was more than half a month behind Yunqi, and the extermination of the soul beast group also attracted the attention of the enforcement team. Reluctantly, Tang Hao went missing again. He was still injured, and if it weren't for a chance encounter while buying wine and hearing this news, he wouldn't have come. Time passed quickly. Because of Yunqi's affinity halo, he occasionally bumped into the master and Tang San and greeted them without intentionally provoking them. The attitudes of the master and Tang San seemed to be less hostile towards Yunqi due to the halo, and they could occasionally exchange a few words. As for the other students and teachers in the school, they were very warm towards Yunqi. Even Xiao Wu often stared at Yunqi's face in a daze, and when Yunqi noticed, a faint blush would unconsciously appear on her face. As for tasks, they were all plundered from Tang San. He had obtained the entire set of ultimate skills, and even the hidden weapons that Tang San occasionally forged to earn money were completely taken away by Yunqi through various tasks. He even began to suspect Yu Xiaogang, because for this year, it had been Yu Xiaogang who had been with him day and night, teaching him everything. They lived and ate together. After all, the two of them couldn't show their faces anymore. Besides him, there was no one else around who could stealthily take things away. Otherwise, it could be that the Soul Guide device had issues, and the space inside was leaking. Meanwhile, Yunqi, who lived next door, was also laughing. His physical training hadn't fallen behind, and he didn't know what kind of magic this set of radio calisthenics had, as it endlessly improved his physical strength with the help of the task panel, while the Xintian skill could only operate at double speed with the task panel's assistance. However, it still far exceeded the training speed of Xiao Wu and Tang San. It is worth mentioning that Yunqi taught these techniques to Xiao Wu. Although she wasn't as fast as Yunqi, she had still made considerable progress compared to before. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a semester lasts for a year, and during this process, returning home is not allowed. However, Grandpa Jack had visited Yunqi many times, bringing large amounts of food every time. Xiao Wu particularly liked Grandpa Jack, whose martial soul was a carrot. Every time he came, they could eat carrots condensed with soul power. Though they were super rare, they were still juicy and crunchy. A year quickly passed, and during this year, Yunqi and Xiao Wu talked about various things, learning that Xiao Wu had lost her family. The last time she said she was going to see relatives, she was actually going to see Ming and Air Ming, which wasn't wrong. Yunqi was also packing her bags to go home. She turned to Xiao Wu and directly asked, "Xiao Wu, it's a holiday tomorrow. Do you want to go home together?" Upon hearing the word home, Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, and a hint of loneliness appeared in her eyes, which was quite different from her usual energetic self. Yunqi smiled and said, "What I mean is to go home together, back to our home." Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, after a year of living together and a colorful life, she had long regarded Yunqi as family. "All right then, let's go home together." Chapter 10. Confirming feelings, Xiao Wu immediately began to pack her things. Early the next morning, Yunqi was accompanied by a bouncy little girl dressed in a pink outfit. They left the academy together, bought a lot of things in Nodding City, and headed towards Holy Spirit Village. The past year had been extremely fulfilling and satisfying for Yunqi. Not only had he learned all of Tang San's ultimate skills, but with the help of the task panel, he had made significant progress. In terms of the Xintian skill level, he was already at level 20, but he had been refining his body, hoping that the second soul ring could absorb an even more powerful soul ring. In the academy, no student could match him in terms of soul power or combat strength. Because of his excellent relationship with Xiao Wu, they hadn't fought much, just a taste here and there. However, with the enhancement of the Xintian skill and the efforts not present in the original work, Xiao Wu's soul power level was not too far behind Yunqi. Now, at about level 17, almost level 18. Ironically, Tang San seemed to be in a state of depression. besides practicing, eating, and sleeping. He only attended classes by Yu Xiaogang and had long given up on blacksmithing. After all, the hard-crafted items would be gone in a few days, so he simply gave up. As a result, his strength was steadily increasing, and he now had level 15 soul power. Although it wasn't as high as in the original work, the difference was minimal. Yunqi had also had a few friendly matches with Xiao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, and others. But they were not his match, and he was recognized as the Academy's acknowledged leader. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, would challenge them whenever she had the chance, just to practice her skills. She made everyone call her sister Xiao Wu before she would stop. Yunqi was secretly practicing the hidden weapons created by Tang San. After all, this thing would become a great weapon in the later stages. After the encounter in the soul-hunting forest last time, Yunqi was extremely cautious. He would sneak to the back mountain to ensure no one was around before starting to practice. After a year, he had become somewhat proficient. How much farther is it? I'm so tired. Xiao Wu, who was lying on Yunqi's back, looked around and asked him. Yunqi also answered with a hint of annoyance. You've only walked a little bit. How can you say you're tired? Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue. I was just asking casually. We're almost there after we pass that mountain ahead. Shenghan village will be at the foot of the mountain. Yunqi said that, feeling happy involuntarily. After all, having lived here for 6 years, he had already developed feelings for the people and things around him. Now that he hadn't been back for a year, it was only natural to feel a sense of excitement. In her previous life, Yunqi's parents passed away when she was still a child. Therefore, she cherishes the emotions and the care she received from her grandfather, who raised her in this life. Yunqi touched the storage ring on his finger, which contained various gifts he had brought for the villagers. From time to time, he looked at the familiar village and the familiar statue in front of him, feeling an indescribable emotion swelling in his heart. As he walked into the village, the surrounding villagers noticed him and called out loudly, "Little Qi is back." It was just like in his past life, where successful people returned home in glory. Villagers from every household gathered around, enthusiastically pulling Yunqi and Xiao Wu, asking about various things from his studies in the city. Yunqi held Xiao Wu's hand, distributing the gifts he had bought to each household. After that, they bid farewell to the villagers and returned home. Upon hearing the news, old Jack hurried back from outside. Yunqi looked at her grandfather in front of her and rushed forward to give him a hug. Although old Jack had visited the academy a few times to see Yunqi, he had only briefly mentioned a few things, delivered some items, and hurried back without having a proper chat. "Good child, you're back," old Jack said with a beaming smile as he looked at Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu also stepped forward to greet him. "Grandpa Jack, I came to see you." Old Jack was particularly fond of this energetic girl, knowing that Yunqi regarded her as a sister and recognized her as a naturally gifted genius with full soul power. He had long considered her his granddaughter-in-law. Good, you're all good children." After saying this, he took out his keys, opened the door, and pulled the two of them inside. He brought out some snacks and radishes and started chatting with Yunqi and the others. When he learned that Yunqi and Xiao Wu were now soul masters, he laughed heartily. The atmosphere in the room was lively and cheerful. "By the way, Xiao Qi, why didn't Tang San come back with you?" Although he didn't know where Tang San's father had gone, he had checked their house that morning and found no one there. Yunqi also explained, "Grandpa, Tang San's father told him in the academy that he had something to attend to. Tang San knew there was no one at home, so he didn't come back." "I see. It's a pity that Tang Hao is gone. There are no blacksmiths in the village, and what you buy isn't as good as his craftsmanship. It's really a shame." Yunqi found it quite interesting. After all, if Grandpa knew that the one forging iron for the villagers was a title Douluo, he wouldn't know what expression to make. After chatting with Yunqi for a while, old Jack got up to cook for Yunqi and the others. In the room, only Yunqi and Xiao Wu were left, exchanging glances. They took out various items and luggage from the ring and placed them in the room. At Nodding Academy, the school became quiet after the holiday, and Tang San also stayed at the academy, studying with Yu Xiaogang. Having someone to accompany him, Tang San wasn't too sad, but he missed his father a bit since he hadn't seen him for a long time. Occasionally, Xiao Wu's figure would flash in his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by the memories of what happened in the hunting soul forest. As the sun set, the afterglow fell on Yunqi's face, making it appear exceptionally beautiful and serene. Xiao Wu leaned against Yunqi, playing with her braid. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu beside her and slowly spoke. "Thank you, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu stopped her activities, sat up straight, and turned around to pinch Yunqi's face. "What's wrong with you? Why are you thanking me?" "Thank you for always being by my side." Yunqi started to sigh, his eyes filled with smiles. Xiao Wu chuckled and directly hugged Yunqi. "Hey, if I don't play with you, who will I play with? I'm your little sister." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu with a serious expression. But I don't want you to always just be my sister. Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and her voice became stammering. Brother, you don't want me anymore? Yunqi's serious expression suddenly disappeared, and he hurriedly comforted her. How could I not want you? You just misunderstood what I meant. Xiao Wu grabbed the corner of Yunqi's clothes, looking at him eagerly. What does that mean? Now, it was Yunqi's turn to stammer. It's just growing up. Not simply just a younger sister. Xiao Wu instantly understood the meaning behind Yunqi's words, turning danger into safety. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, she smiled brightly and hugged Yunqi, using a tone he had never heard before. Then I am yours. What does that mean? Yunqi's handsome face also began to turn red. He turned his head and said fiercely, You'll understand when you grow up. Chapter 11. Confession and Graduation. Xiao Wu no longer pressed for answers. She just shyly shook her head, letting her long scorpion tail braid fall in front of her. Looking at Xiao Wu's cute and shy appearance, along with her little face flushed by the sunset, Yunqi couldn't help but smile. Having someone by her side was ultimately a wonderful thing. Xiao Wu suddenly looked up at Yunqi and said earnestly, Brother, what would you do if one day everyone wanted to kill me and you couldn't fight them off? Yunqi was also taken aback for a moment, thought seriously, and decided to be honest. He slowly spoke. Actually, Xiao Wu, I know your true identity. I have a special ability, but don't worry. I had no other intentions from the very beginning. As for the aura around you, I've used that special ability to help you conceal it, so you don't have to worry about it being exposed in the future. If one day you accidentally reveal it, I will firmly stand in front of you and won't let anyone hurt you. Xiao Wu fell silent, her heart filled with shock. She didn't know how Yunqi discovered her identity, but still tentatively asked, You really know my identity? Yunqi smiled quietly. Xiao Wu, you should be a spirit beast in human form, right? I've seen this explanation in an ancient book, but I only knew it because of my innate special ability, so you don't have to worry. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shed tears. Since coming to the human world, she had always been on edge, fearing that one day she would be discovered by passing soul.The or title.The. Now that she learned that Yunqi had already helped conceal her presence, the weight in her heart was finally lifted. Brother, a simple address seemed to completely break the last barrier between the two. Would you dislike me? Yunqi didn't answer, but directly hugged Xiao Wu's head, continuously stroking her hair and gently comforting her. Listening to Xiao Wu's sobs in her arms and hearing her recount her life experiences, she revealed all her secrets in front of Yunqi. As she watched Xiao Wu gradually regain her calm, Yunqi made an inappropriate joke. Xiao Wu, since your original form is a rabbit, do you rabbits have many offspring? Xiao Wu immediately became both angry and amused, biting Yunqi's hand. What are you talking about? To say this about a soul beast like me that has reached an age of 100,000 years, the more powerful the soul beast, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. Besides, I've always lived in the core area, so there aren't any rabbits that I would find appealing. Yunqi hurriedly surrendered, admitting he was wrong. He didn't intentionally provoke Xiao Wu or distrust her. He just wanted to resolve a long-standing confusion from his past life. At old Jack's call, the playful antics came to an end, and they sat down to eat peacefully. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In the southern part of the Barak Kingdom, near the forests of the Star Luo Empire, 2 young men and women were carefully walking through the grass. The boy had a handsome face and long black hair, simply held up with a hairpin. He looked about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a black outfit, standing over 1.8 meters tall, exuding a friendly vibe with a great first impression. As for the girl, her silky brown hair was styled into a scorpion tail braid, reaching down to her calves. She stood at about 1.7 meters, only slightly shorter than the boy. She wore a pink vest that tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure, revealing a delicate waist. With big eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a chubby little face, she was the perfect embodiment of the term lowly face, mature body. Although only 12, she had matured earlier than her peers, and her future looked promising. After 6 years, Yunqi and Xiao Wu had become inseparable. Before leaving the academy, they heard the master mention that they could go to Shrek Academy. Indeed, the master took the initiative to talk to Yunqi, and this impressive aura of friendliness had dissolved the hostility between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang over the past 6 years. However, Yunqi was not a good person. Just because you had no hostility towards me, it didn't mean I wouldn't take advantage of you. But this friendly aura was indeed powerful. It would be great if there were other types of auras to acquire. As a modern person, Yunqi loved nothing more than to play the schemer. The feeling of secretly pulling strings was simply exhilarating. Over the past 6 years, Yunqi lived a very fulfilling life, attending classes, training, shopping, eating, and scheming. He had gained most of his economic support from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Tang San often wore a malnourished expression and was particularly frail. Xiao Wu lifted her hand to look at the muddy grass beneath her feet and complained slightly. Isn't your martial soul mistaken for leading you to such a remote place? It's so eerie. Yunqi also felt helpless. Recently, her soul power broke through level 40, leaving her teachers and Su Yi stunned and numb. For the past 6 years, everyone who knew Yunqi had basically worn this expression. After graduation, she was sent off with reluctant glances from Su Yi and her teachers, becoming the strongest student in the history of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Yunqi remembered the kindness of Su Yi and her many teachers, and she hoped to repay them in the future. This time, her soul hunting was guided by her martial soul, the Moon Shadow Sword. Her second and third soul rings were obtained with the help of the Moon Shadow Sword, and this time, she didn't want to give up easily. So she came to this remote forest bordering the Star Luo Empire and the Barak Kingdom. Due to its geographical location, there were often various mercenaries hovering around. Just bear with it a little longer, and once we get out, I'll treat you to a big meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu changed her previous state. That's more like it. Since the two had opened their hearts to each other 5 years ago, Yunqi had been taking care of her like an older brother, and Xiao Wu enjoyed this feeling of being cared for. The forest constantly exuded a strange atmosphere, and Yunqi kept the Moon Shadow Sword in her hand, ready for battle at any moment. Cutting through the thorns on the path, Yunqi and Xiao Wu entered the interior of the forest, where the lush trees blocked most of the sunlight. In the center of the forest, there was a small river, and beside the river lay a massive creature measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. The Moon Shadow Sword in Yunqi's hand reveals a murderous and cold aura towards the current soul beast, and Yunqi understands that this is the target of the mission. The reward is an increase in the age limit of the first soul skill's 1,000-year soul ring. Speaking of mission targets, Yunqi has assigned himself a long list of tasks, such as intercepting the cat-eared girl, intercepting Ning Rongrong, and tricking Dai Ma Bai, among others. There are countless tasks, and there is no time limit. As long as they are completed, rewards can be obtained. The task rewards range from small amounts of gold soul coins to large soul bones, and even insidious things like subconscious modifications. Yunqi looked at the massive creature before him, his expression particularly grave. The iron-armored sword dragon, a soul beast that preferred to hide in the mountains and consume various ores, was not very aggressive by nature. However, if provoked, it would make you understand what it meant to have 1,000 swords pierce your heart. At the same time, the iron-armored sword dragon boasted one of the highest defensive capabilities among soul beasts. Its long-term diet of ores had allowed its body to integrate various characteristics of these minerals, earning it the nickname or sword dragon. This soul beast was a treasure in itself, as one could find various rare ores within its body, often without the need for smelting, since it was essentially a furnace for forging. Chapter 12. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Yunqi knows that this battle will not be easy. Even though Yunqi is currently a soul master of the third ring, with an excellent soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, Yunqi cannot afford to be careless, as this giant in front of him has 10,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, it is a high-level soul beast that is on the brink of extinction. However, this battle must be won. If Yunqi misses this soul beast, he would slap himself in his dreams. If he captures this soul beast, he won't have to go through the hardships of collecting various materials and ores like Tang San in the original work. At the same time, Yunqi has a feeling that his martial soul will undergo earth-shattering changes. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu. Because of their close relationship, Yunqi obtained the other 2 soul rings with the help of Xiao Wu's brother, Erming. When Erming first saw Xiao Wu, he thought she was an imposter, as she had no aura of a soul beast. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu explained, they covered Xiao Wu's aura and also gave Erming a dose of aura concealment, which made him believe. Erming had no reservations in helping his beloved sister Xiao Wu, and made Yunqi suffer a little. As for killing soul beasts, would Xiao Wu feel guilty? Obviously not. Now Yunqi had filled Xiao Wu's heart, and she didn't care much about anything other than the people and beasts she cared about. Whenever Erming got greedy, he could eat an enormous amount in one sitting, but most of the time, at their level, they didn't need to eat much. They now had a tacit understanding that ordinary people couldn't comprehend, having long since used the reward for awakening their martial souls, the martial soul fusion skill, together with Xiao Wu. Although their martial soul characteristics didn't team match, This reward was unreasonable and forced adaptation. This was also why Yunqi dared to face the terrifying soul beast head-on. Xiao Wu understood Yunqi's intentions and directly activated her martial soul, transforming into a pink soft light that entered Yunqi's body. Yunqi began to change. Suddenly, 2 rabbit ears popped out from his head, and his beautiful black hair instantly turned white. His eyes also changed to pink, and although there were no other visible changes, the muscles in his legs bulged noticeably, changing his entire demeanor from that of a friendly older brother to a charming and alluring man. The cloud feels an explosive power within itself, creating a sense of expansion with nowhere to vent. To deal with such a big presence, one can only give it their all, otherwise, whether it breaks through the defense is another matter. Yunqi said to the small dance inside his body, "We are done, little dance. Hurry up and end this. I'm really tired from the spirit fusion skill state. I can't recover without eating 20 crystal carrots." Yunqi also smiled faintly, suddenly exerting force in his feet, and the yellow halo around him shone briefly, causing Yunqi's speed to explode once again. The sword energy was directed straight at the eyes of the iron-armored sword dragon. To kill this big guy, one could only target the eyes and the rear. Yunqi chose the eyes, after all. He had to consider the feelings of his fellow soul beast, Xiao Wu. The iron-armored sword dragon didn't have time to react. While it was silently replenishing its moisture, a sword energy shot straight towards it, suddenly disappearing, and when it reappeared, it had already struck its eye. Yunqi took advantage of the moment when the iron-armored sword dragon was in pain and lost in thought, and directly drove the sword into the dragon's mouth. The sword energy rampaged through the eye sockets of the iron-armored sword dragon. Blood flowed from its mouth. It had never suffered such a severe injury since its birth. Usually, it would specially protect its weaknesses, and even when encountering soul beasts and soul masters that wanted to kill it, those who could get close could not break its defense, and those who could break the defense would be pierced from a distance by the sharp swords on its back. Unable to help itself, it let out a roar of pain and anger. Boom! The surrounding fallen leaves flew, and the surface of the small river rippled with waves. Yunqi watched the furious armored sword dragon in front of him, quickly dodging a few steps back to avoid its bite. He then performed a backbend to avoid a close-range tail swipe. Yunqi looked at the iron-armored sword dragon with its rear courtyard wide open and immediately used his second soul skill. This second soul skill was derived from a nearly 3,000-year-old golden-eating ant that Yunqi and Xiao Wu had killed with the help of Erming in the Stardo Forest. Due to its strong penetration ability, it was named heart-piercing. With a swift motion, Yunqi's sword struck like a white snake flicking its tongue, hissing through the wind as it aimed directly at the rear courtyard. However, the iron-armored sword dragon was well aware of its own weakness. It clamped its tail, allowing the sword to penetrate its body, but ultimately, the length was insufficient, failing to completely enter its internal body. Injured once again, the iron-armored sword dragon curled its body, exposing the sharp swords on its back, rolling towards Yunqi like a hedgehog, maximizing both offense and defense. However, in doing so, the sword dragon lost most of its visibility. Yunqi had no choice but to keep running, occasionally launching sword energy combined with his second soul skill, which possessed the ability to break defenses and had unpredictable trajectories, tearing through the sword dragon's body from time to time. Realizing that this approach was ineffective, the iron-armored sword dragon, despite appearing intimidating while charging blindly, could not hit the man who was maximizing his speed due to the lack of visibility. After getting back on its feet, the iron-armored sword dragon let out a deafening roar, enduring the excruciating pain as the swords on its back were swiftly drawn out one by one, charging straight towards Yunqi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp swords continuously sliced past Yunqi, who was almost dumbfounded at the sight. This old beast had no sense of martial ethics, and the swords on its back felt like a Gatling gun. Yunqi also kept using Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and Purple Extreme Demon Eyes to dodge the sharp swords. But these swords seemed to have GPS tracking, making it impossible to shake them off. Yunqi's expression darkened, and the third soul ring on his body lit up. A sword shadow shot up from beneath Yunqi's feet, carrying him into the sky. Yes, Yunqi's third soul skill, Sword Control, from the Stardo Forest, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, possesses impressive flying abilities and can also provide certain enhancements to his martial soul. As he watched the sword that was still pursuing him after taking to the skies, Yunqi steeled himself and flew toward the iron-armored sword dragon with the sword in hand, pointing his long sword directly at the sword dragon. The iron-armored sword dragon, seeing Yunqi rapidly approaching, feared that Yunqi would poke its eyes again and immediately closed its eyes, using the thick mineral on its eyelids for protection. But would Yunqi make it that easy? Upon reaching the sword dragon, Yunqi suddenly stopped his sword control and quickly ascended, while the swords that couldn't make the turn crashed into the iron-armored sword dragon one after another. Although it didn't cause much damage, it rendered the iron-armored sword dragon's attacking capabilities useless. Now, it was merely a target with extremely high defense. Just as Yunqi was preparing to take action, Xiao Wu hurriedly reminded him, "Brother, I can barely hold on. My soul power is almost exhausted." Yunqi's expression turned serious. "Xiao Wu, let's make it quick and use that move." "Okay, brother." "Yes." The martial soul fusion technique is not simply about merging two people's bodies together. Yunqi raised a long sword in his hand, waved it, and the martial soul transformed into a massive black-purple sword shadow, swinging straight to unleash a sword light that extended over 10 meters. Wherever the sword energy passed, it carved a huge chasm. Drawing the sword was like thunder. Once the sword was drawn, it severed heads. In the despairing gaze of the ironclad sword dragon, the sword light sliced through its neck, cutting off the river behind it, and the surrounding trees fell with neatly cut stumps, crashing down. Meanwhile, Yunqi also fell heavily from the sky, not too high off the ground. Bang! Yunqi's body stirred up a cloud of dust. Xiao Wu transformed into soft light and emerged from Yunqi's body, plopping down on the ground and taking deep breaths of fresh air. Chapter 13. External Soul Bone. Sword Bonehead? After a while, Xiao Wu finally recovered from her exhaustion, helped Yunqi up, and found that nothing serious had happened. It was just a depletion of soul power, leaving him without strength. Yunqi also slowly woke up in Xiao Wu's embrace. After greeting Xiao Wu, he signaled that he was fine. "Xiao Wu, let me go. I need to absorb the soul ring." Yunqi endured the nauseating feeling of fatigue and operated the Xintian Gong at full speed, drawing in the soul ring of the iron-armored sword dragon not far away. The absorption of the soul ring went very smoothly, as his physical body had been greatly enhanced through Yunqi's daily training. To his surprise, Yunqi found that he faced only a slight difficulty against the residual soul impact of the iron-armored sword dragon, which left him quite puzzled. Could it be that his soul had been tempered during his travels? Or perhaps the strength of his soul from living two lives was already sufficient to withstand this level of soul impact? Yunqi's situation is unknown, but the results are obviously good, so Yunqi no longer struggles with the why. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, whose expression remained unchanged, and couldn't help but marvel at her brother. A genius she had never heard of in all these years. Before long, Yunqi had finished absorbing and claimed the task rewards, with 4 soul rings floating around him. Purple, 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 black. Xiao Wu immediately approached him. "Brother, how do you feel now? What level are you?" Yunqi carefully felt the power within her body, smiling brightly. "Xiao Wu, I'm already a level 42 soul master, so you need to work hard too." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu's expectant eyes and understood what she was hoping for. The black soul rings on the martial soul shone brightly. In an instant, the moon shadow sword split into 2, then 4, continuously undergoing fission. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense array of sword shadows. Under Xiao Wu's astonished gaze, Yunqi casually pointed, and the concentrated rain of swords turned into a stream of light, slicing through the air in the direction he indicated, creating a series of sonic booms as it crashed into the ground not far away. But that wasn't the end. The ground left behind after the impact was still plagued by the rampant sword energy, continuously destroying the surrounding objects. "Bro, this is too exaggerated. Have you turned into an enhanced version of the iron-armored sword dragon?" Yunqi lightly tapped Xiao Wu's head. "It's not over yet. As my level increases, the sword shadows will continue to increase, theoretically with no limit. Can you explain how your first soul ring turned purple?" Yunqi smiled mysteriously and put a finger to his lips. "Sure, this is one of my special abilities." Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi as if he were a monster. Even as a 100,000-year soul beast, she didn't have as many strange abilities as this man in front of her. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in front of him, unsure of how to explain. After thinking for a while and finding it hard to articulate, he simply gave up. Yunqi noticed an unusual soul power fluctuation on the back of the iron-armored sword dragon's corpse. It seemed that Yunqi had thought of something and directly used a sword to start dissecting the back of the iron-armored sword dragon. Before long, Yunqi had extracted a segment of soul bone from the iron-armored sword dragon's body and then stored the entire corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon into a storage ring. Xiao Wu, looking at the soul bone in Yunqi's hand, was also filled with curiosity. Is this an external soul bone? Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in front of him and said directly, Xiao Wu, help me protect the law. I want to absorb this soul bone. I feel that this soul bone will elevate my strength to an unprecedented level. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunqi directly fused the external soul bone in his hand into his body. The moment the soul bone entered his body, it began to change and reorganize continuously. Pain twisted through him, his body was burning hot, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Meanwhile, swords without hilts pierced through his back, tearing through flesh and ripping his clothes, transforming into a sword array in the sky. Yunqi let out a painful roar. After a while, he finally regained his composure and controlled the flying sword to transform into energy, returning to his body. Xiao Wu looked at him with a strange expression and thought to herself, still claiming he's not an iron-armored sword dragon. After absorbing the soul bone, Yunqi and Xiao Wu rested in the forest for a day, and after recovering their soul power, they prepared to head to Soto City for a nice meal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a graceful figure in black clothing and an old man in a gray robe were rushing towards Yunqi's direction. Behind them were the sounds of black-robed figures shouting and killing. In no time, the black-robed man caught up with the two ahead and injured the strongest among them, the gray-robed elder. Second miss, don't run. That's right, second miss. If you don't, just let our brothers have some fun, and we'll let you go. How about it? A middle-aged man in a black robe looked at the slender woman in front of him with a lewd smile, while his companions slowly spread out around him, forming a circle. The gray-robed elder saw this and immediately stood in front of the black figure, whispering to her, Second miss, I'll hold him off. You just keep running forward. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. After saying this, he used all his soul power to break open a gap in the encirclement, then wrapped the woman in black with his soul power and sent her out. The encircling men cursed angrily. You damned thing, seeking death. Hearing the sounds of a fierce battle behind her, the woman in black turned back, her eyes turning red as she desperately called out, Uncle Fu. Hearing the call, Uncle Fu responded amidst the battle, but was unfortunately injured again. Miss Run, you must live well. Upon hearing this, the leader of the black-robed men immediately made a decision and sent two men to pursue her. The woman in black took a deep look at Uncle Fu and the assassins around her, as if to remember them deeply. Her eyes, filled with tears, transformed into a burning flame of revenge. Stumbling forward, jumping, hiding. But this did not shake off her pursuers. Instead, due to insufficient soul power, the distance she had created gradually disappeared. The woman in black looked despairingly at the two black-robed, middle-aged men before her and slowly said, Are you trying to betray your master? The two black-robed men seemed to have heard some kind of joke and burst into hearty laughter. Second miss, we were sent by the eldest lady. Everyone knows the first prince will definitely win. Why not become a dragoness subordinate? The woman in black's eyes darkened, but she continued, The duel hasn't even started. Who knows, I will definitely lose. Moreover, since the duel hasn't started, do you think the royal family and the Zhu family will spare you? My good sister and brother-in-law might silence you to cover up the news. Think it over yourself. The woman in black felt that since she was 6 years old, she had never spoken so many words in a row. If she couldn't deter them, she would have to die. The black-robed men exchanged glances, their faces showing bitterness. They knew very well that reaching the Soul Master realm proved they were not fools. But what could they do? The moment they began serving the first prince and the eldest lady in the dark, their wives and daughters had been held captive by the first prince. Thinking of this, the black-robed men could only gamble on the first prince's mercy. The two men nodded to each other and slowly moved closer to the woman in black. Big brother, we might die anyway. Isn't it a waste not to have a little fun with the Zhu family's second miss, or the princess wife? What my brother said is right. As they spoke, the two let out lewd laughter, rubbing their hands as they reached towards the woman in black's ample form. Just as the woman in black was about to bite her tongue to end her life, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air came from afar. Whoosh! A black-purple sword directly severed the hands reaching out towards her, then turned in midair and returned to Yunqi's hand. Hey, scum, what are you doing? Chapter 14. First meeting with Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi looked at the scene before him, feeling furious. How could they bully his target? He promptly set a task for himself. Clearly, Yunqi recognized the identity of the girl. Cat ears, leather jacket, big round eyes, plus being chased from the direction of the Starry Empire. It must be the little cat. Zhu Zhuqing. Task, save Zhu Zhuqing. Reward, forgiveness halo. Accept. Yes or no? Yunqi looked at the four shining characters on the panel and said yes without thinking. The halo of forgiveness can significantly make the things he did that made others feel angry seem reasonable. Yunqi's eyes widened in shock. What kind of NTR halo is this? It's even more powerful than the yellow-haired guy. And with his own charm halo, Yunqi felt that if he wanted to find Yu Xiaogang now, he could just slap him hard and Yu Xiaogang probably wouldn't even get that angry. As long as it doesn't cross the line of life, this halo is simply invincible. So cunning. This is also a must-have halo for a devoted harem member. Understanding Zhu Zhuqing's identity, Yunqi instinctively adjusted his posture a bit. What started as helping someone in need now turned into a hero saving the beauty, and he had to show his most handsome side. However, before Yunqi could show off, the two men in black robes looked at the soul rings on Yunqi and, disregarding their grudge over the severed hand, turned and ran. Clearly, someone who could easily cut off both of their hands was not a weakling. And what was that soul ring about? Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. The corners of his mouth slightly rising, his lips moving. Let you run 39 meters first. Hearing Yunqi's voice, the two men in black robes could only regret not having four-wheel drive, wishing they had two more legs. Yunqi saw them running away and directly pulled out his 40-meter-long greatsword. The sword is here. Behind Yunqi, the black soul rings flickered, and suddenly a purple-black sword appeared, continuously splitting and instantly catching up to the two men. The two black-robed men turned to look at Yunqi's smile, as if they had seen an abyssal demon. Meanwhile, the dense sword shadows were right behind them. The black-robed man exclaimed in fear. Who uses a big move to kill someone directly? That's against the rules. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pierced into a sieve by the numerous sword shadows from behind. Yunqi recalled his martial soul with a sneer, saying, the soul master is just an opponent of one match. Standing next to him, Xiao Wu immediately became unhappy. She directly pinched Yunqi's little arm. What are you saying? Looking at Xiao Wu's adorable little face making a fierce expression, Yunqi directly pinched her cheeks, which were all chubby. Yunqi's eyes were filled with affection as he watched Xiao Wu's comical appearance. And he couldn't help but tease, Soul Master is just a one-man opponent. What's wrong? If you have the ability, hurry up and cultivate and become a soul sect sooner. Oomph. Xiao Wu turned her head away in a huff. For the past 6 years, she hadn't gained an inch against Yunqi and had always been firmly controlled. Meanwhile, the other black-robed figures, after dealing with Uncle Fu, quickly sought them out. Seeing Yunqi protecting Zhu Zhuqing, they launched an attack without hesitation. Yunqi didn't mind much. The leader was only at the fourth ring on the same level as him. After displaying his two hot black soul rings, all the black-robed figures were wiped out. It was no challenge at all. After receiving the task rewards, Yunqi remembered the important matter and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing lying on the ground. He walked forward and slowly extended his hand. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the pale, slender hand with distinct joints in front of her and instinctively reached out her own hand. Suddenly, she felt a strong pull and found herself leaning weakly against Yunqi's shoulder. Realizing something was wrong, Zhu Zhuqing tried to move away a bit, but her soul power was exhausted and she had no strength left. She fell again into Yunqi's arms, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at him. Just moments ago, when Yunqi was killing, he had his back to Zhu Zhuqing, so the little cat had not seen his face clearly. Now, in his embrace, she was momentarily stunned. He was an extremely handsome man, with long eyebrows like willows, a figure like a jade tree, and the black attire he wore accentuated his already excellent physique. He also exuded an aura that greatly increased her fondness for him. Yunqi also watched as the little cat's face turned red and her eyes filled with embarrassment. He no longer held her close, but gently lifted the little cat's arm to give her support. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing organized her thoughts and bowed to Yunqi, filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me, my lord. If there's anything I can do in the future, I will not hesitate. Yunqi subconsciously shook his head. In his past life, as a member of Huaxia, he couldn't bring himself to exploit favors for personal gain. However, Zhu Zhuqing clearly thought differently. She was an extremely stubborn, serious, and grateful person. Yunqi's head shake made this already quiet girl anxious. I have nothing of value, only a little money, which is far less than your kindness. I have nothing else to repay you with. Looking at the anxious little cat in front of him, Yunqi instinctively made a mischievous suggestion. How about I offer myself? What Yunqi didn't expect was that Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately refuse. Instead, after serious consideration, she answered with a determined gaze. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. I currently have a fiancé. Until I clearly sever ties, I can only be his fiancé. Yunqi also laughed it off, indicating that he was just joking. otherwise. His waist would have been pinched to death by Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing secretly remembered Yunqi's kindness, especially in life-and-death situations, where that kind of fear is an instinct that living beings cannot resist. Yunqi's handsome rescue, along with his good looks and that subtle sense of familiarity, clearly planted a seed in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Yunqi didn't notice the inner thoughts of the little cat and was still smiling as she comforted Xiao Wu. "What's wrong, my good sister? Are you jealous?" Upon hearing Yunqi's shameless teasing, Xiao Wu didn't pinch her anymore, still acting unseriously in front of others. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, the halo of forgiveness was at work, and Xiao Wu didn't feel anything wrong. Before Yunqi could continue teasing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. "Senior, could you take me to the front? I need to help Uncle Fu collect the body. We can't let him rot in the wild." Seeing the misty look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Yunqi also felt soft-hearted. She had traveled far from home in search of a carefree fiancé. She just wanted to survive. Yunqi nodded, and for the sake of speed, the soul ring of Yunqi flashed, and the sword appeared beneath Yunqi's feet. Yunqi pulled Xiao Wu, and the little cat stood next to Yunqi one after the other, directly soaring into the sky on the sword. Before long, under Zhu Zhuqing's guidance, they found Fu Bo's body. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh on his body. It was clear that after Zhu Zhuqing left, he had exhausted his life to buy time. Zhu Zhuqing didn't cry, but the despair within her had already overflowed through her eyes. Silently, she picked up the corpse and gently placed it aside, then gathered some firewood nearby, arranged it in an empty space, and set a large fire that directly cremated Fu Bo, completely burying her past self in the flames. Xiao Wu felt the same way and stepped forward to hug the little cat, which seemed to have lost its soul. Yunqi originally wanted to comfort the strong-willed girl, but recalling the personality of the little kitten, she remembered that in the original work, any sympathy before she recognized herself was a mockery to her. The bright red flames illuminated the three of them, but Yunqi felt not a trace of warmth, only a bone-chilling coldness towards the old system. She also felt disgusted by Dai Ma Bai, who abandoned his fiancée. The fire burned rapidly under the watchful eyes of the three, and in no time, only a few scattered embers remained. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to grab a handful of ashes, carefully packed it into a box, then placed it into a cloth bag, tied it tightly, and put it into the soul guide. After doing all this, Zhu Zhuqing turned around and bowed again, but Yunqi grabbed her. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi and the little dance beside her, and said firmly, "Senior, thank you again for you and your sister. But I'm afraid I cannot stay long. I still need to go to Soto City to find my fiancé." Chapter 15. Journey to Soto City. Yunqi looked at the serious little cat in front of her and rubbed her forehead with one hand, feeling a bit of a headache. "I'm not a senior. My name is Yunqi, and I'm only 12 years old. The girl next to you is named Xiao Wu, and she's currently my sister. You can just call us by our names, or you can call me brother if you want." The little cat, Zhu Zhuqing, seemed to be stunned. "Senior, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, and please don't joke or tease me." At this moment, Xiao Wu also laughed and said, "It's true. We're both only 12 years old." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in surprise and then quickly averted his gaze. He certainly didn't want to be choked again. The little cat's brain had already short-circuited, and even the previously cold and desperate expression had turned into one where its mouth could fit a baguette. After a long while, it still hadn't come to its senses. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was unmoving for quite some time, Xiao Wu reached out and waved in front of Zhu Zhuqing. "Wake up." The little cat, upon waking, looked at Yunqi with a stutter. "You're 12 years old, a soul master, and your soul rings are still of that incredible configuration?" In response to the little cat's shock, Yunqi could only nod helplessly. He was already used to it. Back at Nodding Academy, even the teachers were no match for him in practical combat classes. What could Yunqi do? He had already been holding back. After receiving an affirmative answer, the little cat's gaze flickered with a hint of brightness, but it quickly dimmed again. Indeed, how could it repay the life-saving grace of this extraordinary man in front of it? How could it now dare to hope for Yunqi to teach its unique secret techniques? Yunqi also noticed the glimmer in the little cat's eyes, but didn't say anything. While she felt sorry, she knew that before confirming their relationship, showing too much affection would make her look like a sycophant and might make the other person feel suspicious. She simply smiled faintly. Xiao Wu also sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, so she quickly changed the subject. "Zhuqing, we're also going to Soto City. Why don't we go together?" The little cat was still a bit confused. Too much had happened in such a short time, even changing her perception of soul masters. She subconsciously nodded, then suddenly remembered something and weakly asked Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, you aren't a soul sect now, are you? Xiao Wu shook her head in disappointment. I'm not that pervert. It's faster for someone with innate level 7 soul power to cultivate than for me, who has innate full soul power. I'm still just a rank 37 soul master. The little cat's last bit of comfort vanished, her CPU crashed, and her brain froze. Still just? Xiao Wu answered innocently. I can cultivate this fast thanks to my brother. He taught me some things and then helped me push myself. Clearly, Xiao Wu had learned many modern terms from Yunqi. The little cat had become numb. One blow after another had sealed her heart and locked her love. She didn't want to say another word for now. Yunqi is also a timely direct decision. Zhuqing, let us go together. Just in case someone comes to chase you, we can look out for each other. Produce. We want to see what your fiancé is like, someone worth your reckless pursuit. Xiao Wu, curious, nodded in agreement. Zhuqing, let us go together. It just so happens that we need to go to school over there too. Zhuqing looked at the two people in front of her so enthusiastically and couldn't help but feel a bit touched, nodding her head. Thank you. Soto City is located in the heart of the most prosperous limal plain in the Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary of Barak, and is the economic lifeline of the entire Barak Kingdom. Soto City is a large city, with the Spirit Hall being extremely grand, and the streets are crisscrossed, connecting various buildings. It was just past noon, and the sun was at its hottest point of the day. At the city gate of Soto City, 3 young people, a boy and 2 girls, passed the guard's inspection while chatting and entered the city. Xiao Wu leaned close to Yunqi, took Yunqi's sleeve, and wiped her sweat off her forehead, complaining. Finally arrived. I don't know why that damn master recommended you to come here, and you actually came? Didn't you always dislike Yu Xiaogang? Yunqi smiled but didn't answer, secretly thinking, if they don't come, how can I become stronger? If they don't come, how can I bully the weak? I can only be the weak one, not others. On the other hand, Zhuqing, upon hearing the master's name, slightly regained some of the gossip that a girl should have. It's the one who self-destructed first, whose martial soul theory comes from the Spirit Hall, and then helped his disciple obtain soul rings, only to be. Zhuqing spoke until she felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the combined ape, the Gale Wolf, and the Wolf Thief are all well-known existences in the Soul Master world, and it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman once they fall into their hands. Xiao Wu directly nodded. Yes, it's at Yu Xiaogang. I didn't expect his fame to have spread all the way to the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, it said that there are about 100 soul beasts in the entire combined ape territory, and Yu Xiaogang and the others were able to stay there for 2 hours. In a sense, that's quite impressive. Yunqi interrupted them as it seemed they were going to continue chatting. All right, Xiao Wu, let's go eat something first, then find a hotel. We've been out in a while for so long. We should wash up. Xiao Wu and Zhuqing glanced at their wrists, sniffing them. There wasn't much of a smell, but the discomfort they felt mentally made them have no objections. After all, girls find it harder to tolerate being sticky compared to boys. Soto City was much larger than Notting City, and it was naturally bustling with activity, with guards everywhere and crowds of people. The 3 of them first had a big meal at a restaurant. When it was time to pay the bill, they immediately started asking the waiter, "Waiter, we just arrived in Soto City today. Can you tell us where there is a hotel?" The waiter, seeing the 2 beautiful girls standing behind Yunqi, instantly imagined a whole storyline and then smiled as he replied, "Dear guests, if you go out and head east, you will see it." Yunqi casually tipped a little and led the 2 girls out. The waiteress' eyes were filled with envy. It was a man's dream. Not long after, Yunqi discovered a uniquely designed hotel. The 3-story building in front of him was decorated entirely in rose red, and the architectural style resembled a giant rose, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 girls. Xiao Wu looked at the hotel and directly said to Yunqi, "Bro, let's stay here." Yunqi also nodded, indifferent. He turned to look at Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, what about you? Are you staying here, or are you going to find your fiancé first?" Just as Zhuqing was about to answer, she heard a familiar voice beside her and turned to look. She saw a man and 2 women flirting without a care for the onlookers. The man was about 1.8 meters tall with long, flowing blonde hair and a pair of eerie eyes. His appearance was only slightly inferior to Yunqi's, but what drew attention was the pair of twin sisters clinging to him, dressed flamboyantly and looking around 17 or 18, with graceful figures. Chapter 16. A violent beating for Dai Mubai. Zhuqing felt a wave of despair at this scene. Even though she was such a strong person, ever since Dai Mubai abandoned her and fled alone, Zhuqing didn't hold any resentment towards him. She just comforted herself that he was out training. Zhuqing also worked hard on her cultivation, enduring oppression and assassination in the Star Luo Empire, managing to survive until she was 12, with her soul power reaching level 27. She still held onto a glimmer of trust, wanting to believe that Dai Mubai had been working hard for their future over the years. But the scene before her shattered her illusions completely. All she wanted was to survive. There were no more words. Silence, still silence. Dai Mubai also sensed the fluctuation of his martial soul, shifting his gaze from the twins to Zhu Zhiqing, and immediately recognized her identity, as it was the resonance of martial soul and soul. Comparing the twins, clinging to him with Zhu Zhiqing in front of him, was like comparing heaven and earth. The expressionless face of Zhu Zhiqing made him feel guilty, and he pushed the twins away, walking towards Zhu Zhiqing with a forced smile. Zhiqing, you're here? Zhu Zhiqing looked at the man in front of her, saying nothing and showing no anger. It was clear that she was beyond being angry. She had risked her life multiple times to escape the Star Luo Empire and come to Soto City to find him, but Dai Mubai's actions had completely crushed her heart. After a long while, Zhu Zhiqing said, "Don't call me Zhiqing. We're not that familiar." After saying that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Dai Mubai hurriedly stepped forward to block her. If his stunning fiancée, Yi ran away, where would he find entertainment? Moreover, if Zhu Zhiqing left, he would have no hope of turning things around. Zhu Zhiqing looked at the relentless Dai Mubai in front of her, feeling increasingly disgusted. Beside them, Xiao Wu, who was watching the drama unfold, realized that things were not as she imagined. It wasn't a sweet and pet-like scenario, but a story of a scumbag, lacking responsibility, abandoning his fiancée while indulging in pleasures outside. Anger surged within her. Just as she was about to step forward to hit someone, she was held back by Yunqi. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi with a puzzled expression. Yunqi noticed Xiao Wu's confusion and replied softly, "Such scum, let me handle it. Don't get your hands dirty." After saying this, under Xiao Wu's admiring gaze, Yunqi completed the task of beating Dai Mubai and directly approached him, grabbing his hand, and in Dai Mubai's astonished eyes, Yunqi executed a shoulder throw. Bang! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Yunqi looked at Dai Mubai with disdain. "What are you doing? Abandoning your fiancé, indulging in a life of excess, and even finding a pair of twins. When the matter is exposed, you still refuse to back down. You really deserve to be punished." Yunqi was getting angrier and angrier, and he hadn't even gotten on base yet. Before Dai Mubai could come to his senses, he was kicked in the stomach by 2 strong kicks. The onlookers around them slowly gathered closer. Dai Mubai looked at this man who was even more handsome than him and was furious. The aura of forgiveness was useless in his rage. Moreover, Yunqi had no intention of activating it now. "Kid, you're looking for death." Dai Mubai directly performed a carp leap, stood up, and completed his martial soul possession, with 3 soul rings shining on his body. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. Soon, he would beat you into a half-paralyzed state and then steal your girlfriend, doing things in front of you. Dai Mubai clearly thought that Yunqi was young and assumed his soul power level was not high, thus exposing his true nature. As for Zhu Zhiqing, he would coax her later. After all, he was experienced with women, and charming a little girl would be a piece of cake. But Dai Mubai was obviously mistaken. Who was Yunqi? He was vengeful, scheming, and full of wisdom. Yunqi smiled helplessly upon hearing Dai Mubai, but her gaze instantly turned cold. She originally just wanted to play a trick. Now, if he didn't get beaten half to death, it would be considered a stroke of luck. Xiao Wu, who had been holding back from intervening, was fuming with anger, but upon hearing Dai Mubai say such things in front of Yunqi, she immediately calmed down. She even playfully shouted at Dai Mubai, "Go for it, scumbag big brother. I believe in you." Yunqi glanced at Xiao Wu, and with a glare, Xiao Wu shyly stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything further. Dai Mubai naturally saw this scene as well, feeling a surge of heat in his heart, and his eyes filled with even more malice. The cloud rest martial soul emerged, and the soul rings on his body appeared directly. Without waiting for Dai Mubai and the shocked residents around him, he directly unleashed a sword aura. Dai Mubai realized it was not the time to be distracted. His first soul ring flickered, suddenly forming a circle of white light that barely blocked the sword aura. Just as he was about to counterattack, another sword aura appeared. But this one disappeared and reappeared already on Dai Mubai's right leg. As Yunqi boredly waved his long sword, the first soul ring flickered from time to time. Then came the second, third, fourth. An increasing number of sword auras appeared bizarrely all over Dai Mubai's body, leaving deep bloodstains. In no time, Dai Mubai lay in a pool of blood, utterly unrecognizable. Yunqi also gave up on the idea of playing, just as he was about to kill him and end it. Zhu Zuking timely held onto Yunqi's mechanically swinging hand. Senior, please spare his life. His identity is special. Killing him now will bring you unnecessary trouble. Yunqi thought carefully and realized that it wasn't worth it to lose many rewards over a moment of anger. Xiao Wu also stepped forward, directly hugging one of Yunqi's arms, smiling and standing on tiptoe to give him a kiss on the cheek. I helped you out of trouble twice, and you still call me senior? Zhu Zuqing's expression was also somewhat unnatural as she shyly called out, brother. Xiao Wu was full of question marks, and Yunqi was equally confused. They both looked at the little cat in front of them with puzzled expressions. The little cat suddenly became anxious. Wasn't it because I called you senior last time that you wanted me to call you brother? Yunqi suddenly remembered and decided to show his charm to the fullest. From now on, you can call me Brother Yun or Brother Qi. Dai Ma Bei, who was lying on the side, was already numb, looking at himself bleeding continuously, his body covered in countless sword wounds. He was already very weak, begging the people around him for help. Yunqi also heard Dai Ma Bai's cry for help. Lazily, he walked forward and squatted in front of Dai Ma Bai. Hey, why did you provoke me? Dai Ma Bai, unable to act recklessly, could only endure the pain and spoke with difficulty. I didn't mean to offend you. I just let my anger get the better of me. That's why I acted so foolishly. I hope you can spare my life. Yunqi also smiled, but there was a hint of fear in Dai Ma Bai's eyes. It's you, pestering that girl over there shamelessly? Dai Ma Bai quickly explained, that girl over there is my fiancée. We just had a little misunderstanding. Yunqi's expression also became unkind. Oh, I've heard that some people are so afraid of death that they abandon their fiancé and indulge in a life of debauchery. Dai Mo Bai immediately fell silent, only his eyes continuously pleading. Yunqi didn't continue to take advantage of Dai Mo height. The chives still need to grow. After casually taking all the money from the soul guide on Dai Mo height, he called a few people to deliver it to the doctor for treatment. As for whether there was money or not, it had nothing to do with Guan Yunqi. Chapter 17. Capturing the Little Kitty. After Yunqi dealt with all of this, the soul rings on his body trembled in unison, unleashing a wave of energy around him. At the same time, he activated his affinity aura and smiled at the onlookers, saying, everyone, you can disperse now. There's nothing more to see. The people around had witnessed a good show, along with a perverse genius, and after finishing their snacks, they left contentedly. Yunqi smiled and, after finishing her words, turned to look at Zhu Zuqing seriously. What was she thinking now? Zhu Zuqing was momentarily confused. Yes, the persistence over all this time, the fantasies before meeting Dai Ma Bai, her efforts, all seemed like a joke. The midday sun was particularly glaring, and the sunlight shining on Zhu Zuqing made her feel cold. After a while, she finally parted her lips and weakly said, I don't know. Indeed, she didn't understand what the future held. The best outcome seemed to be having her soul power stripped away and then being imprisoned for life. Looking at Yunqi in front of her, the tears in Zhu Zuqing's eyes unintentionally glided across her stunningly beautiful and cold face, making her feel exceptionally helpless. Perhaps it would have been better if Yunqi hadn't saved her at that time. At least she wouldn't have to die with such despair. Yunqi didn't say anything, just looked at the little kitten in front of her, filled with compassion. She stepped forward and hugged it tightly, feeling the softness in her arms and the faint fragrance emanating from the kitten's fur. Her hand unconsciously rested on the kitten's head, stroking its fur. Zhu Zuqing did not reject Yunqi's embrace. Perhaps every lonely child wants to find a harbor for their soul. Maybe I have a way to help you. Yunqi gently rested his hand on the little cat's shoulder, looking at it seriously. Zhu Zuqing's dull and lifeless gaze suddenly brightened. Yes, perhaps others couldn't do it, but the man in front of her definitely could. She had never seen such an abnormal person if nothing went wrong. There was no one so abnormal in the entire soul master world. Zhu Zuqing excitedly asked Yunqi what method. Yunqi thought for a moment, raised 3 fingers, and answered seriously, what you mentioned to me on the way here, I analyzed it. First, the simplest option is to join the spirit hall, but your talent might be stronger in other areas. However, placing in the spirit hall won't make it the highest level. The spirit hall doesn't need to interfere, as it would indeed be quite a hassle. But Yunqi paused deliberately, and Zhu Zuqing quickly asked, Chiga, but what? Seeing the anxious little cat, Yunqi didn't continue to tease her. He then said, but you may not get the attention you deserve. However, if we go together, we will definitely get noticed. At that time, I will say you are my family, my person. That should solve the problem. Zhu Zuqing looked at Yunqi, who had a warm smile, and shook her head. I can't interfere in your life for my own selfish reasons. Let's talk about the other two methods first. Yunqi looked at the shaking head of the girl in front of her, feeling a sense of relief. The fact that she could empathize and think of Yunqi's perspective was already more than what most people would do. Although for Yunqi herself, joining the Spear Hall was also a good choice. After all, there were a few beauties over there. Yunqi, second, let's break off the engagement. You can cultivate first and follow me in training. First, increase your own strength, and then we can go together to ask your father. I believe my strength will progress very quickly. Moreover, I don't think any major family would refuse the addition of a genius. At that time, your father can plead with the royal family to exempt you from the seemingly unwinnable competition. Besides, your Yuming spirit cat and the Dai family have a martial soul fusion technique. And I believe that the royal family and the Zhu family wouldn't ruin their long-standing relationship over an ancestral decree. Zhu Zhuqing thought seriously for a moment, still wearing a sorrowful smile as she replied, Chiga, you might not understand. The relationship between the Xingluo Empire and the Zhu family is already one where they rise and fall together. They won't break these ties for some external factors. Although Chiga, your talent is great, the chances of successfully persuading my father are not very high. This is too dangerous. Yunqi suddenly realized, indeed, I have overestimated myself. Looking at the fading light in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, there was a sharp pain in Yunqi's heart. Chiga, what about the third method? Yunqi took a deep breath and embraced Zhu Zhuqing again, activating his affinity aura simultaneously. The third way is to make you my woman. At worst, I can take you to hide in the deep mountains and forests until I achieve my title. Let us see who dares to oppose us. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes instantly became hazy as she looked at the man in front of her, who exuded a strong and warm aura. Her gaze was filled with determination. Her heart was also filled with emotion, and the seeds of love within her were continuously sprouting and growing. It had been many years since she had felt care and affection. Zhu Zhuqing shed tears, burying her head in Yunqi's chest. Her lips slightly parted. Do you really like me? Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yunqi nodded seriously. Maybe you don't believe it, but I have liked you since my past life. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head from Yunqi's chest and directly kissed his lips. Yunqi responded eagerly. They only separated after a long while, and when they did, there was a lingering sensation. Zhu Zhuqing's face was flushed, completely transforming from her previous desolation. Little dance, unable to bear it any longer, shot Yunqi a fierce glare. Seeing that the deed was done, she angrily went to the Rose Hotel to book a room. Zhu Zhuqing stayed in Yunqi's embrace for quite a while, but due to not being accustomed to a strong embrace, her graceful body pressed against Yunqi's was constantly twisting. Yunqi, as a young man full of vigor, has long since come of age in this world. How could he possibly endure this? After hurriedly releasing the little kitten, he began to chant softly. With a heart as clear as ice, he remains unshaken by the falling sky. Amidst countless changes, he remains steadfast. His spirit is calm and his mind serene. The void is tranquil, devoid of anything. Existence and non-existence give rise to each other, and ease and difficulty complement one another. Upon entering the hotel with the little kitten, he found that Xiao Wu had already booked a room. She glared at Yunqi in anger, her face nearly turning into a bun from fury. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing this, was at a loss and stepped forward to hold Xiao Wu's arm. Clearly aware that Yunqi and Xiao Wu did not have a normal sibling relationship, she whispered an apology. Xiao Wu had no objections to Zhu Zhuqing. After all, who doesn't like a strong girl in distress? What she was angry about was Yunqi, who made decisions unilaterally, and her first kiss was not something to be given away. Yunqi looked at the angry Xiao Wu and stepped forward to grab her hand. However, Xiao Wu, quick with her reflexes, dodged and pulled Zhu Zhuqing upstairs. Yunqi realized he was in the wrong. Although the forgiveness halo was useful, it couldn't even pacify normal emotions. Moreover, Yunqi hadn't activated the forgiveness halo, as he may be scummy, but he wasn't irresponsible. Seeing the two girls about to leave, he hurriedly stepped forward to follow them. Chapter 18. Apology. The manager downstairs looked at the three people going up and couldn't help but feel envious, murmuring, which hidden family has produced such a talented individual? At such a young age, he's already a 4-ring soul master, and his soul ring configuration is ridiculously impressive. What makes it even more enviable is that two stunning beauties actually like him. Arriving in front of the room, the three of them exchanged glances. Xiao Wu blushed as she took out the room card. There was only one room left. The waiter said it was the last one available. After opening the door, Xiao Wu entered the room and pulled Zhu Zhuqing, who was still outside, trying to close the door. Yunqi saw the situation and knew it was bad. He directly kicked the door with his foot, slipped in with a quick move. Facing Xiao Wu, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I didn't notice your feelings. You know, in this world, it's just Grandpa Jack and you two, not blood relatives, but closer than relatives. Moreover, Grandpa Jack often tells you to help me find a wife, right? You wouldn't want our family to have sparse descendants in the future, would you?" As he spoke, Yunqi's voice grew weaker until it was barely audible, feeling too pathetic and cheap. Xiao Wu pulled Yu Xiaogang to sit on the bed full of roses. Looking at Yunqi, she also knew that Grandpa Jack wanted Yunqi to marry more wives to preserve the bloodline. After all, Yunqi had no parents, and having more descendants was in line with the customs of this world. That's why old Jack often murmured in Xiao Wu's and Yunqi's ears. It wasn't just soul masters. The soul beast world was the same, and the higher the cultivation of the soul beast, the more they couldn't escape the customs. Although she had never experienced these things, Xiao Wu was angry about this. However, seeing Yunqi's sincere attitude, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief, and her anger subsided a little. After all, in the 6 years, whether in sparring, fighting, or bantering, Xiao Wu was no match for Yunqi. So Yunqi's concession this time made Xiao Wu very pleased. But she didn't show it, and still looked at Yunqi with a sullen expression. Yunqi became more and more uneasy, unable to sit still. Xiao Wu directly asked, "It's fine for you to find a wife, but you said before that I would be the first." Yunqi also understood what Xiao Wu meant and stopped pretending. He knew that Xiao Wu was not that angry anymore, so he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her neck, lowered his head, and kissed her abruptly, not giving Xiao Wu a chance to react. As for Yu Xiaogang, she tilted her head slightly and didn't say much. After all, she was the newcomer. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang didn't care much about the idea of having multiple wives, as she was born into a large family where the women typically married into the royal family. The emperor's women were in the hundreds, so she was not surprised by such matters. Compared to Dai Ma Bai, who lived a lavish life, Yu Xiaogang showed no reaction, but felt that being casually defeated by Yunqi, who was much younger, was not a big deal. As long as he cared about her in his heart, that was enough. Hearing Xiao Wu say that Yunqi had no parents and was the last person in his family, the little cat felt a pang of sympathy. After all, for a girl born into a large family, preserving bloodline was the most important thing. At this moment, Xiao Wu was also breathless from the kiss and hurriedly patted Yunqi's back. Seeing Xiao Wu's flushed face, Yunqi finally let her go and grinned. Xiao Wu pinched Yunqi's soft waist and glared at him fiercely. "I'll let you off this time. But next time you want to find your sister, if you don't get my and Zhu Qing's consent, you'll be in for it." Seeing that things had calmed down, Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief and directly sat in the middle of the two girls, hugging them both and lying down on the bed. The little cat and the little rabbit panicked, thinking Yunqi was going to do something bad, and hurriedly tried to get up. However, Yunqi's strong arms pulled him back down, and their heads rested against his chest. Listening to Yunqi's heartbeat and seeing that he wasn't being inappropriate, the two girls stopped struggling and quietly lay on him, clearing their minds and observing the room called Red Ocean. The room was large, with all the furniture in silver, intricately carved with beautiful patterns. The bright red carpet was covered with various rose patterns, and in the middle of the hall was an outrageous sight, a huge heart made of rose petals, with the words 1001, "You are my only one," written on it. In addition to this, the room was filled with rose elements, vases on the bed, on the walls, and on the ceiling. Various roses were hanging everywhere. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim and said to Yunqi, "If you had to pay for this, how much would it cost?" Yunqi expressed confusion. Seeing this, Xiao Wu explained, "The hotel manager saw your fight and directly let us stay for free." Yunqi resolved the doubts, but only smiled and didn't ask more. He looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was lying on his chest, and slowly said, "Next, let's go to Shrek Academy together. Don't worry, I will protect you." Yu Xiaogang nodded. "I heard Dai Mu is also studying there. Can that place really teach anything?" Xiao Wu chimed in, Yeah. Why we have to go to school there?" Yunqi smiled and patted the heads of the two girls. "Going there will definitely allow them to learn something. Even if they don't learn anything, they still have me. I guarantee that their cultivation speed and knowledge won't fall behind." Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaogang looked at their man saying this and didn't ask any more questions. After a while, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back her excitement and dragged Yu Xiaogang to the bathroom to take a shower, warning Yunqi not to peek. Yunqi touched his nose, listening to the sounds of water and laughter inside. He almost transformed into a demon and rushed in to create a massacre. After forcefully calming himself and his brothers down, Yunqi also checked his long-lost status panel. Character Yunqi, Soul Power Level 42, Martial Soul Moonshadow Sword, Soul Bone Ironclad Sword Dragon External Soul Bone, Sword Bone. Soul Skills Phantom Sword Technique, Heart Piercing Sword Control Technique. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Self-created Soul Skills Xiantian Skill, Xian Jade Hand, Controlling Crane to Catch Dragon, Ghost Shadow Misdirection, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. P.S. This self-created skill is not truly self-created. It is just a general term for externally borrowed skills. The original work also refers to Tang San's skills as self-created soul skills. Items: Spatial Soul Guidance Ring, various hidden weapons, Ironclad Sword Dragon Corpse, 2,000 gold soul coins, etc. Current tasks: defeating Dai Mabai has been completed, conquering Zhu Zhuqing has been completed. There are still a lot of unfinished tasks, but most of them are daily small tasks that can be completed unintentionally. After looking at the panel, Yunqi was also satisfied to claim the rewards for this task. Chapter 19. Teaching Techniques. Yunqi looked at the rewards in front of him. One was a subconscious modifier for Zhu Zhuqing disposable, and the other was a gender recognition disorder device to beat up Dai Mabai disposable. This task reward really pleased me, Yunqi thought as he looked at the two rewards already placed in his ring, revealing a sinister smile, murmuring, "I can't be blamed for this. I have no choice. Now it's just a matter of waiting for that clueless one to show up." After about half an hour, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both appeared in front of Yunqi, wrapped in towels. Yunqi's heart raced as he gazed at the two enchanting figures before him. Before he could continue to stare, Xiao Wu picked up a pillow from the side and threw it at Yunqi. "Hurry up and wash up. What are you looking at?" Yunqi lifted the pillow with a mischievous smile and said, "Look at my two good sisters." Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to react, she stepped forward, kissed each of them, and ran to the bathroom, leaving the two little kittens and little rabbits looking at each other, smiling helplessly. After finishing her shower, Yunqi looked at the already dressed little kittens and little rabbits, her eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. She thought to herself, how can they be dressed? Xiao Wu stepped forward, casually picked up a rose, smelled it, and said to Yunqi, who had just finished her shower, "This room looks so nice. Can we come here often in the future?" Yunqi didn't have much to say, but the little cat next to her couldn't stand it anymore. It grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and leaned close to her ear, whispering something. Xiao Wu felt the warmth of Zhu Zhuqing's breath and scratched her ear. When she heard what this hotel was specifically for, her face turned completely red. Yunqi raised an eyebrow, smirking as he said to Xiao Wu, "So, you know now, won't dare to come again in the future?" Xiao Wu, who was initially hesitating to take back her earlier words, was provoked by Yunqi and immediately retorted, "Who said I wouldn't dare to come again?" Zhu Zhuqing also rolled her beautiful eyes, resting her hand on her head, and sighed, "Xiao Wu, it seems you didn't listen to a single word I just said." Yunqi smiled and thought to herself, Xiao Wu must have taken it to heart, but with her kind of brain, she can't handle even the slightest provocation. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Xiao Wu also playfully stuck out her tongue, thinking, who is the hunter and who is the prey? Yunqi ignored the silly Xiao Wu beside her and walked to the bedside, looking at the heart-shaped big bed that occupied half of the entire bedroom. The hung down from the ceiling, the upper half of the heart-shaped big bed, creating a very ambiguous atmosphere. Yunqi turned to look at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. There was only one bed in the entire room. What are we going to do with 3 people? Zhu Zhuqing felt awkward and offered to sleep on the sofa. However, Yunqi and Xiao Wu naturally disagreed. What kind of situation was this? Xiao Wu had been sleeping with Yunqi for so many years, and she was used to holding Yunqi to sleep, only able to fall asleep while smelling that familiar scent on Yunqi. But now that Zhu Zhuqing was also there, Xiao Wu hesitated and looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, how about the 3 of us sleep together? After all, you promised to be my brother's wife." Hearing this, Yunqi secretly gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, indicating that she did a great job. Xiao Wu also noticed Yunqi's thumbs up and slightly raised her head with a hint of pride, revealing her beautiful jawline. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and felt very shy. Although she agreed to Yunqi, they had only known each other for a short time. However, Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously wanted to trust Yunqi because the aura around her was simply too alluring. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Yunqi with hopeful eyes and sighed. All right. Upon hearing the answer, Xiao Wu cheered, as she also didn't want to sleep apart from Yunqi. But there was only one room, and it was difficult to decide how to allocate it. As for Yunqi, she didn't even mention sleeping on the sofa. Yunqi also stepped forward to hold Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's hands. "Don't worry, I know you're not used to it right now. Until you fully accept me, I won't do anything to you." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was very touched. She knew her own charm, and it was quite something for Yunqi, a spirited young man, to make such a promise in front of two beautiful women. On the other hand, Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi with a face full of resentment, clearly still remembering the promise made in their childhood. Now that her first kiss had been taken by her sister Zhu Zhuqing, the situation was critical. Xiao Wu certainly didn't want to accidentally become the second wife that day. Yunqi saw Xiao Wu's thoughts and smiled slightly at her, then winked. Only then did Xiao Wu feel at ease. She was afraid that Yunqi would dislike her figure compared to Zhu Zhuqing and would choose Zhuqing first. Now that she received a reassuring answer, she jumped and directly pounced onto the heart-shaped bed filled with roses. After all, she had been sleeping outdoors for many days and was already mentally exhausted. Seeing Xiao Wu's joyful expression, Zhu Zhuqing and Yunqi also revealed smiles on their faces. A vibrant girl is always so likable. Yunqi pulled Zhu Zhuqing to sit on the bed and said seriously, "Zhuqing, since you agreed to be my woman, I won't hide it from you. I will now teach you the cultivation method. You must practice diligently, and tomorrow morning, I will teach you a set of unparalleled skills for strengthening your body." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled, and she quickly sat cross-legged. At this moment, she was even more eager to improve her strength, not only because of the pressure from the Star Luo Empire, but also due to the pressure from Xiao Wu and Yunqi. She didn't want to fall too far behind Yunqi and the others and become a mere ornament. After all, with a genius like Yunqi, there would definitely be many women around him in the future. Yunqi watched as Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, not wasting any time, but just reminded her not to share this technique with anyone. Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. Then, Yunqi imparted the Xiantian Gong, Ghost Shadow Displacement, and Purple Extreme Demon Eye all at once to the little cat. Yunqi wasn't being selfish. It was just that other techniques weren't very suitable for Zhu Zhuqing, who needed to rapidly increase her strength, and too much information would be overwhelming. With the help of the task panel, Yunqi could easily assign himself a training task, which is why his progress was so rapid. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing already immersed in the world of techniques, Yunqi also felt relieved and sat down to cultivate. Over the past 6 years, Xiao Wu had teased him quite a bit, mainly because Yunqi's lifestyle habits were particularly steady, just like the old man who swept the floors in the academy. Although he could talk to anyone, his relationships were merely acquaintances. Moreover, Yunqi was an adult in his previous life. Although his body had shrunk, his mindset had become a little younger, but ultimately, his adult self-restraint remained. Therefore, apart from accompanying Xiao Wu, he spent the rest of his time either attending classes or cultivating, which was also the reason Xiao Wu teased Yunqi for aging prematurely. Yunqi never dared to slack off in his cultivation. As long as he hadn't stood at the peak of the continent for a day, he couldn't afford to relax. After all, he was a transmigrator, and who knew how much effect this butterfly effect would have. After casually issuing a cultivation task, although the current benefits were minimal, it was still better than nothing. The pure soul power under the operation of the Xiantian Gong accelerated its speed, and Yunqi continuously rehearsed various hypothetical enemies in his mind, using different moves to fight. This was something Yunqi thought of while hunting the iron-armored sword dragon, as he hadn't had many practical combat opportunities over the years. The first soul ring was obtained with the help of Uncle Sui, while the second and third were hunted with the assistance of Xiao Wu's brother, Erming. The other fighting opportunities were just some reckless soul masters who had their eyes on Xiao Wu, and Yunqi easily dispatched them with a sword chi. Therefore, the only serious battle was when hunting the iron-armored sword dragon. Although Xiao Wu helped, he ultimately led the hunt himself. Yunqi constantly recalled the details of the battle, reviewing and learning anew, which could serve as a lesson. Yunqi had considered using hidden weapons, but against such a massive creature, they were really not very effective. Tang San's hidden weapons, known as 100 Solutions, had long been copied by Yunqi from various tasks, and there were quite a few usable hidden weapons. However, Yunqi had not made any, mainly due to a lack of time. After stealing all of Tang San's hidden weapons, there was also no financial support, as Yunqi had taken the money along with everything else. He needed to come up with a way to send the corpse of the ironclad sword dragon to Tang San. Chapter 20, Ripples. Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing's training time wasn't long, and Xiao Wu, feeling hungry, went outside to get some late-night snacks. The delicious smell interrupted the two who were training. However, it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Zhuqing happened to encounter a training problem and wanted to consult Yunqi. Yunqi didn't answer immediately, but pulled Zhu Zhuqing over to Xiao Wu's side and casually grabbed some snacks to start eating. It must be said that the food from Douluo continent is really delicious. Over the 6 years with Yunqi, Xiao Wu had also transformed from a herbivore to an omnivore, eating everything except rabbits. There was a large table of barbecue, both meat and vegetables. While eating and answering Zhu Zhuqing's questions, Zhu Zhuqing felt enlightened after Yunqi's explanations. Soon, the three of them finished the barbecue completely and were ready to sleep, seeing that the little kitty still wanted to train. Yunqi picked her up and brought Zhu Zhuqing to the bedside. Looking at the puzzled little kitty, Yunqi explained that he didn't want to be disliked by her. After being exhausted from travel for so long, they hadn't rested well. It was better to have a good sleep to be more effective. Zhu Zhuqing also understood the principle that haste makes waste and obediently laid down on the bed. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hugged Yunqi, and after Yunqi turned off the light, she shamelessly lay between the two girls, hugging one with each arm. Zhu Zhuqing shyly squirmed, realizing that Yunqi was thick-skinned. Not only did he not let go of his hands, but he also hugged her tighter. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing was tired, and Yunqi's big hand indeed gave a sense of security, so she let it go. As for Xiao Wu didn't care at all, and she didn't even think of it. She was already tightly holding onto Yunqi's hand. The next day, in the morning, Zhu Zhuqing got up early and opened her eyes to see Yunqi sleeping with his eyes closed, feeling a wave of sweetness. Once upon a time, she had fantasized about this, but in the end, it was still a fantasy, yet heaven was not too harsh on her, sending a man to save her. Seeing this, the little kitty became playful, using her hand to tickle Yunqi's face with a handful of hair. Before long, Yunqi opened his eyes and found the little kitty playing a prank on him. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he realized his hands were firmly pinned down by the two girls, making both of his hands numb. Yunqi unconsciously moved a bit, startling the little kitty. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed something unusual beneath her, realizing that Yunqi's hands were pinned down tightly. She quickly sat up in shock. But at the moment the little kitty got up, the edge of her clothes was pulled open slightly, revealing a fleeting view. Yunqi activated his purple extreme magic eye to see everything clearly. It wasn't until Zhu Zhuqing fixed her clothes that Yunqi reluctantly closed his purple extreme magic eye. Smiling as he asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi's other hand with an odd expression and softly said, It's been a long time since I've slept so peacefully." Yunqi was just about to get up when another soft hand pressed down. Yunqi understood what that was. And under Zhu Zhuqing's unusual gaze, he casually withdrew his hand and helped Xiao Wu cover with a blanket. After Yunqi quietly put on her clothes, she looked at her hands and unconsciously sniffed them, secretly comparing them. She thought to herself that the scent from the little cat's side was richer and more robust, while the little rabbit's side had a faint hint of vanilla. However, the commonality was that both scents were refreshing. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed Yunqi's small actions, and she couldn't help but embrace herself, her face turning slightly red. Accompanied by a shy and annoyed reprimand, she brought the still-immersed Yunqi back to reality. Looking at Yunqi, who seemed unsatisfied, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth in frustration. "Does it smell good?" Yunqi subconsciously replied, "Okay, it smells good." Looking at the woman on the verge of exploding in front of her, Yunqi quickly shifted the topic. "Wasn't I supposed to teach you an extraordinary skill last night? Come on, I'll teach you now." Zhu Zhuqing was also momentarily distracted by the title of the extraordinary skill and shyly asked, "Can you really teach me this? Aren't you afraid that I might teach it to others, or take it away with me? You won't get anything in return." Yunqi smiled. "I believe you wouldn't do that. Even if you did, the person you teach wouldn't be able to cultivate as quickly as I do. Those I surpass, I will leave far behind until they can't even see my back." Zhu Zhuqing was also quite happy. After all, the feeling of trust and the confidence radiating from the man before her was truly dazzling. It made her unable to help but focus her attention on him. "Thank you. Between you and me, there's no need to say thank you." After that, Yunqi led Zhu Zhuqing in doing radio calisthenics, dancing to the rhythm of youth. He also corrected Zhu Zhuqing's movements, taking advantage of the situation, which made her blush. She thought Yunqi was doing this for her benefit. Of course, Yunqi was indeed doing it for Zhu Zhuqing's good, but he certainly didn't miss any opportunity to benefit himself. After all, Yunqi was just an ordinary person. He never claimed to be anything special. Throughout the process of continuously correcting her, the little kitten learned quickly. Otherwise, she felt like she was about to go soft and had to muster all her energy to study. After just a few tries, she completely mastered it. Yunqi watched Zhu Zhuqing from the association and felt both regretful and very happy. looking at this girl who was working hard for the future. Yunqi accompanied Zhu Zhuqing in practice for a long time, constantly shouting the strange yet rhythmic slogan, 22, 22, 22, 22, 2234. Zhu Zhuqing also asked the same question that she had asked when Yunqi taught Xiao Wu back then. What is this strange slogan? Is it some kind of mantra? Yunqi was also taken aback for a moment, then replied, you can treat this slogan as a mantra. It will make you more rhythmic. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of awe, and then joined Yunqi in chanting. Xiao Wu was also woken up by the noise, casually tidied her clothes, and joined this exercise team. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing was panting for breath, while Xiao Wu and Yunqi, due to their regular practice, did not feel tired at all. Yunqi let the two girls continue doing their calisthenics while he stood by, cheering them on and shouting slogans. Especially during the jumping exercises, Yunqi's voice changed continuously with the rhythm of the two girls. His eyes also kept moving up and down. Yunqi didn't admire it for long before calling a stop, letting them each change into some clothes to get ready to go out for breakfast and also do some shopping. Yunqi knew what kind of place Shrek Academy was. A small village with simple conditions, but Yunqi didn't want her two girlfriends to suffer. It's always better to make more preparations. Chapter 21. Fun Things. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu. Let's go out and buy some things. Have you changed your clothes? Yunqi stood outside the door, feeling a bit depressed as he looked at the closed door in front of him, really wanted to open it and take a look. At that moment, the voices of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing came through at just the right time. All right. When the door opened, Yunqi smiled and stretched out both hands, signaling for the two girls to hold on. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance at Yunqi, then helplessly stepped forward to grab his hands, and together they went downstairs. I have to say, the service and environment at the Rose Hotel are quite excellent. When the three of them went downstairs and out of the hotel, a waiter was pushing a cart of roses to replace the old ones. Upon asking, they learned that the flowers and basic supplies at the Rose Hotel are replaced daily. Yunqi casually asked the waiter and found out that this hotel actually costs 10 gold soul coins per night. Fortunately, it was free for him. Otherwise, even though Yunqi had money, it was all earned bit by bit through task rewards from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. After leaving the Rose Hotel, Yunqi directly took the two girls to have breakfast, and he asked Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, what do you want to go play? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, as she currently had no particular desire for material things. All she wanted was to become stronger. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, full of enthusiasm, grabbed Yunqi's hand and swayed it. Brother, let's go buy some new clothes, and then we can buy some daily necessities. How about that? Then Xiao Wu seemed worried that Yunqi might disagree. So she pulled Zhu Zhuqing's hand and winked at her, looking quite charming. After all, her pace of buying clothes was extremely fast, averaging a few pieces every week. Back in school, the offerings for the four of them almost couldn't keep up, but Yunqi spoiled her. Because soul masters grow physically very quickly, Xiao Wu's frequent updates meant she often had a pile of clothes she couldn't wear. So Zhu Zhuqing also nodded with interest. After all, girls tend to have an inexplicable obsession with new clothes. Yunqi understood this, as women in his past life were even crazier. During shopping festivals, some would even spend all their possessions. After receiving Yunqi's approval, Xiao Wu quickly kissed Yunqi's and Zhu Zhuqing's faces, then dashed straight to the clothing store. When the three of them arrived at the clothing store, they were immediately dazzled by the array of clothing on display. How should I put about Yunqi? Everything is fine, but there's just one thing. Yunqi has a bit of a choice paralysis. Every time Xiao Wu buys clothes, she always asks Yunqi to take a look and asks if this one looks good. After Yunqi says it looks good, she turns around and picks out another one, repeating this process n times. And in the end, she chooses the first one. The people of Yunqi are all going crazy, but who can blame them? This is Yunqi's own choice. So from that point on, Yunqi's choice paralysis has evolved. It has become clear. What choice or no choice? Only children make choices. Yunqi chooses to have it all. Watching the cheerful Xiao Wu pull Zhu Zhuqing's hand, looking left and right, Yunqi also felt bored. Suddenly, both girls went to pick out clothes, and Yunqi sat comfortably in the resting area, watching a male spirit master next to him carrying large and small bags. Yunqi immediately realized that this was also a fellow traveler. The man nearby was chatting about various matters in the spirit master world, from the policies of the Wuhuan Hall to discussions about which beauties on the continent were the most attractive, and Yunqi found it interesting and joined in on the conversation. During this time, he also heard about Yu Xiaogang's reputation on the continent, and Yunqi couldn't help but click his tongue. 6 years. 6 years. and this matter is still regarded as a classic across the continent. While Yunqi was lost in conversation, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu arrived at the place selling women's items. Xiao Wu, looking at the dazzling array of colorful belly bands, rushed straight to the largest size area, clearly overestimating her own size. Zhuqing, does this suit me? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu holding the largest size with a strange expression, unsure how to persuade her friend. Before Zhu Zhuqing could say anything, a snicker came from nearby. Xiao Wu turned her gaze to the girl laughing beside her. With ear-length short hair, very fair skin, and exquisite makeup, her figure, though not as good as Zhu Zhuqing's and even smaller than Xiao Wu's, was exceptionally harmonious, exuding a fairy-like aura. The blue outfit she wore was also quite luxurious, making her look like a noble girl. But what kind of person is Xiao Wu? She was just a hothead. Seeing the girl laughing at her, she couldn't help but glare back in anger. What's wrong? Can't others laugh? Don't you know what your size is? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu tightened her grip on the small clothes and retorted directly. What is not suitable? You're the one who fits perfectly? Then she disdainfully glanced at the girl's chest and clicked her tongue. TSK, TSK. The girl in blue was momentarily embarrassed and angry. She had never suffered any loss before, and this was the first time she had encountered a setback while out. Looking at Xiao Wu's disdainful expression, she almost couldn't hold back. After thinking for a moment, she shot a glare at Xiao Wu before storming out of the store. Xiao Wu watched the departing girl and couldn't help but give Zhu Zhuqing a victory sign. Look at her. What does she think she is to laugh at me? As she spoke, she couldn't help but look closely at Zhu Zhuqing. Then her gaze dropped, and she instantly deflated. Zhuqing, how did you grow so big? Zhu Zhuqing, hearing Xiao Wu's words, shyly looked down at herself. I can't see my toes. Actually, being too big isn't good. It really affects my speed, and it might be due to family genetics. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy. This is the first time I've seen such family traits. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Xiao Wu who wanted to continue on this topic, quickly said, Xiao Wu, let's hurry up and finish buying clothes. Chico must have been waiting for a long time. Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. After all, Xiao Wu usually spends all her money right after she gets it, and the money for clothes has to come from Yunqi. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing to pick out clothes, grabbing anything that seemed suitable. Meanwhile, as Yunqi was chatting with the older guys, suddenly noticing that they had all fallen silent, he turned around to see them staring blankly at the checkout counter, not wanting to miss out. Yunqi turned around and his eyes lit up. Wasn't that Ning Rongrong? With her blue outfit, short hair, and such an aura, she resembled the character from the anime back in his past life. Just as he was about to approach her to make an introduction, since he still had Ning Rongrong's mission on him, before Yunqi could get up, he saw Ning Rongrong cursing as she left the store. Yunqi sat back down helplessly, thinking that since he would see them in a day, he might as well give up on that thought. Before long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing came to Yunqi's side, linking their arms with him, making the surrounding guys envious to the point of turning purple, their back teeth almost ground to dust. After casually saying goodbye, Yunqi proudly paid the bill and strode out of the store. The guys who were chatting just a moment ago exchanged glances. Damn, he really pulled it off. Chapter 22. Encountering Tang San again in Soto City after leaving the store, Yunqi recalled the expressions of the guys he just chatted with and felt a wave of comfort. It was the first time he felt so good about spending money to show off. He walked with a much lighter step. The two girls noticed Yunqi's pace and couldn't help but quicken their steps. After walking for a while, Yunqi turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and showed a warm smile. Today, whatever you want to buy, I'll get it for you. Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly upon hearing this, while Zhu Zhuqing didn't show much reaction but smiled at Yunqi. In fact, boys are quite easy to satisfy. As long as they can save face outside, it's enough. The three of them walked leisurely towards the street outside. Soto City truly lived up to its reputation as the economic city of the Ballot Kingdom. Even though it was still morning, the city was bustling with activity, showcasing a scene of prosperity. The pace of life in the city was noticeably faster compared to Notting City, resembling the hurried workers in large cities from his previous life. After passing various clothing stores, the three of them arrived at a place selling snacks and daily necessities. However, it is worth mentioning that the prices in Soto City were significantly higher than in Notting City, though the quality was also somewhat better. Yunqi also understands that in places with such large crowds, various expenses come along. Before long, under Xiao Wu's lead, Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously bought many things, while Yunqi was responsible for paying the bills behind them. As they walked, Xiao Wu suddenly pulled Yunqi into a special shop. Yunqi instinctively looked up at the hanging sign of the shop, which seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Without thinking too much, Yunqi said to the two girls, "Let's go in and take a look." The moment they stepped into the store, the three of them were a bit surprised. There was an energy fluctuation around them that Yunqi recognized as the special energy emitted by soul tools. Soul tools emit soul power when they're not bound, resulting in soul power being released. Once bound, it disappears. According to the information Yunqi knows, during this time period, the technology of soul tools is nearly lost. And the soul tools currently available are mostly relics from the past, which are generally no longer functional, either broken or unusable. Yunqi also knows who opened the shop. It's Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, known as one of the Golden Iron Triangles and also a sycophant. However, although he is a sycophant, Flander's character is at least decent. It's just that his values differ a bit from Yunqi's. Two voices also came from the shop. Yunqi listened and found them somewhat familiar. Glancing over, he saw a young man in blue clothes, looking quite ordinary, and a robust man in his 50s, whose rocking chair creaked with his movements. The two were in an argument, and upon seeing the young man in blue, Yunqi realized it was a coincidence. It turned out to be the little loser. Yunqi also pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing forward to strike up a conversation. "Tang-san, you're here too?" Tang-san was also feeling frustrated. Over the years, his and his teacher's finances had mysteriously disappeared. Fortunately, his teacher occasionally received support from the principal of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, which meant that the master and disciple hadn't starved. However, due to a long period of not eating well, Tang-san was only about 1.5 meters tall, which made him shorter than Xiao Wu by a head. Over the past 6 years, the inexplicable resentment he felt towards Yunqi had vanished under Yunqi's friendly aura. Even Yunqi occasionally pretended to send some inedible food to Tang-san and Yu Xiaogang, which moved the two of them. Of course, Yunqi wasn't that kind-hearted. Every time he sent food, he always found ways to take advantage of the master and disciple duo through various tasks. This time, Tang-san came to Swoto City following Yu Xiaogang's suggestion, but because he had little money, he had been eating cheap rations while walking down the street. He accidentally discovered that the store sign was made with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Tang-san had seen this pattern on his teacher's Spirit Hall token before, and for some unknown reason, he walked into the store. He then found a crystal the size of a human head. Others might not know, but Tang-san did. Looking at this crystal filled with large impurities, he couldn't help but quicken his breath. Even though he lacked funds, he had thoughts of robbing and killing, but he quickly calmed down, realizing he was in the city. He had to step forward to inquire about the price. This was when Yunqi witnessed the scene, and he couldn't help but chuckle, as the reason for Tang-san's lack of money was mostly caused by him. Tang-san looked up at the tall Yunqi and the two beautiful women around him, his expression a mix of disappointment and joy, overall very complicated. "Chigo, Xiao Wu, you're here too." Back in Nodding City, Yunqi was recognized by the students as a big brother figure. Tang-san couldn't compete with Yunqi, and he didn't have any hidden weapons. After thinking their relationship had improved, he also began to call Yunqi brother. Yunqi and Xiao Wu both nodded slightly. Although Xiao Wu didn't like this short, eerie guy very much, she still responded to the greeting between classmates. Yunqi also knowingly asked Tang-san, "Are you planning to buy something? I see you discussing prices with the boss here." Tang-san nodded. He really had no money left in his pocket. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bargaining. But every time Tang-san tried to negotiate, the boss doubled the original price. "Chiga, this boss is too shady. He raises the price on the spot and treats customers like fools." Yunqi looked at the crystal on the table and feigned confusion, saying, "What is this? The quality is average, and there are too many impurities. It's completely a piece of junk crystal." Before Tang-san could explain, Yunqi turned to the shrewd-looking Flander in front of him and asked, "Boss, how much is this?" Flander also looked at Yunqi and casually replied, "Not expensive. Just 500 gold soul coins." Xiao Wu, thinking that Yunqi was going to buy it, hurriedly pulled him back. "You're being scammed, do you know that? Selling such a broken crystal for such a high price. I hope your shop closes soon, brother. Let's go. Don't pay attention to Tang-san and this swindler." Yunqi also smiled apologetically at Tang-san, then turned around and left with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi knew that the crystal might not be useful to others, but for Tang-san, it was a tangible way to increase his combat power, more valuable than anything else. It was just that he didn't have much money now. If he had money, Yunqi believed that Tang-san would buy it without hesitation, even if it cost 500 or 1,000. Tang-san watched Yunqi and the others leave and asked again, "Boss, I only have 10 gold soul coins left. I really don't have any money. These gold soul coins were borrowed from my teacher before I set off." As he spoke, he gently pulled out an empty cloth bag from his waist, emptied it out, and counted 10 gold soul coins, 2 silver soul coins, and a few copper soul coins. Flinder, who was opposite him, twitched his lips, looking at the familiar belt and this young man who was poor to the point of jingling. He also asked, "Where did you get this belt?" Tang San was taken aback, not expecting the shrewd merchant in front of him to ask this question. But he casually replied, "This was given to me by my teacher." "Do you know this belt, boss?" Chapter 23. Tang San's crystal incident. Flinder also didn't expect that his old friend, whom he hadn't seen in years, would be in such a miserable state, even borrowing money for his disciple to come to Soto City. Seeing Flinder silent, Tang San was about to leave, but his gaze kept lingering on the crystal, and he finally sighed. Flinder got up and stopped Tang San, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. "Is your teacher doing well?" Tang San also stopped in his tracks, looking at the boss in confusion. "My teacher is fine, but some things happened a few years ago." As he said this, Tang San couldn't help but recall those long hours that felt like years, trembling all over and turning pale. Flinder also knew what had happened to his old friend and his disciple a few years ago. Looking at Tang San, who was trembling and appeared fearful, he showed a sympathetic expression and said, "Since you were his disciple, just take this crystal. It's not worth much anyway. I got it for 1 silver soul coin." As he spoke, he lay back in his rocking chair, closed his eyes, and pretended to nap. Tang San slowly recovered from his fear, still feeling uneasy. But hearing Flinder's words made him ecstatic. All the hidden weapons he had forged over the years had mysteriously disappeared before he could use them. Now that he was leaving Nodding City, he couldn't possibly continue losing them, right? Finally, he had something to rely on for survival in this continent. Tang San picked up the crystal, directly placed it into his 24 bridge Bright Moon Night, then tossed 2 silver soul coins on the table, thanked the boss, and hurriedly left, as if afraid Flinder would change his mind. It was only after Tang San left that Flinder opened his eyes. Watching Tang San leave with a thoughtful expression, it seemed that his old friend had finally come to terms with things. But he still needed to waive this kid's tuition, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford school. Thinking of this, Flinder felt a pang in his heart, and looking at the 2 silver soul coins quietly lying on the table, the pain intensified. After leaving, Tang San casually found a place to stay and began to fiddle with his crystal. "Brother, why are you dealing with Tang San? Look at how Yu Xiaogang treated you before." Tang San is his disciple. Seeing Xiao Wu's displeased expression, Yunqi smiled and patted her head. "You shouldn't show all your emotions on your face. If you dislike someone, you need to make others lower their guard, then strike decisively." After thinking for a moment, Yunqi added, "Tang San still has a lot of use for me right now." Xiao Wu nodded, somewhat understanding, while Zhu Zhuqing beside her brightened up. After all, growing up in a big family, she had naturally learned a thing or two. She agreed with Yunqi's statement, believing that only such people could survive long in this continent. Time passed quickly. After finishing their shopping, Yunqi and the others had a casual meal, then accompanied Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to stroll around the commercial area for an afternoon before returning to the familiar Rose Hotel. Before returning to Yunqi, a small task was casually issued. Task: in tomorrow's assessment, shift Xiao Wuji's hatred onto Tang San, causing him to be deliberately beaten. Reward: all the dragon whisker needles owned by Tang San, except yes. Yunqi casually said yes in her heart, knowing she had to claim it. She just didn't expect to get what she wanted with the very first task. Yunqi watched Zhu Zhuqing, who couldn't wait to start cultivating as soon as she entered the room, and couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had just taken out all the clothes she bought today from the ring in Yunqi's hand, preparing to try them on. However, seeing Zhu Zhuqing so focused on her training, Xiao Wu felt a bit of pressure and soon joined the training team as well. On the other side, Tang San had also rented a room in a cheap inn. He took out the crystal he had acquired for free and summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer. After weighing it, he placed the crystal on the ground to secure it. Tang San's expression became extremely serious, and in an instant, he activated the Xiantian skill to its peak. His body power surged from his calves to his waist and then to his arms. His body half-turned as he executed the chaotic cloak hammer method. The power of this hammer was maximized, and the air was filled with a loud boom as he swung it down towards the crystal. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, shaking the entire inn. Although Tang San used a shockwave, it inevitably smashed a huge hole in the floor, startling a male soul master who had just checked into the room below. Lying comfortably in bed, he was taken by surprise when the ceiling suddenly vanished, and a person fell down with it. Tang San was also caught off guard, and before he could react, he fell down along with the broken floor. Tang San fell face down, while the male soul master lay face up, and by coincidence, their lips ended up touching. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, clearly stunned, and neither could react for a while. Before Tang San could get up, a head peeked through the hole in the ceiling, accompanied by a meaningful voice. "Dear guests, excuse me, but our establishment cannot withstand such violent actions. Please indulge your preferences while also cherishing the hotel's facilities." Tang San was momentarily confused. He knew this was the result of his hammer strike, but he didn't expect the inn's quality to be so poor that it could be easily broken. The male soul master beneath him turned red with anger, clearly very agitated, so much so that he could barely speak. "This isn't. I was sleeping just fine." And suddenly the ceiling. A person fell down. The waiter at the hole above misinterpreted the situation upon seeing the agitated man and simply said, "All right, gentlemen, please compensate for the hotel facilities. It will cost 5 gold soul coins for repairs, plus another 5 gold soul coin for the emotional distress caused to other guests, totaling 10 gold soul coins." Clearly, he didn't want to focus on the pair's predicament. Upon hearing the mention of money, Tang San regained his senses. In this life, he was extremely poor, and although he wasn't wealthy in his previous life either, he stood up excitedly and shouted at the hole above, "It's clearly your room quality that's too poor. How can you ask us to pay for it?" The male soul master looked at Tang San with narrowed eyes and calmly replied, "It's you, not us. I was sleeping just fine, and not only was I startled by the loud noise, but I was also hit by you." Tang San ignored him, but didn't back down either. He continued to argue with the waiter and the male soul master, insisting that the quality was too poor and questioning why the male soul master was so eager to blame them for the damage. The two were eventually stunned into silence by this line of reasoning, and after the waiter called the manager, they came to an agreement not to report the incident, but each would pay half. Tang San was terrified of being poor. Any reduction was a win. However, the male soul master was not pleased, and when Tang San revealed 3 soul rings, the man instantly fell silent, feeling unlucky as he pulled out 3 gold soul coins along with a pile of silver and copper coins from his pocket. After the situation was settled, Tang San refused the waiter's request to clean up and quickly activated Control Crane Catch Dragon, sweeping across the room's floor. Wherever he passed, dust and golden particles were absorbed into his hands. Since the golden particles and dust mixed together and scattered in different corners of the 2 rooms, he had no choice but to pick them out carefully, putting them one by one in his belt. Thus, Tang San tirelessly traversed the 2 rooms, working until late into the night, and found over 20,000 golden particles, until the sky began to brighten under the resentful gaze of the sleepless male soul master. Tang San picked up the last particle and revealed a smile. This startled the male soul master, making him shrink back. Perhaps he had never seen someone so eager to pick up trash. Chapter 24. Shrek on the other side. When Yunqi woke up again from the soft embrace, the sun had just risen. Yunqi called the 2 girls, who had been cultivating until midnight, and after doing a few sets of exercises to loosen up, they packed their things and prepared to report to Shrek. After having breakfast, the group left the hotel, and before departing, they didn't forget to express their gratitude to the manager, casually handing him a few buns. The manager watched Yunqi and the others leave with the buns in his hands, speechless for a long time. Could it be that today's geniuses are all this strange? Their actions were truly beyond our understanding. Yunqi also felt a bit uneasy under the strange gaze of the little cat, and couldn't help but ask, "If you want to ask something, just ask. Looking at me like that makes me a bit uncomfortable." Zhu Zhuqing chuckled and asked, "Why did you bring a few buns back to give to that manager?" Yunqi also replied with a smile, "What's their question? If I want to do it, I just do it. It's the thought that counts, right?" Hearing the response, Zhu Zhuqing didn't pursue the matter further, only thinking that if it weren't for Yunqi's personality, she might not be standing here today, having saved him just because she wanted to. As she thought about this, she couldn't help but smile. Yunqi was captivated by her smile, but the nearby Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it hard. She thought to herself that her dear brother was great in many ways, but he was just too lecherous. Who knows how many people he would charm in the future? As she pondered this, Xiao Wu's already limited brain capacity became even more troubled. Yunqi also had his gaze drawn in by pain. After a grimace, he exited Soto City from the southern gate, heading towards Shrek, attracting quite a few glances along the way. After all, this trio was lethal, regardless of gender. Along the way, Xiao Wu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Yunqi about Shrek, while Zhu Zhuqing beside her also had her ears twitching slightly. To be honest, Yunqi knew very little, only that Shrek was located in a small village, with teachers being soul masters who have been worn down by life. And the conditions were extremely poor. After all, everything was based on reality, and Yunqi wasn't sure if it was the same. Facing the curiosity of the two, Yunqi simply replied lightly, "Actually, I don't know either. Part of the reason I came here was intuition. And the other part is that the cultivation methods and body refining techniques we practice are among the best on the entire continent. So we don't care about the teaching quality. I came here initially just based on a gut feeling, or what you call intuition. After meeting Zhu Qing, my thoughts changed. First, we are currently facing large forces, and our strength isn't enough. We need to lie low for a while. Second, Dai Ma Bai is still alive. We need to find some fun." Xiao Wu firmly believed in Yunqi's sixth sense and special abilities. There were several times at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy when she sensed the presence of title-level individuals but failed to notice her own incarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast. As for Zhu Qing, after Xiao Wu's explanation, she found that her understanding of this man was just the tip of the iceberg. She felt it was a bit incredible. Originally, Xiao Wu thought it was because Yu Xiaogang and Ge had said something. After all, their current strength was more than enough to attend the Intermediate and Advanced Soul Master Academies, and the conditions there were better than those in the Small Kingdoms Academy. However, Yunqi chose this place, which turned out to be based on intuition. Xiao Wu believed in Yunqi, as he had brought her so much shock. After leaving the city, the three continued south along the road. After walking for more than half an hour, the surroundings were nothing but farmland until Xiao Wu, not wanting to walk anymore, begged Yunqi to fly with her. Yunqi directly summoned his martial soul, using his third soul skill, with a purple halo flickering around him. A giant sword appeared beneath Yunqi's feet. Xiao Wu took a running leap and jumped onto Yunqi's back, while Zhu Qing, at Yunqi's gesture, stood at the front of the giant sword, allowing Yunqi to hold her slender waist. Yunqi's heart stirred, and the giant sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the sky. In this world, to fly freely, one must reach level 95 to become a titled Douluo. Otherwise, one can only hover briefly. Flight, regardless of the world, is fundamentally ingrained in one's genes. Last time, Zhu Qing was eager to find someone and didn't pay much attention, but this time, the soaring speed greatly stimulated the little cat's inner passion. After all, she is also an agile soul master, possessing an extraordinary desire for speed. Yunqi couldn't help but kiss the little kitten in her arms, whose face was turning red with excitement. Seeing this, Xiao Wu directly hugged Yunqi's head and turned it around, giving the kitten a kiss as well, which finally brought a smile to her face. Yunqi also smiled. Every time he looked at this scene, his heart felt warm, a unique warmth, like a wandering child finding hope in a harbor. It at least proved that there would always be someone accompanying him now and in the future. And now, the two girls also filled the emotional void he had longed for in his past life. The sword reached the top of a small village in an instant, and Yunqi used the power of the purple extreme demon Eye to look down at the village, which had about 100 households, smaller in scale than Holy Soul Village. The village was surrounded by a wooden fence to guard against wild animals, and quite a few people were lined up at the village entrance. Seeing the situation at Yunqi, they understood that this was the destination. The controller lowered the sword until it gently touched the ground, and only then did the three of them descend. The surrounding crowd, witnessing such a shocking scene, was filled with awe, thinking that Yunqi was some significant figure. After all, among the lower-tier and low-level soul masters, they had never seen a soul master who could fly without a flying martial soul. They could only learn about it through word of mouth. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing looked at the simple houses and facilities around them, filled with confusion. Brother, is this Shrek Academy? How can it be a village smaller than Holy Spirit Village? Yunqi also let out an awkward smile. After all, he had fantasized about it himself. There are quite a few high-level soul masters in the academy, so it shouldn't be that poor, right? But reality gave Yunqi a resounding slap in the face. Seeing Yunqi's awkward expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Brother, it turns out you didn't expect this either. Yunqi could only awkwardly touch her hair without saying anything. Zhu Qing saw this and didn't tease Yunqi. Instead, she stepped forward and linked arms with her, coming into contact with a still grumbling Yunqi. After Yunqi recovered, he looked around at the surrounding groups, most of whom were peers of his age, along with some parents who were still there, continuously cheering for their children. While Yunqi was observing, an old man approached the three of them. Following the direction of the old man's gaze, he saw a tattered sign hanging at the village entrance, with a few large characters and an abstract green monster written on it. Shrek Academy. Chapter 25. Statements that challenge common sense. Even Zhu Qing couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. First, she could endure hardships, and second, she had good upbringing. But seeing this scene, she couldn't help but complain to Xiao Wu. Is this really a high-level Soul Master Academy? Yunqi ignored their complaints and looked at the old man in front of her. The old man also bent down and bowed. May I ask which esteemed guest this is? Yunqi looked at the old man who was sitting very low and stepped forward to assist him, saying, I am a new student here at Shrek. The old man showed an incredible expression in his eyes. There are very few soul masters who can fly with a sword. Basically, they are all well known. The person in front of him actually claimed to be a new student. Seeing the old man looking at him with a doubtful gaze, Yunqi directly explained, Senior, my name is Yunqi. The two beside me and I are here to enroll. We can fly with a sword because we obtained a very suitable soul ring. Upon hearing this explanation, the old man slightly regained his composure and became lazy again. Since you are here to enroll, just stand in line over there. Yunqi had no particular opinion. At least he didn't have much aversion towards the old man. He was just acting on orders. After speaking, the three of them walked to the back of the line and started chatting casually with the two girls. The registration process was very simple. After paying the fee, they just needed to have their bones examined. Once the first one began, the old man directly pointed to a nearby box. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. The boys' parents reluctantly handed over 10 gold soul coins, feeling pained, but the academy was known to grant the title of Imperial Viscount upon graduation, which attracted most parents and children filled with hope for the future to sign up. After the boys' parents paid, the old man casually touched the boy's hand and shook his head at him. Not the right age, next. Upon hearing this, the boy's parents quickly pulled out a few more gold soul coins from their pockets and, smiling, said to the old man, Sir, our child is only 14 years old this year. Could you please be lenient? The old man shook his head again, his tone still lazy. The academy's rule is to only accept students under 13. Your child is already 14, and if it's not suitable, it's just not suitable. Seeing this, the boys' parents prepared to take their money back from the box. But just as their hands approached the box, the old man slapped them away. Once registered, fees are non-refundable. The boys' parents were furious and directly cursed at the old man in front of them. Trash Shrek. My son is a genius no matter where he is. You academy can just wake up and rot. Why would a better genius come to this godforsaken place? Just wait for your academy to close down without students. And you're scamming for registration fees. Hurry up and refund the money. The old man frowned, clearly pained by the parents' words. MBEI, there's someone looking for trouble here. Handle it. Yunqi looked at Daimu in front of him and couldn't help but marvel at how strong the healers in Douluo were, as they were able to restore Daimu Height, who was covered in injuries in just a few days. Upon hearing the old man's words, Daimu Height jumped down from the tree, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and pointed to the family in front of him, saying, I can give you the registration fee, but you have to defeat me first. As he spoke, Daimu Height didn't hesitate and directly revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, releasing a wave of pressure that pressed towards the boy and his parents. The boy and his parents secretly thought they were unlucky to encounter such a ruthless student. Yunqi also witnessed all of this, and it turns out that things gather by their kind and people form groups. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were also extremely angry. One was a student and the other a prince, yet they had lost all their courage and could only bully the weak. Yunqi quietly comforted the two girls. Since we all dislike the people in this academy so much, why don't we mess with them a bit when we have nothing to do? Seeing the mischievous smile on Yunqi's face, Xiao Wu and Xiao Miao seemed to have some evil thoughts sprouting in their hearts, nodding their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. Yunqi looked at the two girls in front of him, both agreeing with his idea, and couldn't help but sigh, as his future team of tricksters was growing again. While Yunqi and the other two were discussing, some members of the team who lacked confidence in their abilities directly left, while others felt that this academy was a scam. The remaining members were mostly little geniuses who were very confident in their own strength. However, after paying the soul coins, these little geniuses were also ruthlessly informed by the old man that they did not pass. They were old enough, but their soul power was insufficient. The old man looked at the team in front of him and spoke loudly. Shrek is a kind of monster, an extremely strange and rare existence among soul beasts, which is why our academy is called Shrek Academy, also known as the Monster Academy. If you're not a monster-like genius, do not come. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh at this. Shrek, a soul beast, actually represents the genius among soul beasts. Then he turned to Xiao Wu and whispered, Xiao Wu, how is Shrek's combat power among the soul beasts? Isn't there a Shrek that's over 100,000 years old? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Yunqi and said, clearly unbothered, what do you think 100,000-year soul beast is? As far as I know, there are only the three of us in the Stardew Forest. And you've seen them all. As for Shrek, I haven't paid much attention to it at all. It looks too disgusting, and there are hardly any 10,000-year ones in its group. Yunqi understood Xiao Wu's words as well. At that moment, the old man looked around at the crowd, seemingly dissatisfied. Then, he suddenly released his full aura, and a red light enveloped his entire body. A long staff, covered in patterns, appeared in his hand, and 6 soul rings suddenly lit up around him. The brilliance of the soul rings made Yunqi blink several times. However, a 6-ring soul master in a place like the Bala Kingdom is indeed among the top tier, capable of showing off. The surrounding parents and youths quickly left, not mentioning the registration fee at all. Next to them, Dai Mabai cautiously reminded the old man, "Teacher, if we scare all these big spenders away, we'll lose a lot of gold soul coins. The dean will be angry." The old man was taken aback, retracted his martial soul, and tapped his head with his hand, mumbling to Dai Mabai, "Now, it's not just the gold soul coins. We also have no students left." Dai Mabai looked at the old man with pity. The old man felt a headache coming on and was pondering how to resolve the situation when he suddenly noticed that there were actually 4 people still on the scene. Dai Mabai followed the old man's gaze and was instantly dumbfounded. When Yunqi had just arrived, Dai Mabai happened to be asleep in a tree and didn't see it. By the time Yunqi cued, he was blocked by the crowd. Yunqi looked at Dai Mabai, smiling with his teeth bared. Dai Mabai was all too familiar with that smile. After he had been beaten up, Yunqi had taken all his money while laughing. It forced him to seek help from Xiao Wu to cover the expenses for a healing soul master. Now, Dai Mabai didn't care about losing face anymore and said to the old man, "Teacher, that kid over there not only beat me up, but also robbed me of my money and my fiancée." Upon hearing Dai Mabai's words, the old man's eyes lit up. A boy who could beat Dai Mabai to such a state was definitely not ordinary. This would make for a good report. Before the old man could speak, Xiao Wu jumped out and pointed at Dai Mabai, scolding him. "What nonsense! You fled for your life, abandoned your fiancée, he indulged in debauchery, and even tried to woo twins. After being found out, you still kept pestering. Getting beaten is too light a punishment for you. If it weren't for Zhu Qing fearing you would die, you wouldn't even be able to take a single move from my brother." Hearing this, Dai Mabai's face turned red and green, clearly flustered. Next to them, Yunqi also gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, indicating that she did well. Just as Dai Mabai was about to lose his cool, Yunqi walked up to Xiao Wu, smiling as he looked at Dai Mabai. Upon seeing this, Dai Mabai deflated and could only seek help from the old man. "Teacher, you must help me." The old man felt a bit troubled by Dai Mabai's plea. After all, Dai Mabai had been in the academy for several years, and he had some feelings for this student. However, the old man was also unwilling to give up on the newcomers, so he thought of compromise. Looking at Yunqi and the others staring at Dai Mabai, the old man said calmly, "How about you all turn hostility into friendship? That young man over there, you should also stop thinking about someone else's fiancé." Hearing the old man's words, Dai Mabai's expression brightened, and he looked at Zhu Qing with a lewd gaze. Hearing this, Yunqi's expression also turned cold. Yes, although Yunqi would take advantage of others, if someone were to target the people around him, he wouldn't care whether you were a soul emperor or not. Moreover, even if you were a soul emperor, Yunqi was confident he could at least put up a fight. If it really came down to it, couldn't he just escape? He could fly up into the sky, and aside from Flanders, there was no one else who could catch him. Are you sure about that? Yunqi also noticed the evil in Dai Mabai's eyes when looking at Zhu Qing. He originally didn't want to mess with people like this, but now he couldn't blame him. Yunqi directly deployed the gender cognitive disorder device onto Dai Mabai, and the malicious intent in his eyes instantly dissipated. The latent male consciousness that had not yet perished was now in a fierce struggle with the recently altered consciousness. The old man clearly did not notice Dai Mabai's changes, but Yunqi did. The old man impatiently said, "Young man, what you're doing is violating some taboos. In the future, calamity will befall you. I am just kindly reminding you." Yunqi remained expressionless. "I am quite stubborn, and as long as my girlfriend is unwilling, it doesn't matter who it is, it's impossible." The old man did not expect that Yunqi would dare to act this way. Didn't he see his 6 soul rings? Didn't he know he was a soul emperor? Under the admiring gazes of Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, who stood behind them, couldn't help but question whether this academy was really worth attending. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Although she really disliked the girl in the pink outfit over there, she felt more sympathy for the girl in black, especially after hearing about such an ordeal. She couldn't help but step forward and question, "Old man, we are here to register. If you don't let us register, we'll just turn around and leave. Are you blocking us here to bully people?" Upon hearing this, the old man was instantly enraged, his aura bursting forth, and his martial soul, the long staff, appeared in his hand, with soul rings shining brightly on his body. "Do you want to die?" Yunqi and others looked at Ning Rongrong, who was helping to speak, and nodded in agreement, especially Xiao Wu, who also shyly smiled at Ning Rongrong. Yunqi looked at the old man in front of him, who was releasing his martial soul, and directly summoned the Moon Shadow Sword. He was surrounded by purple and black hues, and 4 soul rings appeared on his body. Xiao Wu also activated her martial soul with 3 soul rings, while Zhu Zhuqing had slightly weaker 2 soul rings. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Yunqi's soul rings, she immediately released her martial soul, revealing a delicate small tower, which had a total of 7 layers, beautiful beyond worldly comparison. The old man was stunned by the group of geniuses before him, but since he had already laid everything out in the open, suddenly saying he wouldn't teach them a lesson left him with no way to back down. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, Yunqi and Xiao Wu were ready to use their martial soul fusion technique at any moment, and the 3 of them activated their Xiantian Gong to the utmost limit. What were they doing, making a fuss at the academy gate? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with wings descended from the sky, holding a short young man in a blue outfit. He slowly landed in the middle of the 2 opposing sides. The visitors were Tang San and Flender. After Tang San finished dealing with the Dragon Beard Needle, he hurried to Shrek Academy, and Flender, while flying in the sky, saw Tang San and noticed that the child had gone astray, so he brought Tang San along. However, they didn't expect that upon arriving, they would find new students wanting to enroll, confronting their academy's teachers, so they hid in the sky to observe secretly. Flender thought to himself that this Dai Mubai really knows how to get himself into trouble. So many talented students almost got blown away by his words. In fact, this was also Flender's own thought. Before seeing Yunqi and the others reveal their soul rings, he was also defending Dai Mubai. When the old man saw Flender arrive, he stepped forward and winked at him. Flender understood and pretended to say, "Teacher Li was just putting on a show, testing your views on strong individuals to see if you fear power." The old man also retracted his martial soul, and his expression changed to a warm smile as he said to Yunqi and the others, "The dean is right. You kids are excellent. Never abandon, never give up. Very united." Yunqi and the others also couldn't help but smirk. They had never seen someone change their expression so quickly. Today, they finally witnessed it. Only Tang San, looking a bit foolish, said to Yunqi, "Brother Qi, I almost believe you guys were about to fight just now. I said there's no way the place recommended by the teacher could be like this." Clearly, under the influence of Yunqi's friendly aura, even the slightest action from him was interpreted as goodwill by Tang San. Seeing Yunqi remain silent, Flandre quickly laughed it off, as he himself didn't believe that statement. He directly approached Dai Mabai, who was still in a dilemma, and pulled him over to Yunqi and the others, turning to Dai Mabai and saying, "Mabai, hurry up and apologize to your junior brothers and sisters. You said you've done so many outrageous things, and you're still bothering them? You can't win, and yet you're complaining. How embarrassing." Dai Mabai had now been completely transformed, unconsciously speaking in a somewhat delicate manner. He gazed at Flandre with misty eyes. "Dean, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You were fierce." As such a soft and affected voice came out, Flandre, Li Yusong, Yunqi, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San all nearly had their jaws drop in shock. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yunqi didn't expect that this thing would be so fierce, completely feminizing a man both in personality and spirit. Flandre beside him also had veins popping on his forehead, clearly very angry, and directly knocked Dai Mabai unconscious with a slap. "What the heck is this?" Flandre, who knocked out Dai Mabai, also took a deep breath and smiled at Yunqi and the others. "Guys, now that I've taught Dai Mabai a lesson, you don't need to hold it against him. You've already passed the entrance test. Just pay the registration fee, and you can enroll." Yunqi exchanged a glance with everyone and nodded toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi wouldn't let them off so easily. How could the anger for being threatened just dissipate like that? Moreover, Tang San's task of being brutally beaten was still not completed. Chapter 27. Oscar the Black Gorilla? Yunqi looked at the pretentious Flandre in front of him, and his previously indifferent expression changed to one of warmth and forgiveness. His face was once again filled with a sunny and gentle smile as he slightly smiled at the two. "It seems we misunderstood. Li Yusong and Flander exchanged glances, feeling a wave of emotion rise in their hearts. This is the sunny boy. Even when treated this way, he can still respond to others' expectations with a smile. Li Yusong stepped forward and grinned. Old man Li Yusong here hopes you won't mind what just happened. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Yunqi couldn't help but complain inwardly, not caring about the ghosts. Just wait and see how I won't make things miserable for you in the future. Although Yunqi was cursing inwardly, his outward demeanor was truly top-notch, showing no signs of weakness. He maintained a smile, but Yunqi shook his head. Flander and Li Yusong were quite anxious. If they didn't recruit these talented students, the academy might close down next year, and they wouldn't know where to spend their days. They exclaimed in unison, "Why are you shaking your head? Is it because you don't want to join Shrek?" Yunqi shook his head again and said lightly, "We hope to go through the proper procedures to join the academy. The sense of ceremony cannot be lacking." At this, Flander and Li Yusong felt relieved. After all, geniuses are all eccentric, and the conditions were not excessive. However, looking at Dai Mabai, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, they were also considering how to assess him. After all, even if Dai Mabai was awake during the final round, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for Yunqi and the others, and they needed to instill even greater confidence in the academy's strength in these geniuses. Suddenly, Flander had a flash of inspiration. Wasn't he old Zhao bored? He could just let Xiao Wu go easy on them. With this in mind, Flander said to Yunqi, "All right, do you all need to pass a test to join?" Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu immediately responded, as it had been agreed upon. Tang Xin nodded in agreement when he saw Xiao Wu agree, and as for Ning Rongrong, she had initially thought about joining directly. But after considering Yunqi's handsome yet outrageous joining test, she couldn't help but feel curious and agreed as well. Next, Li Yusong conducted the bone testing for everyone. Since no one was over 12 years old, Flander smiled with satisfaction, though Yunqi was over 12, and he had to think of an excuse to keep him. Strangely, both Tang San and Yunqi did not have their hands checked and went straight for their feet. When it was Ning Rongrong's turn, Flander couldn't help but ask, "Do your family members agree to you coming here?" Ning Rongrong directly replied, "Does the academy have to ask others if they can teach their students?" Flander hesitated for a moment, but agreed with Ning Rongrong's words. After all, building a relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be a huge benefit for Shrek Academy. When it was time to pay the registration fee, Yunqi and the others seemed to have deliberately forgotten about it, seeing the frustrated expressions of Li Yusong and Flander. Yunqi and the other three couldn't help but feel pleased. Saving a bit is really nice. Yunqi believed that Flander wouldn't say anything. Their martial souls had already been revealed in front of Li Yusong, and no one had a better soul ring configuration than Yunqi. Under Flander's lead, they quickly arrived inside Shrek Academy, which was the village they had been in before. Along the way, Flander told Yunqi and the others about the academy's glorious history, which made them secretly complain. After all those who could join their academy were geniuses, yet there were still some who ended up being useless under their guidance. However, no one exposed this. They all had their own purposes for entering the academy. It was Tang San who proactively asked Yunqi, "Brother Qi, what's going on with that guy named Dai Mabai?" Yunqi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then looked at Tang San. "It's just as you heard," Tang San said indignantly. "He's really not a good person. Just wait and see how I deal with him." After saying that, his gaze turned to Xiao Wu, casting a few weak glances. However, under Yunqi's watchful eyes, Yunqi didn't point it out. Instead, he signaled Xiao Wu and the little cat to link arms with him. Under the watchful eyes of Flander, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong, the two girls took the initiative to hug Yunqi's arms and walk side by side. This stimulated Tang San, who had special feelings for Xiao Wu, quite a bit. On one hand, he was grateful to Yunqi, and on the other hand, he was very jealous of Yunqi. The two conflicting emotions kept battling within him, ultimately resulting in a sigh. Flander, on the other hand, coughed twice, as if to remind Yunqi to be mindful of the impact. However, Yunqi and the others pretended not to hear and continued to do as they pleased. Yunqi kindly asked Flander, "Is the dean's throat feeling uncomfortable?" This made Flander quite annoyed. Ignoring Yunqi, he focused on leading the way. At the back, Ning Rongrong's eyes were darting around, not knowing what she was thinking. While Yunqi and the others were chatting, they also heard a soft voice calling out, "Selling sausages. Selling sausages. Delicious and inexpensive Oscar brand sausages. Come take a look, just 5 copper soul coins each." Seeing this, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to interject and asked Flander, "Is this teacher from your academy as well?" Yunqi and others also looked in the direction of the sound, where a person pushing a small cart was calling out to sell goods, and there were a few people waiting in line nearby. Yunqi glanced and saw that it was none other than Oscar. Behind a food cart stood a man dressed in simple gray clothes, with messy short hair and a full beard, yet he had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. He was leering at Ning Rongrong and the other girls, and they found it hard to imagine such a soft voice could come from a middle-aged man. Flander, looking at the disheveled Oscar, was filled with anger and waved to signal Oscar to come over. Oscar hurriedly handed the sausages from the cart to a customer and rushed over. He asked Flander, "Dean, is there something you need me for?" Flander, feeling exasperated, replied to Oscar, "Can't you tidy up your appearance a bit? These are your junior classmates. You should introduce yourself." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu both exclaimed in surprise. "This uncle is also a student?" Flander, seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, helplessly nodded. "His name is Oscar. He is your senior." Meanwhile, the leering Oscar was momentarily stunned. After several seconds, he looked at Ning Rongrong in disbelief and asked, You actually call me uncle?" Everyone nodded. "Is there a problem with calling you uncle looking like this?" Oscar could only let out a bitter smile. "I'm only 14. I just look older, with a bit more hair." Xiao Wu pouted and, seeing the obviously lewd man leering at them, said unkindly, "This isn't just a bit more hair. You look like a gorilla." Flander, seeing Oscar being hit again, couldn't bear it and said to Oscar, "Go tidy yourself up. I'll take your junior classmates to Yunqi for the assessment." After Flander finished speaking, everyone ignored the stunned Oscar and prepared to follow Flander away. Chapter 28, Disgusting Soul Skills. Yunqi and others couldn't help but silently complain, truly deserving the title of Monster Academy. There are so many talents here, and all kinds of strange beings. However, Oscar, who was standing there in a daze, also wanted to salvage his image, at least to regain some respect in front of these girls. He hurriedly called out to the departing crowd, junior brothers and sisters, Dean, etc. The group turned around to look at the bearded Oscar, only seeing a pair of relatively decent peach blossom eyes, while his facial expression was mostly obscured by his dense hair. Flander and Yunqi also turned to look at Oscar, signaling him to speak. Oscar looked at the returning crowd, his eyes fixed on the three girls, and then directly pushed his little stall over. With a flattering expression, he said to the three girls, "Junior sisters, how about a sausage? It can restore your soul power and stamina, and also relieve fatigue. It will be a great help for your upcoming speed test." The crowd did not respond to Oscar immediately. Instead, they looked at the wooden sign nailed to the stall, which read sausage specialty. Tang San, seeing the crowd's lack of reaction, turned to Flander. Flander, meeting Tang San's gaze, said to the crowd, "Oscar's sausages do have great benefits. You can give them a try." However, Yunqi, looking at the lecherous Oscar, frowned. After all, in the original story, Oscar had not encountered Ning Rongrong before and had mostly mingled with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, being a flirtatious character who also teased the girls who came to sign up. Seeing that a few of them were interested in trying Oscar's sausages, Yunqi stepped forward and blocked Oscar's path. She said to Oscar, "Senior, your name is Oscar, right? I am Yunqi. I heard that food system soul masters always have a soul spell when making food, but I've never seen it." Looking at Yunqi's expectant eyes, Oscar was somewhat influenced by her friendly aura, but it didn't prompt him to reveal the soul spell. He hesitated instead. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also spoke up, saying, "Talking about the soul spell won't kill you, and if we're going to eat, we should eat something fresh, right?" Seeing the two girls say this, Oscar found himself in a difficult position. He only wanted to use food to restore his image in the eyes of the three girls, then deal with his hair and reappear in front of them, creating a sense of contrast. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way, and couldn't help but look for help from Flander. Flander thought to himself that this was also a way to understand each other better, and letting Oscar reveal his soul spell earlier was better than being hesitant and fearful about releasing soul skills in future battles. With this in mind, Flander directly spoke up. "Oscar, show your future teammates what you can do." Oscar was once again stunned, and Yunqi cooperatively said, "Yes, Senior Oscar, let us have a look. We all really want to know, right everyone?" Yunqi turned to look at everyone, and they all felt a subtle shift, nodding in agreement as if Yunqi was their leader. Oscar watched this scene in front of him, feeling a chill run down his spine, but he couldn't blame Yunqi. For some reason, he could only grit his teeth and extend his right hand, calling out in a lewd and soft voice, "I have." A yellow glow appeared on Oscar's hand, and two soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Immediately, a sausage identical to the one on the food cart appeared in his hand. The surroundings fell into a dead silence for a moment. It was truly disgusting. How could there be such a disgusting soul spell? What kind of person would lewdly stare at us just a moment ago, stop us, and want us to eat this thing? Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was usually calm and strong, spat in disdain. If she weren't with Yunqi, she might not have cared, but now that she was with Yunqi, her feelings for him were deepening. When Yunqi had just stopped them, Zhu Zhuqing already knew he was up to no good. But she didn't expect that it was Oscar who wanted to gross people out instead. Tang San was also taken aback. This statement was truly ambiguous. Even he didn't dare to try it, and let alone discuss whether it was delicious or not. Just hearing this phrase without throwing up or hitting someone was already considered good. Seeing the growing anger in everyone's eyes, Oscar hurriedly explained, "I can't help it. Food system soul masters have corresponding soul spells that cause food to change when using soul skills. It's not something I want to shout. And the sausage produced by my martial soul will taste even better when grilled." However, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back. "I've seen many food system soul masters, and none of their soul spells are as lewd as yours. It turns out soul masters are lewd, and even their soul spells are unbearable to hear." After venting at Oscar, Ning Rongrong's mood improved slightly, and the anger of the crowd also diminished a bit. Flender didn't expect things to turn out this way, but he didn't want Yunqi and the others to leave the academy over such a trivial matter. He was also worried, so he stepped forward and said, "Although Oscar's soul spell is hard to say, it is quite useful. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you to test it first." Flender had just wanted to defend Oscar, but seeing everyone's expressions change slightly when he brought it up again, he quickly shifted the topic. Yunqi looked at Oscar, whose face was ashen, and felt a wave of relief. After all, the feeling of social death, TSK, TSK, TSK. Flander also reminded Oscar to sell sausages outside the academy. Then he turned around and led everyone away, leaving a bewildered Oscar standing there in the wind. Flander gently explained, "In our monster academy, having all sorts of strange martial souls is considered normal. Although you find Oscar's martial soul and soul skills disgusting, he is indeed a unique case in the academy. His martial soul has no offensive capabilities, but it is considered an excellent martial soul in the food category, and due to his martial soul, his hair grows extremely fast, and gradually Oscar has become too lazy to manage it." Tang San frowned upon seeing this. After all, he had just wanted to eat himself. And due to the frequent loss of soul coins, and because he hadn't had breakfast before rushing to the academy, he was naturally feeling extremely hungry now. The sausages on Oscar's small cart smelled particularly good, but he didn't expect them to be such a disgusting thing. Flander noticed that everyone was ignoring him and decided not to say more. The more he spoke, the darker it became. Soon he brought Yunqi and the others to the next checkpoint. As they passed the second and third checkpoints, the students coming to take the test couldn't help but speak up. Why were they exempt from the assessment and could go in directly? The assessing teacher glanced at the dissatisfied youth. If your soul power exceeds level 25, you can also be exempt from the test, and they were brought by the dean. If there's anything, go find the dean. However, let me kindly remind you that the dean is a level 78 soul sage. Hearing this, the youths shrank their necks, not daring to speak further. Yunqi and the others did not linger and directly moved on. In fact, Flander was worried that these monsters would break the crystal ball used to test soul power, so he hurriedly urged Yunqi and the others. Chapter 29, Fallacies. Xiao Wu quietly complained to Yunqi. "These checkpoints are designed so difficult. If it weren't for our decent talents, these conditions would be enough to eliminate 99 of the people." Ning Rongrong also heard Xiao Wu's complaints and asked Flander, "Dean, may I ask, with such harsh conditions at Shrek Academy, how many academies does Shrek have in total? How many new students enroll each year?" Hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Flander smiled wryly and said, "Our Shrek Academy has been established for 20 years since I founded it, and we have admitted a total of 42 students. This year, 5 came all at once, which has set a record. Currently, there are 3 students studying in the academy, 2 of whom you have already met." Yunqi was already aware of it and didn't express too much surprise, but apart from Yunqi, Zhu Zhuqing was a bit surprised. Looking at the astonished crowd, Flander also showed a bitter smile again. In the entire Soul Master world, it seems that only our Shrek Academy has more teachers than students. Moreover, even with you all included, the number of students still cannot surpass that of the teachers. Ning Rongrong bluntly said, "If the academy is like this, it should have closed down a long time ago." Xiao Wu next to her also said, "I know that the dean usually does shady business in Soto City to earn operating costs for the academy, and the registration fees are just a way to scam others out of their money." Flander was also feeling the pressure, as it was clear that his secret was exposed. Seeing Flander like this, Yunqi slightly moved her body to block Xiao Wu. Flander thought for a moment and pretended to sigh. "Actually, we don't want to do it this way. But in order to cultivate outstanding students, we have to do this. And to be honest, if it weren't for the sponsorship from Dai Mubai's family, the academy would have closed last year. This year, we had no choice but to resort to this method. And if you all didn't come, the academy would have closed this year too. Tang San and Ning Rongrong believed him, but Yunqi, the little cat, and Xiao Wu obviously didn't because they had already seen through the essence of this academy. Even if it were true, they wouldn't feel any sympathy for it. However, Tang San, while feeling pity, asked Flander, "Dean, why doesn't the academy lower some requirements even though it is about to close?" Flander thought to himself, if it weren't for wanting to show off in front of Lu Erlong, he would have lowered them long ago. But after so many years of pretending, he almost believed it himself. However, Flander also said with feigned sincerity, better to have none than to have bad ones. And even if Shrek Academy is facing a crisis of closure, we will never recruit waste. Upon hearing this, Tang Sin revealed a slight smile. Sure enough, the teacher didn't lie to him. This academy is the place he should be. Flander looked at Tang San, who had a smile on his face, and continued. Moreover, although our academy is not a middle or high-level academy, do you know what the graduation requirements of our academy are? The requirement for graduation from the academy is to be under 20 years old, with soul power over level 40, and to reach the soul master level. In the past 20 years, the academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 have truly graduated. Now, among those 14 most outstanding ones who left the academy, one is already the youngest elder of the Spear Hall. Hearing this, Tang Sin couldn't help but feel a surge of blood, but in the ears of Yunqi and the others, it sounded harsh. Without sufficient training resources, without a simulated environment, all they recruited were geniuses, but only 14 graduated. They couldn't understand how they could attribute this achievement to themselves and not think about the geniuses they had delayed. The more Flander spoke, the more excited he became, but Yunqi and the others were obviously uninterested, looking as if they were watching a show. Finally, after enduring Flander's incessant chatter, Yunqi and the others patiently arrived at an open space. The testing area was noticeably smaller, and there was only a burly middle-aged man sitting on a chair, dozing off. Seeing this, Flander approached to greet him. "Old Xiao, why are you sleeping here?" Xiao Wu opened his eyes groggily, and when he recognized Flander, he asked, "Dean, what brings you here?" Flander, in a good mood, replied, "This year, quite a few good seedlings have come in. Mubai had some issues, and his abilities are not enough, so you will be the one to assess them this time." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and he jumped up from the chair. He looked ordinary, not much taller than the 1.5-meter tall Tang San, but he was extremely muscular, with his clothes stretched tight by his muscles. His face had a fierce look, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. "All right, Dean, just in time. I'm getting rusty from idleness. Let me give him a taste of reality." Flander smiled at this, knowing Xiao Wu's strength, and he couldn't let Yunqi and the others develop an arrogant habit. After all, in just over 10 minutes, Flander had inexplicably endured a lot of frustration. Xiao Wu's fierce face also tried hard to squeeze out a somewhat gentle smile as he looked at Yunqi and the others and slowly said, "My name is Xiao Wu, and I will be your collective examiner from now on. Since the dean believes that Dai Mubai is not capable enough to gauge your levels, let me test your strength. You five should get to know each other a bit, so I don't seem to be bullying the weak." Yunqi and the others exchanged glances and blinked, clearly having made prior arrangements to put in minimal effort and let Tang San take a beating first. As for Ning Rongrong, who was helping Yunqi and the others, she was just a support soul master, so they could just have her add buffs and then take her out of the scene. Yunqi and the others didn't discuss for long, as most people already knew the information. They only introduced Ning Rongrong briefly, then exchanged their soul abilities and characteristics, confirmed the battle plan, and came to Xiao Wu's location. Yunqi also gave himself a task. Heavily injure Xiao Wu. Reward: increase the first soul ring's duration by 1,000. Do you accept? Yes. Yunqi casually clicked on it. Xiao Wu opened his eyes from his feigned slumber and casually said, "The content of your speed test is to hold on for 10 minutes in my hand. As long as one person lasts until the end, you all pass collectively. Of course, there's no need to be clever and try to run out of this open area. You want to be able to get out." Seeing Xiao Wu so confident, Yunqi couldn't help but smile and ask, "Teacher Xiao, what if we defeat you?" Xiao Wu glared at this ignorant kid, clearly amused and irritated. "If you manage to defeat me, I will grant you one request, but it has to be a shared request from all of you." As he spoke, Xiao Wu took out an incense stick, casually tossed it, and it landed directly in the nearby open space. Chapter 30. Fierce Battle with Xiao Wuji. Yunqi certainly knows that Xiao Wuqi's strength is formidable, being a 76th level battle soul saint, and he possesses a beast martial soul, making him second only to Flander in strength. This battle is extremely difficult, but Yunqi has Tang San as a distraction. When the time comes, he can set him up again and, using the martial soul fusion skill, it might not be impossible to heavily injure Xiao Wuqi. Ning Rongrong also recalled Xiao Wuqi's name. After all, he was someone who could counterattack even under the siege of the Spirit Hall, so his strength is not weak. Ning Rongrong immediately told the unaware crowd, Xiao Wuqi is currently a wanted criminal by the Spirit Hall, and his strength is extremely strong. According to estimates, he is now at least a 70th level soul saint. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, everyone looked at her in disbelief and asked, "Is it true?" Ning Rongrong smiled gently and replied, "If there is no other person in the world with such similar conditions who is being hunted by the Spirit Hall, it should be correct." Yunqi also opened his mouth at the right time. "Don't worry, our speed test is not a life-and-death battle. It's just a simple exam, and besides, we only need to hold on for 10 minutes. Although that's the case, Yunqi still felt a slight pressure, but compared to others, it was much better. Although Yunqi was born in the Holy Spirit Village, he had heard Grandpa Jack talk about it before, and now he was about to face it. Yunqi thought for a moment. He must seriously injure Xiao Wuji before Xiao Wuji activates his martial soul true body. He could only use the kite-flying tactic and then defeat him with one strike. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, also stuck out her cute tongue and said to everyone, "You all have to protect me well later." Yunqi and the others nodded, then turned to the crowd and said, "Let's go." After all, they had already done everything they could. Other than the cooperation with Xiao Wu, Yunqi had no experience with the others, so whether they could achieve a perfect team battle was still uncertain. However, Yunqi still needed to trap Tang San, which was no easy task. "Teacher Xiao, we can start." Seeing this, Flanders slowly stepped back to watch the match, observing this test with a significant disparity in strength. Xiao Wuji casually twisted his neck and loosened his muscles, producing a series of explosive sounds, as if a sleeping beast had opened its eyes. Xiao Wuji also directly ignited the incense not far away with his soul power. The battle was about to begin. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, immediately summoned her martial soul. Her dress fluttered as her soul power surged, and, after spinning around in place, brilliant multicolored light burst forth from her body, quickly condensing in her right hand, where a beautiful multicolored small tower suddenly appeared. The 7 treasures are famous, the first being strength. After her martial soul appeared, Ning Rongrong calmly displayed a slight smile and directly directed her energy towards the 4 people, transforming into 4 beams of colorful light that enveloped Yunqi and the others under the effect of her yellow soul ring. Yunqi has also witnessed the existence of this so-called first auxiliary martial soul of the continent. The moment the light touched his body, a warm power spread through his limbs, and strength instantly filled his entire body. Even his soul power seemed to be boiling. Xiao Wuji was also a bit dazed as he looked at Ning Rongrong, thinking, wow, the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are here. Before everyone could savor the feeling of empowerment, Ning Rongrong spoke again. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Just like before, 4 beams of colorful light floated in, this time enhancing speed. And the lightness of the body felt as if it had shed shackles, bringing immense joy. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda truly lives up to its name. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has basically no presence in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Seeing this, Xiao Wuji couldn't hold back any longer. He directly summoned his martial soul. His body assumed a half-squat position, and his calloused claws slammed down onto the ground. Yunqi realized the situation was not good and immediately activated the 3rd soul ring of the Moonshadow Sword, soaring into the air while pulling the 3 girls who had fallen to the ground with him. He flew up into the sky, leaving Tang San on the ground. However, Tang San reacted quickly, jumping up just before the immense force arrived, mitigating Xiao Wuji's attack. Seeing Xiao Wuji unleash his ultimate move, everyone hurriedly summoned their martial souls and completed their possession. Xiao Wuji looked at the 4 people in the sky and smiled cunningly, thinking to himself, the sword can't hold 5 people, and that short one is still on the ground. I'll deal with him first before bringing you down. Yunqi certainly understood Xiao Wuqi's thoughts, but wasn't in a hurry. Tang San was also stunned. How did he suddenly end up facing this soul sage alone? However, Tang San wasn't the type to passively take a beating. He called out to Yunqi and the others in the sky. Chiga, you guys provide support from a distance. I'll hold him off. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated Ghost Shadow, Perplexing Track, and Purple Extreme Magic Eye, and charged forward. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim, this little guy is really a good person. In fact, Yunqi admired Tang San's combat awareness. Offense was the best defense. And the purpose of this trip was to buy time. Flying in the sky, Yunqi was undoubtedly the best choice. Xiao Wu saw his first probing attack miss and didn't think too much of it. He just smiled slightly at Tang San, who dared to charge at him alone. He pretended to be casual, standing with his hands behind his back, as if inviting Tang San to attack. Seeing this scene, Tang San's soul rings flickered, and the spiky vines directly ensnared Xiao Wu, while the second soul skill, Parasitism, was quietly unleashed. Yunqi also released the first soul skill in a decent manner, but the soul power output was not maximized. Several strange sword energies appeared, and as soon as they wrapped around Xiao Wujia's vines, they directly severed the tendrils and struck Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia looked at the vines that he wanted to struggle against. After all, the position he was bound in was indeed unseemly, and it also had a certain paralyzing effect, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Now that the vines were broken, he looked at Tang San not far away and chuckled. In a leap of 7 or 8 meters, Xiao Wujia reached Tang San's side. Tang San was also shocked to see that the vines were gone. He activated his Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to the extreme, but under the pressure of soul power and momentum, his speed was ultimately a step too slow, and he was directly struck in the stomach by Xiao Wujia's punch. Tang San instantly felt as if his internal organs were about to shift, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was not feeling well. Seeing this, Yunqi and the others also descended with their swords. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing jumped down and landed on the ground, supporting Tang San. They clearly knew that if Tang San were to lose his combat ability, the next target would be them in the sky. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu wouldn't believe that Xiao Wujia, the Soul Sage, had no means to deal with aerial opponents. However, Tang San obviously thought differently. Looking at the girl he had been thinking about since he was 6 years old, he couldn't help but feel moved. He directly let the parasitic seed that had been ambushing Xiao Wujia sprout and grow, once again binding Xiao Wujia tightly in an instant. After exchanging glances to confirm their course of action, Xiao Wu jumped and landed directly on Xiao Wujia's head, using her ankle to clamp his head. Zhu Zhuqing also executed a shadow-piercing thrust, appearing right in front of Xiao Wujia, launching an attack with a Shadow Hunter claws aimed at his eyes. Xiao Wujia didn't dare to underestimate them and immediately released his soul power to protect his eyes. Seeing that it didn't have much effect, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated. After seeing Zhu Zhuqing fall back, Xiao Wu exerted force with her ankle, slamming the already bound Xiao Wujia heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Clearly, with Ning Rongrong support, Xiao Wu displayed strength far beyond her own level. Just as Xiao Wu landed with a graceful spin in the air, Xiao Wujia broke free from the vines and sneered, saying, "You guys are really something." Chapter 31, Breathtaking Moves. It was evident that Xiao Wujia was filled with rage. The unfortunate binding was truly disgusting. As Xiao Wujia's words fell, his expression darkened, and his body suddenly swelled. His already terrifying muscles expanded by more than double, and his height, which was similar to Tang San's, increased by over a meter. 7 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Each soul ring attaching itself to Xiao Wujia. Yunqi's expression also became much more serious. Xiao Wujia's time to play was up. Seeing such a good opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing immediately unleashed a spectral claw, but this time all her attacks were ineffective, even producing exaggerated clinking sounds. It was evident that against this powerful soul beast, the great strength Vajra Bear, which combined defense and strength, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks were like scratching iron. As Yunqi saw Xiao Wujia about to attack Zhu Zhuqing, he hurriedly swung his sword, unleashing a series of shadow sword chi imbued with his second soul skill, which disappeared from everyone's view and reappeared at Xiao Wujia's eyes. Xiao Wujia had no choice but to defend quickly. Noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing directly vanished beside Xiao Wujia, leaving behind a faint illusion and once again lurking. Xiao Wujia furiously cursed, "You little brat, all you know how to do is poke my eyes." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's fading shadow, Xiao Wu didn't dare to confront Xiao Wu head-on and quickly dodged behind Tang San, who thought Xiao Wu was seeking his protection. He summoned a few vines. But this time he clearly underestimated Xiao Wujia's fury. After being beaten for so long, he was in urgent need of a target to vent his anger. And now Tang San's attack completely shifted Xiao Wujia's focus. The blue-silver grass was broken again, and Tang San's face turned pale, but he didn't dawdle. In an instant, he activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and charged at Xiao Wujia. Thick vines appeared at Xiao Wujia's feet, momentarily blocking him, while Yunqi, flying in the air, unleashed two sword chi imbued with the second soul skill, heading straight for Xiao Wujia's ears and neck. As Tang San saw Xiao Wujia restrained, he stepped forward and threw a full-force punch. However, noticing that there was a sword chi at Xiao Wujia's neck, he hurriedly raised his fist to strike. Xiao Wujia's height had surged by a meter, and Tang San's punch landed right on Xiao Wujia's little brother. Although Xiao Wujia didn't break defense, his eyes instantly turned red as he glared fiercely at Tang San. Although Yunqi's sword chi hurt and left small cuts on Xiao Wujia's body, it was still a normal battle. However, this little brat was aiming directly at his brother. How treacherous! He almost lost his reputation because of it. Tang San instinctively performed a quick combo, changing his fist to a palm, grabbing from behind, and activated the control crane catch dragon technique. At the moment Xiao Wujia was taken aback, a pulling force emanated from Tang San's palm. Xiao Wujia was furious. This brat was trying to uproot him. After shaking off the entanglement of the vines, he delivered a heavy punch right to Tang San's face. Tang San's head was struck back as if hammered, and he fell backward, his nose crushed and blood gushing uncontrollably. The others, who were always keeping an eye on Xiao Wujia, couldn't help but cover their lower bodies, even the girls gasping in shock. Yunqi also felt a chill, wondering how Tang San managed to provoke such a fierce man without any intention of setting him up. He couldn't help but murmur, "What a warrior." Seeing Tang San lying down, Xiao Wujia didn't hold back either. Instead, he stepped forward and continued to beat him, making Tang San's face swell up like a pig's head. Yunqi was also embarrassed to continue hiding his strength, the black soul rings on his body shining, and the moon shadow sword continuously creating phantoms. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows appeared above Xiao Wuji's head. Looking at the hair-raising sword shadows and then at Yunqi, who was flying far away, Xiao Wuji couldn't help but exclaim, "You're the only freak here." Xiao Wuji didn't dare to take it head-on, as the sword energy had already made quite a few cuts on his body. The soul rings on his body shone, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. With a furious shout, first soul skill, immovable king body, the sword energy came as expected, continuously bombarding Xiao Wuji like raindrops. However, Xiao Wuji was clearly overthinking. This fourth soul skill had a penetrating effect that could break defenses, but it was a defensive soul skill that could block it. Although it had been weakened layer by layer, the force under Ning Rongrong's enhancement still pierced Xiao Wuji's skin with sharp swords. Standing behind Yunqi, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She had been watching Xiao Wuji remain unharmed from everyone's attacks in the sky, but he just couldn't withstand every sword energy from Yunqi. And this time, the fourth soul ring was shockingly black. Perhaps even the so-called #1 genius in the continent that her father mentioned should be reconsidered. Soon, as the tide of sword shadows ended, Xiao Wuji, standing in place like a target, was completely soaked in blood, becoming a bloody figure, with not a single good spot on his skin. However, Yunqi knew that the damage inflicted on Xiao Wuji was still far from enough. Obviously, Yunqi guessed that seeing the sword energy end, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also delighted and rushed forward to deliver the final blow. But they were bounced back by a burst of golden light, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flying. Yunqi hurriedly used his sword to catch the two girls, while Xiao Wuji was wiping the blood from his eyes. Seeing that the two girls were seriously injured, Yunqi's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Xiao Wuji. Although he knew that injuries were inevitable in battle, Yunqi couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Despite the fact that he was a bit of a scoundrel, Yunqi cherished the feelings he had for these two girls. Before Yunqi could take action, Tang San, who had been lying down, took advantage of the distraction and directly pulled out a dozen dragon whisker needles. He activated the Xiantian skill and used his hidden weapon technique to launch them straight at Xiao Wuji. The needles targeted Xiao Wuji's eyes, neck, heart, ankles, abdomen, and his brother. The dragon whisker needles made a sharp whistling sound as they pierced into Xiao Wuji's body. The immovable king body on Xiao Wuji did not stop Tang San's hidden weapons. The moment Xiao Wuji turned to look at Tang San. A sharp pain surged through his body. While other areas were manageable, his brother could not withstand such pain and immediately let out a wail, convulsing from the agony. "You little bastard!" Xiao Wuji's fifth spirit ring shone brightly, and the deep black spirit ring suddenly lit up, with intense wails echoing throughout Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, whose bleeding nose had just stopped, found himself being squeezed by gravity again, causing him to spit out blood once more. It wasn't over yet. The internal injuries from the heavy punch he had just received were causing his organs to tremble, and he was propelled towards Xiao Wuji by the pressure. Seeing Xiao Wuji in pain, as if he were losing everything, Tang San quickly cried out for help. "Chiga, save me." At this moment, Yunqi was also stunned by Tang San's frantic actions, feeling his scalp tingle. Was that place even suitable for throwing hidden weapons? However, upon hearing Tang San's plea for help, Yunqi realized he couldn't just watch any longer, especially since Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both been injured by Xiao Wuji. Yunqi also looked down at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and asked softly, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, how are you?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shook their heads to indicate that they were fine. Xiao Wu, who had never suffered such a big loss before, said to Yunqi, "Brother, let's use that move." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu with concern. "Can your body handle this?" Clearly, the martial soul fusion technique also has a certain burden on soul power and the body. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong looked puzzled. But neither Yunqi nor Xiao Wu explained anything. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu and nodded firmly, no longer hesitating. Chapter 32. Both fall down. In an instant, Xiao Wu transformed into a pink, soft light and directly merged with Yunqi. Before long, a pair of fluffy rabbit ears sprouted from Yunqi's head, and her entire demeanor suddenly became enchanting. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but reach out to touch the transformed Yunqi, looking infatuated. Even Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by Yunqi's charm, let alone Ning Rongrong. Yunqi felt the immense power of his body, but there was nowhere to release it. This quick battle had to be decisive, otherwise his soul power would definitely not hold up. Tang San was also brought to Xiao Wujia's side by the pressure. He saw Xiao Wujia stomp heavily, directly stunning Tang San, but in the end, he still held back his strength. Otherwise, Tang San would have been finished in an instant. Yunqi also descended from Yujian, his legs suddenly swelling, and with a leap, he swung his sword downward. The sword emitted a faint, cold light. Xiao Wuji, seeing that these two could still use their martial soul fusion technique, gritted his teeth to suppress the pain, and his hands transformed into bare paws, directly slapping towards Yunqi. Yunqi couldn't help but retract his downward strike, quickly turning to dodge Xiao Wuji's powerful Vajra palm. Using the ghost shadow mysterious steps, he created distance again. However, Xiao Wuji would not let Yunqi escape so easily. Speed wasn't his advantage, but he could slow down others, trapping them in his territory. Yunqi was also aware of Xiao Wujia's soul skill. He saw that Yunqi, like Tang San, fell again into the enhanced gravity and pressure. Watching Xiao Wujia getting closer, Yunqi didn't think much and directly flew with his sword, trying to create some distance first. Xiao Wujia's gaze turned cold, and he activated his third soul ring, making Yunqi feel a sense of foreboding. He quickly increased the height of his sword. However, Xiao Wujia would not let Yunqi escape so easily. Under the influence of the third soul ring, Xiao Wujia squatted down and jumped, creating waves of air on the ground that pursued Yunqi like cannonballs. Yunqi watched as Xiao Wuji suddenly appeared in front of him, constantly swinging his sword energy to block Xiao Wuji's jumping height. However, no matter how many wounds Yunqi's sword energy inflicted on Xiao Wuji, he remained cold-eyed. Clearly, in Xiao Wuji's eyes, both Yunqi and Tang San were just small people, one specializing in annoying tactics and the other directly unleashing sword energy in the sky, like a fly. As Yunqi realized that his sword energy couldn't stop Xiao Wuji, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. The gap in soul power was indeed too great. Just when Yunqi was about to give up, a green light entered his body. It was Ning Rongrong's soul skill. Yunqi felt his body become light again and jumped up directly from his sword. Xiao Wuji, somewhat dumbfounded, found that his momentum was insufficient to reach Yunqi. Looking at the distance of 30 to 40 meters from the ground, Xiao Wuji felt his body slowing down until it stopped. As a practical expert, seeing that he couldn't reach Yunqi, Xiao Wuji directly unleashed his sixth soul skill. The deep black soul ring exuded a tremendous aura, and soul power energy continuously gathered in Xiao Wuji's mouth. Yunqi cursed inwardly, thinking, "Is this a game we can't afford to play?" However, Despite the cursing, Yunqi's actions did not stop. First, he wrapped himself in soul power. Then he bent the rabbit ears from his martial spirit and pressed them tightly against his own ears. The sword also reappeared beneath Yunqi's feet, as both he and Xiao Wu were now in the air. As Yunqi completed these actions, he noticed the moment Xiao Wu's soul rings shone brightly and internally said to Xiao Wu, can your soul power hold up for one last attack? Xiao Wu's gentle and weak voice reached Yunqi. Good, just go ahead and use it. Help me teach this bear blind a good lesson. Yunqi's gaze became sharp, and the external soul bone on his back detached, forming a series of swords that created a sword formation to seal off the area around Xiao Wu, restricting his soul power. Long before Yunqi obtained the external soul bone, he had understood the skills of this soul bone, which could block the target's soul master's soul power. The effectiveness of the block depended on the target's level. If the soul master's level exceeded Yunqi's, the blocking ability would gradually decrease. However, if Yunqi's level exceeded the target's, he could completely seal them, rendering them as ordinary people. The fact that Xiao Wu's soul power could be affected by 20 to 30% was already considered extraordinary. As the sword formation took shape, Yunqi activated the martial soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu. With both hands raised, Yunqi held the long sword, and his martial soul transformed into a gigantic black-purple sword shadow. He swung it with force, sending a sword light several dozen meters long straight towards Xiao Wu. Under the influence of the sword light, both Yunqi and Xiao Wu's figures appeared minuscule, and the sword energy transformed into a dazzling light that made everyone outside the open area squint. Xiao Wu felt the danger that could kill him, but under the effect of the sword formation and the accumulated power of the Golden Titan Roar, he could not timely unleash his martial soul's true form. The sword light arrived as expected, and Xiao Wu dared not be careless. He unleashed a massive sound wave from his mouth, but after using it, he could only resort to his first soul skill, with no time to do anything else. The two energies did not collide in the air. They struck each other's figures. At the moment the sound wave hit, Yunqi felt as if his internal organs were trembling, and the martial soul fusion was instantly broken. Both Xiao Wu and Yunqi spat out blood and fell straight down. Flender, seeing that Yunqi and Xiao Wu were about to crash down, hurriedly spread his wings and caught them just before they hit the ground. Of course, Xiao Wu's situation was not much better. His already injured body had a straight sword wound from his chest to his face, tearing through his flesh, and the sword energy was rampaging inside him. Coupled with Tang San's hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle, constantly coiling, Xiao Wu finally could not suppress the pain. Tears streamed from his eyes due to the agony, and his back smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit and a fissure of sword energy several dozen meters long. Xiao Wu's cries of pain drew the attention of the villagers, who thought something terrible had happened after hearing such a loud noise. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong hurriedly took over the two from Flender, angrily questioning him. Was such a test necessary? Why send out a soul sage? Why didn't he stop them? Flender had no words to express his frustrations. At first, he was amazed by the talents of everyone and believed he could intervene in time. He also trusted Xiao Wu's rationality, thinking he wouldn't let a genius fall or get hurt. However, Flender never expected that Yunqi's final martial soul fusion technique would be so terrifying. So terrifying that even Flender, a speed-type soul sage, dared not step in. Therefore, facing the two women's accusations, Flender remained silent and quickly used his soul power to check on Yunqi's injuries, discovering that they were merely shaken by the sound wave and were not severely harmed. Xiao Wu was the same, which relieved him, as it could have ended badly. Seeing Flender nodding, indicating that the two were fine, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt much more at ease. Soon, the area was filled with people. Upon seeing Flender, they hurriedly approached him, asking, Dean, has the Academy encountered external enemies? Why is the arena in such disarray? Didn't T5 kids come in the 4th round? Where did Xiao Wu go? Flender looked at the questioning teachers and forced a bitter smile. Faced with the barrage of questions, he felt overwhelmed. Chapter 33. The remaining Xiao Wu. Just as Flender was about to speak, the teachers heard the cries from the pit and got ready for battle, cautiously approaching to check. Oh no! Not realizing what they were looking at, the sight shocked everyone. What is this? Flender stepped forward to explain. This is Xiao Wu. As for why he is in this state, Flender awkwardly pointed at Yunqi. Dean, are you saying? Old Xiao was beaten up by this kid? Flender nodded helplessly. Some teachers who had never seen Yunqi were filled with disbelief and amazement. Flender understood their thoughts. But this wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. He urged everyone to quickly lift Xiao Wu out and provide medical assistance. The teachers finally reacted. Watching everyone busy, Flinder managed a slight smile and said to the conscious Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "Welcome to Shrek Academy." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing not responding and Ning Rongrong not immediately voicing her thoughts, Flinder understood. After all, Ning Rongrong came to Shrek for fun, and she was completely captivated by the mysterious Yunqi, so she did not reply. Zhu Zhuqing took a moment and slightly bowed to Flinder. "Dean, could we wait for Yunqi and the others to wake up before responding?" Flinder had anticipated this response, but felt a bit unhappy about it. Though he didn't voice it, he simply nodded slightly. "Then, you can rest here until they wake up. Your teacher Zhao has held back. They are not seriously injured, just unconscious from the impact. They should wake up soon." When Zhu Zhuqing checked on Yunqi and Xiao Wu, she used her soul power and found that they had merely exhausted their soul power, combined with external shock, which led to their fainting. However, they still sustained some injuries that required recovery. So Zhu Zhuqing nodded and asked Ning Rongrong to help Xiao Wu to a vacant house in the village to rest. Flinder watched the four leave and then turned to look at Tang San, lying aside, with an expression full of peculiar thoughts, silently complaining. How could such a seemingly honest young man resort to such underhanded tactics? Flinder couldn't help but recall his old friend and the legends that had swept across the continent in recent years. Looking at Tang San, he felt a hint of pity. This kid must have experienced some psychological trauma when obtaining his first soul ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so focused on sabotaging his fellow brothers. After settling Tang San, Flinder left. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had just arrived, inquired with those in the know and soon discovered the reason behind the giant pit and Xiao Wujia's screams. Cold sweat began to drip down uncontrollably. Fortunately, the familiarity he felt from that junior prevented him from losing control. If he had exploded at that junior, he might have ended up getting beaten badly. On Xiao Wujia's side, some teachers felt helpless after treating him. The external wounds could mostly be treated, but looking at the sword energy and the lumps in his flesh, they had no idea how to extract or eliminate the sword energy, which was quite troublesome. This matter quickly caught Flinder's attention. Seeing Xiao Wujia in such pain, Flinder picked him up and flew toward the city. Since Tang San was still unconscious, Flinder had no idea if he could extract it, as no one would expect Tang San to have the ability to suck out the coiled lumps inside. Upon arriving in Soto City, Flinder contacted a healing-type soul master, who quickly cleared the sword energy. However, after probing Xiao Wujia's body with his soul power, the healer's brows furrowed unnaturally. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth and trembled as he asked, "Doctor, hurry, help me. Get those things out." The doctor, seeing Xiao Wuji in such agony, couldn't help but ask, "Who did you offend? This is so vicious. I don't even know what these things are, and I can't remove them completely." Xiao Wuji and Flinder were both anxious. "Isn't there a way to treat this?" The doctor sighed and replied, "There is. But these things are embedded in your vital points all over your body. To remove them, we would have to dig into your flesh. However, I can use my soul skill to help you stop the bleeding after each piece is taken out, but I can't help you with the lost flesh." Before Xiao Wuji could respond, the doctor continued, "You need to make a decision quickly because these tiny needles are continuously curling up. If you wait any longer, they might become completely useless." Hearing this, Xiao Wuji hurriedly asked, "Is there anyone else in the city who can treat me?" The doctor shook his head at Xiao Wuji's hopeful gaze, prompting him to roar through gritted teeth, "You little bastard. Why didn't I just kill him earlier?" Flinder quickly tried to calm Xiao Wuji down, knowing that if he killed him, it would be hard to explain. "Old Xiao, stay calm. Let's ask the doctor if there are other methods." The doctor was aware that these things were extremely important for men. They could live without them, but couldn't be without them. Under the expectant gazes of both, he bit his lip and nodded, "There's one more way, but it will cause significant damage to my body, and you'll have to pay more." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's eyes lit up, signaling Flinder. Flinder, trembling in fear, took out a small cloth bag from the soul guide and handed it to the doctor. The doctor shook his head, and Flinder nervously took out a slightly larger cloth bag. After the doctor shook his head several more times, Flinder finally pulled out 6 bags, then slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he were dead. The doctor, having received the money, said to Xiao Wuji, "Digging into the flesh is unavoidable, but I can use my soul skill to help you transfer some of the pain." Seeing Flinder in despair, and the doctor who claimed he could only save half, tears streamed down Xiao Wuji's murky eyes. He vowed he had never felt this wronged in his life. Even when facing the siege of 16 soul emperors from the spirit hall, he had escaped with his life. But now, looking at the gleaming knife in the doctor's hand, Xiao Wuji silently closed his eyes. The doctor, seeing that Xiao Wuji seemed ready, released his martial spirit. Under the effect of his soul skill, Xiao Wuji quickly lost consciousness, his body unable to move, only vaguely feeling the doctor wielding the knife as he hovered it over him. Flander, seeing this, quickly assisted the doctor, wiping sweat and handing him the knife, terrified that he might mess up and regret it for life. While Flander was anxious, Xiao Wuji, having released his soul power defense, soon fell asleep under the influence of the doctor's soul skill, until Xiao Wuji woke up again from a daze, feeling that his weight had decreased significantly. He was fortunate that other vital areas had high defenses. Only a small amount of flesh had been cut from the surface, which wasn't a big deal. With a soul sage's physique, he would heal quickly, but in an instant, it seemed he felt something. This man in his 50s could no longer hold back his tears. He cried out loud. Outside, Flander sighed and rubbed his head. Chapter 34. Ning Rongrong's Little Thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had brought the unconscious man into the house to rest. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the unconscious man with pain in her eyes. Ning Rongrong, observing all this, couldn't help but curiously say, "Your name is Zhu Zhuqing, right? Let's get to know each other again. I'm Ning Rongrong." Zhu Zhuqing shifted her gaze to Ning Rongrong, nodded slightly, and slowly replied, "Yes, thank you for your previous righteous words." Ning Rongrong spread her hands, indicating it was no big deal, then curiously asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Why are you three together?" Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly, raised her lips, and explained, "Actually, it was Xiao Wu who was with Yunqi at first. I joined later. As for the reason, it might be because she saved me in my most desperate moment, gave me hope, and accompanied me when my hope shattered." As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, she took out a handkerchief to wipe Xiao Wu's face. Ning Rongrong watched this delicate and gentle woman, feeling as if she were being melted away. She couldn't help but sigh at Yunqi's good fortune. At the same time, Ning Rongrong curiously sized up Yunqi, feeling a strong sense of intimacy since their first meeting. Not knowing why, Yunqi, possessing strong power and handsome features, made Ning Rongrong's heart flutter. However, upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were both Yunqi's close female friends, Ning Rongrong felt curious, which led to her earlier inquiry to Zhu Zhuqing. But after receiving the answer, she felt a bit confused, clearly deep in thought. She didn't oppose strong men having many women. After all, even her father had found her many stepmothers. After all, the bloodline of the strong must be passed on, and top martial spirits are the same. As for her, she was simply gifted and the youngest, hence receiving the love of the entire sect. Ning Rongrong gently tapped her head, secretly saying, "He might not even like me. What am I daydreaming about?" In fact, according to Ning Rongrong's character, anything she liked, she would absolutely want to take for herself and wouldn't share with others. However, the sense of familiarity she felt from Yunqi always made her feel at ease. Just looking at him filled her heart with tranquility. When Yunqi woke up from his unconscious state, he opened his eyes to be blocked by two hills, feeling a slippery sensation below his head. Perhaps Yunqi's movements startled Zhu Zhuqing, who was meditating. The little cat also stopped her meditation, looking down at Yunqi. Didn't see anything. Perhaps this battle made Zhu Zhuqing realize the gap between herself and Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Seeing them fighting hard while she couldn't help at all and had to stay far from the battlefield made the competitive Zhu Zhuqing quite discouraged. That's why she utilized her spare time to train, but also wanted to accompany Yunqi. Leading to this situation, Yunqi also felt the little cat that had stopped training. Just as it got up, it was pressed down again by the little cat with the ball. "You're not well yet." The doctor just took a look and said, "Your body has been shaken and has sustained some injuries, so you need to rest for a while." It's not that bad to say it, but as soon as Yunqi mentioned it, he immediately felt a fiery pain in his body. It wasn't exactly pain, just a very uncomfortable feeling. Yunqi looked inward and found that there wasn't much wrong, which relieved him. Then he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "What about Xiao Wu? Is she okay?" Zhu Zhuqing, in a rare moment of softness tinged with a hint of bitterness, gently replied, "Xiao Wu is right beside you. She is fine. Her injuries are much lighter than yours. The fusion of martial souls mainly affects her body. Xiao Wu just fainted from soul power exhaustion." Yunqi also heard the fluctuating words of the little cat, chuckled, turned a blow of breath towards her abdomen, and said in a slightly teasing tone, "So, does my little cat have something to say? If you're too hurt, I will be heartbroken. I'll be heartbroken and won't be able to sleep all night. The little cat felt the warm wind coming from the abdomen, listened to Yunqi's words, and her face turned red. You're killing me. Yunqi was also playfully teasing Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps too engrossed to notice that Ning Rongrong's face had already turned crimson, and she didn't even see her at all, completely forgetting about her. It wasn't until Ning Rongrong's breathing became heavier that Yunqi noticed. Feeling embarrassed, Yunqi turned her head awkwardly. Zhu Zhuqing followed Yunqi's gaze and discovered that Ning Rongrong was staring intently at the two of them. She simply closed her eyes and silently practiced. But her flushed ears revealed the true feelings of the little cat inside. Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was beside Xiao Wu, and sincerely thanked her. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong also took a few deep breaths, shaking off the images in her mind, and explained to Yunqi, I didn't take care of her. It was Zhu Qing who helped. I was just sitting beside her. Yunqi also smiled and didn't pay much attention, continuing to say, we still have to say thank you. If it weren't for your help, we might have been beaten badly by the angry teacher Zhao. At the mention of this, everyone in the room shivered, recalling the unremarkable Tang San, who was the reason Xiao Wujia's anger was provoked to such an extent. That guy always targets the weaknesses of men. Zhu Zhuqing was also furious. If it weren't for that thing, Yunqi and the others might not have been injured. Well, if Yunqi knew, he would be overjoyed. Yunqi is the kind of person who has no rules. He can double standards for his own people, but does not allow others to do the same. Thinking of Tang San, Yunqi quickly summoned a panel that only he could see, looking at the display of task completion. He also arranged the benefits he gained from Tang San and Zhao Wujia for himself. As Yunqi focused his mind, he felt over 20,000 dragon whisker needles appear in the ring, and the years of the soul ring were directly added on. In the blink of an eye, Yunqi completed it. With the increase in the years of the first soul ring, the purple on Yunqi's first soul ring became even more profound. And Yunqi's soul power level also broke through to level 44. The battle experience and the suddenly appearing soul power naturally completed the breakthrough. However, the little kitten and Ning Rongrong, who had never seen such a thing, were a bit stunned. How did they go from chatting to someone breaking through? This is not in line with common sense. Yunqi didn't explain much about the situation, implying that he was naturally talented. There's nothing he could do, as he once again attracted the envious gazes of the two girls. Yunqi was not feeling overconfident. This battle made him realize that he was far from being a match for the Soul Sage. This was still due to Zhao Wujia's efforts to control himself. If he didn't hold back, he could be visiting the grave to clear the weeds by this time next year. Soon after, Xiao Wu also woke up in a daze, looking a bit weak as she gazed at Yunqi. She had come out from Yunqi's body after he finished taking the hit, only remembering that they had fallen from a great height together before losing consciousness. Seeing the worried look in Xiao Wu's eyes, Yunqi assured her that he was fine and just needed some time to recover. Only then did Xiao Wu feel relieved. Chapter 35. The Gap Not Far from Shrek Academy. On a hillside, a middle-aged man in a gray robe was watching everything that had just happened. The gray-robed man was Tang Hao, Tang San's father. In fact, he had only seen Tang San a few times over the years, but often observed the events around him in secret. He had found a good candidate in Yunqi. However, Yunqi was no longer a member of the Haotian sect, and Tang Hao felt he had no face to confront him. But seeing that his son had a good relationship with Yunqi made him very happy, as Tang San might have only known Yunqi as a familiar person throughout his life. Tang Hao knew Yunqi well, having watched him grow up, so he felt quite at ease. But what Tang Hao didn't expect was that this was just the surface of Yunqi. This was not Tang Hao's fault. Apart from the initial incident when Tang Hao was absent, Yunqi had intentionally provoked Yu Xiaogang once. After that, he used his affinity halo to build relationships while secretly plotting against them. Moreover, under Tang Hao's observation, the affinity halo also influenced him, as he often saw Yunqi bringing food to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. This time, Tang San's journey was also conducted under Tang Hao's watch, though it wasn't as frequent. However, upon seeing his son being beaten so badly during the entrance exam by Zhao Wujia that he could hardly recognize him, with several teeth knocked out and his front teeth sent flying by Zhao Wujia, Tang Hao was filled with rage. Although he understood Zhao Wujia's actions, he couldn't control his anger. Seeing Zhao Wujia's demeanor, it was likely he would seek trouble for Tang San and Yunqi in the future. So Tang Hao planned to warn Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was unaware that there was a titled Douluo waiting for him at Shrek. He was now wrapped in bandages, with only his nose and eyes exposed. Although the doctor had healed the internal sword energy, the external wounds were not so easily healed, and the medical energy had been exhausted while treating Xiao Wujia's brother, leaving little assistance for him. Flinder also expressed that it wasn't necessary. This money-grubbing fox didn't want to spend another gold soul coin. The remaining minor injuries would be left for Xiao Wujia, the soul sage, to recover on his own. After leaving the clinic, the two hailed a carriage. Xiao Wujia couldn't walk at all. Even a short step made him frown in pain. Flinder initially disagreed, claiming he could fly steadily, but this wasn't a matter of stability. Xiao Wujia was injured all over, and even a slight bump hurt, yet he was supposed to fly. Xiao Wujia glared at Flinder and said loudly, "Good for you, Flinder. For this academy, I'm left with nothing but this, and I've been beaten like this by your precious student. Now, you even think sitting in a carriage is too expensive?" Flinder felt guilty. After all, they had a long-standing relationship, and Xiao Wujia had sacrificed a lot for the academy. Realizing this, Flinder slapped himself in front of Xiao Wujia. "I'm really not a good person." After saying that, he helped Xiao Wujia into the carriage. Xiao Wujia was slightly moved, but didn't forget Flinder's earlier hesitation and his own injuries. Xiao Wujia had some opinions about Flinder, but Flinder was unaware of Xiao Wujia's thoughts and continued to speak about how Tang San was the only disciple of his good friend, and so on. Xiao Wujia's eyes dimmed as he muttered, "Am I not your friend anymore?" Flinder was taken aback and fell silent, and the carriage fell into a moment of silence. After a while, Xiao Wujia looked at Flinder, who was still reluctant to speak, and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill your friend's only disciple. Let's leave it at that." Flinder was overjoyed, but Xiao Wujia noticed everything. Clearly, a crack had formed between the two. After all, anyone would find it intolerable. Xiao Wujia, like most teachers in the academy, had no children, but this was a matter of a man's dignity. What if he encountered someone he wanted to protect in the future? What if he was weak in bed? What if the child born was not whole? Xiao Wujia felt melancholic. He couldn't understand why it had come to this. Nearly 20 years of friendship wasn't as solid as others' few years. Xiao Wujia felt somewhat tired. The carriage moved steadily, but the people inside were quite chaotic. Soon, the carriage, bathed in the sunset, delivered the two to Shrek Academy. After Flinder painfully paid the fare, he helped Xiao Wujia into the academy. As for Tang San, although his injuries were severe, he had recovered considerably with the help of the academy teachers, but was still in a coma. Tang Hao took advantage of the night to take a look at his son. The Hao-Ian sect was considered open and above board, and their methods of attack were straightforward. Moreover, he had never taught Tang San such things, and he had never heard of anyone using such dark weapons on the continent. How did his son learn this? After so many years of secret observation, he found that although Tang San acted strangely, he had not practiced these things. As for Yu Xiaogang teaching him, that was impossible. Yu Xiaogang wouldn't know these things in the first place. If he could do them, he would have told the entire continent. Given his character, he craved attention from others. So Tang Hao began to harbor some suspicion. However, Tang Hao didn't dwell on it too much. He just suppressed this thought deep down, gently closed the door, and headed toward Xiao Wujia's room. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia had already lain down in bed, recalling the events of the day. Although he was very unhappy, he couldn't fall asleep, mainly because he was getting angrier the more he thought about how to make things difficult for Tang San in the future. Xiao Wujia also revealed a sickly smile. Just as Xiao Wujia was fantasizing about how to trip Tang San up in the future, a deep male voice suddenly entered his ears. Xiao Wujia was startled. He was a 76th level soul sage, the top existence in such a small place, and even on the entire continent, he was a master. His soul power could form a field around him, allowing him to discern the sound of falling leaves within 100 meters. But what shocked Xiao Wujia was that he didn't sense anyone around. The voice seemed to directly enter his ears, and this level of power made Xiao Wujia's alarm bells ring. Moreover, he was injured, and he had no confidence in dealing with someone of equal strength. So Xiao Wujia immediately planned to call Flinder to join him. But before he could move, a voice interrupted his actions. "Come out, no matter who you find. They're no match for me. I won't harm you." Xiao Wujia's body stiffened, as he already sensed that the stranger had locked onto his aura. He could feel the strength of the aura's owner. So Xiao Wujia didn't dare to be careless. Chapter 36. Unlucky Xiao Wujia. But who is Xiao Wujia? The people in a martial world call him the unmoved king, Xiao Wujia, who once fought back against multiple attackers from the Spirit Hall and escaped safely. In his youth, he was known for his ruthless killing spree. Although he knew that the owner of the aura he sensed would be very powerful, Xiao Wujia, having endured a lot of frustration during the day, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the impolite voice. So, everyone, whether human or ghost, Wants to step on Xiao Wujia, huh? With this thought, Xiao Wujia was filled with rage, disregarding his injuries, and chased after the source of the aura. Before long, Xiao Wujia arrived outside Shrek Academy, in a small grove, but the aura vanished at that point. Xiao Wujia let out a furious roar. "Who's there? Show yourself." As he spoke, Xiao Wujia directly activated his martial spirit, and the soul rings on his body began to pulsate rhythmically, flashing brilliant lights. Just as Xiao Wujia was on high alert, a figure in a gray robe slowly emerged from behind a large tree. The figure was completely shrouded in gray, with only a pair of murky, bloodshot eyes visible, making him appear particularly eerie. Seeing the man in front of him dressed this way, Xiao Wujia secretly gathered his soul power, speculating that he might be another difficult person to deal with, someone whose identity was not to be revealed. "Who are you? Why did you call me here?" The man in the gray robe did not directly answer Xiao Wujia's question, but instead said to himself, "The esteemed, unmoved king, Xiao Wujia, not only living in such a small place, but also being beaten down by a few young ones. I really didn't expect that." Xiao Wujia clearly realized that the man in the gray robe was mocking him. He could barely contain his anger and was already furious. Now, being ridiculed and not allowed to sleep at night only added to his frustration. He coldly replied to the man in gray, saying, "You, a person who hides and shows themselves, dare to mock me?" The gray-robed man was taken aback. It had been a long time since someone dared to disrespect him, and he found it refreshing. He asked with a hint of sarcasm, "No need for that. I'm just here to spar with you." As he spoke, the gray-robed man slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a black light gathered in his hand, transforming into a massive hammer. His body was surrounded by 9 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Most terrifying of all was the last soul ring, blood red like fresh blood, exuding an astonishing aura. Nine rings. Seeing the man in front of him, Xiao Wujia could no longer focus on his anger. He felt as if salt had been rubbed into his still healing wounds, and he was uncomfortable all over, especially under the pressure emanating from the man before him. As a soul sage, Xiao Wujia was well aware of the differences in levels. Once one's strength reached level 60, even a 1-level difference could lead to a significant disparity in power. The man before him was at least 20 levels above him. Xiao Wujia's face turned ashen as he struggled to utter a few words. Title: Douluo. Under this pressure, even the unmoved king he had secretly released began to tremble, like an ordinary human encountering a tiger. The existential pressure that ran in his bloodline. And he was facing one of the strongest among soul masters. Xiao Wujia realized the reality and hurriedly bowed in respect. "My lord, please forgive my previous disrespect. May I ask what brings you to me?" The gray-robed man did not respond immediately, but looked into the shadows and slowly said, "Since you're here, come out. Whether it's 1 or 2, it makes no difference." To Xiao Wujia's astonishment, Flinder suddenly appeared before the two of them with a few swift movements. Seeing Flinder, Xiao Wujia was surprised and exclaimed, "Dean, this senior." Before Xiao Wujia could finish, Flinder interrupted him and directly released his martial spirit. A pair of enormous wings unfolded from Flinder's back, covering his entire body with feathers. His eyes transformed into an orange-yellow color, with pupils that became vertical slits. 7 soul rings appeared on him, pulsating rhythmically just like Xiao Wujia's. Flinder respectfully bowed to the gray-robed man, releasing his martial spirit not to fight, but to show that he should not be underestimated. Then he respectfully said, "I pay my respects to the Lord Ht. Xiao Wujia finally regained his composure and remembered who the title Douluo with the hammer was, inwardly lamenting how unlucky he was today. He had just been beaten up and couldn't vent his frustration, and now he was inexplicably being targeted by this Lord Ht. Xiao Wujia felt a bit like crying without tears. The gray-robed man, who was Tang Hao, looked at the 2 respectful figures before him and said slowly, "There's no need for bows. I'm the one here to cause trouble." "What is the point of bowing?" Flinder was a bit confused and directly asked Tang Hao, "My lord, could you clarify?" Tang Hao shifted his gaze to Flinder, observing him for a while until Flinder felt a bit uneasy under his stare. Martial Spirit, Cat Eagle, level 78 Soul Sage. One of the flying horns in the Golden Iron Triangle, and you're the founder of Shrek Academy, right? Flinder nodded, trying to figure out the connection between them. Tang Hao looked at Flinder's nod and directly said, "Then you stand aside, otherwise I might end up hitting you too." Flinder felt helpless. It was already a privilege for a titled Douluo to chat with them before beating someone up. Xiao Wujia still couldn't make sense of it, reflecting on his actions. and realizing he had never offended this person in front of him, Tang Hao looked at Xiao Wujia's bandaged body and softened a bit. After I vent my anger, I will explain things to you. I want to use my full strength, and I don't even need my martial spirit. You just have to withstand me for 1 incense stick's worth of time, which is 10 minutes. Xiao Wujia could only smile bitterly, while Flender quickly distanced himself from Xiao Wujia, fearing that if Lord H. Tian got carried away, he might get caught up in the beating too. Tang Hao also withdrew all his soul power, and his soul rings and martial spirit vanished in an instant. He then swung his fist and aimed for Xiao Wujia's face. Bang, thud, boom, pa, fa. Various sounds of collisions, the cracking of trees, muffled groans, gasps, and Xiao Wujia's cries echoed throughout the small grove. Even the 3 in Shrek Academy, far away, heard Xiao Wujia's miserable screams. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Did you and Tang Sand beat Xiao Wujia too badly during the day? Look, he is still screaming now." Yunqi opened the window and looked towards the forest, understanding something. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, who also understood Yunqi's meaning. However, Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearby, looked at the two in confusion and asked what was going on. Yunqi did not hide anything and directly satisfied the little cat's curiosity, revealing that there was a titled Douluo over there, which made the little cat feel a wave of longing. Chapter 37. Yunqi's new idea. On the other side, Tang Hao was talking while fighting. "So you're the kind of person who hides and reveals themselves? Huh? Bullying children, are you? Using the 6th spirit skill against the soul sovereign? Huh? Is that how it is?" As Tang Hao grew more excited with each strike, it seemed like all the frustration he had accumulated over the years was being vented onto Xiao Wujia. When Xiao Wujia saw Tang Hao's red eyes, he understood why Tang Hao was targeting him and hurriedly explained, "Stop hitting me. I wasn't seriously testing my speed. I was using the minimum amount of spirit power. I want to recruit students for the academy. How could I possibly ruin them?" Seeing that Tang Hao wasn't listening, Flender couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "Your Highness, let's stop here. That group of kids has one who plays tricks and has already half-crippled Xiao Wujia. That's bad enough." Upon hearing Flender's words, Xiao Wujia glared at him angrily. "Didn't we agree to keep this a secret even if I got beaten to death?" Flender, looking at the furious Xiao Wujia, understood what he was thinking. This was a great humiliation. Besides the doctor, only the two of them knew about it. Now, that Flender had told someone else. Would Xiao Wujia's face still be intact? When Tang Hao heard Flender's words and saw Xiao Wujia's angry expression, his gaze unintentionally shifted downwards. Realizing the mischief his son had caused, feeling embarrassed, he ran his fingers through his messy hair, unsure of what to say. It was as if their whole family were not good people. His son had crippled someone, and he himself had directly beaten the other party without understanding the situation. Xiao Wujia, unable to withstand Tang Hao's strange gaze, roared, "Your Highness, why don't you just kill me?" Watching Xiao Wujia on the verge of a breakdown, Flender and Tang Hao put away their expressions. That kind of pity was a second blow to Xiao Wujia's psyche. The mental pain was more intense than the physical pain. Looking at Xiao Wujia, who was wrapped in bandages, with a face swollen like a pig's head and a bit of blood trickling from his mouth, Tang Hao felt too embarrassed to strike. It didn't even take an incense stick's worth of time. The battle ended in about a minute, dominated by Tang Hao's one-sided beating. Tang Hao couldn't act aloof, as he was in the wrong, and besides, Xiao Wujia would still be his son's teacher in the future. He stepped forward to help the slumped Xiao Wujia, whose eyes were vacant, gently patting the dust off him, careful not to hurt Xiao Wujia. After helping Xiao Wujia up, he also wanted to express his apology. His lips moved, and he whispered some words in Xiao Wujia's ear. Xiao Wujia regained his composure, understanding that Tang Hao, a powerful spirit master at the top of the continent, was teaching him something, while Xiao Wujia was still reminiscing. Tang Hao reminded Xiao Wujia and Flender a few more things, regardless of whether Xiao Wujia could hear him. "What just happened can be considered compensation for you. Although it may not be enough, Tang San is my son, and I will trouble you both often in the future. I will come to visit frequently." Clearly, Tang Hao was not a fool. The earlier words were filled with apology, while the latter part was a threat. Flender and Xiao Wujia, being people who had lived for so many years, understood Tang Hao's words. However, the situation was stronger than the individual. Xiao Wujia felt helpless, unable to voice his grievances. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he gazed in the direction of Shrek Academy for a moment, revealing a hint of warmth, and then did not linger as it was somewhat awkward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Xiao Wujia stood there foolishly. While Flender understood that his friend would likely have psychological shadows after this, the young one beat the old one, and both were merciless. Not long after, the two withdrew their martial souls, and Flinder sighed. Old Xiao, you really didn't need to go this far. Fortunately, your highness didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, we might have both died here. Xiao Wujie remained silent, not uttering a word, and limped back to his room, supporting himself against the surrounding trees. Flinder wanted to help, but Xiao Wujie refused. Late at night, Shrek Academy's teachers were drawn over by Xiao Wujie's shouts, but they only saw Flinder standing there in a daze, without any sign of Xiao Wujie. The next morning, early in the morning, Yunqi and Ernv also got up early to practice the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. However, today while practicing the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, they had a sudden idea. Since doing morning exercises can strengthen their physical bodies, what about eye exercises? Yunqi seemed to have discovered a new world. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. He used the Xiantian technique, wrapping his hands in soul power, and slowly rubbed his eyes. After the whole process, Yunqi really found that it was somewhat effective, allowing the progress of the Purple Extreme Demon Eyes to be faster. After sharing this news with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, they also tried it out, but it didn't last long. After dawn, the cultivation didn't seem to be very useful. They all secretly remembered it in their hearts. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, a genius is still a genius. A casual thought, using a special method, can turn into a soul skill that enhances vision. After finishing their morning training, Yunqi and the others walked out of the room, chatting with the two girls about what happened yesterday. Xiao Wujie's defense was truly astonishing. Zhu Zhuqing expressed that her proud soul skill couldn't even inflict a scratch on Xiao Wujie. Yunqi smiled and said that it was fortunate that Xiao Wujie's speed was not too outrageous. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to escape. However, this also reminded Yunqi that he currently lacked truly life-saving means. His methods were still too few. If he encountered an enemy like Xiao Wujie who directly attacked him, he realized he might not be able to run away or protect the people around him. Nevertheless, Yunqi thought of a solution: to take the corpse of the iron armor dragon to Tang San for crafting and then secretly take it away. As for why Yunqi didn't do it himself, perhaps it was laziness? When he obtained the method for making hidden weapons from Tang San, Yunqi wasn't very happy. He was just thinking about when he could establish himself on the continent and then spread the knowledge so that everyone could have a share. It would be a big scheme against Tang San, but that was just an idea for now. The priority was still figuring out how to reasonably send the iron armor dragon to Tang San and then use the mission to retrieve the finished product. Yunqi and the others also wandered around for a while and found that Shrek Academy really had no money. The entire academy was made up of simple wooden houses rented from the village, occupying only 1/3 of the village area. Fortunately, it was not far from Soto City, so it was relatively convenient to buy things, and with Yunqi's sword-flying speed, they could quickly make a round trip. The three of them were also a bit hungry. After all, they hadn't eaten much since yesterday afternoon. Yunqi also took out some jerky from the ring and shared it with the two girls, while thinking about how to find something to eat. Chapter 38. Helping Ma Hongjun get rid of evil fire. The few of them were also new to the place, and since they were looking for food, they could only use the most primitive method to search, looking up at the roofs to see where there was smoke, trying to find a place that had food. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were also holding onto Yunqi's arm, and Xiao Wu chewed the jerky in her mouth vigorously, complaining to the two. What kind of place is this? It's so hard to even find something to eat. Yunqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true. Although he had good cooking skills, without ingredients, it was all in vain. During their casual chat, they unknowingly walked out of the Shrek Academy area and entered the villagers' living quarters. Compared to the quiet atmosphere of Shrek, the villagers were already bustling with activity, rising with the sun and resting with the sunset. This might be a habit of farmers at the bottom of any world, to earn a living through farming. After searching for a long time without finding anything, Yunqi and the others casually found a farmhouse, spent some money, and had some staple food there. After eating their fill and stepping out, they soon saw a boy and a girl arguing by the roadside. Both of them were not very old. The girl looked to be around 14 or 15, with an ordinary appearance but full of youthful energy, dressed in simple plain clothes, obviously a child from the village. The boy arguing with her looked a bit younger, probably similar in age to Yunqi, but he was short in stature, with very short limbs, a chubby body, red hair, and 2 tufts of hair above his lip, with very small eyes. Xiao Wu commented. Another creepy-looking guy, right, Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, secretly thinking that there were very few truly ugly men and women among soul masters. Yet they encountered so many right away. Yunqi naturally recognized a chubby guy, Ma Hongjun. However, Yunqi didn't interfere, as the guy hadn't provoked him, and it had nothing to do with his wife. But Xiao Wu was quite interested, standing by the roadside, watching the breakup drama unfold. The girl looked at the chubby guy with a hint of fear in her eyes, while tugging at her own clothes. She said, "Ma Hongjun, don't come looking for me anymore. You never treated me like a person. I won't be with you." Ma Hongjun replied in a strange tone, "Suehua, I'm a soul master. Haven't I treated you well? Why do we have to break up?" Yunqi looked at the gossip in the eyes of the two girls and, realizing they couldn't keep up with him, helplessly walked back to watch the show with them. The girl named Suehua recalled some things in her mind, her face alternating between pale and flushed. "You haven't treated me poorly. It's just that I'm an ordinary person who can't handle it. We're not suitable for each other, and you don't even see me as a person." As she spoke, Suehua also shed tears. "Yes, you come looking for me when you need something, but when you don't even glance my way." The chubby boy Ma Hongjun also said angrily, "What do you mean by can't handle me? What do you mean by not treating you like a person? Wasn't it you who looked at me as a soul master and wanted to climb higher? I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. I don't understand what you girls think about every day." After saying this, Ma Hongjun didn't care whether Suehua agreed or not, and directly stepped forward to embrace her, not letting her break free. Suehua was startled and screamed, struggling while pleading. Yunqi and the others couldn't stand it any longer, but Xiao Wu was even faster than Yunqi. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes also revealed a killing intent. She hated these beasts. The two women shouted in unison, "Beast, stop!" Ma Hongjun and Suehua turned their heads in unison, looking at the two women. The little chubby Ma Hongjun looked at the two beautiful women with different styles in front of him, his small eyes sparkling. And even the little whiskers on his lips trembled several times under the influence of his uncontrolled expression. He smacked his lips and loudly said to the two women, "What beautiful gives. So, do you want to replace Suehua as my girlfriend?" After saying that, he also let go of his hands and told Suehua, "Get lost." Suehua recalled their past interactions and tried her best to satisfy Ma Hongjun, but she never expected that he would directly tell her to get lost after turning his attention to someone else. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing watched Suehua, who was in tears and fleeing, and their anger was uncontrollable. Ma Hongjun naturally saw Suehua's expression and disdainfully spat, saying, "The shameless just love to be dramatic." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and decided to take action. They really couldn't hold it in any longer. Xiao Wu jumped and kicked, directly knocking Ma Hongjun to the ground, while Zhu Zhuqing, not to be outdone, extended her claws from her fingertips and swiped at Ma Hongjun's face. Seeing that the two women in front of him were not easy to deal with, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. "This is our business. You shouldn't meddle. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, then get lost." Yunqi couldn't help it anymore. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere, but after hearing Ma Hongjun look at his woman like that and speak arrogantly, he didn't mind teaching this ignorant fool a lesson. He immediately issued a task. Help Ma Hongjun remove the evil fire. Reward: retain the evil fire's abilities, remove the harm. Yunqi didn't think twice and accepted it directly. Yunqi's eyes lit up as he walked up to the two women who were about to make a move again. With a beaming smile, he looked at Ma Hongjun and said slowly, "You're Ma Hongjun, right? Originally, I didn't want to meddle in your affairs, but your disrespectful words have troubled me." Ma Hongjun looked at Yunqi, who had a delicate face and was smiling, thinking that Yunqi was a coward, and disdainfully said, "What are you? How dare you speak disrespectfully? I'm just going to take those two girls over there. What can you do about it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately dropped their aggressive stances and looked at Ma Hongjun with pity. They were aware of Yunqi's temperament. The more he greeted someone he disliked with a smile, the more he was plotting to take them down. A calm smile indicated he was about to strike. When he saved Zhu Zhuqing and fought against Ai Ma Bai back then, he wore the same smile. Ma Hongjun felt a shiver at the pitying gazes of the two women, and when he saw Yunqi's deadpan look, a chill ran through his entire body. Yunqi was stirred. He never considered himself a good-tempered person. All his disguises and tricks were merely for his own amusement. After all, in Yunqi's mind, killing someone was simple, but destroying a person was always more enjoyable than just killing. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. With a swift movement, Yunqi used his ghostly shadow technique to quickly approach Ma Hongjun, skillfully manipulating a hidden weapon in his hand. A dragon whisker needle appeared in Yunqi's grasp. First, he kicked Ma Hongjun away, interrupting his martial soul possession. Then, he executed the control crane seizing dragon technique, controlling the airborne Ma Hongjun. With the Xintian skill pushed to its limit, He used the hidden weapon technique to drive the dragon whisker needle 1 inch below Ma Hongjuan's dantian through his spinal column. Yunqi thought, "Aren't you full of evil fire? Today I'll help you get rid of it." The dragon whisker needle can curl up, and with Yunqi's technique, it won't cause Ma Hongjun any pain. It will only damage a meridian node and block that channel, making it impossible for Ma Hongjun to get aroused. Chapter 39, Beating Ma Hongjun. After Yunqi finished all this, he lifted his knee and delivered a heavy blow, sending Ma Hongjun flying again. Yunqi also smiled and shouted to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, "Didn't that fat guy just insult you? Let's play ball. Remember to pass the ball." Xiao Wu was also excited to join in, and even Ning Rongrong, who had just arrived, expressed her desire to participate. Yunqi nodded and didn't mind. Soon, under Yunqi's incredible ball control skills, Ma Hongjun was kicked around without ever touching the ground. However, not everyone is like Yunqi, possessing immense physical strength. After kicking a few times, they realized that this fat guy was too heavy and it was too tiring to kick him. They gave up, as they hadn't even unleashed their martial souls, just kicking purely with their bodies, which, according to Yunqi, was more enjoyable. In the clouds, a person was bored playing with the ball alone. After sending Ma Hongjun flying with one final kick, they did not engage further and walked directly towards a few girls. Ma Hongjun, who had finally come down from the sky, felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the whole world was spinning. After trying to shake it off a few times, he looked at Yunqi's back with resentment and summoned his martial soul. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Phoenix possessed." Yunqi heard the sound and turned to look. As for the 3 girls who didn't understand, upon hearing that it was a phoenix, they secretly completed their possession. After all, the phoenix is a top-tier bee spirit, and its combat power is definitely impressive. Under everyone's gaze, they saw Ma Hongjun enveloped in a purplish-red glow, his short hair suddenly growing longer and gathering towards the center, while the sides were bare, forming a mohawk hairstyle. The wings were not visible, but they saw that the chubby boy's hands were covered in feathers, and his palms had turned into claws. The 3 girls looked at Ma Hongjun in front of them and couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. "I've never seen a phoenix that looks so much like a country chicken. It really looks like a fat turkey." Ning Rongrong also nodded, as her knowledge was greater than that of ordinary people. "How can this be called a phoenix? I have seen the real owner of the ice phoenix spirit before, and the elegance and nobility of that kind are nothing like this scraggly country chicken." It's no wonder others laughed at Ma Hongjun's current appearance. When he called out during the spirit possession, it was so imposing that it intimidated everyone. But now, with his round body and hands adorned with long, dangling feathers, his spiked hair, if Yunqi were to comment, he would fit right in as a leader of the Zong AI family. Ma Hongjun grew even angrier, as if he had hit a nerve, and cursed loudly. "Uninformed fools, what country chicken? This is a phoenix." As he spoke, he raised his hands, and his spirit rings shone brightly. He opened his mouth, and a long purplish-red flame shot out, aimed at the 4 of them. The high temperature created ripples visible to the naked eye. Although the flames didn't look impressive, the distorted ripples around indicated their high temperature. However, except for Ning Rongrong, who might not be able to escape, the others were all very fast. Seeing this, Yunqi swiftly moved, picked up Ning Rongrong, and jumped several times to retreat out of the attack range. But Ma Hongjun was not going to let them off easily. He continued to spit flames while chasing after them, the fire in his mouth never extinguishing and whipping around everywhere. Yunqi was also a bit annoyed. Directly summoning his martial soul, the moon shadow sword appeared in his hand, and the soul ring suddenly appeared on his body along with the martial soul. Ma Hongjun looked at the man in front of him, who was about the same size as himself, and was shocked to find that he was a 4-ring soul master. What terrified him even more was that the soul ring configuration was actually 3 purple and 1 black. Each soul ring exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. Ma Hongjun looked at his own 2 yellow soul rings, feeling a moment of silence, staring blankly at Yunqi. Yunqi did not say much about the situation. Regardless of whether Ma Hongjun was in a daze or not, if he provoked her, he would have to pay the price. Yunqi's first soul ring shone brightly, and the moon shadow sword suddenly emitted a strange sword energy. Upon seeing this, Ma Hongjun hurriedly spat fire towards the direction of the sword energy. But the moment the sword energy entered the flames, it disappeared without a trace. Ma Hongjun was still feeling pleased, thinking that the purple soul ring was just a show, and that it couldn't compare to his fire. However, in the blink of an eye, he could no longer smile, because the sword energy directly appeared in Ma Hongjun's mouth, causing him to be silenced mid-spit. The flames no longer shot straight out, but instead erupted everywhere. And the sword energy continuously stirred within Ma Hongjun's mouth. Just as Yunqi was about to cut off Ma Hongjun's tongue, Flinder arrived in time with Suihua. It turned out that Suihua had finally felt compassion and informed Flinder about what was happening here, prompting Flinder to act without hesitation. Flying over with Suihua, Flinder reached Ma Hongjun's side and directly used his soul power to disperse Yunqi's sword energy, then told Ma Hongjun to extinguish the flames burning on him. As the flames were retracted, Ma Hongjun coughed out black smoke, and his head was completely free of impurities, all his hair gone. Luckily, it was his own fire, so the damage to him wasn't too severe, but he had lost every last hair on his head and eyebrows. Seeing Flinder arrive, Ma Hongjun felt as if he had found a backing and hurriedly said to him, "Teacher, help me teach them a lesson." Yunqi looked at the person in front of him, Ma Hongjun, and felt a sense of deja vu. After thinking for a moment, he remembered, thanks to Zhu Zhuqing's reminder, that this was exactly the same situation as when Dai Mabai sought help. Wasn't it? Flinder watched his disciple getting beaten up, his expression also not looking good. He asked Ma Hongjun, "How did you get into a conflict?" Ma Hongjun hurriedly replied, "Teacher, you know the flaws of my martial soul." So, Flinder could tell from Ma Hongjun's evasive eyes what was going on. It was definitely this kid, relying on his identity as a soul master. Thinking no one around dared to mess with him, and being of similar age, he was certainly not as talented as himself. But he didn't expect to have messed with someone tough. Ma Hongjun had seen the martial souls and spirit rings of the three girls, and none were weaker than him. Flinder was getting angrier, not knowing whether Yunqi and the others would stay at the academy. Last night, Tang Hao had come specifically to ask for care over Yunqi and Tang San, clearly treating Yunqi as Tang San's future aide. Flinder also didn't dare to do anything to Yunqi. Lost in thought, he slapped his palm on Ma Hongjun's bald head, sternly saying, "Hurry up and apologize to your classmates." Ma Hongjun looked at Flinder's gloomy face and didn't dare to retort, only shyly bending over to the four and saying, "I'm sorry." Everyone pretended not to hear. Flinder saw the uncertain expressions of the four and clearly did not accept Ma Hongjun's apology. He once again slapped Ma Hongjun's head hard, and it felt surprisingly good. Louder. Ma Hongjun was startled by Flinder's tone and didn't care about his pride anymore. He directly bent at a 90-degree angle and shouted loudly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. Please forgive me." Yunqi also nodded to the few girls, who indicated that it was okay. Yunqi lightly said, "It's not just us who should apologize, but also your companion, Miss Suihua. She has at least satisfied your beastly desires, and yet you treat others this way, telling them to get lost." Upon hearing this, Flinder directed another harsh blow at Ma Hongjun's head. The crisp sound brought him a certain joy. Then he shouted at Ma Hongjun, "Apologize. Chepter forti, die. Miss die." Ma Hongjun had no choice but to apologize to Suihua again. Seeing Suihua shake her head and disappear in tears by the roadside, Yunqi remained silent. In this world, without strength, words mean nothing. After Yunqi received the rewards, he felt the amplitude brought by the rewards and couldn't help but be overjoyed. But on the surface, he still appeared calm and composed. Flinder also looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but explain, "This is my disciple, and also a student of the academy." The women were surprised, thinking that there wasn't a single normal person among the students in this academy. Flinder continued to explain, "This situation is due to Ma Hongjun himself. His martial soul is born with a defect. When it mutated, it did not fully complete the mutation. Although the mutation is very powerful and can be regarded as a top-tier beast martial soul, the martial souls in Ma Hongjun's village are mostly domestic chickens with little attacking ability. So it might be a case of congenital deficiency, as the mutation was not complete. Although he possesses a phoenix martial soul with strong fire abilities, this martial soul has also brought some shortcomings to Ma Hongjun's innate body. If he cannot vent it out, the flames will destroy him." Seeing the disgust on the faces of the women, Flinder sighed and shifted the topic. Then he looked at Yunqi and said, "How about it? Have you made your decision? Do you want to join the academy?" Yunqi looked at the light in Flinder's eyes, turned to discuss with the girls, and nodded. To be honest, Yunqi didn't really want to stay here, but there was no choice. Over the past 6 years, Yunqi had experimented with various methods of releasing tasks, but only when releasing tasks for Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and others would the rewards be high. Other tasks, although they could bring steady improvement. Yunqi had also experienced the benefits of tasks and didn't want to give up such high-reward tasks just like that. On the other hand, Flinder, seeing Yunqi nodding, couldn't help but feel delighted inside. After all, Shrek Academy had been preserved. and having these people participate in the Soul Master competition in the future could bring huge economic benefits to Shrek. Yunqi also knows what Flander is thinking. But Yunqi has no intention of helping Shrek. Yunqi plans to take everything they can and then run away, turning around to join another force with everyone. Yunqi has always been a person with double standards, and he doesn't deny it. He hates anyone he dislikes, no matter what they do. Yunqi also wants Tang San to experience the feeling of a righteous backstab when ascending to godhood. After all, he wants to see that kind of despair mixed with pain and disbelief in their eyes as they die. Yunqi thought about it for a moment and felt a thrill, thinking it would be amazing. However, before that, he still had to pretend. Yunqi looked at Flanders and said directly, "Dean, we are willing to join Shrek Academy, but we don't want to follow your methods. I have my own plans and training methods that are more suitable for us. Besides attending classes, we hope you won't interfere with our activities, and we need a separate courtyard, which we will rent from the villagers ourselves without costing you any money." Flanders thought for a moment and recalled Yunqi's terrifying soul power and soul ring configuration at such a young age. Moreover, the fact that they wouldn't need to spend money on accommodation made him nod. As long as he could keep these talents, it was acceptable to make some concessions. "All right, since you have agreed, I will get back to my work now. As for the houses, you can find the villagers yourself." After saying that, Flanders flew away, clearly not wanting to get involved in anything else, and was happy to leave it at that. Xiao Wu was also overjoyed, jumping up and directly pouncing on Yunqi, exclaiming loudly, "Brother, I still want to live with you." Yunqi also nodded indulgently. After all, who doesn't like a human-shaped body pillow? "All right, brother will rent a big yard. We won't be separated." Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward to hug Yunqi, while Ning Rongrong stood by eating lemons. After all, she currently had no relationship with Yunqi. But the little demon girl's heart was filled with a strong sense of possessiveness, even though he wasn't hers. She just wanted to snatch him and play with him. But the aura around Yunqi and the cheerful demeanor of the two girls made her reluctant to take action, a bit tsundere, but not too much. Ning Rongrong wanted to attract Yunqi with her charm, but seeing the smile in Yunqi's eyes, she gave up. Ning Rongrong's heart was also wavering, secretly saying, "Wait a little longer, just a little longer." The others didn't notice Ning Rongrong's inner thoughts and were happily discussing where to find a house, ignoring Ma Hongjun, who was still gazing at the sky nearby. "Teacher, why didn't you take me with you?" But with Flender's speed, Ma Hongjun's voice was destined not to reach Flender's ears, and could only disappear into the wind. However, Ma Hongjun was overthinking. The lesson Yunqi had given him this time was already enough, and a severance of ties was no joke. Just as everyone was discussing, a graceful figure was walking over from a distance, swaying her hips as she walked, heavily made up, appearing before everyone. Yunqi also noticed and turned to look at Dai Ma Bai, who had walked up to him, and he didn't recognize her at once, not knowing who this beautiful woman was. It turned out that after Dai Ma Bai was changed by Yunqi due to gender identity disorder yesterday and was knocked out by Flander, she woke up shortly after and completely transformed. First, she went to the city and bought a whole bunch of female products, then got her hair done. It wasn't until this morning that Dai Ma Bai returned from the city, catching Ma Hongjun's attention. He had never seen such a tall and enchanting woman before. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, lost in thought, as she looked at the familiar feeling in front of her, and had some guesses in her heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu quietly placed her hand on Yunqi's waist, planning to take action if this woman was looking for Yunqi. Before Yunqi and the others could ask, Ma Hongjun excitedly approached and greeted her. "Beautiful lady, may I ask what brings you to Shrek Academy?" Dai Ma Bai looked at Ma Hongjun, who had been turned into a black ball by her flames, and also didn't recognize him. She smiled and replied, "No, I was originally a student of Shrek." This left Ma Hongjun dumbfounded. Wasn't there only 3 students in the academy? He hadn't seen her before. Confused, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask, "Are you also a new student this year?" Dai Ma Bai picked up on something and, looking at his round figure, suddenly remembered her good friend from when she was a man and asked with some confusion, "Are you fatty?" Ma Hongjun looked at this beautiful woman with a strange expression. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the 3 girls over there, she was still quite stunning. With an exotic charm, he slowly said, "Are you Dai Lauda?" Dai Ma Bai rolled her eyes playfully and said with a hint of annoyance, "Yes, that's me, but just call me Ma Bai. It doesn't sound good for a girl to be called Lauda." Chapter 41. Oscar, who is delighted to see the hunt. Now it wasn't just Ma Hongjun who was dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked, rubbing their eyes and blinking hard, and after confirming they weren't seeing things, they looked at Yunqi with strange expressions. Yunqi also shrugged, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Even if it was related, Could Yunqi express it directly? However, what Yunqi didn't expect was that after Dai Mabai put on makeup, even Yunqi couldn't recognize her. After getting rid of that flashy platinum outfit, she put on a little dress. Dai Mabai looked at Ma Hongjun, who still had that disbelieving expression, and angrily rebuked, "You fatso." Seeing that Ma Hongjun had come to his senses, he ignored him and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, his expression extremely complex. He took out a piece of rice paper from his exquisite bag and directly handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi couldn't help but be curious. Leaning forward to take a look, she saw some content written on it, which simply stated something about personality clashes, and that Dai Mabai voluntarily gave up his claim to the throne, something like a peace agreement. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mabai with confusion as well. However, she quickly rolled up the rice paper in her hand, carefully hiding it away, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Dai Mabai, without hesitation, explained, "Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. I've realized that when a man shows no interest at all, he spends all day worrying back and forth. Ever since I was slapped awake by the dean yesterday, I don't want to be a man anymore. I also don't like women. So rather than letting the marriage contract bind us, it's better to simply annul it. Plus, I can wear beautiful dresses and all kinds of clothing in the future." Yunqi also directly gave Dai Mabai a thumbs up. With an extremely natural expression, he said, "Congratulations, brother Dai. Oh no, Miss Dai. You found the true meaning of life." Dai Mabai looked at the handsome man in front of her and smiled, licking her lips slowly as she said, "It was my fault before. I'm sorry. Can we get to know each other again?" Yunqi looked at Dai Mabai, who seemed eager to devour him, and felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned off his charm aura and stepped back, saying directly, "Miss Dai, I'm fine with being friends, but let's not discuss anything beyond that. I really like my girlfriend." Meanwhile, the three girls beside him couldn't help but laugh at Yunqi's awkwardness. Dai Mabai, noticing Yunqi's fear of her, rolled her eyes. Realizing there was no friendly vibe, she recalled the time she had been beaten up and left with a confused expression, swaying her hips like a femme fatale alongside Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, the charm aura didn't have a deep effect on Dai Mabai. Otherwise, Yunqi would have been utterly disgusted. Yunqi turned to look at the smiling women and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly changing the subject. "Let's go look for a yard." The little cat and the others also knew when to stop, understanding that their man didn't like these kinds of things. After some light teasing, they began searching for a house together. Before long, after asking the local villagers, they learned that there was a wealthy family in the village with an extra yard. They went to inquire, and when the wealthy man found out they were looking to rent a house, he directly offered them the vacant yard for living. However, Yunqi was not someone who greedily sought the wealth of commoners, and after his insistence, they paid with soul coins and began to clean and arrange the yard. With the efforts of several soul masters, it was quickly tidied up, and living items were placed neatly. Yunqi turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting aside, and nodded at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. The two women understood the hint, as only Yunqi knew Ning Rongrong's true nature. The others were unaware of her personality. For the past few days, Ning Rongrong had been smiling, and apart from small conflict with Xiao Wu in Sodawa City, there were no other issues. The two women were very welcoming to this beautiful younger sister. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward and took Ning Rongrong's hand, softly saying, "Rongrong, why don't you stay here too? There are quite a few rooms." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with interest. Yunqi certainly knew what that meant and directly said, "My house is quite big. Come and live here." Zhu Zhuqing also nodded in agreement and coldly said, "Don't worry, we are here." Ning Rongrong smiled brightly, looking very innocent. Yunqi didn't look too much. After all, Ning Rongrong's personality hadn't changed yet, and the little demoness still resided in her heart. He didn't want to be inexplicably targeted or labeled as a sycophant. He was only considering that Ning Rongrong had spoken up for him multiple times. As for the task, Yunqi decided to let it go naturally. Being too scheming would make feelings seem a bit worthless. Ning Rongrong looked at so many rooms and secretly thought, "This is an opportunity they gave themselves, not me taking the initiative," clearly thinking. However, what Ning Rongrong didn't expect was that after everyone sat for a while, Yunqi entered the master bedroom, and Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also went in, leaving Ning Rongrong alone outside, making her feel somewhat out of place in the group. But Yunqi and the others didn't think so. It was just that some things were inconvenient for outsiders to see. After all, Ning Rongrong wasn't one of their own yet, and she still had a sect behind her. Who knew if she would directly pass on information to others? Until they had experienced things together, Yunqi had no plans to share with anyone, no matter how pretty she was. While Yunqi and the others were cultivating, time passed quickly, and soon someone came and knocked on the door of Yunqi's courtyard. Yunqi and the others were also interrupted in their cultivation by the sound. They got up and walked out of the room, arriving at the courtyard door. Upon opening it, they found Tang San. With a hint of concern, they asked little San, "Are you feeling better?" Tang San, whose face looked like a pig's head, also showed a touch of gratitude, mumbling indistinctly, "Numbers up. Thank you, Chiga." Yunqi heard Tang San's voice, and her smile grew even brighter. She asked again, "Did you come to find us for something?" Tang San looked at Yunqi, who was beaming with joy, and thought she was happy to hear that he was doing much better. He also happily said, "Chiga, the dean wants you all to go have a meal together." Yunqi listened to Tang San speaking, but couldn't understand clearly. He casually glanced at Tang San's teeth and discovered the reason for the speech issue. It turned out that Xiao Wu's punch yesterday had knocked out Tang San's front teeth and several molars. Yunqi nodded at Tang San and directly called the three girls in the courtyard. Together with Tang San, they headed out to the academy's cafeteria. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy, they saw what was called the cafeteria, which was just a larger wooden house. The kitchen was run by a few hired villagers. As Yunqi and the others entered, they found Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar already sitting at the dining table. It seemed that Oscar was still unaware that the girl next to him was Dai Mubai, as he was playfully teasing her, making Ma Hongjun next to them hesitant to speak. This was because Dai Mubai was constantly glaring at Ma Hongjun, warning him with her eyes not to say anything. It turned out that Oscar had cleaned up his facial hair, and he suddenly looked much more spirited. Combined with his peach blossom eyes, he had captivated Dai Mubai, who was gazing at him in a daze. Oscar was also enjoying the playful teasing and shyness from the beautiful girl beside him, as if he had encountered true love. Chapter 42. Miss Dai has taken a liking to Oscar. Since being teased by the girls yesterday, Oscar had a moment of reflection and decided to transform himself. With his original good looks, he became quite handsome after tidying up. Dai Mubai looked at her good brother, who had changed so much, and couldn't help but express her inner feelings. After all, he was a charming tiger. The lecherous factor within him had not changed with his transformation into a female. He had simply begun to like men. Yunqi and others also stated that they knew nothing, and even though Dai Mubai had been detestable in the past, once she handed over that contract, it meant that there was no direct interest relationship between her and Yunqi. Naturally, Yunqi would not deal with her anymore. On the contrary, Yunqi and the others might even help Dai Mubai pursue her own happiness, as their character was just that noble. Dai Mubai also understood that she couldn't hide things from Oscar for long, so she planned to get things done tonight. At that point, even if Oscar wanted to back out, he wouldn't be able to escape Dai Mubai's grasp. Therefore, as long as she didn't expose herself during the day, everything would be fine. Moreover, Dai Mubai deliberately avoided the academy's teachers and acquaintances to cultivate feelings with Oscar. The only concern was that Yunqi and those who had seen her before were present, but seeing that Yunqi and the others were willing to cooperate, her malicious eyes also cast a grateful gaze. The three girls naturally recognized Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, while Ning Rongrong was simply enjoying the show, wanted to see how far Dai Mubai could go. However, they did not recognize Oscar until he actively spoke up. After all, he was also a notorious flirt. Oscar, looking at the three girls, wanted to salvage his image, directly leaving Dai Mubai aside, as the three girls in front of him were more attractive. But he didn't have much else in mind, considering Yunqi's strength, which Oscar had heard about, could beat teacher Xiao Wu into that state. Just thinking about it was chilling. "You guys are here for dinner too." Yunqi knew this was Oscar. After all, that pair of peach blossom eyes and the soft, lewd voice were too recognizable. The three girls and Tang San didn't recognize him immediately. They just compared the handsome guy in front of them with Yunqi. There was no comparison. Yunqi was the kind of masculine, sharp-featured, warm, and sunny handsome guy. Oscar, on the other hand, looked too feminine, resembling a flirtatious face. There was simply no comparison, but they still responded, "Do you know us?" Oscar looked at the few people in front of him who clearly didn't recognize him, and a smile appeared on his face. Thinking that with a little grooming, he was also quite a handsome guy, and the attitudes of these people had improved quite a bit. However, Oscar had completely forgotten why he was disliked before, and what could they recognize? Previously, his face was full of hair. You could only see his eyes and mouth. With a somewhat smug smile, Oscar replied, "I am Oscar, the student you met yesterday." The first to react was Ning Rongrong, who looked at Oscar with disbelief. "Are you really that lewd uncle from yesterday?" Oscar's smile stiffened for a moment, then he laughed. "Yeah, I'm the uncle from yesterday. What about it? Still think so now?" Saying this, he revealed a very confident expression. Ning Rongrong and the others shook their heads. Even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai looked the same. seeing the expressions of everyone. Oscar didn't feel proud for long before he was interrupted. The three girls still looked at Oscar with disgust and said mercilessly, "You really don't look like that uncle from yesterday, but the lewdness is still there. And with your unwarranted confidence, it makes us want to vomit even more." Daima Bai, seeing Oscar about to turn to stone, hurriedly stepped forward, hugged him, and comforted softly, "It's okay, Ayo. They don't like you, but I really like you." As soon as these words came out, everyone who understood the truth was stunned. Only the parties involved, Oscar and Tang San, looked moved. Oscar was incredibly touched, thinking how considerate a girl could be in this world, while Tang San felt that this love was truly beautiful. Yunqi had different thoughts in her mind, thinking that a bitch deserves a dog, and that it would last forever. She also showed a warm smile and said, "Congratulations to you all. You have found your happiness." Oscar looked at Yunqi in front of him, being very polite, but completely unaware of what expression Dai Mabe had beside him. Thank you. You're still better than us. You." As Oscar spoke, he suddenly stopped, winking at Yunqi while looking at the three girls. Yunqi directly hugged Oscar and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. These two are both my girlfriends." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned slightly red, while Ning Rongrong felt a bit sour inside, though she couldn't quite understand why. Ma Hongjun, witnessing the conversation inside, remained silent and focused on his food. Everything in this world was irrelevant to him. Ever since he got a few knocks on the head from Flender, he felt like he had lost that desire, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that he should find a chance to experiment with his teacher more. Soon, Yunqi and the others got their meals and sat down to eat. When faced with some questions, Yunqi happily shared about cultivation, attributing it directly to talent. Anyway, under Yunqi's dual aura, the meal eliminated any hostility and strengthened their bond. As for how well this bond was formed, Yunqi thought it was quite good. As for the other guys, Yunqi figured they could only fend for themselves. In any case, the meal was very enjoyable, with both sides feeling happy. Under Yunqi's leadership, they got to know each other again. He even happily gave nicknames to Ma Hongjun and the others, calling them Fatty, Big Sausage, and so on. Meanwhile, with the girls calling him brother, Yunqi led everyone astray, becoming the leader of the group of 8. After Yunqi helped Xiao Wu wipe her mouth, he also looked at Zhu Zhuqing. But Zhu Zhuqing was still a bit shy and said that it was fine for her to come by herself. Yunqi didn't force him, just casually asked Oscar, "Is there any special rule in the academy?" Under Yunqi's friendly demeanor, Oscar didn't mind the nickname too much. After all, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had been calling him that for a long time, and he was already used to it. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from Dai Mubai to Yunqi, organized his thoughts, and said seriously, "It seems there are no special rules in the academy, just that you can't commit crimes or do anything harmful, but fighting and competition are encouraged." Yunqi still had that expression on her face, but inside she felt a bit nauseous. Fighting could be understood, but when it came to, many people in her past life had been harmed by this thing. Although she knew the world was different now, she still felt a bit resistant. After all, Yunqi and were irreconcilable. Oscar continued to explain. The teachers at the academy believe that these two methods can quickly increase practical experience, hone one's martial soul, and improve one's mental quality. Among other things, as long as no one is killed, anything else is acceptable. Even if one loses everything, the teachers won't say anything. Chapter 43. Ning Rongrong's Nature. Yunqi nodded, but didn't speak, while Ning Rongrong beside him asked, "What about the academy's courses?" Oscar thought for a moment, and then replied helplessly, "Because before you all arrived, there were too few students at the academy, and our courses are constantly changing. After all, there are so many teachers, and they basically adjust the courses based on individual differences, so I don't know the current arrangements of the academy." Oscar took the water that Daimo Bai handed him, smiled at Daimo Bai, and then drank it all in one go. Clearing his throat, he continued, "So, the tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins per year is definitely worth it for you." Clearly, Oscar was unaware of the advantages Yunqi and the others had. But Yunqi didn't indicate anything, just smiled in agreement. However, Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up. "Then why is your academy so poor?" According to reason, there are several teachers over level 60, and the dean and teacher Zhao are both soul saints. It shouldn't be that poor. Before Oscar could respond, Ma Hongjun added, "We also receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall, but the teachers don't." Xiao Wu and the others knew that Soul Master's compensation stopped once they broke through to Soul Sovereign and reached Soul Sect, for example. Yunqi now couldn't receive subsidies. But Ma Hongjun clearly misunderstood Xiao Wu's point. "I'm not asking about that. I'm saying, with such high levels of Soul Masters, Anything they do should be better than this. It can't be possible for the academy to be in such a state. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mo Bai, and Oscar all froze, clearly realizing the blind spot in the situation. Ning Rongrong, with her innocent smile, said to Xiao Wu, don't ask anymore. Maybe the teachers have their own difficulties and are embarrassed to go out and make money. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ma Hongjun and the others looked as if they were explaining to Xiao Wu, but the actual meaning was understood by everyone present. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were furious. They were both the dean and felt indebted to Flinder for bringing them back, so they couldn't bear to hear Ning Rongrong indirectly criticize their teachers. Ning Rongrong, lacking Yunqi's aura, couldn't influence Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Ma Hongjun was now indifferent, while Oscar had a beauty by his side, so they naturally wouldn't be swayed by Ning Rongrong's appearance. The two raised their hands and slammed them on the table, knocking over the bowls and chopsticks. They both angrily questioned Ning Rongrong in unison. What did you mean by that just now? But what kind of person was Ning Rongrong? She was the most favored little princess in the sect and had never endured such grievances. She stopped pretending and revealed a look of disdain, directly retorting. What do you mean by what you think? What I said is what I meant. Seeing that Ning Rongrong not only refused to accept but also mocked them, they were about to take action. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, scoffed disdainfully and slowly said, if you dare to lay a finger on me now, tomorrow, everyone in Shrek, including your dean, will die here. Do you believe it? Yunqi originally wanted to intervene, but seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance and the way she was completely different from how she was add by Flinder in the original work. It's hard to accept. In the original, she had power and influence at home, but still bowed to Dai Mubai and was punished by Flinder. Although it was said to be under instruction, it's just not the same as now. Yunqi thought for a moment and agreed. After all, these are living people. How could they let themselves be bullied without resisting? Not to mention that Ning Rongrong had a very poor first impression of them. If Ning Rongrong had any backing, Yunqi would think she had some serious issues, as it just didn't make sense. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they also calmed down. Ning Rongrong's identity was definitely not simple. During the meal, just now, she once again shared her basic information with everyone. Innate soul power level 9. And her martial soul was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. From this, it could be concluded that Ning Rongrong was the pride of the 7 treasures glazed sect. They wouldn't dare to gamble on whether there would be corpses everywhere tomorrow. After calming down, they broke into a cold sweat. The 7 treasures glazed sect had 2 titled Douluos and a very good relationship with the Heaven Do Empire, even if they didn't directly curse. They would have to accept it if someone pointed at their noses and scolded them. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Ning Rongrong. We just got a bit emotional. We're really sorry. Yunqi looked at the two who were bowing and apologizing, as well as Ning Rongrong, who had no intention of forgiving them, and said, Rongrong, accept their apologies. We will still be classmates learning together in the future. Yunqi winked at Ning Rongrong from a position where the two could not see. Ning Rongrong didn't quite understand what Yunqi meant, but she knew that Yunqi must have more to say to her, so she immediately expressed her willingness to forgive the two of them. For Chiga's sake, I forgive you. But if you dare to show killing intent towards me again next time, I won't hold back. Ma Hongjun and Oscar quickly nodded, afraid to act again. They didn't want to seek a moment of pleasure only to find themselves disappearing quietly from the Spirit Master world the next day, along with Shrek and its people. Now, looking at the righteous Yunqi, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Yunqi looked at the scene before him and thought, this is more like it. It's foolish not to use power when you have it. This Ning Rongrong is to my taste. Yunqi waved his hand casually and slowly said to the two, I help you this time, but don't do it like this next time. We're all classmates. What can we discuss? If you say something wrong, you can slowly explain it. Why does it have to turn into fighting and killing? Ma Hongjun also mumbled with grievance. Chigu, the rules of our academy are like this, encouraging combat. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. But only Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself, this academy truly lives up to its name as a monster academy. Even the rules are so peculiar. I guess I came to the right place. After all, Tang San had also been in a sect that specialized in hidden weapons in his past life, where combat and irregularity were probably just their habits. Yunqi was surprised and thought, so this school rule has really sunk into your heads. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Keep it up, and definitely don't forget this rule. But the school rule doesn't say that this rule is only for your own people, right? From now on, if you see someone you can't stand, just go up and beat them up. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu listened to Yunqi's words in silence, but Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Ma Bai. And Tang San's eyes lit up. In unison, they said to Yunqi, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Qi." The girls rolled their eyes again, looking at the four in front of them, thinking, so you can't even understand Yunqi's sarcasm, right? Yunqi was also surprised to look at them, thinking, my halo is clearly forgiveness and affinity. How did it turn into a decrease in intelligence? Actually, it's not Yunqi's fault. It's just that this rule was too appealing to the four of them. So when Yunqi spoke with righteous fervor, they didn't delve into the meaning of the words and just took it as Yunqi guiding them. Chapter 44. Tang San moved to tears. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their cultivation, especially since Yunqi's appearance had suddenly made the atmosphere in Shrek become competitive. After all, with a monster like Yunqi here stimulating everyone's fragile nerves. Yunqi also saw Tang San, who was about to leave, and stepped forward to stop him. With a thought, he issued a task. Have Tang San forge a hidden weapon from the corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon. Reward, the forged hidden weapon. Retrieve it. Tang San looked at Yunqi, who was blocking his way, with confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Chigo, is there something you need?" Yunqi directly asked, "Xiao San, we noticed back in school that you would collect some ores whenever you had the chance. What do you need that for?" Tang San noticed Yunqi's attention on his collection and his expression changed slightly, but it quickly disappeared. After all, his fondness for Yunqi was there. So he answered with a bit of concealment, "It's nothing much. You know, my family is a blacksmith family, and I don't want to lose my skills. So I just look for some things to practice with when I have free time." Yunqi also nodded in agreement. He said to Tang San, "I noticed that little gadget you used during the entrance exam yesterday. Did you make it yourself?" Tang San felt a bit anxious at this moment, as this was the foundation of his existence in this continent. Even though the person in front of him was Yunqi, he still felt a bit nervous. He replied vaguely, Yeah, I made it myself. But because the materials are quite rare, there aren't many left." Yunqi casually patted Tang San's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's nothing, just asking. I won't take your things." Seeing the friendly Yunqi in front of him, Tang San felt a bit ashamed, but he thought to himself that without Tang Sek's hidden weapon techniques, Yunqi wouldn't be able to use them, which relieved him a lot. He decided to take one out to show Yunqi. As Tang San's left hand touched the 24-bridge moonlit night at his waist, he didn't immediately take out anything. Confused, Tang San used his soul power to probe inside, and upon seeing the scene within, his eyes turned red instantly. He murmured, "Where's my dragon beard needle? Where's my dragon beard needle?" Yunqi watched as Tang San finally realized that his things were missing, feeling a surge of joy inside, but on the surface. He still asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiao San? What is missing?" Tang San, looking lost and dejected, raised his head to look at Yunqi and said sadly, "Chigo, all the things I used yesterday are gone." Yunqi also asked, "Xiao San, how could your things disappear from the storage soul guide? Don't make up such a poor lie, just because you don't want to show me." Tang San, feeling a bit anxious, quickly replied, "How could I possibly deceive you? Chigo, I have always remembered the help you and the teacher have given me." Yunqi nodded thoughtfully and said slowly, "It seems that your things are really lost. Could it be because of the soul guide?" Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Tang San also recalled the times over the past 6 years when he frequently lost money and hidden weapons, feeling both love and hate for this soul guide. For a moment, he was unable to make a decision. Yunqi looked at Tang San, who was shaken by his words, and said directly, "How about this, Xiao San? Why don't you sell this thing to me? Anyway, it's just a burden for you, which means it has been neglected for a long time." Tang San hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and replied to Yunqi, "This thing was given to me by my teacher, so selling it wouldn't be right." Yunqi looked at Tang San, who had refused him without getting angry. He had 100% confidence in his ability to handle Tang San, with a hint of helplessness. He said, "What a pity, I see that your body is so weak. You must be having a hard time, and I just wanted to help you a little." Tang San was deeply moved. In this world, his father had never treated him well, but there was still the blood bond of family. Yu Xiaogang had also imparted knowledge to him, but aside from Yunqi, there was no one who truly cared for him. Is it time for the clouds to gather? Directly taking out the corpse of the iron-armored dragon from the ring, Tang San was greatly shocked by the massive creature in front of him, especially after recognizing the various ores on the corpse of the iron-armored dragon. His breathing became noticeably heavier. His eyes also revealed a desire. But the remaining rationality kept Tang San from losing control immediately. Yunqi also cleared his throat at the right moment, interrupting Tang San's thoughts. Tang San looked at Yunqi excitedly and hurriedly said, "Chigo, what is this?" Yunqi casually said, This iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is a soul beast that my sister Xiao Wu and I hunted together, and it is also the fourth spirit ring. I almost lost my life to it back then. Seeing that you like minerals, I kept it for you. But I've never had the right opportunity to give it to you. Yunqi was talking while showing a look of fear. Tang Xin felt tears streaming down his face. The knowledge he learned from Yu Xiaogang made him understand how difficult it was to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, especially a treasure-laden soul beast like the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, which was even more rare and hard to come by. Yunqi saw Tang Xin shedding tears and continued to speak emotionally. That battle was truly thrilling. Although I also gained the fourth soul ring after 10,000 years, this corpse can help you, so it's not in vain. After Yunqi finished speaking, he gently patted Tang San's shoulder and slowly began to leave. Tang San felt extremely ashamed looking at Yunqi, who had cared for him so much. The corpse of the iron armor dragon was worth at least hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins if sold. Yet Yunqi gave it to him just because he noticed Tang San's interest in ores. As Yunqi was about to leave, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Chiga?" Yunqi also looked back at Tang San and asked with a hint of doubt, "Little San, is there anything else?" Tang San looked into Yunqi's eyes and directly handed over the 24-bridge moonlit night that Yu Xiaogang had given him, placing it in Yunqi's hands. "Chiga, this thing is for you. Keeping it will only lead to losing more things anyway. Chiga, just make sure not to put valuable items inside." Yunqi also nodded with a smile, turned around, and waved her hand, disappearing from Tang San's sight along with the three girls. Tang San looked at Yunqi's carefree demeanor and felt extremely envious. But he also completely cut off his thoughts about Xiao Wu, solidifying his resolve. He murmured, "Xiao Wu is now my sister-in-law. If I continue to indulge in unrealistic fantasies, I should slap myself a few times." It wasn't until Yunqi had been gone for a while that Tang San calmed down from his emotional excitement and turned to look at the enormous object in front of him, suddenly realizing something. It's so big. Where am I going to put it? And how am I going to transport it back? On the other side, Yunqi was unaware of Tang San's struggles and difficulties. But even if she knew, she would just smile. As for helping Tang San, Yunqi doesn't have such a good mental quality. Sending the corpse of the iron armor dragon is just to slow down Tang San's cultivation speed and to take advantage of Tang San's. Do you really think Yunqi is noble? Chapter 45. Where is Zhu Qing? When the group returned to the courtyard and found no one around, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing directly asked Yunqi, "Bro, why did you give Tang San the corpse of the iron armor dragon? It could have sold for a lot of money." Even Ning Rongrong, who was beside them, looked at Yunqi with a questioning expression. Even she couldn't be so generous. Although her 7-treasure glazed tile school took out these gold soul coins, it wasn't too much, but for an individual it was an astronomical amount. Yunqi also smiled and pinched the faces of the little cat and Xiao Wu. "Of course it has an effect. You don't need to ask anymore. Well, have you ever seen me make a losing deal?" The three girls were still puzzled, but seeing that Yunqi didn't say it directly, they tactfully chose not to pursue the matter. After all, what Yunqi thought they should know, she would definitely tell them. Yunqi looked up at the sky and saw that there was still a long time ahead. He took the two girls back to the room and continued to cultivate. As for Ning Rongrong outside the door, she felt a wave of frustration. Looking at the tightly closed door, she was at a loss for words and angrily returned to her own room. She didn't even realize that her initial attitude towards the others had slowly changed. Perhaps feeling a sense of distance from Yunqi and the others, many things were kept from her. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were the same, which made her feel excluded. She wanted to integrate into the group, but didn't know where to start. As the sun set, the afterglow quickly disappeared from the land, and the wind in the courtyard stirred up fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. A few people from Yunqi called out Ning Rongrong, and, after having a simple meal outside, they returned to the room. Yunqi watched the little cat that started practicing as soon as it returned to the room, without causing much disturbance. She just turned her head to look at Xiao Wu, who had finished washing up and was sitting by the vanity. Xiao Wu also noticed Yunqi's gaze. Smiling, she said to Yunqi, "Bro, help me comb my hair." Yunqi also took out the comb that Xiao Wu had given her from the ring, walked behind Xiao Wu, and gently helped her comb her hair. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's reflection in the mirror and also fell into memories, saying, "Brother, your technique has improved so much." Yunqi also smiled faintly. "After helping you comb your hair for so many years, if my skills are still not good, then wouldn't I be a fool?" Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi in the mirror with deep affection and murmured, "Brother, you are just a fool." Although Xiao Wu's voice was very soft, with Yunqi's hearing, how could he not clearly hear what Xiao Wu said? He also understood the meaning behind Xiao Wu's words. Yunqi is not a saint, and he has long promised Xiao Wu. As a normal, passionate young man, Yunqi has been tormented to the point of immense pain. However, in his previous life, he was terrified by an indescribable entity. So he's been holding back a bit. Xiao Wu sensed something unusual about her beloved behind her, and her face turned slightly red. With her delicate features, she turned to look at Yunqi, who was using her comb to help tidy her hair, and she stepped forward to hug him. She softly whispered in Yunqi's ear, "Brother." Yunqi also understood Xiao Wu's meaning. She turned to take a look at the little kitten that was practicing and hesitantly said, "Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" Xiao Wu, however, was unconcerned and replied, "It's fine. It's just a matter of time." Yunqi was also staring at Xiao Wu in shock, unable to say a word. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's expression and directly said, "It's no big deal for me and Zhu Qing to be such good sisters." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Yunqi was also deeply moved. Without hesitation, what else could Yunqi say about such a wonderful daughter-in-law? It is aptly said, when the golden wind and the jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the human world. Yunqi looked down one last time, smiled at Xiao Wu, and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future." Xiao Wu shyly nodded in response, letting out a soft hum like that of a mosquito. Yunqi and Xiao Wu did not notice the little cat peeking from a corner. Xiao Wu's feelings for Yunqi rose again, as their relationship had significantly deepened their emotions for each other. Yunqi looked at the little dance in her arms, who refused to let go no matter what, and affectionately rubbed her nose while softly saying, "Why aren't you going to sleep yet? It's so late." Little Dance poked her cute tongue out and made a face at Yunqi. However, Yunqi wouldn't let Little Dance stay like this alone and reached out to tickle her. Little Dance couldn't stand it, sometimes curling up and sometimes retaliating, but she was no match for Yunqi. Soon, she was defeated and felt a bit drowsy after having been busy for so long without proper rest. Yunqi understood Little Dance, but didn't let her go to sleep immediately. Instead, she took Little Dance to wash up again before returning. Little Dance lay on the bed, looking at Yunqi deeply, and after a moment of thought, she slowly spoke, "Brother, what do you think our future will be like?" Yunqi also turned around and said to Xiao Wu, "Who can say for sure about the future?" Yunqi said, "Although we don't know what the future holds, I will do my best to create a perfect future for the people I love and those who love me." In that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to see a light in her eyes. Yunqi's figure was continuously elevated in Xiao Wu's heart. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Wu embraced Yunqi and kissed him, then shouted loudly, "Brother!" Yunqi, who was also smiling happily, casually asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi seriously and then slowly said, "I love you." Yunqi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Me too." Perhaps too engrossed in their conversation, both Yunqi and Xiao Wu completely forgot that there was another person in the room. The little cat, Zhu Qing, watched the affectionate couple, speaking intimate words, completely forgetting about herself. No matter how confident and indifferent Zhu Qing was, she couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy and shame. Deep down, she thought, "How can they be like this? I'm still a room." Meanwhile, Yunqi and Xiao Wu continued to exchange sweet nothings. At one moment, they chatted about gossip, and at another, they reminisced about Grandpa Jack, wondering if he would think of them after leaving Notting Academy. They speculated about how the little brothers in the academy were doing now. When Xiao Wu mentioned the teachers and students in Shrek Academy, she once again complained to Yunqi. "This academy is really a monster academy. There's not a single normal person in it." Yunqi nodded and said, "I also want to thank Shrek Academy. Otherwise I wouldn't have met Zhu Qing." Xiao Wu agreed. "Zhu Qing is really great." As they spoke, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Then their bodies stiffened, and they trembled as they asked each other, "Where's Zhu Qing?" Chapter 46. Xiao Wu persuades the little cat. Coming back to their senses, Yunqi and Xiao Wu felt a lingering atmosphere of resentment. They turned to look at the little cat, who had a blushing face that seemed like it could bleed, and her eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Both Yunqi and Xiao Wu felt awkward. They had been so caught up in their conversation that they hadn't considered the little cat's feelings. Sensing the little cat's gaze, Yunqi prepared to approach her. But the little cat was not so easily swayed by Yunqi. Seeing Yunqi getting closer, the little cat couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere anymore, opened the door, and quickly ran into Ning Rongrong's room, diving right in. Then, they heard the door slam shut with a bang. Ning Rongrong, surprised by Zhu Qing's sudden entrance into her room, was taken aback, thinking something was wrong. She stepped forward and asked Zhu Qing, who was leaning against the door, "What's wrong, Zhu Qing?" Recalling what had just happened in the room, Zhu Qing felt like her head was about to explode. Noticing Zhu Qing's shy demeanor, Ning Rongrong realized something was up. She hurriedly asked what happened. Zhu Qing spoke vaguely, But Ning Rongrong was very clever and could read the clues from Zhu Zhuqing's face, feeling a sinking sensation in her heart. With an uncertain attitude, Ning Rongrong asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Did they?" Under Ning Rongrong's expectant gaze, the little cat nodded shyly. Now, Ning Rongrong didn't know what to say. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She pulled Zhu Zhuqing, and they silently lay on the bed together. On the other side, Yunqi was somewhat at a loss. This was the first time in both her past and present lives, and she didn't know how to comfort the little cat. Although she knew the little cat might not care, especially in such a big environment, Yunqi still felt a little flustered. However, Xiao Wu, who was already lying on the bed, weakly said, "Don't worry, I'll talk to her tomorrow." Yunqi didn't know what to do, so he could only go with the flow. After understanding Xiao Wu's meaning, he didn't say much more. Yunqi looked at the exhausted Xiao Wu after her trip home and couldn't help but marvel at how effective the evil fire was. While Yunqi was still reflecting on this, Xiao Wu had already fallen into a rhythmic breathing pattern. Yunqi glanced at the sky outside the window, held Xiao Wu, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Yunqi and Xiao Wu didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Looking at the breakfast that had already been prepared in the yard, along with a bowl of steaming porridge mixed with longan, red dates, and black beans, Yunqi understood Zhu Zhuqing's intention. Yunqi looked up at the little kitten practicing on the rooftop and greeted it. It seemed as if yesterday's events had been forgotten by Yunqi. "Zhuqing, good morning." Zhu Zhuqing rolled her beautiful eyes, wrinkled her small nose, and said to Yunqi with a hint of annoyance, "I brought breakfast for you all. Hurry up and eat." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu slowly walked out of the room, supporting herself against the wall. Zhu Zhuqing quickly went up to help Xiao Wu to the table. Seeing the kitten staring at her and Xiao Wu staggering, Yunqi shyly scratched his head. The young know the taste of blood, and it's inevitable to feel a bit tipsy. But fortunately, they are all soul masters who often exercise, so they will be fine in a few hours. Zhu Zhuqing also signaled Yunqi to serve the porridge she had specially made for Xiao Wu. Yunqi was also not idle, carefully holding a spoon, and came to Xiao Wu's side, feeding her one spoonful at a time. Filled with apologies, he said to Xiao Wu, "I'm sorry." Xiao Wu smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, and playfully replied, "No need to apologize. It was originally my wish for you to take me home, and I'm also doing this to fulfill the promise I made before in Grandpa Jack's request." Yunqi also reminisced about the various moments they had together, smiling as she continued to feed Xiao Wu her breakfast. Soon, under Yunqi's feeding, Xiao Wu was full and pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside to whisper. Zhu Zhuqing probably understood a bit about Xiao Wu's intentions in pulling her, but she felt shy to speak up. Xiao Wu, however, had no such thoughts. She seriously said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, you know about what happened yesterday, and when it comes to go, a flirtatious guy like him must be dealt with early, especially since he has a kind of charm that makes people fall for him. The people around him will only increase in the future." Zhu Zhuqing certainly knew about that terrifying charm around Yunqi, as she had unconsciously fallen into it herself, but she wasn't quite ready for it yet. Having only known him for a month, a hint of conflict flashed across her face. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's conflicted expression, Xiao Wu continued to stoke the flames. "Zhuqing, didn't you notice the way Ning Rongrong looks at Ge?" Zhu Zhuqing understood Xiao Wu's meaning this time, but still spoke with doubt. That shouldn't be the case. She's the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, as she spoke, she recalled visiting Ning Rongrong's room last night and seeing how she seemed to know about the situation, which made her heart race. Xiao Wu continued, "Even if Rongrong is the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and doesn't like Ge, didn't you notice the way Ge looks at her?" Zhu Zhuqing had spent some time with Yunqi and the others, so she naturally understood Yunqi's character. He would always take a few extra glances at beautiful women. With this thought, the little cat stopped hesitating and nodded at Xiao Wu. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had made up her mind, Xiao Wu was extremely happy. After all, Yunqi, who was already exceptionally talented, had now gained a buff, and Xiao Wu couldn't resist. She had to call for more allies. In a nearby area where the two girls weren't paying attention, Ning Rongrong was also listening to their entire conversation, unsure of what kind of feelings she truly had for Yunqi. However, she couldn't take the initiative. But upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing was also prepared, Ning Rongrong didn't know why, but her grip on her sleeves tightened, wrinkling them. Her expression was extremely complicated. Meanwhile, Yunqi completely ignored the two girls whispering and was sitting at the table, eating heartily. After Yunqi finished eating, a voice from outside the courtyard called out, "Chiga, are you there?" Yunqi wiped his mouth and asked, "What's wrong, Tang-san?" Tang-san replied directly, "The dean called for us to gather, so I came to get you." After learning the purpose of Tang San's visit, Yunqi immediately shouted the names of the 3 girls and quickly left the courtyard with them, following Tang San to the playground. When the 5 of them arrived at the playground, they saw Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. However, they noticed Oscar looking lifeless, with a face full of fear as he stared at Dai Mubai, while also munching on the sausages he had made, keeping one hand firmly behind him. Yunqi and the others also realized something and suppressed their laughter. Chapter 47, Dai Mabai's Decision. However, Dai Mabai was a bit displeased. Looking at Oscar, who seemed to want to stay 10 meters away from him, he approached slowly. But with every step Dai Mabai took, Oscar would cover his back and take a step back. Seeing Oscar's posture, Dai Mabai couldn't help but shout loudly, "Oscar, what are you doing? Yesterday you played around, and I held back my disgust to help you." Oscar, with tears in his eyes and an aggrieved expression, shouted back at Dai Mabai, "After returning yesterday, you covered my eyes. How could I know it was you?" Dai Mabai didn't care anymore and directly rushed forward to hug Oscar. He said fiercely, "Anyway, you've done what you needed to do. Do you think you can just walk away now?" Oscar tried to break free from Dai Mabai's embrace, but compared to Dai Mabai, he was still quite petite, and with Dai Mabai being a beast martial soul while Oscar was just a food martial soul, he clearly had no advantage in strength. So he could only helplessly seek help from the others present. Ma Hongjun had dark circles under his eyes, clearly aware of what happened yesterday, since they were in the same dormitory. But now he had no desire at all. Even the desire to meddle had faded. Oscar looked at his good brother, who didn't even glance at him, and the sadness in his eyes was evident as he shouted loudly to Yunqi, "Chiga, save me. It's Dai Mabai, Dai Mabai." Yunqi couldn't pretend not to know when she heard Oscar's cry for help. She stepped forward with a look of deep sorrow, while Dai Mabai behind Oscar frantically shook his head and signaled to Yunqi. Yunqi certainly knew what Dai Mabai was thinking, and slowly said to Oscar, "Little A.O., I can't say much about this matter. After all, it's a mutual agreement between you two." Seeing that Yunqi was willing to speak, a glimmer of hope emerged in Oscar's desperate eyes, and he hurriedly replied, "Chiga, Dai Mabai deceived me. He deceived me." Yunqi also shook his head and said directly, "Xiao A.O., it's not that I don't want to help you, but Dai Mabai is also my classmate. And it was indeed you who, as for what happened later, wasn't it also started by you?" Seeing that Yunqi was willing to help her, Dai Mabai quickly nodded and then said to Oscar with deep feelings and helplessness, "Xiao A.O., I really like you, and we have known each other for so many years. Isn't there any bond between us?" Oscar was also taken aback, recalling that before the truth was revealed, it was indeed very comfortable. But the problem didn't seem to be that. Yunqi was still in a daze and hurriedly said, "Xiao A.O., I think you should just agree after all. You wouldn't be at a loss, and didn't Mo Bai treat you well yesterday?" Ning Rong, who was originally feeling down, found some joy and cheerfully stepped forward to say, Yeah, Sister Mo Bai is very pretty. Why are you treating her like this?" After being puzzled for a moment, Oscar directly replied, "But he is my brother. How can I change my attitude like that?" Yunqi was also taken aback, thinking about it. After all, gender dysphoria only changes one's mental state. However, what surprised Yunqi and everyone present was that Dai Mo Bai's eyes were filled with tears. She let go of Oscar, who she was holding, and softly said to him, "Xiao A.O., is there really no possibility between us?" Obviously, Oscar had also been feeling frustrated all night. Remembering Dai Mo Bai's actions in the latter half of the night, he nodded fiercely and said, "Yes, there is absolutely no possibility between us." Dai Mo Bai, now the completely feminized boy, looked at Oscar with teary eyes upon hearing his resolute words. Then, in front of everyone, Dai Mo Bai directly completed the martial spirit possession, closed her enchanting eyes, and waved down with her claws, tearing through her clothes and flesh. Dai Mo Bai let out a scream. The sound startled the birds resting in the trees and also attracted the leisurely walking Flander. Oscar was now dumbfounded. He had only acted out of anger and hadn't really thought it would turn out like this. But he quickly recited a soul spell, created a sausage, and hurriedly placed it in Dai Mo Bai's mouth. Dai Mo Bai's face was pale. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and she forced a smile as she said to Oscar, "Xiao A.O., can you accept me now?" Under everyone's gaze, Oscar only showed a faint grimace and said to Dai Mo Bai, "You eat first. Stop the bleeding." Dai Mo Bai was in unbearable pain, quickly absorbing the soul power from the food, and only then did she slowly stop the bleeding. Flander, who had rushed over after hearing the scream, looked at his student lying in a pool of blood and roared in anger. "Who did this? Under Flanders' overwhelming pressure, everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Although it wasn't directed at them, the soul power of a soul sage still affected everyone. Flander looked at the crowd, his eyes seeming to ask what was going on, but Yunqi and the others were all looking at Oscar. Flander understood the problem and directly asked Oscar, "Oscar, tell me, why did Mo bind up like this?" Oscar exchanged a glance with Flander and then quickly lowered his head, unable to say a word for a long time. Flander, having no other choice, quickly picked up Mo by, using his soul power to lift the 2 pounds that had fallen on the ground and soared into the sky. The urgent matter now was to quickly treat Mo by and see if there was still a glimmer of hope. At the moment Flander took off, a voice floated down from the sky. "Disband. Oscar, when I return, remember to give me an explanation." Hearing the voice, everyone looked at Oscar with pity. While Oscar clearly had not emerged from the shadow of being a victim, turning into a perpetrator, and then becoming the scapegoat, Yunqi also shook his head, knowing that Dai Mabai's inner self had completely feminized, and that would become an obstacle for Dai Mabai in cutting off men. So he took this opportunity to decisively remove it, also to deepen his importance in Oscar's heart. But others didn't know that, especially Tang San, who was now looking at Oscar with righteous indignation, saying, "Oscar, are you even a man? You were the one who did that first, and now you've turned into this." Mabai is also trying to express her feelings for you, and now that she has gone, you're just standing here in a daze? Yunqi also patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying nothing but making a show of it. After letting out a sigh, he led the 3 girls past Oscar and walked toward Soto City. Oscar was also in a battle between his thoughts, as this decision could affect his entire life. However, to be fair, Dai Mabai's previous experience with others had now taken a turn. It was indeed not bad before Oscar saw through it. Chapter 48. The Origin of the Evil Soul Master. After Tang San and Ma Hongjun had left, Oscar looked at the bloodstains on the ground, recalling the Brotherhood and last night's events. Oscar made up his mind and stepped forward, chasing in the direction where Flander had just left. While running and thinking, Oscar chose to forgive himself and forgive Dai Mabai. "I would rather make a mistake than do nothing at all." On the other side, Yunqi, along with the 3 girls, planned to go to Soto City for a meal, as the food in the academy was well hard to describe. When Ning Rongrong found out, she followed behind Yunqi and the others, as the food here was indeed hard to swallow for this young lady from a wealthy family. Soon, Yunqi and the others arrived at a restaurant in Soto City and had a meal, after which they strolled around the street for a while. "Why do you think Dai Mabai would do such a thing?" Xiao Wu asked a few people in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but in her heart, she increasingly felt that choosing to leave back then was truly a wise decision. Ning Rongrong directly replied, "Maybe he really likes Oscar? After all, once Oscar shaves his beard, he can be considered a handsome man, provided he doesn't speak." Yunqi, on the other hand, held a different opinion and expressed his previous thoughts to the ladies. "Do you not know who Dai Mabai was before?" The ladies recalled the scene at the Rose Hotel, but Ning Rongrong only heard about it secondhand, so she didn't understand it too well. However, seeing that Dai Mabai could even turn against his own brother sent a chill down her spine. Yunqi looked at the expressions of the girls and continued, "She has been with countless women, and now that she has changed, she will definitely not be able to suppress her loneliness for long. Moreover, Oscar should fit Dai Mabai's taste. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand why Dai Mabai would do that." Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, Yunqi didn't say more. After all, he had no more grievances with Dai Mabai, and other people's matters had nothing to do with him. Ning Rongrong also changed the topic, saying that with so many people out together, it wouldn't be right not to buy some clothes and food. "Sisters, do you want to go shopping with me? Last time we had a little conflict, and I didn't buy anything." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also smiled awkwardly. Ning Rongrong added, "Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses today." Seeing such generosity from Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu happily grabbed Yunqi's hand, bouncing and shouting, "Yay!" Yunqi glanced at Xiao Wu, then raised her head and locked eyes with Zhu Zhuqing, instantly feeling a sense of DJVU, as if she were a daughter being taken out by her parents and treated by her aunt. However, this time, while the girls were shopping, Yunqi didn't just wait idly. She noticed a small stall by the roadside selling trinkets, and she approached to pick up a small rabbit and a kitten charm, asking the vendor, "Boss, how much for these 2? The stall owner enthusiastically replied, "These 2 will be 1 silver coin." Yunqi nodded, finding it a bit expensive but still acceptable. After picking up 2 items, he noticed a hairpin, which had a pretty nice pattern, but the material was average. The boss, looking at the young man who didn't haggle, realized that the initial price of 1 silver coin was indeed quite high. However, Yunqi didn't negotiate, leaving the boss a bit confused. Seeing that Yunqi was interested in a hairpin, the boss directly said, 3 items for 1 silver coin will do. Yunqi smiled and took out some money from the ring, placing it in front of the stall before standing up and turning to leave. The stall owner sighed. What a big spender. Good person. It's a pity Yunqi has walked far away. Otherwise, I would have returned some of it. Just as Yunqi returned to the agreed meeting point outside the city gate, she saw a lecherous uncle persistently pestering Xiao Wu and the others. Little sisters, are you the only ones buying clothes? How about I treat you to something to eat? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, both hot-tempered, summoned their martial spirits and prepared to unleash their powers, mumbling, what a joke, calling himself brother. I think you've drunk fake wine and can't even recognize yourself. The lecherous man's expression darkened. In the small Soto city, as a soul king, he was not used to being spoken to like this by a few young girls. His inner evil surged even more. He directly released his martial spirit, and his 5 soul rings began to fluctuate. When Zhu Zhuqing sensed something was wrong, she quietly disappeared from sight early on, hiding after activating her martial spirit. Ning Rongrong looked at the lecherous man, whose evil aura had intensified, and shouted loudly, I am the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's master. Do you dare to make a move? This left the lecherous man stunned. Who didn't know about the 7 treasure glazed tile school on the continent? The fact that this girl in green was the master's daughter made him nervous, realizing that his moment of desire could bring him disaster. While the man was contemplating, Yunqi had hidden her figure. She originally wanted to see how capable the girls were in battle, but clearly, that was not going to happen now. When Ning Rongrong saw that the lecherous man dared not make a move, she grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and walked out, disdainfully saying to the man blocking their way, good dogs don't block the road. The man, who had been pretending to be cowardly, seemed to be provoked. His eyes turned red as he stared fiercely at Ning Rongrong, roaring, say that again. Ning Rongrong was obviously startled by the roar, but she never backed down, firmly repeating each word, good dog, don't block the road. The lecherous man felt humiliated and, disregarding the danger from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, charged at them. His martial spirit activated, and he was covered in warts, emitting a foul smell, his tongue hanging out, saliva dripping down. When saliva hit the ground, it sizzled, and white smoke rose up. However, Xiao Wu reacted quickly, using ghost shadow mysterious steps to evade the attack from the Soul King by a hair's breadth, continually retreating. Yunqi couldn't stay calm either. With the strength in front of Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing and the inadequately trained Xian Yu, they couldn't handle the Soul King with the poison frog martial soul. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to unleash her soul skill, Yunqi hurriedly called out to her, Zhu Qing, wait, don't act yet. Hearing Yunqi's voice, Zhu Zhuqing slowed down. The man, seeing that the prey was a voluptuous beauty, revealed a lewd expression in his eyes and activated his 2nd soul skill. Suddenly, his tongue extended long, rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing with a whooshing sound. Yunqi was not daring to be careless either. The 2nd and 3rd soul rings on his body lit up, and the sword in his hand transformed into a streak of flowing light with Yunqi's intent, slicing straight towards the man's tongue, with a sword that completely ignored defenses. It was not something a mere tongue could withstand. The man saw the sword light flying towards his tongue and quickly used the muscles in his tongue to change direction. But Yunqi's sword could curve. In just a moment, the sword pierced through the man's tongue, and the tongue was writhing on the ground. The man squatted down, covering his mouth, but blood was continuously flowing out from his mouth. Yunqi is not the kind of person who would just leave halfway. She won't spare a man who dares to lay a hand on his own woman, especially one who possesses a martial soul that will later be referred to as an evil soul master. Thinking back to how Tang San released these things from the city of slaughter, she felt a chill run down her spine, not knowing how many innocent civilians would die. Chapter 49, Slaughter. As Yunqi took advantage of the man's moment of distraction, the moon shadow sword in his hand continuously danced, thrusting and slashing, while the 1st soul ring flashed wildly without regard for soul power. The sword energy densely surrounded the man, who realized the danger and, enduring the pain of his severed tongue, activated his 4th soul ring. In an instant, the man transformed into a pool of blood, evading Yunqi's sword energy. Yunqi's gaze also sharpened. His 1st soul skill had always been elusive, and no one had ever dodged his attacks before. However, today it was avoided, and even Zhao Wujia could only endure it. The sword energy circled above the blood water for a while before dissipating with the wind, as it could not last long without the support of soul power. The man in the blood water slowly emerged, his face pale, clearly having just released a soul skill. which must have consumed something. The man covered his mouth and shouted something loudly, but since he no longer had a tongue, Yunqi couldn't hear what he said. However, from the resentment in the man's eyes, it was not difficult to understand his meaning. Yunqi also raised the corner of his mouth and said to Ning Rongrong behind him, Rongrong, help me add a buff. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with a confused expression and asked in puzzlement, Brother Qi, what is a buff? How do I add it? Yunqi's desire to show off immediately vanished. Attach your soul skill to me. The man looked at Yunqi in front of him, somewhat dismissive, but also pleased. He directly took out a blood treasure from his bag and began to drink from it. The color of his face, which had lost too much blood, gradually returned. Clearly, the man before him was the predecessor of the evil soul master. As Yunqi drew his sword, Ning Rongrong's buff was also applied in time, and two beams of rainbow light entered his body one after the other. Yunqi suddenly felt a wave of lightness wash over him, and his speed surged once more. The sword was drawn. The shadow followed. The sword energy from Yunqi arrived first, and without the fourth soul skill blood pool, the man was naturally injured by Yunqi's sword energy, before he could even feel the pain under the cover of the sword light. Yunqi took advantage of his first soul skill to briefly accelerate and unleashed his second soul skill, heart-piercing. It aimed straight at the man's heart. However, the man was, after all, a soul king and a bloodthirsty evil soul master, so he had a different sensitivity to the killing intent. Instinctively, he tilted his body, allowing Yunqi to stab him directly in the shoulder instead. The man looked at the sword stuck in his shoulder and pressed down on it with his hand, preventing Yunqi from pulling it out, and then kicked Yunqi away. Following that, he began to chatter at Yunqi in a language that was clearly unintelligible. Yunqi saw the sword in his hand being confiscated by the man and could only smile helplessly. He summoned another sword, and the one that was stuck in the man's shoulder disappeared immediately. The man looked a bit confused, turning to look at his shoulder. The three women around them burst into laughter. Ha ha! A weapon spirit without soul power can disappear freely according to its owner's will. Could this person be an idiot? The man naturally heard their mockery and was furious. The only black soul ring on his body lit up, and a red mist enveloped him. Seeing the situation was not good, Yunqi once again took the girls and flew up into the sky on their swords. The man had a question mark face and was cursing internally, thinking, isn't this just being unreasonable? If you had said earlier that you had a flying soul skill that could carry others, I would have left immediately. After Yunqi ascended to the sky, she looked at the poison toad man who was standing still and tentatively released a sword chi. However, the man remained unmoved. Yunqi suddenly understood that this must be the flaw of the poison toad man's soul skill. High damage, wide range, but immobile. Yunqi is also amused. What kind of silly soul skill is that? It might be a powerful technique in the soul arena, but in the wild, any soul master with a bit of speed can escape. After all, the speed of smoke release is limited. Yunqi was initially worried that he wouldn't be able to use his fourth soul skill, so he kept using his first soul skill. Now, there was no need for hesitation. The deep fourth soul ring on Yunqi's body lit up, revealing a chilling aura, and sword shadows continuously appeared above him, quickly multiplying to the point that they blocked out the sunlight for Yunqi and the others. Once the sword shadows stopped increasing, Yunqi focused his mind, and the sword shadows surged like locusts, destroying everything in front of the torrent of sword energy. The man watched the approaching sword energy, his mouth agape as he shouted. Clearly, even with all his strength, he was trapped in place by his own soul skill, unable to do anything but watch his own demise. Boom! With the landing of the sword energy, the figure of the lecherous man vanished from everyone's sight, and the red mist dissipated as well. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with admiration. Earlier, when she saw Yunqi fight Xiao Wu, it felt somewhat fantastical, but now, facing a soul king, he had not let anyone touch him even once. As for Xiao Wu, she was already used to it. Over the years, whenever there was a battle, Yunqi would almost always participate, claiming it was to train his combat awareness. But Xiao Wu knew that Yunqi simply enjoyed bullying the weak. Zhu Zhuqing was seriously observing Yunqi's application in actual combat, having learned only one slightly enlightening move after half a day of study. After all, during other times, Yunqi took advantage of the fact that others couldn't fly and relentlessly attacked him. This left Zhu Zhuqing a bit amused, as she had never seen anyone play like this. It was pure bullying. Of course, this was just Zhu Zhuqing joking. After all, he was her man, and how he fought didn't matter as long as he won. The moment Yunqi saw the shadow of the sword and stepped out, he began to turn around, facing away from that unlucky guy. and looked at the three women in front of him, revealing a faint smile. In the midst of their laughter, the masts and sails turned to ashes. After hearing the sound, Yunqi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, having just put on a big show, but unfortunately, there were too few spectators. This somewhat dampened her enthusiasm, and she clicked her tongue, feeling a bit bored. There were no soul-guiding devices to record the moment, which was truly a pity. The other girls looked at Yunqi and played along, saying, "Wow, big brother, you're amazing. That was a soul king. You took him down in just a few moves." Yunqi also looked a bit awkward watching the performances of a few people, especially the little cat. If she can't learn it, she shouldn't try to fit in with them. It made Yunqi feel so embarrassed. As Yunqi slowly descended and entered the pit, he found no treasures or valuables left behind. After searching around, apart from the rampant sword energy, nothing was discovered. He made a small jump and returned to the surface. Smiling at the few girls observing from the edge of the pit, he said, "Let's go back." The setting sun cast long shadows of the four figures, but one figure appeared to be quite lonely. However, not far behind a giant rock, there was a silhouette recording the appearance of Yunqi and the others. Yet, Yunqi and the others were completely unaware of this. Chapter 50. Double Standards Flander. Early the next morning, Yunqi and the others returned to the playground, waiting for Flander to appear. The original plan had been interrupted, and after the incident, when Flander returned that night, he learned everything from Oscar and Dima Bai. Flander was left in a state of confusion, wondering if young people today played so recklessly. Moreover, the incident had already occurred, and Dima Bai was too late. It was truly a case of being willing but unable. Flander wanted to say something, but seeing the determined faces of the two reminded him of the glorious days of the past. Finally, he sighed deeply and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Before long, Flander, who had thought all night without coming to a conclusion, appeared before everyone. The attendees had all seen Flander before. Ning Rongrong looked at the principal in front of her, who had a shoehorn face and wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, exuding an air of cunning. She whispered to Zhu Zhuqing, "This principal I didn't look closely yesterday, but the more I look now, the more he seems like a..." Ning Rongrong's words were interrupted when she noticed Flander glancing her way, and she stopped speaking, observing the silent atmosphere around. The main reason was still Dima Bai and Oscar. Dima Bai had also done Flander a favor by asking the doctor to help with the healing since it was just an external injury. Oscar had also expressed his feelings in the clinic, but Flander still felt awkward, leading to a very stiff atmosphere. Yunqi actively broke the silence and greeted Flander, "Good morning, Dean." The others then reacted and also chimed in, "Good morning, Dean." Only then did Flander snap back to reality from yesterday's events. He cleared his throat and said to everyone, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Flander, and I'm the Dean of this Shrek Academy." Yunqi instinctively led the applause at Flander's speech pause. Flander looked at Yunqi with satisfaction, thinking that this kid understands the ways of the world. All right, everyone, stop." Only then did the crowd cease their applause. "My martial soul is the four-eyed cat eagle, and I am a level 78 soul sage." This information was already known to Yunqi and others, so they were not overly surprised. Flander then walked in front of Oscar and spoke to the crowd with his unique magnetic and hoarse voice. "This year's situation is quite good. Shrek Academy has finally welcomed 4 little monsters and 1 real monster. I, Flinder, the headmaster of the academy, also represent Shrek Academy in welcoming everyone to join. Remember to go to teacher Li Yusong, who is in charge of finances, to pay 100 gold soul coins each." After Flinder finished speaking, he also called out Ma Hongjun's name. Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun stepped forward, respectfully addressing Flinder. "Headmaster, wait. You take a few junior brothers and sisters to explain the academy's rules, then take a break. The first class will start in the evening. As for you two, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, come with me." In Yunqi's eyes, there was an inexplicable expression as she looked at Ning Rongrong. She thought to herself that Ning Rongrong had just spoken ill of Flander, and he must have heard it. Given Flander's grudge-holding and protective nature, he would likely feel disgusted with Ning Rongrong to some extent. However, Yunqi didn't say anything. Ning Rongrong's personality indeed needed some tempering, but not too much. Yunqi still preferred the kind of Ning Rongrong who had character in front of outsiders. Ning Rongrong clearly didn't understand why Flander was calling her, while Oscar was taken aback. "Oh no, the dean still remembered what happened yesterday. This is bad." Ning Rongrong, feeling at a loss, walked up to Flander, and Oscar, with a sullen expression, reluctantly approached Flander to bow. Flander looked at the two of them and waved his hand, telling the others, "You can all leave now. Make sure to rest. And remember to gather here before dark." The academy's teaching plan may be different from what you expect. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun looked at the others who weren't leaving and was too lazy to state the rules. He just wanted to lie down and sleep. Ma Hongjun increasingly enjoyed this carefree and laid-back feeling, so he went straight back to his room and started snoring away. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu saw that Yunqi wasn't leaving, so they naturally stayed behind. Dai Mubai was concerned about Oscar, while Tang San wanted to see how the dean taught. Flander didn't mind. He had already reminded them of what needed to be said. He turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, "You are both support-type soul masters, and each has different cultivation methods. So I won't teach you how to cultivate your martial souls, as I can't. I can only tell you how to protect yourselves in future battles." Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel frustrated internally. Her family was the strongest support sect on the continent, with theories passed down through generations, and the specific methods were ingrained in her bones. How could she possibly need someone else to teach her? On the other hand, Oscar was listening attentively to the knowledge Flander was imparting. As someone from a humble background, he didn't have many opportunities to learn beyond his studies and had to rely on exploration, although he had heard Flander say similar things before. Flander looked at the two of them and continued, "You both have support-type martial souls, but there are still some differences. However, different paths lead to the same destination. As soul masters without combat capability like you, how would you protect yourselves without the protection of your companions?" Ning Rongrong didn't put on any airs. She directly stated her thoughts: train physical strength, drag it out, use money to buy the opponent off, and, if money doesn't work, use various treasures. Both my grandfathers are titled Douluos. Flander's mouth twitched at Ning Rongrong's response. What kind of talk was that? How impressive to have money. How impressive to have two titled Douluo grandfathers. Flander roared inwardly, but thinking carefully, it did seem impressive. No one would want to kill this disaster on the battlefield. Two titled Douluos going crazy was no joke. Oscar, at 14, standing on the playground like an ant. Even the onlookers were stunned by Ning Rongrong's bragging. Yunqi also sighed inwardly. This really fits the character design of Ning Rongrong, the little witch. In the original plot, it seemed as if she was affected by a dim-witted halo. With such an impressive background, a wealthy family, connections, and even the royal family needing to curry favor, plus two old men who were among the most powerful in the entire continent. If I had that background, I could walk sideways. After a while, Flander, who had regained his composure, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and secretly sighed. I almost forgot. This little witch has too big of a background. It's better not to mess with her. Just be normal. Flander organized his thoughts and adjusted his breathing before slowly saying, "Ning Rongrong is right." Everyone applauded. Oscar was dumbfounded. "Dean, what's wrong with you?" "Dean!" Oscar was calling out in his heart. As the applause died down, Flander continued, "Although you already know that physical fitness is an essential part for support soul masters, today you will train your physical fitness. Ning Rongrong, you run around the village for 15 laps, and Oscar, as the senior, run 30 laps to demonstrate." Chapter 51. Flander brings up old matters. Oscar didn't know why, but Flander's image in his heart suddenly collapsed. He stared blankly at Flander and Dai Mubai. Seeing Oscar like this felt a pang of heartache, especially since they had just confirmed their relationship and were in the midst of passionate affection. Flander's lesson also carried a hint of punitive nature, but what made Oscar uncomfortable was that Ning Rongrong's requirement was directly halved. Flander glanced at Dai Mubai, who wanted to plead for Oscar, adjusted his glasses with one hand, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Dai Mubai thought of something and quickly retracted his foot, looking weakly at Oscar, shrugging to express his helplessness. Flander, noticing Dai Mubai's interest, didn't pay him any more attention and turned to say slowly, "If you don't come back before noon, you can skip lunch. You can use your martial spirits to assist yourselves, but no cheating." Hearing the requirements, Ning Rongrong didn't say much and immediately ran outside, directly enhancing herself with her martial spirit. While Oscar felt happy when he heard Flander's permission to use martial spirits, as he had originally wanted to cooperate with Ning Rongrong. But seeing that Ning Rongrong completely ignored him, he could only smile wryly and follow her direction. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not as big as Holy Spirit Village, Flander's intention was that including the farmland. 1 lap is just a little over 3 kilometers, and 30 laps would be an extremely terrifying task for a food-type soul master. Yunqi is also thinking about how difficult it was in her previous life as she ran. The beginning was fine, but the further she went, the harder it became. Both willpower and physical strength cannot be lacking. Although she is currently in the Douluo world, Yunqi believes that Oscar will not return before noon. For a battle spirit master, This is not an easy task. Yunqi glanced at Flander, his eyes wide open, and asked Flander, Dean, what is going on? Flander understood Yunqi's meaning and thought it was about defending a classmate. He looked into Yunqi's eyes, considering that Yunqi might become an important figure in the future, and directly explained to him in a low voice about yesterday's incident. After all, it wasn't a glorious matter, and I also need to make Oscar remember this, as it is indeed a matter that harms morals and decency. Yunqi was also aware of this. When she nodded at Flander and turned to leave, she was called back by Flander. Yunqi, Tang-san, come with me. Yunqi also looked at Tang-san, who was similar to him, with a hint of doubt. But he didn't say anything and just nodded at Flanders. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing saw this and also wanted to follow, but Yunqi waved his hand and softly said, You guys go back first. Rest well, I'll be back later. After saying that, he strode after Flanders into the academy. Flanders' office wasn't very large, and the room was decorated with only some very simple items, far from what it was like in the shop in Soto City. After entering, Flanders sat on his stool and invited Yunqi and Tang-san to sit together. Once the two were seated, he said to Tang-san and Yunqi, I heard from Tang saying that you graduated from the same academy and grew up together in the village. Yunqi also nodded, as there was nothing to hide about this. Flanders showed a hint of complex emotions in his eyes and said to Yunqi, Then why didn't you take the master as your teacher? In Yunqi's eyes, a flash of brilliance appeared as he recalled how he had previously misunderstood the need for patience and had chosen the most foolish method, leading to Yu Xiaogang's disgrace, clearly noted by those with ulterior motives. However, Yunqi did not panic. He merely revealed a wry smile. He slowly said to Flander, Dean, you don't know? Back then I was young and ignorant, and with Master being so emotional, yelling at me, I was just scared. I had no idea what happened afterward. Tang-san quickly stood up and said to Flander, Yes, Dean, I can testify to that. Moreover, the teacher has long forgotten it. What a joke, after all. Yunqi now holds a place in Tang-san's heart that is possibly second only to his father, after so many years of influence. Combined with Yunqi sending him the corpse of the iron armor Tyrannosaurus, his favorability had long been close to Max. Flander had no other intentions. He just wanted to ask Yunqi and see his response. After all, not everyone is like Yunqi, this time traveler, standing from a god's perspective and observing the whole world. Flander naturally wouldn't know Yu Xiaogan's character. I mean no harm, Tang-san. You can sit down. I'm just lamenting the unpredictability of fate. Upon hearing this, Tang-san felt relieved and sat down. After all, Tang-san had secretly vowed while sleeping last night he would definitely protect the best Chiga in the world. Yunqi doesn't know. If he did, he would definitely give Tang-san a hard hit, and then with the halo of forgiveness, offer an apology or something. Yunqi looked at Flanders and asked, Dean, you called us here. It can't just be to say this, right? Flanders didn't speak this time, just looked at Tang-san. Tang-san also remembered what Yu Xiaogang had instructed him, and hurriedly took the letter out of his inner pocket and handed it to Flanders. Dean, this is a letter from the teacher that I need to pass on to you, before he set off. Yunqi watched this scene and felt quite bored, so he directly spoke up. Dean, I'm going to rest now. Flander received his answer from Yunqi and waved his hand, as the subsequent matters were no longer Yunqi's concern. Yunqi saw the situation and directly walked out. After closing the door, he thought to himself that it was nothing more than Yu Xiaogang coming to Shrek Academy. With this in mind, Yunqi couldn't help but smile, looking particularly bright and sunny. On the way back, Yunqi also saw Ning Rongrong and Oscar running and greeted them with a smile, asking, How many laps have you run? Ning Rongrong didn't say anything, just raised her index finger and continued running ahead. Oscar, on the other hand, loudly replied to Yunqi, Chiga, I've run 2 laps. Yunqi was a bit surprised after all. Ning Rongrong ran ahead first, but Oscar actually took the lead by a lap. However, when Yunqi saw Oscar's smiling face, he understood what was going on. This was showing off, not just in front of Ning Rongrong, but also in front of Dai Mabai. Yunqi certainly knows that these men's thoughts at this stage, even if they can't get it, will find ways to attract attention. But watching Oscar, who keeps talking and making various random movements, and also exhausting his energy to maintain speed, Yunqi suspects that Oscar might run himself into the ground. After all, 30 laps is not a simple number. Yunqi didn't say much, just sitting quietly beside. As for the 15 laps, Ning Rongrong could still complete them, but whether she could keep going was uncertain. Chapter 52, Attribute Exposure. When Yunqi saw Ning Rongrong reach the 10th lap, she also slowly stopped and walked towards Yunqi. Yunqi watched Ning Rongrong, who was sweating profusely, and handed her a cup of water and a tissue. Ning Rongrong smiled at Yunqi while looking at the things in her hands. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the two of them, casting a dappled light and shadow, while a gentle breeze tousled their hair. Both Ning Rongrong and Yunqi gazed at the beautiful scene before them, unconsciously swallowing. After taking the items, Ning Rongrong drank the water in one go and wiped away her sweat, feeling an inexplicable urge. With Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing not around, the little witch wanted to make a move. Just as Ning Rongrong slightly parted her lips to say something, a sound like a wind box came from not far behind. Ha! 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 The approaching sound interrupted Ning Rongrong's thoughts. She turned to see Oscar looking as tired as a dog, and couldn't help but pick up a stone from the ground and throw it at him, saying fiercely, "Hurry up and run. Be careful, or I'll skin you alive." Seeing that this lady didn't seem to like him, Oscar, who initially wanted to go to Chigu for a drink, was startled and quickly left. But the sound of the wind box grew louder. Meanwhile, Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong with a satisfied expression, secretly thinking, "Sigh, this is it, this is the feeling." Just before Ning Rongrong turned around, Yunqi's expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment as he stared at her in surprise. Perhaps Yunqi himself didn't even realize that he was not just a simple beauty lover, but was somewhat influenced by various quirks. Ning Rongrong saw Yunqi's expression and irritably tapped her toe, continuously spinning the soil with the tip of her shoe. Yunqi naturally knows what Ning Rongrong is thinking at this moment. Her persona has been exposed. Ning Rongrong is also feeling very troubled inside. After working so hard to maintain her facade for so long, she didn't expect to lose control at this moment. It's mainly because of that jerk Oscar, who really messes with people's mindset. Why did he have to interrupt her at such a perfect moment? The more Ning Rongrong thinks about it, the angrier she gets, and she decides to keep this matter in her heart. Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was still struggling with her thoughts, and directly said, "Let's call Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing and go to Soto City for dinner together." Ning Rongrong happily agreed and glanced at Oscar, who was still running laps. Yunqi misunderstood the meaning of it and said softly, "We can run after dinner. The dean just said that if we don't finish running before noon, we want to have lunch. We can just go out to eat ourselves." Ning Rongrong was also shocked by Yunqi's train of thought for the first time. Originally, she planned to confront Flander head-on under his accountability, but she was suddenly convinced by Yunqi's reasoning. After all, Flander didn't specify how long the run should take. He only said there would be no food. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong felt happy and strolled alongside Yunqi in the fields, soon calling Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to head to Soto City together. In the conference hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, there was a luxurious chair carved with intricate patterns at the main seat. A whole piece of emerald green jade was embedded in the backrest, exuding a faint, warm aura. Sitting on the jade chair was a person whose features were striking, with a face like a crowned jade and an air of elegance and gentleness. He wore a spotless white robe and looked to be only in his 30s or 40s, clearly resembling a handsome uncle. In front of the man, there was also a young man in black kneeling, reporting to the sect master. "The young lady has joined Shrek Academy." The man at the main seat showed a helpless expression and slowly said, "This little ancestor going out to experience is quite good. Otherwise, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't be enough for her to cause trouble. By the way, is there any other news?" The young man in black lowered his head and said, "There are a few soul saints in Shrek Academy. I didn't dare to approach and check, but sect master, I entrusted the information to the teacher who registered in Shrek and made sure it would be delivered to their dean." The handsome uncle nodded and replied lightly, "You did well. If there is nothing else, you can leave." The young man hesitated a bit, which caught the handsome uncle's attention, and he directly asked, "What? Is there something else?" The young man in black didn't dare to stutter and said directly, "Sect master, I think the young lady might have fallen for a man." At this, the handsome uncle could no longer sit still and stood up in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" The young man didn't hide anything and recounted all the information he had gathered about Yunqi. The handsome uncle, still standing, was unable to recover from his shock. "You mean, the one named Yunqi? The one with a soul ring that breaks absorption limits, and he has a 4-ring soul master? His combat ability has even single-handedly slain a soul king?" Seeing the sect master before him clearly in disbelief, the young man firmly stated, "I wouldn't dare to deceive. It's all witnessed firsthand." The handsome uncle, looking at the determined disciple, believed him without doubt. After all, he had no reason to lie about something that could easily be exposed in front of him. The handsome uncle sat back down, pondered for a moment, and raised his hand towards the young man in black. The young man understood immediately and handed over all the information regarding Yunqi to the handsome uncle, quietly retreating. As the handsome uncle carefully examined Yunqi's information, He was extremely shocked, even failing to notice an old man with white hair and a face as smooth as a baby's beside him, until the old man slowly said next to the handsome uncle, "What are you looking at? Is there news about Rongrong?" The handsome uncle was evidently startled, having been so engrossed that he didn't even notice someone beside him. He showed an extremely excited expression to the old man and said excitedly, "Sword uncle, there's news about Rongrong, and it comes with even better news." The old man, however, seemed a bit displeased and said, "What news could be better than Rongrong's?" The handsome uncle didn't keep him in suspense and handed all the information to the old man. The old man took the information and began to read it carefully, transitioning from initial indifference to later shock. The change was significant. The handsome uncle joked, "Since Sword Uncle thinks it's not good news, then I'll go and bring Rongrong back." The old man, called Sword Uncle, glared at the handsome uncle, saying, "Ning Feng He, if you dare to break up Rongrong's romance, I won't spare you." Chapter 53. My rules are my rules. This handsome uncle named Ning Fengji also smiled bitterly and said, "Sword Uncle, you weren't like this before. Weren't you worried about Rongrong being alone outside?" The old man replied with some annoyance, "You show me this information. This kid named Yunqi not only has strong strength, but also a good reputation, and most importantly, he is the one Rongrong likes. As an auxiliary soul master, Rongrong's future choice will definitely be someone like this strong battle soul master." Ning Fengji did not refute the old man's words. This rule was almost a tradition of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and no one dared to break it. Of course, this rule was also to better protect the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he hesitated and pointed to the last page of the information. "Sword Uncle, look here." The old man followed Ning Fengji's finger and saw that the information stated Yunqi currently had 2 girlfriends. The old man frowned upon seeing this, and Ning Fengji said, "Deciding now is useless. Rongrong hasn't expressed her feelings yet, and this kid has 2 girlfriends. Of course, it's fine for a strong person to have many partners, but this is my daughter, and I don't want Rongrong to suffer outside." The old man's eyes flashed, and he made a decision, saying to Ning Fengji, "How about I go test that kid?" Ning Fengji was unexpectedly nodding and said to the old man, "All right, Sword Uncle, by the way, give a message to Shrek Esteen, Flander. Take good care of my daughter." The old man rolled his eyes at Ning Fengji and said slowly, "Wouldn't I know?" Ning Fengji awkwardly smiled and didn't reply. Perhaps in the entire Douluo continent, there were few who dared to speak to him like this, and the old man before him was one of them. Despite looking young, he was already over 60 and could still lecture him like a child. Ning Fengji looked at the old man before him and recalled that when he took over the sect from his father, this old man had been the guardian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When the old man saw that Ning Fengji had stopped speaking, he directly took off on his sword and disappeared into the sky. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group ate and drank as usual and leisurely strolled back, while Flander, hiding in the shadows, was gnashing his teeth. He thought to himself, "This Yunqi, how am I supposed to lead the team now? Everyone has so many ideas." He originally wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Ning Rongrong's arrogance. Otherwise, the entire academy would become a one-man show under her influence. In fact, Flander dared to do this not because he had suddenly become bold, but mainly because he had just received a secret letter from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It instructed him to let Ning Rongrong experience some hardships, and Ning Fengji had also invested in Shrek Academy. With this, Flander naturally didn't have to fear any future consequences from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But unexpectedly, Yunqi suddenly appeared and directly took Ning Rongrong to Soto City for a big feast. This operation left Flander a bit of a headache, and he thought to himself, "I'll just have to find another opportunity." Then, he no longer spied on Yunqi and the others and quickly left. When Ning Rongrong returned to the academy, she quickly finished running 5 laps. Along the way, she saw Oscar, who looked like a dead dog, and kicked him to vent her dissatisfaction from the morning. As night fell, Flander stood in front of everyone on the Shrek Academy playground, looking at the 7 of them. Flander couldn't help but ask, "Where's Oscar? Why hasn't he finished running yet?" Just as Flander's words fell, an extremely weak voice came from behind him. "I'm here." Flander and the others looked back at Oscar and immediately felt pity for him. Oscar's face was devoid of any color, and he was walking with trembling legs, nearly crawling over. Seeing this, Flander understood that he had forgotten to cancel Oscar's physical training. Yes, physical training, not corporal punishment. However, Flander maintained the dignity of the dean and looked at Oscar, asking, "Have you finished running 30 laps?" Oscar quietly leaned on the hand that Dai Mubai offered. "Try not to fall," he tremblingly said. Dean, I finished. Flander then withdrew his sharp gaze and turned to Ning Rongrong, asking the same question. Ning Rongrong, have you finished your 15 laps? Ning Rongrong smiled and said, Yes, Dean, I finished. Flander scoffed and said again, Did you finish this morning or this afternoon? Ning Rongrong replied, puzzled. What's the difference? Anyway, I finished. Flander smiled, but his smile was quite sinister. So your so-called finishing means you ran half, and then went to Soto City to feast with Yunqi, and then came back to leisurely finish? Ning Rongrong glared at Flander, her tone filled with anger. So, you've been monitoring us all along? Flander did not deny it and nodded. The anger on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded, replaced by a smile as she slowly said to Flander, Why? Flander's expression turned cold. He had now received permission and shouted loudly, As the dean, is it wrong for me to check on your completion? Moreover, you left the academy without permission, disregarding the academy's rules. Didn't Ma Hongjun tell you the academy's rules? Yunqi also stood up and said to Flander, Dean, Rongrong was called to Soto City by me, and Ma Hongjun didn't mention the academy's rules to us. Flander, seeing this, was furious but couldn't vent his anger. He turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, Ma Hongjun, you speak. When I asked you to talk about the rules, did you say anything? Ma Hongjun, who was originally in a relaxed and carefree state, suddenly heard Yunqi and Flander mentioning him, and everyone's gaze shifted to him. With a blank expression, he said, Teacher, I'm going back to sleep. Why didn't he say anything? It's so boring. After saying this, he even yawned. Flander, seeing his disciple like this, was so angry that his hands were shaking, looking disappointed as if he was trying to hammer some sense into him. Didn't he know to at least maintain his teacher's dignity? Ning Rongrong also disdainfully said, Flander, I didn't violate your so-called rules, and I completed the run. Although it was in segments, but you didn't specify the exact time, did you? Flander, extremely angry, laughed in frustration and shouted at Ning Rongrong, My rules are rules. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, he directly walked up to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, unfazed, said, What? Are you going to hit me? Flander didn't speak, only lightly pressed his right hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, sealing all her soul power. Then he said calmly, How could I hit you? I just sealed your soul power. Now run again. As soon as he said this, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yunqi couldn't help but stand up and say, Rongrong went to Soto City with us, and the mission was completed. How can it be like this? Chapter 54. Am I qualified enough? Flander didn't respond to everyone's words, just looked at Ning Rongrong and slowly said, Now I give you two options. Either pack up and leave, or prove to me that you have the qualification to stay. Yunqi never expected things to develop to this point. He was surprised by Flander's stubbornness, especially towards the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Was he really not afraid of consequences later? However, Yunqi didn't think too much about it and firmly said to Flander, Dean, if there is a punishment, let it be on me. After all, Rongrong is the one I brought out. Flander was troubled looking at Yunqi. He couldn't bear to let Yunqi leave, and the aura around Yunqi constantly influenced Flander's thoughts. He wondered how this child, who clearly understood human relationships, could be so stubborn today. During the long silence from Flander, Ning Rongrong shot a grateful glance at Yunqi, then turned to Flander with a look of disdain, her expression becoming haughty as she said, Flander, who do you think you are? Just a little soul sage. What qualifications do you have to ask me to prove anything? Flander looked at Ning Rongrong and replied, Do you believe that a mere soul sage like me could defeat you with just one finger? Tell me, do I have the qualifications? Yunqi also frowned, making up his mind that after taking advantage of others and reaping the rewards, he would run away. He had seen this academy and the inexplicable oppression that had offended a multitude of geniuses. Yunqi didn't want to cross paths with someone he shouldn't provoke, as it would drag him down too. Ning Rongrong, seeing the aura emanating from Flander, was momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Just then, an elder in the sky could no longer stand by and spoke up. Flander, do you think I don't have the qualification to prove this? The elder descended from the sky, slowly landing between Flander and Ning Rongrong, his 9 soul rings flashing continuously, emanating overwhelming pressure directed solely at Flander. Flander looked at the elder descending with a sword and then at the 9 soul rings on him, the pressure bending Flander's waist further. He thought to himself, This is bad. I'm bullying the younger ones, and now the older ones who are even more protective have seen it. However, in order to save his life, Flander bent his head even lower and took out a confidential letter from his bosom, respectfully handing it to the elder. Your Excellency, soul.The, this is a matter entrusted to me by your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It bears the mark of your sect master. But the elder didn't even glance at Flandre. He simply turned to Ning Rongrong and revealed a smile, pretending to be angry as he said, "What? You leave for such a short time and already forget your grandpa, Jian?" Ning Rongrong stepped forward, looking at the elder with a pitiful expression. "Grandpa Jian, I miss you so much. I almost couldn't see you just now. Flandre wanted to kill me." Upon hearing this, Flandre broke into a cold sweat, panicking and quickly explaining, "Your Excellency, I had no such intention." The elder snorted coldly, using his soul power against Flandre. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, he was naturally very sensitive to killing intent. He had already sensed what Flandre intended while still in the sky, but he hadn't expected Flandre to use a feather as a command. Having lived this long, he knew Flandre's thoughts and found it utterly unforgivable that he would want to destroy his granddaughter's inner world. However, he couldn't just strike out. He could only give a little lesson. Under the impact of the elder's soul power, Flandre spat out a bit of blood. The elder ignored this and looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, "Grandpa Jian has come, so everything is fine now. Flandre just misunderstood your father's intentions." Upon hearing this, Flandre finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong, however, pouted and said unhappily, "I clearly completed the task he gave me. Yet he still sealed my soul power." The elder gently patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder, instantly unlocking her soul power seal. Then he smiled and said, "All right, Rongrong, don't be angry. Grandpa Jian will help you teach him a lesson later." Ning Rongrong knew that going too far was not wise, so she stuck out her tongue and made a face at the elder. The elder, seeing his granddaughter's expression, laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the others nearby didn't dare to speak up, fearing that they would disturb this grandfather-granddaughter reunion and attract the elder's wrath upon themselves. Who wouldn't be anxious in such a situation? Ning Rongrong noticed that everyone except Yunqi looked at her with strange expressions. So she grabbed the elder's hand and said to Yunqi and the others, "Grandpa Jian, these are all my classmates." With Ning Rongrong's selective introduction, she briefly skipped over Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, focusing on introducing Yunqi and Xiao Wu Zhuqing. The elder observed this scene, thinking that it seemed Rongrong only had affection for these few people. He smiled warmly at Yunqi and the others, saying, "My name is Chun Xian, a worshipper of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and also Rongrong's grandfather." Everyone bowed again and respectfully said, "We meet again, Your Excellency, soul.The. Chun Xian raised his hands in a gesture of modesty, saying to everyone, "There's no need to be so formal. You're all Rongrong's classmates. To be yourselves." Despite this, everyone still maintained a respectful attitude, not daring to act recklessly. Yunqi is also the same. After all, for the old man, he is completely not strong enough. Yunqi firmly believes in a principle: be bold when the wind is at your back, and be cautious when facing headwinds. In such situations, it's okay to be cautious. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and he still has respect for the strong. The old man looked at Yunqi, who was outstanding in appearance, humble and polite, and he felt an inexplicable increase in goodwill, especially when he thought about how Yunqi had taken the initiative to take responsibility when he was observing him in secret. He felt a special admiration, as if he were looking at a potential son-in-law. Yunqi was also looking at the old man in confusion. Ning Rongrong knew about her sex intelligence network, and when she looked at her grandpa Jian's gaze on Yunqi, her face turned slightly red. She grabbed Qinshin's hand and started swinging it. Seeing Rongrong's attitude, Qinshin realized his gaze had been exposed and quickly shifted his focus, turning to Flandre and lightly saying, "Get up. You can't treat my Rongrong like this next time." Flandre, hearing the warning in Qinshin's words, quickly replied, "Don't worry. I will take my teaching seriously and follow the proper process to teach these kids, ensuring everyone is treated equally." Only then did Qinshin nod and pull Ning Rongrong to a corner to whisper. The others, seeing the old man leave, also let out a big sigh of relief, their expressions relaxing significantly. Chapter 55, Sword Path. Qinshin, especially Flandre, panting as he listened to the discussions around him. He never expected that there was actually a title Douluo beside Rongrong. That was indeed unexpected. As for Dai Mubai and Oscar, they widened their eyes and exchanged, "Wow, a top-tier young lady. If I were like that, how could I have escaped here?" Pulled aside, Ning Rongrong also asked Qinshin, "Grandpa Jian, what is this about?" Qinshin hesitated for a moment, looking at Ning Rongrong, but couldn't resist his curiosity and asked his granddaughter gossipingly, "Rongrong, tell me the truth. Do you like that handsome young man?" Ning Rongrong's face instantly flushed red. Although she had a rather carefree personality, she felt somewhat at a loss facing her elder's straightforward question. she stammered, lowering her head and playing with her hands. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Qinshin confirmed his suspicion and then jokingly said, "Such a talented genius, but I heard that the Spirit Hall had tried to recruit him before, and he neither clearly rejected nor accepted. For the sake of our sect, we must eliminate this future enemy. Since Rongrong doesn't like him, I have no concerns." Upon hearing Qinshin's words, a killing intent leaked from her tone, and she suddenly panicked, a wave of sadness inexplicably rising in her heart. Holding Qinshin's hand, she hurriedly said, Grandpa, I like him. I'm just shy, don't kill him. Otherwise, I will never talk to you again." Qinshin felt happy hearing the first part, but his face fell at the latter part. He looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of frustration, saying, "If we don't kill him, what will happen when he helps the Spirit Hall become our enemy in the future?" Ning Rongrong countered, "As long as I'm with him, he can't possibly become our enemy." Qinshin looked at Ning Rongrong's eager face with interest and teased, "Rongrong, but he already has 2 girlfriends now. Who knows how many more he will have in the future?" Ning Rongrong clearly had a moment of confusion, realizing she didn't even know what her position was with Yunqi now. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Qinshin looked at his granddaughter and didn't want to provoke her anymore. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to awaken from her silence, raised her head, and looked at her grandfather with determination, saying each word clearly, "I like him." Seeing his granddaughter appear to have grown up and able to face her feelings, Qinshin felt both happy and sad, a very complex emotion filling his chest. After holding back for a while, he finally smiled and slowly said to Ning Rongrong, "It seems our Rongrong has grown up. She dares to face her own heart." Ning Rongrong, blushing, said to her grandfather, "I knew you were trying to scare me. I'm ignoring you." Oomph. With that, she turned her head away. Qinshin, seeing Ning Rongrong ignoring him, hurriedly said, "Little ancestor, I'm completely following your father's instructions. You see, how could Grandpa Jian usually treat you like this?" Qinshin also silently apologized to Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in his heart, thinking, take the blame. Ning Rongrong wasn't really angry. She was just putting on a show. However, hearing that it was her father's arrangement, she pouted and expressed angrily that next time they met, she would definitely steal the 1,000-year-old sauce wine he treasured. Qinshin looked at Ning Rongrong as she made those fierce remarks, smiling, and secretly sighed. How wonderful. After venting for a while, Ning Rongrong asked, "Grandpa Jian, did you come here for something? You're not just following me around, are you?" Qinshin shook his head and slowly explained, "What I just said wasn't entirely false. Your crush hasn't clearly rejected the Spirit Hall. Previously, when he was at school, the Spirit Hall sent someone to recruit Yunqi, but later for some reason, they let Yunqi go and didn't continue to recruit or eliminate him. So you need to think carefully." Ning Rongrong nodded solemnly, knowing her sect's stance, standing on the side of the Heaven Do Empire. The Spirit Hall's expansion over the years had also infringed upon the interests of the 2 major empires and 3 sections. However, due to the Spirit Hall's strong power and its support from commoner soul masters, they didn't dare to say much. After chatting with Qinshin for a while, he reminded Ning Rongrong a few times before pulling Flander aside for a moment. "You should understand what I mean, right?" Qinshin looked at Flander, who nodded respectfully. "I understand. Title Douluo." Only then did Qinshin feel relieved and walked in front of everyone, warmly addressing Ning Rongrong's classmates as classmates. "I hope you all will take good care of my Rongrong in the future." Yunqi and the others also nodded in agreement. Qinshin looked at everyone with satisfaction, then walked up to Yunqi and said slowly, "Kid, you also have a sword martial soul?" Yunqi looked at the big shot in front of him with envy, as he had almost 0 skills with the sword, relying entirely on the strange and tricky abilities of his martial soul and soul skills in battles. Qinshin naturally understood what Yunqi was thinking, but he also had only a superficial understanding of teaching. However, he gently offered a few pointers in Yunqi's ear, which enlightened him. And Yunqi gratefully clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for your guidance, Sword Douluo Sr." Qinshin casually waved his hand, gave a meaningful glance at Ning Rongrong, and then looked at Yunqi and said, "I have high hopes for you." Ning Rongrong naturally noticed her grandfather's gaze and felt a mix of shame and annoyance, but she didn't speak up. However, the little cat that had been observing Ning Rongrong and Qinshin noticed something was off, and its sense of urgency increased significantly. As an old hand, Yunqi naturally could sense that there was more meaning behind the words. However, despite racking his brain, he couldn't figure out what the sword Douluo in front of him was hinting at. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but his heart was filled with confusion. He could only pretend not to understand and slowly said, Thank you for your praise, senior. Qianxin also smiled and said to Ning Rongrong beside him, Rongrong, I'm leaving. If anyone bullies you, remember to notify the Dark Watch, and I'll rush over immediately. Ning Rongrong looked at Qianxin reluctantly and said, Grandpa Jian, won't you stay a little longer? Qianxin, you know the situation at home. Grandpa also wants to accompany you, but there's nothing I can do. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School required both titled Douluos and Ning Fengji, and they had to always be on guard against external enemies. After giving his instructions, Qianxin directly activated his martial soul, the 7 killing sword, and soared into the sky. Compared to Yunqi, Qianxin's sword remained unchanged. While Yunqi's sword could easily accommodate several people lying on it, Qianxin quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, but his voice lingered for a long time. Yunqi, remember to take good care of Rongrong. Chapter 56. The Confession of the Proud Young Lady? Clearly, this sentence was deliberately spoken by Qianxin to break the atmosphere between the two and to inform others that he had the intention of bringing Yunqi and Ning Rongrong together. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, knowing that Qianxin was subtly hinting at them. But since Qianxin didn't use his authority to pressure them, and given Ning Rongrong's recent behavior, they naturally understood his meaning and did not stop it, seemingly tacitly agreeing. However, Yunqi and Ning Rongrong remained completely oblivious. This sentence, amplified by Qianxin's soul power, even echoed. Ning Rongrong looked in the direction Qianxin had disappeared with a mix of helpless anger, thinking it was all her grandpa's fault for leaving and exposing her in front of everyone. How was she supposed to face her 2 sisters now? Yunqi awkwardly touched his face and murmured, Am I really that handsome? Even Sword Douluo wants to entrust his granddaughter to me. Although Yunqi's voice was very soft. In such a quiet atmosphere, the sudden sound was clearly heard by everyone present, all of whom were soul masters. Ning Rongrong was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't face anyone. Without caring whether it was class time or not, she directly covered her face and ran back. Flinder watched Ning Rongrong run away and sighed again, thinking to himself, why are there so many twists and turns just for a class? So many things have happened in just a few days since school started. Looking at the team, missing one person and the rest of the members distracted, Flinder helplessly said, Yunqi, go call Ning Rongrong back. Then we can start class. Yunqi also nodded and directly flew on his sword to catch up with Ning Rongrong. Seeing that Ning Rongrong seemed to be steaming from her head, he found it quite amusing. He quietly landed the sword behind Ning Rongrong and listened to her murmuring softly. Stinky grandpa. Bad grandpa. Next time I see him, I must pull out all his beard. What should I do? My thoughts are all exposed. How am I going to face Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing in the future? What will Chica think of me? That I like him has all been revealed. So embarrassing. Yunqi was listening and suddenly heard herself, which made her laugh. Ning Rongrong's task was released a long time ago when she was bored. Yunqi also opened a panel and looked at the task introduction related to Ning Rongrong. Task: capture Ning Rongrong's heart and officially confirm the relationship. Reward: increase in martial soul quality. After finishing the cloud residence, she closed the panel, and Ning Rongrong also sent something. Turning around, she let out a sharp scream. Yunqi was also hit by the sonic attack and quickly covered her ears to avoid further harm. Ning Rongrong took a closer look and, upon realizing it was Yunqi, patted her fluctuating chest slightly and muttered, Why didn't you say anything? You scare me to death. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Yunqi? Is it Yunqi? Just as I put down Yunqi, I was once again overwhelmed by Ning Rongrong's scream. This time, Yunqi chose to cover Ning Rongrong's mouth. Yunqi quickly said, Rongrong, don't get excited. You wouldn't want our matters to be observed by others again, right? Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was covering her mouth and making muffled sounds, and a few glimmers of tears appeared in her eyes. Feeling the tenderness and moisture in her palm, Yunqi quickly released his hand. Ning Rongrong looked at the handsome Yunqi in front of her and cautiously asked, When did you arrive? Did you hear what I just said? Yunqi quickly shook his head and said directly, I didn't hear anything. I don't know that you like me. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, who was speaking so earnestly, and nodded. But in less than a second, she suddenly came to her senses. With a flushed face, she said to Yunqi, If you didn't hear anything, how do you know that I like you? Yunqi also realized that he had let something slip. It's not that Yunqi is unsure of his feelings. It's just that he has no dietary restrictions when it comes to love. He has a weakness for beautiful women, which makes him quite helpless. Is it wrong for such a devoted person to only like beautiful women? Ning Rongrong is just one of the types he likes. He didn't directly answer or express his feelings because he had promised the 2 girls that they should be informed. Yunqi thought of this, But looking at the straightforward Ning Rongrong, he said with a mischievous smile, "So, Rongrong, do you really like me?" Ning Rongrong recalled what Grandpa Jian said before he left. Good things need to be fought for, and the same goes for men. Yunqi is such a good candidate, with good character, and can protect you for a lifetime in the future. You have to work hard, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was no longer hesitant, firming up her heart. Her gaze fixed intently on Yunqi's face as she said, "I do like you. I, Ning Rongrong, like you. Although it may seem a bit abrupt, your strength and the warmth about you have captivated me. I don't want to live a life excluded by you all. I also want to be in your little house." Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was so serious in front of him, and also put away his smile, carefully listening to her words. However, while the conversation was going well, the sudden appearance of harsh words made Yunqi break down, and he said, "You like me just to get into our little house." After Ning Rongrong said this, the shyness on her body also diminished a lot. Facing Yunqi's question, she confidently replied, "You all run to the little house after dinner every day, and I'm very bored alone. Besides, we are all sisters. How can you leave me out? So what is your answer, Yunqi?" After saying this, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with shining eyes, and her hands tightly clenched the sleeves of her clothes, clearly very nervous. Yunqi also fell silent for a while. After receiving the answer from his heart, he smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, "I think I like you, Rongrong." The moonlight fell on the ground, illuminating the reflections of the two. In the reflections, the two continued to move closer to each other until their shadows completely merged together. Yunqi held Ning Rongrong, looking at her face where the blush had not yet faded, and also watching the tears flowing from her eyes. While reaching out to help her wipe them away, Yunqi chuckled and said, "What's wrong? A kiss can make you cry in discomfort?" Ning Rongrong also tapped Yunqi's chest, then pressed her face against his chest, wrapped her arms around his waist, and slowly said, "I'm just happy. And if you dare to bully me again, I'll tell my Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu." Yunqi also raised her hands in cooperation, looking terrified as she said to Ning Rongrong, "Miss, I know I was wrong." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, who was showing off in front of her, and seemed to discover a side of Yunqi that no one else knew, which made her laugh. "Then you can follow me from now on. I have plenty of money. I'll support you." "Really? Miss, I love you to death." Ning Rongrong looked at the exaggerated Yunqi in front of her, wrapped her arms around Yunqi's neck, stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and slowly kissed Yunqi's lips. Yunqi also felt a gentle and soft atmosphere coming towards him, responding unconsciously. Chapter 57, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing Ai. After a long time, the two slowly parted. Yunqi smiled slyly at Ning Rongrong, who was filled with happiness. Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi teasing her, instinctively pinched the soft flesh around Yunqi's waist, causing Yunqi's expression to change dramatically, looking quite amusing. She hurriedly pleaded for mercy, saying, "I was wrong. Rongrong, I was wrong." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, who was grinning and showing her teeth, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Why are you teasing me? By the way, how did you get here?" Yunqi suddenly remembered the important matter and realized that she came here to ask Ning Rongrong to go to class together. Yunqi slapped her forehead and said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, let's hurry to class. If we keep them waiting, they might come looking for us." As soon as Yunqi finished speaking, they heard Flanders' voice. "No need, we've come to find you. Let's get ready and set off together." Ning Rongrong and Yunqi turned around to look at everyone, especially at the astonished expressions on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's faces, as if they were almost frozen. Ning Rongrong looked at her two sisters, struggling to find her words, completely unlike the Ning Rongrong who could argue with anyone just moments ago. On the other hand, Yunqi noticed that the two girls were not too angry, only giving Yunqi a fierce glare. After thinking for a while, Ning Rongrong said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, I." The two girls exchanged a glance and helplessly said, "It's okay. It's all Chiga's fault. From now on, we will be true sisters." After saying this, the two girls glanced at Yunqi again, noticing the apologetic expression on Yunqi's face, and chose not to dwell on it. Ning Rongrong was moved to see that the two girls were not holding grudges and were instead comforting her. She couldn't be so magnanimous herself. She stepped forward and hugged the two girls. As for Flanders, he was stunned, thinking that all the female students in his academy had become Yunqi's alone. The male students could only digest this internally, right? But Flanders didn't dare to say anything. The recent events were still fresh in his mind. Now, Flanders just wanted to keep a low profile and focus on his duties as the dean. Seeing that the three girls seemed endless in their chatter, he walked over to Yunqi, who was smiling foolishly at the three girls. and waved his hand in front of Yunqi to interrupt her thoughts. Xiaoqi, go call your girlfriends. We are still waiting for class. Yunqi also showed an embarrassed expression and said to Flander, All right, Dean. The three girls naturally heard Flander's words and felt a bit embarrassed to make everyone wait for them. It was not out of dislike, just a matter of manners. Ma Hongjun also said listlessly, I'm so sleepy. Flander looked at his disciple's bald head and stepped forward to give him a slap. Smack, he said in a leisurely tone. Are you awake now? Ma Hongjun looked at Flander, who had just hit his forehead, with a puzzled expression, but still said, I'm still a bit sleepy. Why did you hit me, teacher? Flander, feeling angry, slapped Ma Hongjun again smack. He thought to himself that this crisp sound and smooth feel were quite nice. However, it seemed that his disciple recently had lost even his desires, and the problem with his evil fires seemed to have improved, although Flander had no evidence. He thought he would take Ma Hongjun to visit again when they reached Soto City. Meanwhile, the three girls quietly came to Yunqi's side and waited with everyone for Flander. Once Flander saw that everything was ready, he stopped hitting Ma Hongjun on the head. It was time for class. Flander waved his hand and said to everyone, Let's set off, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground and floated forward, heading towards the village entrance. Yunqi and the others hurried to catch up. Flander didn't unleash his speed. He simply maintained a pace that Ma Hongjun, with the lowest soul power, could keep up with. The disparity in strength among the group was evident from their uneven formation. Right behind Flander was Yunqi, followed by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, then Dai Ma Bai, and finally Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Oscar was completely exhausted from running in the afternoon and had been running until evening. Now he had to continue running. His expression was numb, and he could hardly feel whether his legs still existed. Along the way, the group didn't say much. In fact, Yunqi felt that this was not effective at all, and it would have been more useful to do a few rounds of the broadcast gymnastics from the task. Yunqi was running while also claiming Ning Rongrong's task reward. Yunqi felt an inexplicable energy appear in his right hand, emitting a comfortable aura, slowly nurturing his martial soul. Yunqi also understood that the improvement of martial soul quality is not an instantaneous matter, so he no longer paid much attention, as it would eventually come to fruition. Soon, Yunqi and the others saw their destination, and they found it amusing. The so-called training was just a soul arena that anyone could go to in the original work. Flinder, looking at the city before him, gradually reduced his speed until he came to a complete stop. Observing the crowd behind him panting, he slowly said, Is this little speed too much for you? Everyone rolled their eyes in unison, and even Yunqi felt that Flinder was a bit pretentious. Soto City is located in the interior of the Barak Kingdom, which can be said to be extremely safe and free from external dangers. So the city gates are open 24 hours a day. The group followed Flinder's lead and entered the city. Although it was already nighttime, Soto City was still bustling, even more so than during the day. All the shops along the streets were brightly lit, and some vendors were selling small items and snacks at specific locations, forming several large night markets. Yunqi also sighed. This place truly rivals the eternal city of his past life, with its strong, otherworldly culture. Although Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing have stayed here for a few nights, they haven't gone out to play at night. They have mostly been focused on their cultivation. Yunqi looked at the three girls and decided that he would often come over for late-night snacks, while reminiscing about the Rose Hotel. The girls were unaware of Yunqi's thoughts. If they knew, they would probably just think to themselves that he was being shameless, and then they would coyly follow him anyway. Yunqi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was smiling, and recalled her cold demeanor in the original work. He silently made up his mind. As for Ma Hongjun, he still looked lifeless, with eyes the size of soybeans, completely devoid of past desires. Now, he didn't even glance at the women on the street, only wanting to sleep. However, there were occasionally people looking at Ma Hongjun with strange expressions, because there were several distinct red handprints on the little fat guy's bald head. Chapter 58. The Great Soul Arena. The group passed through the bustling market, following Flander into an inconspicuous tea house by the street. They all sat down, and the waiter, seeing Flander sitting there without ordering anything, couldn't he help but ask, Sir, do you need anything? Flander glanced at the waiter and then at the others who had run over. It was clear that the people behind needed to drink water, so he reluctantly ordered a few cups of the cheapest tea. The waiter took a careful look at Flander and then turned to leave. Ning Rongrong clearly didn't want to drink this, so she called the waiter back and said lightly, Just bring 4 cups, no need for more. Change it to the most expensive ones. I'll pay for it myself to save some money for the dean. After saying this, she glanced at Flander. Flander's face twitched slightly. Even Yunqi inwardly praised her for doing a great job. But on the surface, he still told Ning Rongrong, don't do this in the future. After that, he winked at her with a slight smile. Ning Rongrong understood and nodded in agreement. Flanders' expression improved a bit, thinking that indeed, one thing conquers another. However, Yunqi was really lucky. 3 beautiful girlfriends, all 3 are geniuses. Tang Sen looked at Yunqi with admiration, secretly lamenting. Chiga, not only is he strong, but he is also kind. Even his skills in attracting girls are so impressive. I really need to learn more from him. Flander then cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention and said, next, you'll have your class. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Wu. Dean, we're not having class in this little tea house, are we? Flander raised his hand and pointed to the tall buildings not far from the tea house. From the tea house's direction, one could only see the towering buildings reaching into the night sky, nearly 100 meters high, huge and deep, with various lights flickering inside. Except for Xiao Wu and Yunqi, Tang San hadn't been to the Great Soul Arena, but Yunqi knew a bit. When they got close, he had some guesses. But the anime and comics he had seen in his previous life were still a bit petty and couldn't convey such visual shock. On the side, Dai Mubai and Oscar held hands and spoke in unison to Flander. Dean, do they really have to go to that place on the first day? Flander nonchalantly replied. Take a good look at them and think about their strength. Dai Mubai and Oscar understood that the Dean's purpose for coming here was not only to train them, but also to make money, especially betting on Yunqi, who had no combat record at all. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes were filled with excitement as they looked gratefully at Flander. After all, their lives were quite poor. One could even say they had always been poor, especially since Dai Mubai had all his soul coins taken by Yunqi. Flander noticed the heat and gratitude in their eyes and smiled faintly, but quickly added a remark under Yunqi and the other's gaze. He didn't want to be found out by soul.The Chanshen after just being lectured, knowing that he, as the dean, was using his recognized granddaughter's husband and granddaughter to make money. Remembering what had just happened sent a chill down Flander's spine. Monsters have their own training methods. Although I can't guide Yunqi's meditation method, monsters are ultimately not like ordinary people who follow a routine. Saying this, he continued, moreover, their martial soul directions are different. What the Academy can teach is only to help them obtain better soul rings and how to use their martial souls, helping them gain more practical experience and develop their potential. Flander spoke with pride, but a remark from Xiao Wu brought his pride crashing down. Xiao Wu, her big curious eyes focused on Flander, asked, Dean, why are there so many students who haven't graduated from Shrek Academy, and then disappeared from everyone's sight? Flander looked at Xiao Wu's seemingly innocent eyes, and then at Yunqi and Ning Rongrong, fell silent for a moment, and pretended to sigh. The past is too complicated and twisted. Flander gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle in exasperation. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually didn't like to talk to outsiders, rolled her eyes. Seeing that no one was supporting him, Flander quickly changed the topic. Your first class will be in the Soul Arena inside, that building over there. It's a great place to gain practical experience, where you can witness all kinds of bizarre martial souls. After all, determining victory is not just about strength, but also about various insights. Yunqi agreed with this. After all, doing things in isolation will never lead to progress. Only by seeing more and doing more can strength and insight advance together. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, and during this time, their perception of Yunqi and the others had rapidly increased, naturally worrying about their well-being. Flander continued, like the buildings over there. Generally, only cities of the main city level will have them. Ordinary cities do not have them. Its scale can even be seen as a reflection of a nation's strength. And such a building is called the Great Soul Arena, named after the city. At this moment, Tang Sen spoke up, Dean, that building in the distance is called the Soto Great Soul Arena? Flander, seeing Tang Sen playing along, felt in a good mood and smiled at him, nodding yes. The Great Soul Arena is where soul masters compete with their martial souls. When there are no wars, many soul masters have no place to vent. This building not only allows soul masters to earn money, but it's also a great place for commoners and nobles to release their stress. Becoming famous in the Great Soul Arena not only earns respect from others, but also brings huge benefits. And most importantly, it's fair inside. Flander picked up the cheap tea beside him, took a sip, and continued, everyone participating in the soul fights inside will receive a badge, with clear levels that prevent high ranks from bullying low ones. The levels are Iron Soul, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. A total of 8 levels. At this point, Flander surveyed everyone, then slowly said, Another condition for graduating from Shrek Academy is to obtain a silver soul badge in this great soul arena. Yunqi calculated that according to the original text, after winning 5 consecutive matches, each match adds 10 points, and after winning 10 matches, the next win adds 100 points. To level up, only 100 points are needed, while a silver soul ring requires 1,000, which means that if he wins about 20 matches in a row, he can graduate. Thinking of this, Yunqi felt a bit dreamy. Graduating just a few months after enrollment, he couldn't help but wonder what Flinder was thinking. Flinder didn't give the others much time either. Glancing at the sky outside, he directly said, "It's about time. Let us set off." Chapter 59. Yanhuang Battle Team? Ning Rongrong also finished paying for 4 cups of tea, ignoring Flinder's strange gaze, and walked straight to Yunqi's side. Yunqi could only feign an apology to Flinder and the other male companions. Flinder looked at Yunqi and didn't want to dwell on it too much. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Having been tricked once, he vowed never to fall into the same trap again. After paying, Flinder led everyone out of the tea shop and headed to the Soto Great Soul Arena. As they got closer, he marveled at how humans, no matter in which world, could create miraculous places. He was greatly shocked by the magnificent architecture before him. The Soto City Great Soul Arena was overall oval-shaped, with various large and small soul arenas inside, 1 main arena and 24 sub-arena. Near the top, there were over 100 VIP boxes for the powerful and various factions to watch. Just before they left, Oscar clearly introduced the rules inside the soul arena. There are 3 types of soul battles. 1. Sparring, which is essentially a place for mutual practice, where lethal moves are not allowed. 2. Deathmatches, used to resolve conflicts between soul masters. 3. Gambling battles, where the soul arena acts as a referee. Both sides send out the same number of soul masters, and the winner can take everything in the wager. However, the prerequisite for a gambling battle is that it must be signed under a deathmatch agreement, meaning that once a gambling battle is initiated, it's a matter of life and death. As for the format of the matches, they could be 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or team battles. Yunqi understood this, but still listened attentively to Oscar's words. Upon reaching the main entrance of the Great Soul Arena, they saw a huge stone tablet inscribed with countless names. Yunqi sighed, "In this world, everything is for profit. People die for wealth, and birds die for food." Yunqi and others simply registered, filled out some basic information, paid the fee, and received the most basic Iron Fighting Soul badge. However, Tang San beside them was stammering, clearly feeling very ashamed. Yunqi naturally understood Tang San's predicament, but he had no intention of paying for him. This money was all earned bit by bit from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Yunqi took a look at the items inside the ring, including various hidden weapons like the Dragon Whisker Needle, the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, as well as daily necessities and money. He also thought about how Tang San and Yu Xiaogang could get along. Tang San looked at the waitress who asked him for the registration fee, then turned his gaze longingly towards Flinder. As for why he didn't ask Yunqi for help, Tang San didn't want to trouble him, considering that Yunqi had to support Xiao Wu, which must be quite expensive. Flinder naturally understood the meaning in Tang San's eyes and said with a tearful expression, "Tang San, when you make money, you must pay me back." Tang San nodded gratefully, but when he reached out to take the gold soul coin from Flander's hand, he couldn't pull it away no matter what, looking at Flinder in surprise. Only then did Flinder reluctantly open his palm, allowing Tang San to take it. Oscar and Dai Mubai around them looked at Tang San in confusion and asked, "By the way, we haven't reached level 40 yet, and we can still receive subsidies from the Spear Hall. Why are you so poor, San?" Tang San couldn't help but recall the 6 years of hardship he had endured with his teacher, often going hungry and having no food after finishing one meal. He said, "I don't know if it's a matter of luck, but my money just can't be saved. Even when placed in a soul guide, I often lose money." Oscar looked at the slender figure of Tang San and nodded secretly. No wonder Tang San looked so weak, he seemed malnourished. This little episode quickly passed. After everyone followed the waitress to the place for testing their soul power and confirmed the soul power of Yunqi and the others, the waitress's gaze towards Yunqi changed. The 3 girls sensed something was off and quickly grabbed Yunqi's hand, pulling him out of the waitress's sight, leaving the waitress feeling secretly distressed. After all, the young man in front of her was an insult to be called a genius. He should be referred to as a prodigy. Flinder looked at the few who had been evaluated and led them away from there to the resting area. Soul masters participating in the soul fighting generally have a room to rest while waiting for their turn. However, the slight childishness on Yunqi and the others drew the attention of other soul masters. It couldn't be helped. After all, Yunqi and the others were relatively young. But no one approached them, as everyone was preparing their own strategies for the upcoming soul fight. Ning Rongrong, well-informed, whispered to Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing here. You can only participate in one match a day, but you can join different types. Zhuqing and I are both in our 20s and at the Great Soul Master level, so we can participate together. However, Brother Qi, you and Xiao Wu, one is level 37 and the other is level 44, so you might have to fight alone. Yunqi smiled indifferently and said to Ning Rongrong, it's okay. When the time comes, I'll take Xiao Wu to play at my level. Trust in my strength. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, naturally believing in Yunqi's abilities. If Yunqi's strength were lacking, then there shouldn't be many people who could manage. Yunqi and the others followed someone else's guidance to the registration place for the soul fighting competition, signing up for both one-on-one and two-on-two matches. The staff looked at the few people in front of them and slowly said, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, and the winner gets 20. If you lose, you get nothing. After speaking, Yunqi also paid the money, and the staff paused to count the money before. What name will your team go by? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had already thought of it, smiled calmly at the staff, and then said, our team will be called the Seven Cats Team. Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong with a strange expression, but it quickly disappeared. He thought to himself, how did the name coincide with the software from my previous life? Just a coincidence. Xiao Wu also looked at Yunqi with wide eyes and said in a spoiled tone, bro, you should come up with a cool team name for us. This question from Xiao Wu immediately put Yunqi in a difficult position. He was terrible at naming things. After thinking hard, he still couldn't come up with anything, which made the staff urge him. Hurry up, it's just a code name. Yunqi also had a moment of inspiration and said, let's call it Yanwang. Yunqi thought that even though she was no longer in her original world, she should still leave some bloodline in this other world. Otherwise, feeling lonely and without kin would be quite desolate. Xiao Wu also began to ponder what Yanhuang meant, as mentioned by Yunqi. Although she didn't fully understand, seeing Yunqi's joyful face, she nodded and started to swing Yunqi's hand. The staff member beside them was really efficient. In no time, they had completed the engraving on the badge, and 2 large characters appeared on it. Yanhuang. Yunqi also received this badge, which symbolizes his past life, from the staff, feeling a slight heaviness. Chapter 60. Reflection Mirror? After Xiao Wu played with the badge for a while, she handed it over to Yunqi for safekeeping. Just as she wanted to say something, Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside them, stepped forward and slowly said, Chiga, Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battle is about to begin. Yunqi listened to the voice in front of her. Gentle to the core, yet so cold and noble in front of outsiders. She stepped forward and embraced Zhu Zhuqing, whispering in the little cat's ear, aren't you going to give your husband a blessing kiss? Zhu Zhuqing instantly blushed, turning her head in annoyance to lightly peck Yunqi's lips before quickly returning to Ning Rongrong's side. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, seeing such a Zhu Zhuqing, also ran up to Yunqi and stood on tiptoe to kiss the corner of her mouth. The soul masters and staff, resting nearby, all wore expressions of gritted teeth, and one could even hear the sound of teeth grinding. Yunqi's lips were almost curling up to the sky after the kiss from the 3 girls. The pride and show-off in his eyes were almost overwhelming the entire Great Soul arena. Yunqi also left amidst the gazes of San En and the crowd. Arriving at the one-on-one duel area, looking at the sea of people around, he was also thinking about other things. What would happen if the faces of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were exposed to the public once again? Yunqi became excited as he thought about it. After all, there were no photos taken back then, but now there is live broadcasting and LED screens. By then, everyone will have a copy of the portraits of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. What a visual feast that will be. After all, 99% of the mainland has only heard of them, but never seen their true faces. Just as Yunqi was lost in thought, the task also arrived as scheduled. Task: no matter what method, expose Yu Xiaogang and Tang San to the public's view, so that the world recognizes the protagonists of the Soul Beast Rampage incident 6 years ago. Reward: Soul recording device, with production method. Can broadcast in real time the images from the Soul recording device in Yunqi's hand. Accept? Yes or no? Yunqi looked at the task in front of her and felt a bit of difficulty, but thinking about the memory collecting soul guide, she decided to accept it without hesitation, as there was no loss anyway. Moreover, when Yunqi checked the rewards, she found out that the memory collecting soul guide could extract fragments of memories from sleeping individuals, and mischievous thoughts naturally arose. Since there were many fighting arenas, Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing did not end up together but were scattered in different places. As for Ning Rongrong, She didn't even sign up for the one-on-one matches among Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Ma Bai. It was Tang San who was assigned to Yunqi's side. However, unfortunately, Yunqi's opponent was not Tang San and could never be Tang San. After all, Tang San was a soul master of the soul ancestor level. Although it was a separate fighting arena, its scale was not small, with a diameter of 20 meters, allowing most soul masters to fully display their strength, and making the clashes between them even more intense. Soon, the battles on the upper arena ended, and it was Yunqi's turn to take the stage. On the fighting platform, a beautiful woman in a white short skirt enthusiastically talked about the highlights of the upcoming duel, while a huge screen behind her replayed the exciting moments. Until the footage disappeared, the woman in the white short skirt cleared her throat, took a sip of water, and announced loudly, "Next, we will proceed to the one-on-one duel on the 21st fighting platform." However, it is worth mentioning that this is a battle between soul ancestors, and one of the participants is a newly registered soul master. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the audience around her erupted in excitement, saying things like, "Is the great fighting arena here to give out money? What kind of newcomer starts fighting in the soul ancestor stage? This is hilarious." The woman in the white short skirt looked at the audience below, saw that the atmosphere had been stirred up, and continued, "Now let's welcome our two soul masters to the stage. They are the level 44 assault type soul ancestor Yunqi, who has a weapon spirit, the Moon Shadow Sword, a pure newcomer to the great fighting arena, and Wang Tai, who is already on a 4-game winning streak with a weapon spirit of the Roaring Tiger, a level 47 assault type soul ancestor." The audience in the stands began to place their bets, and seeing Yunqi's youthful face and Wang Tai, who had already won 4 consecutive matches and had a higher soul power than Yunqi, they naturally knew who to choose. The odds for Yunqi even reached a terrifying 1 to 10 at one point. This shows how many people do not believe in Yunqi. In the stands, Oscar Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun all placed their bets on Yunqi. As for Flander, he had already bet all his fortune back when it was still in the selection phase. Although he has used up quite a bit, he still has a total of 10,000 gold soul coins. This shows just how much private money Flander has. Yunqi naturally noticed the movements of a few people in the stands, but she didn't intend to lose on purpose. Nor did she mean to make them lose all their money. Anyway, in the end, the wealth of Flander and the others would all become Yunqi's own. Yunqi also shook off all the distractions and stepped onto the soul fighting platform step by step. Opposite him stood a tall figure, whose height seemed to reach 2 meters and 30 to 34 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. The person was dressed in a soul beast fur that barely covered the vital parts. His muscular thighs and chest were exposed, and his eyes emitted a fierce glint. Yunqi also looked at the tall soul master and sighed with boredom, thinking that such a large target could hit without needing to deliberately manipulate the sword energy and sword shadows. However, the soul master opposite him, seeing Yunqi's nonchalant gaze, had an even stronger aura, and the fierce expression on his face was about to burst out. Those who didn't know would think it was a life-and-death battle. The spectators betting around them looked at the person they had bet on, feeling such a powerful aura. Their faces showed a sickly flush, and they were all screaming in agony. Clearly, they felt that a large amount of gold soul coins would soon flow into their pockets. The little cat and the little witch in the stands looked at the roaring audience with expressions of watching a show, and after exchanging glances, they said, "Those who look down on Brother Qi now will regret it when they lose their pants later." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but nod and said to Ning Rongrong, "How much did you just bet?" Although Ning Rongrong wasn't short on money, this was for her boyfriend, and even her future husband. Besides, free money should be taken. Not much, just 50,000. If it's more, the odds won't be as exaggerated as 1 to 10. Zhu Zhuqing was surprised to look at Ning Rongrong, thinking that her so-called second young lady was actually worth less than 1% of Ning Rongrong's wealth. But then she thought it made sense. After all, this was the most cherished little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How could she be short on money? Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had also bet a little, mainly because she couldn't stand those who looked down on her brother Qi. Chapter 61. Refining Sword Skills. Yunqi's appearance on stage also attracted the attention of some audience members, who loudly exclaimed, "Where did this young kid come from? He's so young, yet dares to go on stage." The audience was not afraid of offending anyone, and with so many people speaking up, it didn't matter if Yunqi came from a major sect or a hidden family. It had nothing to do with them. Similar voices of doubt echoed continuously. But some sharp-eyed spectators could see Yunqi's extraordinary nature. They didn't mindlessly criticize. Instead, they silently placed their bets on him. At his age, with that kind of aura and soul power level, they wouldn't believe it unless he had a top-tier martial soul. However, they wouldn't kindly remind others, as intelligent people are ultimately in the minority in any world. Wang Tai looked at Yunqi in front of him and didn't waste time. He directly completed his martial soul manifestation. He wouldn't underestimate any opponent, especially not someone experienced like him who had been in the soul fighting arena for so long. It was good to catch an opponent off guard with a preemptive strike. Yunqi directly summoned the Moon Shadow Sword, standing with his hands behind his back and his gaze calm. The host in a white short skirt looked at both prepared sides and spoke directly. Then the soul fighting officially begins. The moment Wang Tai heard the word begin, the 4 soul rings on his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple, burst forth with dazzling light. The first soul ring flickered, and the soul power around him continuously stimulated Wang Tai's physical body, making his muscles even more solid. With a surge of energy in his feet, he charged towards Yunqi with a powerful and unstoppable fist. Yunqi remained unfazed as Wang Tai charged towards him, shifting slightly to the left. His long sword was still sheathed behind him. When Wang Tai realized that his punch had missed, he wasn't surprised. After all, it was just a probing attack. However, the moment he turned to look at Yunqi, he couldn't hold back. He saw that Yunqi didn't even have any soul rings visible and still wore a calm expression. Wang Tai shouted loudly, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Yunqi doesn't have any intention of looking down on others. He just wants to test whether the methods taught to him by Qinxin are effective. The method is quite simple. In this world, there are no real martial arts or sword techniques. What one learns is almost entirely based on personal experience. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that Qinxin didn't teach the true skills, but Yunqi is still very grateful for the guidance. After all, given his current social status and strength, he could never seek advice from such a renowned swordsman on the continent. Having a few tips is already quite good. Facing Wang Tai's furious roar, Yunqi had no intention of responding. He simply dodged Wang Tai's angry punch again, turned sideways, and then thrust directly at Wang Tai's chest. Seeing the speed at which Yunqi drew his sword, Wang Tai knew he couldn't dodge, so he directly activated his 3rd soul ring. The purple halo around him flickered, somewhat similar to Dai Mubai's white tiger shield, but also different, with a hardness far superior to Dai Mubai's shield. After all, it was the 3rd soul skill of a 4-ring soul master, while Dai Mubai's was only his 1st soul skill. The Moon Shadow Sword of Yunqi, as if it had struck an iron block, did not break through the barrier in front of him. He secretly complained, "It seems that without using soul skills, I really can't break this tough shell. In fact, it would be quite simple to break it. Yunqi's 1st and 2nd soul skills could easily do so." However, Yunqi came to refine his own sword techniques, so he naturally wouldn't use his soul skills, as that would be too unfair. Wang Tai, seeing that Yunqi's sword tip was blocked, couldn't help but say, "Kid, do you really think you can defeat me without using soul skills? That's quite a fanciful idea." His voice was loud, and those in the stands, including Flandra and Xiao Wu, were quite puzzled and didn't understand Yunqi's intentions. Yunqi remained calm and indifferent. Ignoring Wang Tai's words, he continued to draw his sword and dodge. Wang Tai, feeling increasingly frustrated, decided to withdraw his 3rd soul skill, as maintaining it consumed a significant amount of soul power. He then charged at Yunqi again, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, with his 2nd soul skill activating as he leaped high into the air. Wang Tai's hands, which already had claws, saw those claws extend further, glinting with a chilling light that was truly captivating. Yunqi watched Wang Tai pounce towards him. He considered using Ghost Shadow mysterious steps, but knowing that Tang San was watching from above made him hesitate. After a moment, he devised a strategy. At worst, he could activate the Forgiveness Halo, and combined with his original favorability, he should be able to deceive Wang Tai. Moreover, it was impossible for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing not to use their skills either. Yunqi directly executed the Crane Catching Dragon to cushion Wang Tai's downward momentum, then used Ghost Shadow mysterious steps to dodge Wang Tai's attack in an extreme manner, performing a one-handed handstand and directly slicing Wang Tai's chest. The cold attribute of the Moon Shadow Sword caused Wang Tai's body to feel a slight stiffness. The pain did not calm him down. Instead, his attacks became even more ferocious as he relentlessly clawed at Yunqi. Seeing this, Yunqi also raised his sword to block. Sounds of clashes echoed from the soul arena. Ping, 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 like the sound of iron being struck. Yunqi's eyesight was now incredibly sharp, bolstered by the panel tasks and the eye exercises powered by his soul energy. The realm of his purple extreme demon I had long surpassed Tang San by a large margin. Even under such a dense barrage of attacks, he could still manage to land a few strikes on Wang Tai, causing blood to flow from Wang Tai's hands. Realizing the situation was not good, Wang Tai, unable to break through after a prolonged attack, jumped back. He felt his physical and soul energy were almost depleted, while Yunqi in front of him seemed unfazed, breathing heavily instead. The surrounding audience could no longer bear it and shouted angrily, "What the hell is this? Is this the soul sect? You can't even defeat a rookie who hasn't used any soul skills." Bah! However, Zhu Zhuqing noticed Yunqi's intention and realized that Yunqi was only using Wang Tai to practice his skills. Tang San's expression darkened as he thought, why does Chiga also know Tang Sect's techniques? He can use Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and Crane Catching Dragon. And even the realm of his purple extreme demon, I, is higher than mine? Filled with doubt, Tang San's trust in Yunqi kept him from succumbing to anxiety. He focused on watching Yunqi's match, thinking that he would ask questions when Yunqi returned. Wang Tai also heard the dissatisfied voices from the audience, but he could not afford to divide his attention to retort. After temporarily sealing his wound with soul energy, he looked seriously at Yunqi and said, "You are indeed impressive. In a situation where you are at a disadvantage, you can still force me to this extent without using any soul skills." Yunqi also smiled calmly and didn't say anything to provoke a negative mindset. After all, the two had no grievances against each other. Thank you for the compliment. The warm aura of Yunqi is also very strong. Now even the audience in the stands who originally supported Yunqi are loudly shouting his name. Even the host forgets to commentate and is frozen, watching Yunqi smile, feeling their heart racing like a little deer. Chapter 62, Brotherhood. Wang Tai also feels a surge of goodwill. He initially thought Yunqi looked down on him and was just trying to show off, but now he recognizes Yunqi's strength. He directly says, "Next is my final strike. If you can take it, I will lose." Yunqi looked at the serious man in front of him and replied lightly, "Come on." All of Wang Tai's soul power was also gathered together, slowly converging toward his mouth. He spread his hands and opened his legs, presenting a stance resembling the character Tai. Yunqi was also taken aback, looking at Wang Tai, who was charging up for a while, and silently complained in his heart, "No wonder I have to take the final blow. It turns out it takes time to unleash it from a standstill." Moreover, this posture is very similar to Xiao Wuji's great power Vajra Roar. Yunqi did not dare to be careless, directly using the Ghost Shadow Mysterious move to charge forward. He was not someone who would stand still and take others' powerful moves. Wang Tai saw Yunqi rushing over and, despite the regret in his eyes over the failed plan, did not give up. He gathered all his soul power and opened his mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar. At this moment, Yunqi had also arrived right in front of Wang Tai. Watching the soul skill about to be completed, he swiftly pointed his sword upward, directly sealing Wang Tai's mouth. Seeing the sword tip blocking his mouth, Wang Tai had no choice but to quickly withdraw his soul power. Otherwise, if the soul power exploded in his mouth, his head might be blown off. After the soul power dissipated, Wang Tai regretfully said to Yunqi, "You win." After saying this, he staggered away from the soul fighting platform. The spectators in the stands were still in shock, going from mocking at the beginning to complete silence, as if Yunqi had slapped them into confusion. However, not everyone felt this way. At least Zhu Zhuqing and others, as well as Flinder and his group, were all smiles. The former was genuinely happy, while the latter's wallet had suddenly become much fuller. Yunqi couldn't help but shout at the host, "Can we announce the results now?" The beautiful host in a white short skirt also snapped back to reality and enthusiastically announced, "This time, the victory in the soul duel goes to the Yunqi soul sect. We wish him continued success and prosperity in martial arts." Around them, there were sparse claps, but most people looked ashen, wondering if the rooftop of the Sato Grand Soul Arena was too high and if a fall would leave a complete corpse. Yunqi looked at the crowd in the stands and naturally felt no pity. She turned and walked towards the little cat, but before she left, she quietly said, "Gambling dogs have no future." After exiting the fighting arena, Yunqi simply registered and went to the side of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Tang San also approached and said to Yunqi, "Chiga, come with me for a moment." Yunqi nodded, naturally understanding Tang San's meaning. He silently filled the forgiveness aura to the maximum, and then followed Tang San to the side. Tang San paused for a moment, thought about his wording, looked at Yunqi's face, and for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to blame Yunqi. However, he still suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said to Yunqi, "Brother Qi, where did you learn the steps and techniques you used on stage just now?" Seeing the look in Tang San's eyes, he also wanted an answer. Yunqi couldn't help but smile, patting Tang San's shoulder, and said, "Of course. I learned it by watching you. Then I just pondered a bit, and I got it. What's wrong, little San? Are you going to blame me?" Tang San's expression changed, and inside, it felt like a kind of anger was about to break through some constraint. He coldly said to Yunqi, "Taking without asking is stealing." "Brother Qi," Yunqi silently thought to himself, "I didn't see you have this awareness when you were secretly learning in your past life. It was only when you really couldn't escape that you finally revealed your own research." Although this is what he thought, Yunqi naturally couldn't say it out loud. He just looked even more helpless and said to Tang San, "Little San, is this how you think of me? You know my talent. I learned it just by watching you a few times. Can you really blame me for that?" Yunqi glanced at Tang San, seeing him unmoved. Thought there might be a bug with the forgiveness halo. However, considering that Tang San might soon break through that boundary, he came to terms with it. He directly took out his tea skills and tried to PUA him. "Little San, we grew up together, went to school together. I really didn't expect this thing to be so important to you. Since you blame me, I won't use it anymore. But I still thank you, because learning your technique allowed me to survive the last time with your sister-in-law against the ironclad sword dragon and then counterattack. Our brotherhood ends here. Take care." After saying this, Yunqi was ready to turn and leave, but the anger in Tang San's heart was gradually suppressed by the forgiveness halo, and he began to reflect on himself. He had also learned in secret, similar to how Chiga was now, and when Chiga gave him the ironclad sword dragon last time, it was merely a symbolic exchange for his 24 bridges bright moonlight, which he had pushed onto Chiga. Chiga had risked his life to bring back the corpse of the ironclad sword dragon just because he overheard Tang San liked it. Now, for just a few things that didn't even belong to him, he had such an attitude towards Chiga, even to the point of severing their brotherhood. Chiga had often helped him when he was in school, like a lifesaver. He truly deserved to die. Thinking of this, Tang San was completely affected and rushed to block Yunqi, disregarding the gazes of others in the great soul arena, and with a thud, he knelt before Yunqi, loudly saying, "Chiga, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yunqi clearly did not expect the effect to be so outstanding. He hurriedly helped Tang San up and said insincerely, "Why is that?" Tang San, with a face full of sorrow, replied, "Chiga, I don't know why, but I was influenced by my anger. I just thought about it. And you're the best person to me. Even my father doesn't care about me and rarely accompanies me. I actually treated you this way over such a trivial matter." Yunqi was also moved as he placed his hands on Tang San's shoulders, looked down at him, and said with tears in his eyes, "Xiao San, you don't need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. It's my fault for secretly learning your things." Tang San once again felt Yunqi's sincerity and increasingly thought of himself as unworthy, retorting, "I, Tang San, should be the one apologizing. I am the unworthy one. Xiao San, you." Tang San interrupted Yunqi's words and said directly, "Chiga, I'm sorry. If you don't accept my apology, I won't get up." Yunqi also sighed slightly with a sense of helplessness and said to Tang San, "But I also taught the cultivation method to a few of your sisters-in-law. I'm sorry for you." Tang San was a bit dumbfounded, but thinking about Yunqi's contributions and support for him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since they are sisters-in-law, then they're family. It's certainly fine to pass it on to family. In the future, no matter how many sisters-in-law there are, Chiga, you can pass it on. Just don't let the sisters-in-law pass it on to others." Yunqi was also deeply moved as he helped Tang San up, shouting, "Xiao San." Tang San, with tears in his eyes, responded to Yunqi, "Chiga." Then, amidst the puzzled looks of the bystanders, Tang San rushed forward and hugged Yunqi. Chapter 63. 2 against 2. The first battle of Yanwang. Yunqi was a bit confused, and now, with a hint of disdain on his face, the 1.5-meter tall Tang San could only hold onto his waist. But he quickly and subtly pushed Tang San away, saying, "Being brothers is a matter of the heart. There's no need to be overly concerned with appearances." Tang San also wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then smiled through tears and said, "Thank you, Brother Qi, for being willing to forgive me." Yunqi waved his hand and said to Tang San, "Don't do this for big things in the future, okay? I will really be sad." Tang San also nodded seriously and then said, "From now on, Chiga, just say what you want." Yunqi looked at Tang San, who patted his chest and assured him, feeling delighted inside. He had been waiting for this statement. In the future, he might not necessarily recognize the immortal herb, but for now, with Tang San, this great person and good brother, Yunqi only needed to think about how to get the immortal herb. After all, this thing was not easy to obtain, and he still needed to make some plans. Yunqi and the others didn't chat for long, as Tang San's competition was about to start. Yunqi was also eager to shake off this big fool and quickly return to the embrace of the big cat. What was the point of staying with a man all the time? Yunqi shook off the dust from his clothes with his soul power, disdainfully patted himself. He didn't want Tang San's aura to cling to him. Backstage, Yunqi also saw Xiao Wu sitting alone in the stands, watching the soul fighting below. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had gone to participate in the double soul fighting, while Xiao Wu had just returned after finishing her match. Yunqi also approached with the intention of teasing Xiao Wu, quietly sneaking up behind her, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, before Yunqi could make a move, Xiao Wu suddenly turned around, shouted, and then made a funny face. Yunqi was also taken aback by this sudden scene, then helplessly looked at the laughing Xiao Wu and slowly said, "How did you know I was behind you, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu also held Yunqi's hand, sitting together, and then smiled and said, "We've been together for so many years. Your scent is already ingrained in my bones." Yunqi also gently patted Xiao Wu's head, saying nothing, just leaning against each other and silently watching Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's match. Soon, with Ning Rongrong's support, the little cat easily took down the two, even finishing without even touching the sleeves of the two girls on the opposite side. Yunqi also sighed at Xiao Wu. The little cat's progress is so great. Xiao Wu was taken aback, then stared blankly at Yunqi, and slowly said, "Who is the little cat?" Yunqi realized that he had unconsciously called out the nickname for Zhu Zhuqing. Thinking it wasn't a big deal, he explained to Xiao Wu, "The little kitty is Zhuqing. I named her. How about that?" Xiao Wu also looked at Zhuqing on stage, who was adorned with cat ears and a tail, resembling a noble and elegant cat, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. It does look a bit like her. Perhaps it was the beauty and strength of the two girls that captivated the audience, as cheers erupted suddenly after the battle ended, with thunderous applause filling the air. The two girls quietly left the stage and walked towards Yunqi. Perhaps due to the fast pace of the competition, the following matches did not receive as much applause. Yunqi and the others certainly wouldn't mind. Coming here is, at this stage, a form of training for the girls, and also a way for Yunqi to master her own powers. After all, Yunqi has trained to this point with very few opportunities for real combat, making it hard to progress quickly. Other strengths can't keep up, and there isn't much pressure in challenges, not to mention a place like the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, where even the teachers and the principal are no match for Yunqi, so there's no experience to gain. Of course, Yunqi is not someone who would stubbornly hold on if she can't win. Relying on soul skills or something like that would be foolish. Yunqi also said to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, "In the future, you can directly use the things I give you, but don't share them with others." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were delighted. Yunqi had previously warned them not to use these things in front of Tang San, and he explained the reason. Of course, the two women wouldn't say anything about Yunqi, as their favorability towards him was already maxed out. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong, who joined Yunqi's harem today, naturally didn't know what they were talking about and curiously asked, "What are you guys talking about? What can be used directly?" Zhu Zhuqing explained to Ning Rongrong, "You'll know when Qi Ge teaches you. This will greatly help improve your strength." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, then with a longing gaze said to him, "Qi Ge." Yunqi also smiled, acknowledging it, and said softly, "Let's talk about it when we get back. It's not good to teach you now with so many people around." Ning Rongrong also stepped forward and gave a sweet kiss, wrapping her arms tightly around Yunqi's, pulling him firmly into her embrace. Yunqi naturally felt the softness, but before he could enjoy it too much, he was interrupted by a voice. "Sir, madam, your team battle is about to begin. Please proceed to the battle platform." Yunqi had no choice but to reluctantly pull her hand away, bringing Xiao Wu in a surge of anger towards the soul fighting platform. Zhu Zhuqing teased Ning Rongrong, saying, "Look, you provoked Qi Ge, and their opponents below are in for a tough time." If Yunqi were here, she would also lament how much the little cat's personality had changed. No longer the cold demeanor as in the original story, and even learning to joke around. However, Ning Rongrong casually replied, "That has nothing to do with me. Hee hee. The preparation time for a 2-on-2 soul fight is longer than that for a 1-on-1, and by the time it was Yunqi's turn to take action, Xiao Wu's soul power had also returned to its optimal state. Yunqi said to Xiao Wu below, "Did you win the 1-on-1 just now?" Xiao Wu replied, unhappily, "What's wrong? Don't you think I can win?" Yunqi shook his head at Xiao Wu's answer, clearly unable to believe that Xiao Wu could lose. He just suddenly thought to ask out of curiosity. Xiao Wu directly replied, "Of course I won. My opponent didn't even finish one move before I threw them off the soul fighting stage with a single waist bow." Yunqi also pretended to be surprised and said, "Xiao Wu is so amazing. This prompted Xiao Wu to pinch the soft flesh around Yunqi's waist. Amid their playful scuffle, the two of them arrived at the soul fighting platform. It's worth mentioning that the audience for the 2-on-2 match was at least half less than that of the 1-on-1 match, and Yunqi and Xiao Wu's opponents were already waiting for them on the platform. The 2-on-2 soul fighting platform was much larger, and before Yunqi could take a good look around, the host on stage began to announce the competitors' information. In the 7th match of the 2-on-2, the massage team faced off against the Yanwang team. Chapter 64. Oh, what are you doing? As soon as Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, she complained to Yunqi. Why does the opposing team look so strange? Yunqi also took a closer look. Wow, what a sight. He saw that his opponents were two middle-aged men. One was wearing a white dojo robe, had a square face, and looked much older than his actual age. The other was wearing suspenders, had a middle-part hairstyle, and looked quite good, similar to Oscar. Yunqi was also filled with amazement, marveling at the wonders of the world. The Mashaji duo looked at the two children on stage and couldn't believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Yunqi felt helpless. At the age of Douluo, they were already considered adults, but compared to other soul masters of the same rank, they were indeed a bit younger. However, did it really have to be like this every time? The host was clearly taken aback for a moment, then warmly said, "It seems our Yanwang duo is truly talented at a young age." Although shocked by Yunqi and Xiao Wu's ages, his professionalism prevented him from forgetting his duties at that moment, and he directly announced the start of the match. The Mashaji duo, aiming to build good relations with the talented individuals and their backing, did not attack immediately. Instead, they introduced themselves to Yunqi and Xiao Wu. "My name is Ma Xingyi. I am the current leader of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. Nice to meet you both." The man in suspenders then styled his hair and adjusted his middle part with his middle finger, cupping his fist as he said, "My name is Kai Kuan, and I am Master Ma's partner. Nice to meet you both." Clearly, they had guessed wrong. Yunqi was not someone from a major force. However, seeing the two before him resembling famous figures from his past life, he smiled and replied, "My name is Yunqi, and this is Xiao Wu. Can we start now?" The Mashaji duo then regained their composure and summoned their respective martial souls. A whip crackling with electric sparks emerged in Ma Xingyi's right hand, looking extremely eerie. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan completed his martial soul manifestation, with feathers covering his entire body, especially abundant on his head and hands. He appeared vibrant and colorful. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud at the two people's martial souls, drawing everyone's attention as they looked at Yunqi, seemingly puzzled about why Yunqi was laughing. At this moment, Yunqi also feels a bit lonely. Such a magnificent scene, yet there is not a single person to share it with. What a pity. Yunqi also quietly retracted his smile, summoned the long sword in his hand, while Xiao Wu stood by Yunqi's side after completing her martial soul possession. Ma Xingyi signaled to Yunqi and the others to get ready, and also gave a glance to Kai Kuan beside him. Kai Kuan understood immediately, activating his first soul skill, gathering soul power in his abdomen, then reached out and flicked his hand to unleash the soul spell, muttering incantations. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an oval-shaped egg appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, Kai Kuan threw the egg directly towards Ma Xingyi. Ma Xingyi took a step forward, jumped up, and caught the egg steadily with his mouth, then gently bit down, releasing a rich fragrance. Seeing this, Kai Kuan replicated the earlier move and had one for himself. Most of the audience around were Kai Kuan's fans, and as they watched him unleash his signature soul skill, they shouted loudly, "Brother's egg, you can't eat it. Brother is so handsome." After eating the egg, the speed of the Mashaji duo skyrocketed, charging straight towards Yunqi. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu executed a backward kick, stepping on Kai Kuan's feathered head, standing tall. Taking advantage of Kai Kuan's moment of distraction, she directly activated her waist bow, intending to throw him out and deal with this support-type soul master. Yunqi was also stunned. That support-type soul master actually charged forward with them. It was clear that the audience in the stands might have been attracted by Kai Kuan's unique style. However, at the moment Xiao Wu activated her waist bow, the third soul ring on Kai Kuan's body lit up, and the domain formed by his hands began to sway rhythmically. Xiao Wu couldn't shake off Kai Kuan in an instant. After swaying up and down for a few seconds, Kai Kuan suddenly shouted, "Iron Mountain lean." Xiao Wu was caught off guard and was directly sent flying by this attack, which concentrated power into a single point through the rhythm of the shoulder movement and the enhancement of soul power. Yunqi couldn't help but sigh at the situation. Originally, she wanted to give Xiao Wu a chance to gain some experience, but she didn't expect that what seemed to be an ordinary move was actually a charged attack. Just as Yunqi was about to make her move to catch Xiao Wu, Mak Xinjiai would not let Yunqi off so easily. She saw Mak Xinjiai's second soul ring shining, and the whip crackling with electric sparks rushed towards Yunqi like a silver serpent flicking its tongue. Yunqi also hugged Xiao Wu, directly using Ghost Shadow to escape from the attack, but just as one wave settled, another rose. Kai Kuan wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. After all, they were all soul masters surviving in the Great Soul Arena, and their ability to seize opportunities was certainly strong. Kai Kuan immediately activated his second soul skill, and a sphere with rule-like stripes emerged from his feathered hands. Proudly, he said to Yunqi, "The world thinks I'm a battle soul master, but I can assist. When others think I'm a support type, I can transform into a battle soul master at any time. Now let me show you the ball skills I've practiced for 2.5 years." Ma Xingyi watched as Kai Kuan's sphere took shape and immediately activated his fourth soul skill, shouting, "Catch, transform, release." The sphere thrown by Kai Kuan, under the enhancement of Ma Xingyi's fourth soul skill, accelerated dramatically, and Ma Xingyi's fourth soul skill did not disappear. It just followed closely behind the sphere, sweeping forward. Yunqi felt helpless as he watched the scene. Naturally, Xiao Wu in his arms was fine and couldn't have been hit all at once. Seeing the exaggerated performance of the two, and noticing that Yunqi was captivated, he naturally wasn't too worried. After all, Chiga would definitely let him hit that Kai Kuan before leaving. The two energy attacks arrived as expected, but Yunqi and Xiao Wu still didn't move. Ma Xingyi and Kai Kuan were a bit flustered, exchanging glances before simultaneously shouting, "Quick, dodge, or catch it." Clearly, neither of them intended to kill. They just couldn't take back the soul skills they had already released. The arena was illuminated by the dazzling white light and a cloud of dust from the impact of the two soul powers. Both of them and the audience present looked towards the smoke, and when they found no one behind it, their hearts instantly sank. Until a sharp-eyed spectator spotted Yunqi and Xiao Wu flying in midair on their swords and exclaimed with envy, They're in the sky." Everyone looked up at the two in midair, erupting in intense cheers. Yan Huang. Yan Huang. Obviously, the audience didn't believe that Yunqi and the others could dodge that attack. But they never expected Yunqi could fly. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi, the duo, felt relieved, but the next second, they saw Yunqi's half-smile and became alert again. Yunqi looked at the two on guard and slowly spoke. "Now it's my turn." Chapter 65, "Bro, save one for me." Xiao Wu also timely spoke up, "Bro, save one for me later." Yunqi silently nodded, then waved the long sword in his hand. At that moment, Yunqi's soul ring configuration was revealed, plunging the nearby massage combination and the surrounding audience, including the host, into a dead silence. There was no way around it. A configuration of 3 purple and 1 black soul rings would make anyone anxious. As Yunqi's first soul ring shone brightly, the sword aura he unleashed surprisingly vanished from the sight of the two, leaving no trace. After disappearing, the sword aura reappeared, surprisingly embedded in the thighs and arms of the two, but Yunqi had controlled the intensity well. After all, the previous reminder indicated that the two were not ruthless individuals. And since this was just an ordinary match and not a life-and-death duel, it was manageable. Yunqi certainly wouldn't be so ruthless. To go all out and harm Xiao Wu is just a normal part of the competition. Moreover, Xiao Wu herself has no objections. Yunqi naturally wouldn't take it too seriously. Xiao Wu noticed that Yunqi had already injured the two and looked at Yunqi with understanding. Having been together for many years, the two were naturally aware of each other's intentions. Yunqi directly lowered the height of the flying sword and dove towards the massage duo. Taking advantage of this gravitational acceleration, Xiao Wu's sharp gaze was fixed on the rapidly approaching opponents, and she pounced directly in the air, launching her soft technique. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi, despite the pain in their bodies, quickly dodged to the side, but would Yunqi let them escape so easily? The sword energy surrounded the two again, giving them no chance at all. Seeing this, Xiao Wu wouldn't miss such a great opportunity, knowing that Yunqi wanted her to enjoy the thrill as well. Otherwise, she would have won long ago. However, the two noticed that Yunqi's sword energy did not harm them this time, and the woman in front of them was only a 3-ringed soul master. After exchanging a determined glance, they unleashed their soul techniques, pressing towards Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu had also practiced the purple extreme demon eyes and ghostly shadow, and she twisted in an incredibly terrifying manner to evade their soul techniques. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi were not novices either. Upon seeing Xiao Wu dodge their techniques in such an outrageous way, they quickly shook off their momentary shock and prepared to take it head-on. In an instant, Xiao Wu reached their side, her scorpion-tailed braid wrapping around Kai Kuan, while her ankle clamped down on Ma Xingyi's head, directly launching her soft technique. The two were injured by Yunqi's sword energy, causing their lower bodies to be unstable. Xiao Wu exerted force from her waist, forming a large windmill shape. Her hair first whipped Kai Kuan away, and then, with a cunning burst of power, she executed an inverted hook and sent Ma Xingyi flying out as well. Just when Xiao Wu thought she had accomplished a great feat and was about to seek praise from Yunqi, Kai Kuan, after being flung away, surprisingly flapped the feathers in his hand, reducing his speed and stabilizing himself at the edge of the soul-fighting platform. Looking complexly at the two prodigies in front of him, he remained silent for a long time, while the thrown-out Ma Xingyi, seeing that he was the only one left on the stage, shouted to Kai Kuan, let's stop struggling. That guy over there hasn't even made a move yet. Kai Kuan followed Ma Xingyi's gaze and looked up at the sky, where a figure in black tight-fitting clothes, with casually tied hair and a handsome face, exuded the pressure from 4 soul rings. Suddenly, he lost all desire to attack. He could only helplessly say to the host, I lost. The surrounding audience erupted in an uproar, especially those who were confused and angry at their brother for conceding. However, upon seeing Yunqi's face clearly, they hesitated no longer and turned to call out Yunqi's name and team. Yunqi, Yunqi. Xiao Wu heard the crowd calling Yunqi's name and pouted her lips, walking over to Yunqi's side, and said softly, Brother, your charm is truly great. Yunqi naturally understood the tone of Xiao Wu and directly held her hand, raising it high to the audience. Poor fans, experiencing heartbreak twice in one day, watching Yunqi being taken. They could only grit their teeth and watch as Yunqi and Xiao Wu slowly left the soul-fighting platform. After getting off the stage, Yunqi asked with concern, Xiao Wu, are you really okay after that colorful Iron Mountain crash? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, carefully feeling the pain in her meridians. However, after many years of practicing the Xiantian that Yunqi taught her, she felt the internal organs being nurtured and relaxed, replying to Yunqi, Luckily, brother, you taught me the Xiantian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only suffered this little injury. I just need to rest for a while when I go back. Yunqi recalled that Xiao Wu had been directly knocked away, and it was naturally impossible for her to come out unscathed. Fortunately, the Xiantian skill is also one of the top martial arts in the Douluo continent. When Yunqi and Xiao Wu walked out of the soul-fighting platform hand in hand, they encountered their classmates. Seeing everyone smiling happily, Yunqi went straight to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Listening to each other's battle reports, he understood why they were so happy. They had all achieved victories in their soul battles. Yunqi looked at the crowd and noticed that Flander and Ma Hongjun were missing, so he asked Oscar in confusion, Little Oscar, where are the dean and the fat guy? Oscar also showed a very strange expression as he looked at Yunqi and the 3 girls around him. Naturally, Yunqi couldn't say much. Instead, Ning Rongrong, who was beside them, directly asked, where did they go? Oscar stammered, but the little witch was not someone to be underestimated. A hint of playful amusement appeared in her eyes as she said to Oscar, where did they go? Oscar quickly remembered Ning Rongrong's background and hurriedly replied, the dean took Ma Hongjun to vent his anger. The dean told us to go back first. Oscar spoke so fast that Yunqi didn't even have time to react before he finished in a rush. Upon hearing Oscar's words, the 3 girls immediately showed disgusted expressions, and they all simultaneously thought of something, looking at Yunqi and saying, Chiga, you weren't trying to cover for them just now, were you? Yunqi also felt wronged, as he simply didn't want the 3 girls to hear about such things. The 3 girls looked at Yunqi, who had a face full of grievance, and couldn't help but laugh. They said to Yunqi, Brother Qi, if you have any needs in the future, you can come directly to us. You must never go to those disgusting places. Yunqi also nodded, looking at the 3 girls in front of him, each with their own charm, and assured, unless I'm blind. However, Ning Rongrong's face turned red with embarrassment. Xiao Wu had already gone through this, and Zhu Zhuqing was prepared. But Ning Rongrong had only confirmed her relationship for less than a day, so naturally, she felt extremely shy. Oscar and Tang San, who were standing aside, exchanged glances as if they were looking at celestial beings, while Dai Mabai showed no reaction. Although he was tempted by Yunqi's body, he knew the difference and certainly didn't want to die. Chapter 66. Strolling through the brothel. On the other side, Ma Hongjun and Flender were both troubled by various issues. Ma Hongjun was annoyed that his teacher brought him to such a smoky place, but he had no interest at all. Flender had even gritted his teeth and spent a lot of money to invite a few skilled girls. However, Each time they went in, they would storm out in less than a minute, muttering, "What is the point of coming to a brothel if I can't perform?" Ma Hongjun chose to be selectively indifferent. He had naturally heard what was said, but right now, he was in a state of detachment, so he wouldn't get angry over a few girls' comments. Flinder outside nearly spat out the tea he had just drunk. Looking at his approaching disciple, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "It's been so many days, and the evil fire hasn't erupted? That shouldn't be possible." Ma Hongjun, hearing his teacher's question, responded, "Teacher, maybe my evil fire has already subsided, but my martial soul hasn't changed at all." Flinder's expression twitched as he thought, is it really that thorough? Not even a desire left. In fact, Flinder had guessed something, which was why he brought Ma Hongjun here to test the waters. Facing this situation, Flinder didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, Ma Hongjun might be able to maintain this state of being desireless in the future. On the other hand, a desireless Ma Hongjun would definitely accelerate his cultivation speed. He could quickly become a strong individual. However, looking at the expressionless Ma Hongjun, Flinder sighed and said, "Since you don't need it, let's go back." Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, and Flinder then asked the landlady for a refund for the girls. The landlady naturally disagreed, saying, "You can't perform, and now you want your money back? What are you thinking?" The surrounding patrons stared wide-eyed at Flinder, clearly not expecting such a situation. Someone came to the brothel to get a refund. Seeing the crowd gathering around, Flinder didn't want to cause more trouble and directly revealed his soul rings. The 7 best-configured soul rings floated continuously, and the landlady nearly fainted in fear. She quickly took out the money and returned it to Flinder. But internally, she was constantly complaining about a soul sage coming to let his disciple get a freebie. One eye-opener. Once Flinder received the money, he weighed it in his hand and pulled Ma Hongjun out the door, disappearing from everyone's sight in just a few flashes, leaving the crowd dumbfounded and speechless. On the way back, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask Oscar curiously, "You mean Flinder, as the dean, actually brought his disciple to a brothel?" Oscar explained, "This is unavoidable. After all, Ma Hongjun's martial soul has a flaw, and as the top beast martial soul, the dean can't just let Ma Hongjun stop cultivating, right? Or just watch his disciple explode from overuse." He then instinctively added, "In the past, Douluo often went to the brothel with Fatty." As he spoke, Oscar remembered that Dai Mabai was now a girl, and Dai Mabai pinched Oscar's waist with a cold glint in her eyes, asking, "Who is Douluo? Who did what?" Oscar quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, it's my fault." Hearing this, Dai Mabai finally let go, wrapping her arms around Oscar in a cute manner. But the awkward part was that Dai Mabai was much taller than Oscar, creating a sense of incongruity. Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke up, saying disgusting. Then she turned and hugged Yunqi's arm. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi and said, "Fortunately, Chigo is not that kind of person, unlike others." Yunqi glanced at Tang San beside him and said, "Little San is also a gentleman." Tang San was taken aback by Yunqi's sudden remark about him and looked at Yunqi with gratitude, although it was just a casual attempt by Yunqi to gain favor. It left Tang San feeling a bit confused. As for Oscar, he didn't dare to refute, after all. He had previously gone to the brothel with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, just not as frequently. Zhu Zhuqing also sighed, relieved to have escaped that troubled life. Otherwise, she didn't know what she would have become. Seeing the situation, Yunqi changed the subject, chatting while walking, and soon they returned to Shrek Academy. Yunqi and the 3 girls naturally returned to the courtyard outside. As it was already dark, Yunqi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu went into the small house, while Ning Rongrong hesitated outside. Although it was her own request, at this moment, she clearly felt a bit at a loss. Yunqi could see Ning Rongrong's thoughts and walked over, leaning down with his head close to the tips of Ning Rongrong's hair, softly saying, "What's wrong? Where's the courage you had before?" Ning Rongrong didn't speak, her little face becoming even redder. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were walking ahead and opened the door, exchanged glances before coming to Ning Rongrong's side, linking arms with her and bringing her into the room together. Yunqi looked at the 3 women who had just entered and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the master bedroom was spacious. Otherwise, living with 4 people would feel too cramped. If anyone knew Yunqi's thoughts, they would be spitting in disdain, thinking how ridiculous it was to be in the same room with 3 stunning beauties and still be worried about the space. If it were someone else, even without a room, they would be willing to share a bed with 3 beauties. Back in the room, Yunqi smiled at the 3 women sitting by the bed and said, "What is up? Aren't you going to freshen up? Why just sit there?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, picked up their clothes, and headed to the bathroom. while Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on the quilt at the edge of the bed as she watched the two leave. Yunqi watched the two girls leave and sighed. "You've grown up." Ning Rongrong, who was initially quite nervous, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yunqi's actions, which were strikingly similar to her father's. Yunqi felt a bit embarrassed, but this embarrassment was nothing to him. After clearing his throat, he continued, "Rongrong." Ning Rongrong came back to her senses and responded to Yunqi's words. Yunqi thought for a moment about how to phrase it, then seriously said, "Rongrong, can you promise me that what I teach you will never be shared with anyone?" Ning Rongrong was clearly surprised as well. She had thought Yunqi sought her out to ease the awkwardness, but she didn't expect it to be about what was said during the day. She was also quite touched. After thinking for a while, she looked at Yunqi's face and smiled, saying, "You trust me this much?" Chapter 67, What's Wrong? Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, realizing that her feelings for him were almost at full value, so there was naturally no question of trust or distrust. However, Yunqi didn't say anything, as knowing something and not saying it were two completely different concepts. "Yes, I choose to believe you without reservation. It just depends on how you treat me." Ning Rongrong had never encountered such a straightforward approach, with no hint of subtlety, yet it struck right at her heart. With tears in her eyes, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi and said, "Why are you so good to me?" Yunqi thought for a while and figured, well, it's not possible to directly say to Ning Rongrong, "I'm craving your body." Yunqi pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, held onto Ning Rongrong's shoulders, leaned down, and pressed his forehead against hers, then said slowly and clearly, "I like you, silly." Ning Rongrong looked at the handsome face so close to her, even feeling Yunqi's breath on her face, warm and inviting. She felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but kiss Yunqi's lips. In the bathroom, the two girls who were still showering whispered, "Zhu Qing, how long do you think Rongrong can hold on in Chiga's hands?" Zhu Qing fell into thought at Xiao Wu's question, then shook her head and slowly replied, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be long." Xiao Wu agreed with Zhu Qing's statement. After all, it was already a joke that anyone could hope to hold on under Chiga's serious advances without getting dizzy. But what the two girls didn't know was that the two outside were about to take the final step. "Chiga, this isn't the place, this isn't the place." Yunqi was also panting, looking at Ning Rongrong in confusion. At this moment, saying no would only put him on the fire to be roasted. He also asked in doubt, "What's wrong?" "Rongrong." Ning Rongrong's face was flushed, and her large eyes, which seemed to be able to drip water, looked at Yunqi with a hint of mystery. She lightly bit her tongue and finally regained some composure, saying to Yunqi, "Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing are still here. They'll be coming out soon." Hearing this, Yunqi became much more awake, recalling that last time. The little cat was so embarrassed that it ran away. However, Yunqi is a person of great nobility, and having a big sleep together has always been his dream. Now he actually has to consider so much, and since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing have thin faces, it's different with Xiao Wu, who has been sleeping together for so many years. Therefore, Yunqi also had to consider Ning Rongrong's feelings and could only suppress the rising desire, not letting it explode. Ning Rongrong looked at the uncomfortable Yunqi in front of her and shyly stuck out her tongue, leaning down to whisper in Yunqi's ear, "Chi-Chi. Next time we go to Suatawa City, just the two of us." Yunqi listened to Ning Rongrong's enchanting words and immediately felt a surge of desire. But distant water cannot quench a near thirst. Ning Rongrong also expressed that there was nothing she could do. After giving Yunqi a playful smile and sticking out her cute little tongue, she prepared to change the subject. Yunqi originally had nothing, but seeing Ning Rongrong being so irresponsible and even daring to stick her tongue out at him is simply unforgivable. Yunqi also grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand and leaned closer to her, softly whispering in her ear. Ning Rongrong's face was like a thermometer, constantly turning red until the last syllable of Yunqi's words fell, as she transformed into a steam maiden. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi and stammered, speaking incoherently. "Ayua, can it be like this?" Yunqi also nodded painfully, and Ning Rongrong had no choice. She had heard before that holding it in might affect her health. So she slowly squatted by the bed, raised her head, blinked her large, angry eyes at Yunqi, and reluctantly buried herself in her work. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing's washing speed was much faster than that of ordinary women, mainly because they were worried that Ning Rongrong would suffer greatly at Yunqi's hands. They didn't linger too long in the relaxing bath and quickly finished washing themselves before opening the door. The bathroom led directly to the bedroom, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were amazed at the swaying Ning Rongrong, exclaiming that city people really know how to have fun. Obviously, The sound of the two girls opening the door did not disturb the two who were immersed in their own world. Feeling embarrassed to interrupt, they could only silently retreat back into the bathroom and start a new round of soaking. Inside the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing knocked her head in frustration. Xiao Wu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was worried about something and comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Zhuqing, there will be other chances." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zhuqing calmed down and asked her, "What should I do, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu's eyes turned, and she stepped forward to say to Zhu Zhuqing, "Be proactive. Be proactive. Brother won't refuse someone who is proactive. At least last time, if I hadn't taken the initiative, he might not have even touched me until now." Although Zhu Zhuqing was mentally prepared, she was still a bit shy. Xiao Wu saw the expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face and scolded her for hesitating, saying, "At this point, don't hesitate. If you have a chance, go for it. Don't wait and wait, or you won't even make it into the top 3 or 4. At least you can still fight for second place now." Hearing Xiao Wu's response, the little cat's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After all, she was one of the first to arrive, and she didn't want to end up out of the top 10. Thinking of this, the little cat nodded seriously at Xiao Wu and said slowly, "Thank you, Xiao Wu, I know what to do now." Xiao Wu shook her head and said seriously, "We are sisters, there's no need to say thank you. Just share the burden more in the future." Obviously, Xiao Wu knew about Yunqi's combat ability, which was already strong, and now Yunqi also had the evil fire buff all over her body. If Xiao Wu hadn't begged Yunqi desperately last time, Zhu Zhuqing might not have even been able to see her now. The mist in the bathroom was thick, and the hot water was added again and again. After about an hour had passed, hearing that there was no more movement outside, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing finally supported each other out of the bathroom. This time, their soak almost made them dizzy. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing coming out of the bathroom, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Seeing the blush on their faces, he realized that they had stayed in the bath for a long time for his sake. Yunqi felt incredibly happy, wondering what virtue or capability she had to deserve so many understanding and beautiful confidants. After coming out, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance at Yunqi, who was still foolishly smiling, and directly walked towards Ning Rongrong, asking with concern, "Rongrong, are you okay?" Ning Rongrong, also covering her swollen lips, replied to the two girls, "Oh, I'm fine, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, hearing Ning Rongrong's hoarse voice and seeing her puffy cheeks, immediately pinched Yunqi beside them. Chapter 68. Shrek. With there are melons everywhere in the early morning, after experiencing what happened last night, Ning Rongrong had integrated into this big family. Yunqi, as she promised, taught Ning Rongrong all the techniques and secret manuals from the Xintian skill she had taken from Tang San. Ning Rongrong was so moved that she wished she could ignore the pain and sing a song for Yunqi, Phoenix Seeks Phoenix. Seeing Ning Rongrong like that, Yunqi quickly refused. If it happened again, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would definitely skin him alive. Besides, Ning Rongrong herself couldn't withstand it either. In the morning, Yunqi woke up to see the three girls sprawled out in various positions, each displaying their own charm. Yunqi was quite pleased and decided to wake them up, taking them along for some training. After practicing the Purple Extreme Demon Eye in the morning, they also did some eye exercises, which had become a habit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had already gotten used to it, but it was Ning Rongrong's first time, so Yunqi had to guide her from the side. However, Ning Rongrong had good comprehension and quickly grasped the essentials, becoming more familiar with the training. Xiao Wu's injuries had mostly healed after a night of rest, and she was not in serious trouble. Villagers passing by looked at the four climbing on the roof early in the morning with a hint of curiosity, secretly noting it down in their minds, thinking, "Indeed, the thoughts of genius soul masters are beyond our understanding as ordinary folks. However, I can let my dog Ergo try training on the roof early in the morning as well." Yunqi was practicing the Purple Extreme Magic Eye while reminiscing about the charm of yesterday. He couldn't help but sigh at Ning Rongrong's high learning ability. She was self-taught and had mastered the techniques in such a short time. Time passed quickly, and after a while, Yunqi looked up at the sky, noticing the sun had already risen in the east. He woke up the three girls who were still training and led them through an eye exercise before heading to breakfast with everyone. It wasn't until Yunqi and the others finished breakfast that Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun gradually arrived at the cafeteria. Ning Rongrong, seeing Ma Hongjun's arrival, couldn't help but ask, "Fatty, weren't you out with Flinder last night?" Outside the cafeteria, Flinder, who had just arrived, instantly froze at Ning Rongrong's words and silently turned to leave. Skipping breakfast was fine by him. As for Ma Hongjun, he was nonchalantly munching on a steamed bun, answering indistinctly, "I haven't had any desire in that regard for a long time, so it's unnecessary. Oscar and Dai Mu Bai, upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, immediately forgot about the bun they were eating, letting it fall to the ground without noticing. Ma Hongjun looked at his two good brothers who were wasting food, and, unfazed by everyone's gaze, picked it up and started eating again. Seeing this, Oscar cautiously asked Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, what do you not need anymore?" Ma Hongjun looked at Oscar, his gaze beginning to lower, and Oscar immediately understood, feeling a chill run down his spine. Just having Dai Mu Bai was enough for him to handle. His steps have been a bit unsteady lately, and adding another fatty might just kill him right there. Clearly, Oscar misunderstood Ma Hongjuan's meaning, and it wasn't his fault. After all, there were precedents, and anyone would panic. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai, who initially wanted to watch the drama unfold, saw the look in Fatty's eyes and immediately stood in front of Oscar, glaring at Fatty and saying, "Little AO is fine with me. Fatty, keep your eyes to yourself." The three girls, who were unaware of the truth, also felt a chill, not expecting there to be so many hidden talents in the academy. Yunqi certainly understood what Ma Hongjun meant, but he couldn't just come out and explain for the fat guy. Seeing that everyone misunderstood his meaning, Ma Hongjun leisurely added, "You all misunderstood. I'm into guys, not interested in girls." Oscar and Dai Ma Bai felt a bit relieved upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, but then they thought, this isn't like Ma Hongjun at all. Where did that former Ma Hongjun from the Sun Moon Empire go? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to understand why Yunqi came to this academy. Every day, there were various different scandals to enjoy, and each one was breaking through their understanding, much more interesting than cultivation. This strange atmosphere was successfully diverted when Tang San arrived. After everyone finished breakfast, the school bell rang, and Yunqi and the others leisurely made their way to the playground. On the playground, only Flinder was there, chewing on a bun he somehow got. And when he saw Yunqi and the others arrive, he inexplicably stuffed the bun into his mouth, not having time to chew before he started swallowing. However, without water, swallowing half a bun directly resulted in Flinder turning red in the face, pounding his chest, and stomping his feet. Oscar hurried over to Flinder, asking Dean what's wrong. Oscar naturally had no idea what happened, but Yunqi, using his purple extreme magic eyes from a distance, saw Flinder gnawing on the bun and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. After a long while, Flinder finally managed to cough the bun out of his throat. Oscar and Tang San, upon seeing this, were speechless, looking at Flinder with disbelief, as if to say, "You, a soul sage, almost choked on a bun?" Flinder noticed the looks in everyone's eyes and turned red, coughing a few times before hastily changing the subject. "Today is our second class, and I will still be the one teaching." Just as Flinder was about to continue, Oscar shyly interrupted him, raising his hand and saying softly, "Dean, I inexplicably broke through to level 30 last night." As he said this, he glanced at Dai Ma Bai, who turned a bit red and shyly lowered her head without saying a word. Flinder exclaimed, "What? Say that again." Seeing Flinder's incredulous gaze, Oscar helplessly repeated, "Dean, I'm level 30 now." Only then did Flinder believe what Oscar said. After all, not everyone was like Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, breaking through to Soul Master and Soul King at the age of 12. Oscar, at 14, was a seed he had discovered himself, which made Flinder feel a sense of reality. Moreover, Oscar was a food-type Soul Master, which was among the hardest types of martial spirits to cultivate, making it much more difficult to reach level 30 compared to ordinary battle Soul Masters. Furthermore, if a food-type Soul Master at the Great Soul Master level can support the food consumption of 100 people, then a Soul Master can sustain the food consumption of over 500 people, and this number keeps rising. That is why Flinder had such a big reaction. It was indeed a great piece of news, even making him forget about Ning Rongrong, just talking about going with Ma Hongjun to have fun, and the incident with the bun. Chapter 69, Immortal Beings. Flinder excitedly approached Oscar, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with joy, saying, "Good, good, good. Oscar, you are indeed a genius. You didn't disappoint me. Congratulations on becoming a Soul Master." Oscar shyly responded, "Thank you, Dean, and the teachers in the academy for their careful guidance." Flinder couldn't help but nod at the suddenly sensible Oscar, glancing at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, as if to say, "Can't you two learn from Oscar?" Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong noticed Flinder's gaze, but merely pouted and said nothing, pretending not to see. Tang San and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward to congratulate him, and Yunqi smiled warmly at Oscar. This made Oscar feel a bit lightheaded, almost forgetting himself, but it didn't last long, as there were many students in the academy stronger than him. Perhaps only Ning Rongrong couldn't he beat him? Flinder, then, timely interrupted the conversation, pulling the still joyous Oscar back to reality. All right, today's class will have a slight change. The lesson today is to eat the sausages made by Oscar. As soon as Flinder said this, the expressions of the three girls changed instantly. Even the congratulatory looks they had moments ago vanished, showing just how deeply Oscar's sausage-making soul skill had impacted them. Yunqi naturally didn't want the three girls to eat this thing, as it was a mental barrier for her. However, there was no good way to stop Flander's intention. Although forcing them not to eat, it wouldn't cause any problems. Flander was doing this for everyone's good. And Yunqi really couldn't think of a reason at the moment. Perhaps sensing Yunqi's inner thoughts, the panel unexpectedly issued a task. No longer just one that Yunqi had to create herself. Task: extreme aversion in the heart, generating an instinctive feeling of dislike, preventing the three girls from eating the sausage made by Oscar. Reward: a bottle of magic beans. Accept, yes or no? Yunqi was instantly overjoyed. After carefully checking the description of the celestial beans, he realized that these were the celestial beans from Dragon Ball, but there were also limitations. A celestial bean in the bottle could only be produced once every 10 days. Even so, this made Yunqi extremely happy, as he understood the effects of the celestial beans. Just one bean could prevent hunger for 10 days, and it possessed a powerful recovery ability. As long as a person was not dead, they could recover their physical strength and energy in the shortest time possible, almost instantaneously, from extreme fatigue, restoring their body to its optimal state. Although it could not cure diseases, as a trump card and a lifesaver, the celestial bean was far superior to the various martial souls and healing items in the Douluo world. Yunqi naturally chose to accept it, and at the same time, he had the confidence to face Oscar's sausages without saying no. Although Yunqi's pit was a bit of a pitfall, when it came to a critical moment, it wouldn't stop the girls from eating the sausages made by Oscar. But now things were different. Flander looked at the girls' disgusted expressions and confidently said, "Don't show that kind of expression. This is for your own good. It's called practical training. Let me ask you a simple question. In a critical moment, which is more important, your life or the disgusting, but life-saving, sleazy sausage? Think carefully." Oscar also glanced at Flander with gratitude, clearly wanting the approval of everyone. But his previous image had already left a deep impression, which was why everyone felt so repulsed. As for Dai Mo by beside him, she had no such worries. If it had been before, when she was still male, she might not have been able to eat it either, but now everyone was Oscar's, and they had all eaten it, so she naturally didn't care about these things and directly asked for one. "Xiao, give me one." Oscar was deeply moved when he saw Dai Mo by being the first to stand up. He immediately made about 10 sausages on the spot and said to Dai Mo, "Bye. Eat more woo-woo." Dai Mo looked around, and since no one else moved, she took the initiative to step forward to ease the situation. But unexpectedly, Oscar directly made her a dozen sausages. Her face turned green in an instant, but looking at Oscar's eyes, she found it hard to refuse. Having just finished breakfast, she now bit the bullet and ate a dozen sausages, feeling like her stomach was about to burst. However, Oscar clearly didn't notice Dai Mo Bai's resentful little eyes. Tang San and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward to ask Oscar for one each and started eating. The three girls saw everyone's attention on them and turned their eyes to Yunqi. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each hugged one of Yunqi's arms and said pitifully, "Bro, we don't want to eat that thing." "Exactly." Yunqi smiled and comforted the few girls, thinking to himself, "I don't want to eat either, but I still apologize to Flander and Oscar with a face full of regret. Dean, little AO, why don't we just let it go today? Rongrong and the others don't want to eat, and I have a way to help them recover during future battles." Ning Rongrong shot a fierce glare at Flander and Oscar, as if to say, "If you dare to force me, I'll tear down your academy." Zhu Zhuqing also didn't want to eat, and seeing that Yunqi had already spoken, naturally stood behind him to avoid Flander's scrutinizing gaze. Flander and Oscar looked at Yunqi, who had stepped forward, and Ning Rongrong, who was glaring at them, and couldn't help but think of the terrifying old man, Chen Xin, which sent a chill down their spines. They dare not mention making them eat. Flander also thought to himself, "Since you guys aren't eating now, let us see if you will eat when the situation gets critical on the battlefield." Of course, Flander didn't dare to say this in front of Ning Rongrong. He was truly afraid. Oscar noticed that Flander had fallen silent and his expression darkened. Then he looked at Yunqi and suddenly thought of something. "Chiga, since they aren't eating, why don't you give it a try? It tastes really good." Yunqi turned the attention to himself with a shiver, but he still spoke warmly on the surface. "Let's just let it go this time, Xiao Ao. I ate too much this morning. Look at Mo by next to you. She's throwing up." Oscar quickly turned to see Dai Mabai holding her stomach and vomiting beside him, and cautiously asked, Mobai, what's wrong? Dai Mabai wiped her mouth, removing the dirt, and weakly replied, I felt sorry for you just now, but I didn't expect you to give me so many sausages. I just finished breakfast. Now it was Oscar's turn to feel embarrassed. He had been so moved earlier that he hadn't thought about it all. Seeing Oscar's awkward smile, Dai Mabai silently cleaned up the vomit. After all, she was a little fairy now and needed to maintain her image. Oscar felt a strange satisfaction in his heart, but it wasn't completely fulfilled, leaving him a bit regretful. Yunqi also put the reward into the ring, but did not check it immediately. Flinder then spoke up. Since this course is completed and Oscar has now broken through to level 30, we will pause today's lessons here. You all go back and rest. Prepare for tomorrow, when your teacher Xiao Wu will take you to the soul.The forest to help Oscar obtain his third spirit ring. Chapter 70. Xiao Wu's little thoughts. After Flinder finished speaking, he turned and left. Xiao Wu watched Flinder disappear from everyone's sight and then said lightly, The teachers at this academy have it easy. They haven't taught us anything these past few days, just relying on their own understanding. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Yunqi still taking them to a private lesson and scolding them a bit, they would have let him leave. Now, the girls felt a bit reluctant to part. After all, where else would they find so many ultimate melons to eat? Yunqi also recalled the teaching of the past 2 days. One day, he went to the great fighting arena for a competition, and today, he just had a sausage. And it was over? He also had a face full of question marks, but looking at Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, it all seemed natural. Yunqi began to doubt this world a bit, but fortunately, the few girls around were still normal. With Flinder's departure, everyone slowly dispersed. Early the next morning, Yunqi and the others arrived at the playground and saw Xiao Wu sitting quietly on a chair, drinking tea as usual. Dai Mubai had been learning from Xiao Wu for the longest time. As a powerful attack-type beast spirit master, he had been cultivating with Xiao Wu before Yunqi and the others arrived. Seeing Xiao Wu actually drinking tea now, he felt a wave of curiosity. Teacher Xiao, why are you drinking tea today? Xiao Wu naturally knew about Dai Mubai's situation and looked at him with some sympathy, but after thinking of himself, he withdrew his gaze. Realizing he wasn't in much better shape, I suddenly felt like drinking today. Their conversation was quite normal, but the tone was what made it funny. One sounded completely effeminate, while the other had a eunuch-like voice, half effeminate state. It almost made Yunqi laugh out loud. But that wasn't even the funniest part. The funniest part was that Xiao Wu was wrapped in bandages, and the 2 eyes exposed were still dark and bruised. Clearly, he had been beaten up by Tang Hao. And this time, not just Yunqi couldn't hold it in. Everyone burst out laughing. Xiao Wu looked helplessly at the little brats in front of him. But there was nothing he could do, so he could only force a stern demeanor and said, Have you laughed enough? In fact, Yunqi could have held it in, but he just didn't want to. It was too damn interesting. Xiao Wu's voice didn't affect everyone, but it did quiet them down a bit. Time slowly passed, and the laughter faded into the wind. Everyone gathered on the playground, and seeing this, Xiao Wu slowly stood up, scanned the crowd, and looked at Tang San with a hint of disgust in his eyes. He then turned to Oscar and said in that duck-like voice, Good job, Xiao Ao. Becoming a soul master so quickly. Keep it up. Oscar nodded with a smile, appreciating the teacher's praise. Xiao Wu didn't say much more to Oscar, but looked at everyone again and said, This time going to the soul.The forest, I will be your leading teacher. I won't easily step in during this journey. It's not just Oscar's matter, it's also a training experience for all of you. I want to intervene until you encounter soul beasts that you can't deal with. Everyone nodded in understanding. The geographical location of Shrek Academy was still a bit far from the soul.The forest. Xiao Wu glanced at the sky and said, Little brats, we're setting off. Hearing the term little brats, Xiao Wu clearly wasn't pleased and directly said to Xiao Wu, Why not call us Little Bear Blind? Xiao Wu had been feeling very frustrated these past 2 days, and hearing Xiao Wu daring to call him that made him glare and sternly say, Xiao Wu, what did you just say? His words carried a hint of danger. Yunqi silently stood in front of Xiao Wu, watching Xiao Wu. In fact, Xiao Wu wasn't wrong. In terms of age, Xiao Wu indeed resembled a little bear. When Xiao Wu saw Yunqi blocking Xiao Wu, he recalled the warning from Tang Hao that night and awkwardly smiled, ignoring the meaning behind Xiao Wu's words. Xiao Wu and Flanders were truly unfortunate. One was warned by Tang Hao, and the other by Chenxin. In other places, 2 soul saints wouldn't receive such attention from 2 titled Douluos. Xiao Wu didn't want to complicate matters and directly said to Dai Mubai, all right, let's go. Mubai, you lead the team. Clearly, Xiao Wu could only find a bit of sympathy with Dai Mubai, as both of them, in a strict sense, could not be considered complete men. Dai Mubai nodded, and his made-up, charming face turned serious as he said to the others, the Star-Do Forest is not a place to joke around. There are many soul beasts there, and they are very aggressive. They don't have good feelings towards us soul masters, so we must be extra careful when we go. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Yunqi turned to look at Xiao Wu, who noticed Yunqi's gaze and sweetly smiled back. Yunqi naturally blinked, and everything was understood without words. Now that Tang San didn't obtain the man-faced demon spider as a soul ring like in the original story, and there were no external soul bones, the options for schemes were reduced. After some thought, Yunqi also released a task. Let the Shrek team suffer serious injuries in the Star-Do Forest. Reward, Team's Soul Power Booster. Accept, yes. After reading the introduction of Yunqi, without a second thought, I immediately clicked yes. Just kidding, this is a great thing to enhance the abilities of wives. The item is quite simple. It is bound to a selected person by Yunqi, but it can only be bound to a girl with whom one has a confirmed relationship. The total amount of soul power obtained does not change. But all the other girls whose soul power is lower than the one with the highest soul power will experience a significantly accelerated soul power cultivation speed until they catch up with the girl who has the highest soul power. Yunqi was also thinking that if he could capture Bibi Dong now, would his 3 women quickly advance to title Douluo and then start a life of living off him? But this was just Yunqi's imagination. He was just speeding things up. It wasn't that outrageous yet. As the leader, Dai Mubai naturally began to arrange everyone's positions. Once they entered the forest, he said, Tang San, you stay at the front, I'll stay at the back. Fatty, Chiga, you two take care of the flanks. And the rest stay in the middle. Clearly, Dai Mubai's arrangements were somewhat unreasonable, but he unconsciously placed himself in the female position, subconsciously thinking that women were the weaker group. Oscar, as a food system soul master, was also placed in a weak position by Dai Mubai. However, no one said anything. Tang San, who had been taught by the master, frowned slightly, but thinking that the leader was not himself and that Chiga was so strong, with Xiao Wu accompanying them, he didn't pay much attention to it. Xiao Wu was clearly watching Tang San closely, and seeing him frown, he immediately spoke up, not wanting to miss the opportunity to let Tang San scout ahead. Then it's settled. No dawdling, or we won't make it before dark. Chapter 71. Speed and passion along the way. Yunqi didn't foolishly run on the ground like Xiao Wu. Instead, he flew in the sky with his wives on his sword, leisurely watching the others struggling to run below. The 3 women, seeing this, had their eyes curved into crescent shapes while sitting on Yunqi's sword. Ning Rongrong leaned against Yunqi's embrace and said to him, you guys with flying soul skills are really cheating. Yunqi also raised her eyebrows lightly and replied, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Ning Rongrong shook her head and looked down at Xiao Wu and Tang San, who were staring at the sky, and let out a melodious laugh like silver bells. Yunqi saw the situation and asked, you like it? Yet you say I'm being unreasonable. Just wait, I'll tickle you. Yunqi was getting hands-on as she spoke, and the 2 girls beside her, seeing this, naturally couldn't let their good friend bear the burden alone, so they joined the fray. Fortunately, Yunqi's sword was wide enough. Otherwise, with this kind of playful antics, they might have fallen off. Below, everyone munching on the stamina-replenishing sausages provided by Oscar looked up at Yunqi and the others frolicking in the sky with envy. They couldn't help but think, isn't this a bit unfair? We're down here running hard while they're leisurely flying above. However, these thoughts only ran through their minds and were not voiced out loud. But with Oscar's sausages, everyone managed to keep up with Xiao Wujia's pace without losing a single team member. Oscar, as the sausage provider, was feeling a bit overwhelmed, as his soul power consumption was quite high. However, with Dai Mubai by his side, there were no major issues. Dai Mubai directly turned his back to Oscar and squatted down in front of him, softly saying, get on, Xiao Ao, you can't keep up. Oscar felt a wave of emotion, looking at Dai Mubai's back, and was lost in thought for a long time. Dai Mubai, noticing that Oscar was still not getting on, reminded him, hurry up, Xiao Ao, don't hold everyone back. We're all going to the Star-Do Forest for you. Upon hearing this, Oscar stopped his sentimental musing, bent his knees slightly, and with a gentle jump, landed directly on Dai Mubai's back. After feeling Oscar's weight, Dai Mubai wrapped his arms around Oscar's bent legs and started a new round of sprinting. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also extended their hands within the range of Yunqi's soul skill, feeling the flow of the wind. Xiao Wu suddenly had a whimsical thought and said to Yunqi, "Bro, can we go even faster?" Yunqi also nodded, indicating agreement, but looked at the three women with a hint of doubt and said, "Why so fast?" At this moment, it was Yu Xiaogang who replied to Yunqi, "It's exciting." At the corner of Yunqi's mouth, there was a twitch as she recalled that the little cat was a woman who loved speed. Ning Rongrong also said from the side, "I'll speed things up." Yunqi hurriedly interrupted a few people, looked down, and then slowly said, "Should we not wait for them?" Ning Rongrong pouted and said, "If it really doesn't work, we can just come back to find them later." Yunqi saw the desire in the eyes of the three girls and was no longer hesitant. He said to Ning Rongrong, "Give me the buffs." This time, Ning Rongrong understood what it meant and directly summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, activated her soul rings, and applied both buffs, strength and speed, to Yunqi. The cloud energy also stimulates the soul power within, continuously infusing into the sword shadow beneath, causing the sword body to emit a series of light chimes. Yunqi looked at the three girls who were still grinning and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Don't call it off later." The three girls replied in unison, "No need to prepare, just go for it. If we frown even a little, it's counted as our loss." Yunqi smiled faintly and said no more, directly controlling the sword to slice through the sky, with both speed and altitude continuously increasing, quickly creating a series of sonic booms. In just 1 hour, they reached the starry forest, but it nearly drained Yunqi's soul power. Normally, the consumption of soul power during regular sword flight was almost negligible. But after pushing full speed today, he simply couldn't handle it. Before noon, the four of them took a break in a small town outside the starry forest. As the flying sword swayed down, all four of them looked pale, feeling weak all over, and they sat down on the ground, remaining silent for a long time. Yunqi was the first to recover. Looking at the three girls, he laughed and said, "Are you still going to play extreme sports in the future?" Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Yu Xiaogang all covered their mouths, and after hearing Yunqi's words, they couldn't hold back any longer and ran to the side of the big tree to vomit. Yunqi, seeing the situation, took out a few cups of water from the ring and approached the three women, soothing each of them in turn before handing them the water. Only then did the three women feel like they had come back to life. They recalled the whirlwind hour that had just passed. From the initial excitement to the subsequent dizziness. Just when they wanted to stop, they remembered the boastful words they had said earlier. Looking at the other two, they found that they seemed to be acting as if nothing had happened, so they decided not to speak up. However, the other two were not doing much better. They were just holding on. Seeing that Yunqi was so brave, the three girls thought that if they slowed down, they would be mocked by her. Naturally, they endured their discomfort and kept flying for so long. It was only then that the three girls heard Yunqi's words and dared not act tough, especially Ning Rongrong, who was not very skilled and loved to play. Being the one with the lowest soul power and the weakest physique, she quickly said, "I don't want to play anymore. It's too fast, let's stop." Yunqi felt something strange about Ning Rongrong's words, and why did her tone sound so breathless? Yunqi didn't think much and turned to look at Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaogang, also asking, "Is it thrilling?" The two girls hesitated for a moment and replied with difficulty, "Thrilling." Yunqi continued to ask like a devil, "Then what about in the future? Do you still want it?" The heads of the two girls shook vigorously like a rattle. After asking Yunqi, Yea and the three girls squatted by the tree together. When they saw that Yunqi was also a paper tiger, they immediately burst into laughter. After this incident, it was naturally impossible to go back and look for Xiao Wuji and the others. So they casually had a bite to eat in the small town and then started to wander around. The small town was much livelier than Yunqi and the others had imagined, and its scale was several times larger than the village where Shrek was located. After all, with people coming and going, the Soul Masters hunting in the Stardo Forest, and some hunters relying on soul beasts for a living needed a supply point, which was similar to what Yunqi experienced outside the soul hunting forest. However, there were no city walls here, and the shops and vendors on the streets were quite complete. Yunqi also observed that almost everything operated here is related to Soul Masters. Ordinary people here are like rare animals, with vendors selling weapons, armor, antidotes, and recovery potions, as well as accommodations, creating a dazzling array. A few people at Yunqi were just trying to have some fun, but after wandering around for a while, they felt quite bored, as there were no places for eating, drinking, or entertainment. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were also grumbling. Why haven't Xiao Xiong and the others arrived yet? It's so boring here. Chapter 72, The Town. In response, Yunqi helplessly shook his head, holding Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's hands, and said to them, "This kind of place is definitely not that interesting. The Stardo Forest is not far from here, and this little town relies on the Stardo Forest to exist, so naturally, there aren't many amusement facilities. In fact, the distance Yunqi referred to was nearly 100 miles away, but for the soul.The forest, that distance was indeed not far. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were not unreasonable. They were just casually talking to Yunqi. Zhu Zhuqing also chimed in from the side. We're not here to play this time. Qi Ge clearly has a purpose for coming here. I've already noticed the expression on Qi Ji's face. Yunqi also felt helpless, as some of his were all focused on by those close to him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately brightened, and they hurriedly asked Yunqi, Qi, do you have any plans? Yunqi, after looking around, pulled a few girls to a secluded little tea house. Seeing that there were no other customers inside, he cautiously said, Xiao Wu, have you told Rongrong about your identity? Xiao Wu shook her head. However, Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi speak like this, blinked her curious big eyes and asked Xiao Wu, do you have any other identity? Xiao Wu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing and Yunqi, clearly inquiring about their thoughts. It wasn't that Xiao Wu didn't trust Ning Rongrong. It was just that this matter was of great importance and couldn't be taken lightly. Yunqi also realized that she had spoken too quickly, but thankfully, she just casually brushed off Ning Rongrong, not because she didn't want to tell her, but because it wasn't the right time. Who knows if there were still people following Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong also sensed Yunqi's indifference, but seeing Xiao Wu's serious expression just now, she didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets, and that's normal. Ning Rongrong didn't feel any unhappiness about it. On the contrary, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty and, Rongrong, I'll tell you later, it's just not the right time. Ning Rongrong smiled broadly, wrapped her arms around Xiao Wu, played with her scorpion tail braid, and said nonchalantly, Of course I believe you guys. We're good sisters. The two people at Yunqi didn't disturb them too much. After a while, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also realized that Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for them to discuss something, and they sat up straight. Yunqi looked at the two girls who were already prepared and warmly spoke out the plan. This time we go to the soul.The forest. Is our purpose really just to help Oscar obtain his soul ring? Are you willing? The three girls shook their heads, clearly influenced by Yunqi, as if everything was dark underneath. Yunqi continued, Shrek is full of deception and trickery, and both the students and teachers are corrupt. So what should we do? The three girls also revealed their desire for fun in their eyes, and said firmly, Let's scam them. Seeing that the three girls at Yunqi have such high awareness, he nodded in satisfaction. Yunqi is also being assigned tasks, and there are things to do when entering the soul.The forest later. The plan is simple but practical, especially with Xiao Wu around. Everything will become much easier in the soul.The forest. The three girls are getting more and more excited as they listen, and even Zhu Zhuqing has started to join in. Yunqi also sighed. Fortunately, it was herself who taught them. Otherwise, with their mindset, it would be easy for others to lead them astray. Although Yunqi herself wasn't that great, at least her guidance for the three girls was specifically aimed at Shrek's trio, and she still had a basic understanding of values. Time passed as Yunqi and the others waited, and soon it was evening. Zhao Wujia and the others had just arrived, while Tang San and his academy were exhausted, especially Oscar, who had been battling with Dai Mubai the night before and had been rushing all day today, making sausages along the way. He was almost completely worn out. Yunqi and the others naturally noticed Zhao Wuji and his group at the entrance of the town and stepped forward to greet them. Teacher Zhao, you're here? Zhao Wuji looked at the suave Yunqi in front of him and said speechlessly, You guys flew so fast. Didn't you wait for the students behind? Yunqi also slightly apologized to Zhao Wuji and Tang San and the others, saying, The reason we arrived early is mainly to help everyone find a good place to rest. Except for Zhao Wuji, the others basically believed him. After all, there was goodwill involved, and Zhao Wuji had nothing much to say, as there was no rule against arriving early. Moreover, Yunqi had helped them find accommodations, so he didn't say much. Tang San then expressed his gratitude to Yunqi, saying, Thank you again, Qi Ge, not only for scouting the route for us, but also for helping us find a place to stay. Yunqi smiled warmly at everyone and slowly said, It's okay. I'm here to serve everyone. Although Yunqi said so, it's not like he is spending his own money. It's all coming easily. Using Tang San's money to do favors, Yunqi will still make this deal. Moreover, there's a large sum waiting for him to reap from Flander. So Yunqi doesn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Oscar is almost exhausted to the point of collapse and just wants to eat something and sleep. He directly asks Yunqi, Qi Ge, where's the place you're looking for? Yunqi interrupted Oscar while speaking, but didn't get angry. With a beaming smile, he said to Oscar, Then come with me. Yunqi led everyone into the small town. At night, the town was not as lively as during the day, possibly due to its proximity to the starry forest. But no one paid much attention. Soon, Yunqi brought them to a seemingly ordinary hotel and turned around slowly to say, "This is it. Let's stay here for the night. I've paid for the accommodation, but you'll have to cover your own meals." Xiao Wu smiled and patted Yunqi's shoulder before heading straight into the hotel. The others expressed their gratitude and eagerly wanted to go in and eat. The hotel was a two-story building. The first floor had a regular dining hall, while the second floor was for accommodation. Xiao Wu went directly to the room number Yunqi had given him, opened the door, and walked in. In fact, Yunqi had booked 3 rooms for Tang San and the others. Meanwhile, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai were on the first floor, gathered around a table, ordering dishes. Tang San looked at the menu, having just finished ordering, and thought about going upstairs for a moment, but Oscar, without a second thought, sat still and said, "Xiao San, we're not in a hurry." Even Ma Hongjun, who typically had little desire, was panting as he said, "Third brother, we've eaten sausages all day. I'm about to throw up. Let us fill our stomachs first." Tang San thought about it and agreed, so he sat down as well. Yunqi and the 3 girls naturally did not sit with the stinky group, but were not too far away since the place was small. During this time, Tang San asked Dai Mubai, "Should we invite teacher Zhao to eat with us?" Dai Mubai waved his hand and said, "Our academy doesn't have that custom. Teachers don't spend money when they're out with us, but they won't take advantage of us either." Tang San looked at Dai Mubai in confusion and asked, "Then why did teacher Zhao accept the room from Brother Qi?" Dai Mubai was momentarily stumped and couldn't think of a reason, so he dropped the subject. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was hiding in his room, quietly munching on dry rations and the sausages Oscar had made, feeling a bit melancholic. Here was a soul saint, without any money, having spent nearly all his funds on medical treatment, and now he was broke. Unlike Tang San and the others, he couldn't receive subsidies from the spirit hall. Receiving the room card from Yunqi was out of necessity, and as for meals, he didn't want to be ridiculed. So he could only silently stay in his room and nibble on dry food. Downstairs, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were devouring food like crazy, clearly very hungry. Oscar said between bites, "Not bad. The place isn't big, but there's a lot of food." Dai Mubai shot a disapproving glance at his man and said, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Just then, a group of people suddenly entered the hotel. Tang San counted and saw there were 8 of them, but didn't think much of it. However, Yunqi, who was playing a feeding game with the 3 girls, noticed that this was the situation that would soon lead to a famous scene in the original story. The leader of the newcomers was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who appeared quite handsome. His hair was meticulously styled and shiny. He wore a crescent-colored soul master robe, adorned with silver embroidery, which shimmered as he walked. Following the middle-aged man were 7 young people, 6 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 20 years old, dressed in similar silver-white robes, though lacking the embroidery of the middle-aged man's robe. However, what was similar was that all 8 of them had a green circular emblem on their robe shoulder, with 2 large characters written inside, Sanghui. The hotel owner, seeing the distinguished group, hurriedly welcomed them with excessive politeness. Oscar, feeling a bit sour, remarked, "What's this? Just because they look good in their clothes?" Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and then said, "Fatty, what do you think about that girl over there? Do you want me to help you get her?" Clearly, Dai Mubai was just teasing and concerned about his former buddy, wondering if Ma Hongjun was really as uninterested as he claimed. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun looked up from his food, glanced at the girl, and disinterestedly replied, "Not interested." He then returned to his meal. Meanwhile, Oscar turned to Dai Mubai and asked, "Mubai, those guys over there seem to be from Sanghui Academy, right?" Although Dai Mubai had transformed into a female, his personality hadn't changed much. He still had that arrogant demeanor. He scoffed and loudly declared, "What's a little Sanghui Academy to be afraid of?" Tang San looked at the group at the table, somewhat dumbfounded. After all, the sect he belonged to in his past life was a hidden assassin sect, where they would never plot so loudly. The members of Sanghui Academy were not deaf. Nearly everyone present was a soul master, and combined with Dai Mubai's deliberate insult, they were naturally furious. When they turned their attention to Dai Mubai's table and saw that it was just a bunch of kids, their expressions darkened even more. If word got out that Sanghui Academy was insulted by a group of youngsters, how would they recruit new students in the future? Ma Hongjun sensed the atmosphere was off and said to Tang San with a straight face, "Looks like there's going to be a good show." Tang San was still a bit confused, wondering what kind of show was about to unfold. Ma Hongjun explained, "This is a training task given to us by the dean a long time ago. A soul master who doesn't dare to stir up trouble is not a good soul master. Not daring to stir up trouble is mediocrity." Tang San, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, immediately consumed this bowl of toxic chicken soup. Even feeling that what Flanders said made a lot of sense, Ma Hongjun's voice was not quiet, and the surrounding diners could hear their conversation clearly, including Yunqi and the others, as well as those eating nearby, all of whom felt a black line appearing on their foreheads. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? Misleading the youth. The group from Tsanghui Academy slowly sat down, relatively close to Yunqi and the others, but 2 tables away from Tang San. The middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy certainly wouldn't allow Dai Mubai to jump around in front of him, and he would forgive her just because she was a girl. He quietly whispered something to the young people beside him. Soon, one of the young men stood up and walked towards Dai Mubai's table. Dai Mubai naturally saw this, but a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, just as a waiter was bringing the next dishes to her table. The young man from Tsanghui Academy suddenly lunged forward, snatching a plate and aiming it directly at Dai Mubai's head. This action was taken very seriously. Even Tang San didn't expect that the young man wouldn't make a move and would actually resort to underhanded tactics. Dai Mubai's eyes also revealed a fierce light, and he slammed his hands on the table, rising up. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San also stood up in unison, looking at the young man in front of them, and directly struck him away with a palm. Seeing that their own people had been ambushed, the people from Tsanghui Academy naturally wouldn't lose momentum either, and they all stood up together, glaring at Dai Mubai and the others. Yunqi had no intention of stopping them, merely continuing to talk with Xiao Wu and the others. This is outrageous. The 3 girls also nodded in agreement, and Zhu Zhuqing directly said, not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. If Dai Mubai could instill this idea, he wouldn't have been afraid and run away back then. Ning Rongrong also said, do you have the ability to provoke me? Do you have the ability to provoke Chiga? Do you have the ability to provoke our 7-treasure glazed tile school? This statement is absurd. I don't know how Flinder brainwashed them. It's just like our sex death warriors, which we have cultivated since childhood. Xiao Wu also expressed her agreement. After all, in the world of soul beasts, if you lack strength and provoke other high-level soul beasts, you could die directly. So she didn't really understand Flinder's intentions. Did he want the students to die? Yunqi smiled and patted the heads of the 3 girls, softly saying, let's not pay attention to them. We should agree with what they say and praise them. Remember that. The 3 girls also understood Yunqi's meaning with sparkling eyes. Sooner or later, they would attract the wrong people because of this personality. At that time, let's see if they would think of themselves as mediocre when faced with the truth they believed in. Chapter 74. Arrogant and overbearing Dai Mubai. The battle between both sides was about to break out. Dai Mubai looked at the 7 people from Tsanghui Academy and noticed he had only 4 on his side, his gaze inadvertently darting towards Yunqi and the others. Although Yunqi was quite reluctant, she still got up. There was no way her hard-built persona of a confidant could just vanish. She walked slowly between both parties and said softly, everyone, how about I suggest that the place is small and we shouldn't disturb others' business? Shall we go play outside? Tsanghui Academy was not unreasonable. Fighting here was indeed not allowed. Hearing Yunqi's words, Dai Mubai and the others stepped out of the hotel and casually chose a vacant space to continue their standoff. A middle-aged man was the first to ask. His face darkened. Which academy are you kids from? Dai Mubai's wicked eyes revealed their true nature, his face showing disdain and arrogance. It should be known that she was now a complete mother tiger, even more arrogant and overbearing than in the original text. You think you're worthy to ask our names? Upon hearing this, even Yunqi felt like hitting someone. It was just too arrogant. It wasn't that they couldn't handle Tsanghui Academy, but seeing the feminized Dai Mubai made her a bit itchy to fight. The middle-aged man's face turned pale with rage as he lost all reason and shouted at the students beside him, all of you, attack together. Give this arrogant girl a harsh lesson. The students of Tsanghui Academy had long been holding back their anger, so they naturally showed no mercy and attacked with full force. Yunqi looked at the 3 girls and said, this time we won't intervene. They're too arrogant. It's hard to watch. The 3 girls nodded in agreement, as it was something that annoyed anyone who saw it, and besides, they had no good feelings towards Dai Mubai and the others. So it wasn't worth it to do something thankless like that. The 7 people on the opposite side also activated their martial souls and charged towards the exhausted Shrek members. Dai Mubai thought Yunqi would directly intervene, but he was surprised to see Yunqi holding the hands of the girls, retreating to the side to eat instead. Well, Yunqi seemed to be afraid it wouldn't be exciting enough, as he ran back into the hotel, grabbed some food, and came out to watch the show again. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded and shouted at Yunqi, "Chiga, come help." Yunqi shook her head and looked at Dai Mubai and the others, saying, "You guys go ahead and fight. I'll help you after I finish my meal." Upon hearing Yunqi's response, the three girls echoed in unison, "You go ahead and fight. It's just a small Tsanghui academy. We believe in you. By the time we finish eating, you'll have already won." Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun fell helpless. They had already engaged in battle, and it was impossible to tell the people from Tsanghui Academy to wait until their companions finished eating before continuing. Besides, they had initiated the conflict, and ending it so hastily would lose face. Watching the people from Tsanghui Academy rushing over, they also released their martial spirits and stepped forward to face the challenge. However, even if Yunqi didn't join the fight, Dai Mubai and the others could still win. Among the 8 opponents, apart from the female soul master and the middle-aged man, none of the other 6 had soul power exceeding level 30, and 5 of them didn't even surpass level 25. Yunqi mainly saw how that Soul King easily defeated Dai Mubai and the others. The earlier skirmish was just a small appetizer. However, even the earlier few could still cause them some trouble, especially since Oscar's condition wasn't great. In an instant, the group was entangled in a chaotic battle, hitting each other back and forth, both sides enjoying the fight. Tang San and Dai Mubai weren't hurt much. After all, they were both Soul Emperors, and if they couldn't handle a few great Soul Masters, they might as well not play anymore. The few of them were unwilling to back down and charged at Dai Mubai again, using spears, tridents, and releasing soul skills from deer, sheep, and horses towards him. Seeing this, Dai Mubai didn't dare to be careless. After activating his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, he also shifted his weight backward. Their attack successfully pierced through Dai Mubai's soul skill, and upon seeing his bloodstained clothes, he was enraged and directly unleashed his martial soul. Dai Mubai wasn't one to reason with others. Unless your strength surpassed hers, or you earned her recognition, her haughty demeanor wouldn't change in the slightest. White Tiger possess. With Dai Mubai's roar, a strong pale light suddenly burst forth from his body. His arms spread wide, chest puffed out, and his bones let out a series of cracking sounds as his muscles rapidly expanded, instantly stretching his once-fitting clothes. Every muscle became particularly pronounced under the taut fabric. His golden long hair transformed into a mixture of black and white, with the white dominating while only a few strands of black floated outside, making them very noticeable. A symbol resembling a king, formed by 3 horizontal and 1 vertical line, appeared on his forehead. His hands were also covered in white fur, increasing in size by more than double, and his fingertips extended into sharp claws like daggers, gleaming with a chilling light. The members of Tsanghui Academy looked at Dai Mubai and the 3 soul rings flickering around him, naturally feeling fearful. The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward to shield his academy. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San, seeing this, also activated their martial souls, with the fat man shouting the loudest. Yelling something about the phoenix possessing him, he nearly scared the members of Tsanghui Academy into submission. After all, a single academy having so many talented soul masters and extraordinary martial souls was not something to be easily offended. However, seeing the little fat man transform, they realized it was just a slightly larger version of a grass chicken, causing the onlookers to burst into laughter. The middle-aged man's expression, however, was not good, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and said to Dai Mubai, "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of the External Affairs Department of the Tsanghui Academy. May I ask which force you belong to?" Generally, when faced with such overtures, ordinary people would naturally stop. However, what is the creed of Shrek Academy? It is that the dean is always right. Dai Mubai, naturally not in the mood to be polite, retorted sharply, "We are from Shrek Academy. Do you have a problem with that?" Yi Zhiqiu recalled everything he had seen and heard over the years, confirming that he had never heard of the name Shrek Academy, and he let out a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing as he said, "Shrek? Never heard of it." Seeing this, Dai Mubai snorted coldly and said to Yi Zhiqiu, "That is just your ignorance and lack of knowledge." After saying that, he glanced in Yunqi's direction, noticing that he was still eating and felt less confident than he appeared. Yi Zhiqiu Sikhit. He always believed that the students he trained at Tsanghui Academy were quite good, but seeing that 2 out of the 4 in front of him were Soul Emperors, it was natural for them to look down on his students. However, as a teacher, he could not just stand by and watch his students be humiliated. If it were a normal duel, he would not bully the weak. But the words directed at his students by the woman in front of him were something he could not tolerate. Chapter 75. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he directly released his martial soul. Black Tortoise Possess. A circle of black aura immediately suppressed the aura of Dai Mubai and Tang San, and the students of Songhui Academy felt the invisible danger dissipate, feeling relieved. Yi Zhiqiu's limbs also shrank by a third, and a huge shell appeared on his back as 5 soul rings slowly rose, floating around him. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, indicating he was a soul king above level 50. Although Yi Zhiqiu's soul ring configuration wasn't the best, the suppression of soul power was evident, and the others felt something was amiss, frequently glancing at Yunqi. Yunqi smiled slightly at the situation and then began to eat the dessert after the meal, clearly not very concerned. The onlookers gasped at Yi Zhiqiu's soul ring, which couldn't be considered an overreaction, as soul kings were indeed rare on this continent, and most people were ordinary individuals who couldn't cultivate. A soul king's strength was already quite formidable, and in some small kingdoms, they could be granted titles and nobility. Tang San, seeing this, began to reminisce about his hidden weapons. Although Chiga had given him many materials, he hadn't had the time to disassemble them, so he rented a soul guide from Flandra, and later Yu Xiaogang would pay the bill. Dai Mubai was just about to call out to Yunqi for help again, but Yi Zhiqiu's attack came, interrupting Dai Mubai's attempt to speak. Although Yi Zhiqiu's limbs had shortened, his strength and defense had become even more powerful. A single punch succeeded in sending Dai Mubai, who was distracted by Yunqi, flying. Seeing this, Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track. Catching Dai Mubai steadily and finding that he wasn't seriously injured, indicating that Yi Zhiqiu had held back, Dai Mubai had only coughed up a bit of blood. Yi Zhiqiu continued, "Call your teacher over. The students are being rude and unreasonable. The academy's teacher should explain this." Oscar, seeing his girlfriend had been hurt, hid in the back and muttered, "What an old turtle, still thinking of finding teacher Xiao." As a soul king, Yi Zhiqiu naturally had good hearing, and Oscar's quiet mumbling was fully heard by him. Being the owner of the Xian Gui martial soul, the thing he disliked most in life was being called a turtle, and Oscar even called him Old Turtle. He had initially planned to let things go, scare them a bit, and vent some frustration for his students, but at that moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yi Zhiqiu feared that if he continued to endure, he would truly become a turtle, so he angrily laughed and said, "All right, since I see you children everywhere, I want to argue with you. Fine, I will teach you what respect means on behalf of your teacher." After saying that, the first and second soul rings on his body lit up simultaneously. He quickly spun around, revealing the turtle shell on his back, and a black light, like flowing water, spread out with a chilling aura. Clearly, Yi Zhiqiu wanted to quickly resolve these ignorant kids by using 2 soul skills, one for Xian Gui's protection and one for Xian Shui's freezing, being extremely cautious. Just like his martial soul, adding defense while controlling. Dai Mubai, who had just regained his senses, released the white tiger light wave, but it had no effect when it hit Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell. The Xian Gui, as a top defensive beast martial soul, would not be shattered by a light wave from someone over 10 levels lower. Seeing it was ineffective, Dai Mubai shouted to Tang San, "Xiao San, I will charge in. You control the field." Oscar quickly created a sausage and threw it to his lover Dai Mubai, shouting, "Mubai, catch." Dai Mubai reacted swiftly, catching the sausage with one hand while charging towards Yi Zhiqiu. Without a word, he stuffed the sausage into his mouth, took a strong bite, and approached Yi Zhiqiu. However, as soon as he entered Yi Zhiqiu's range, he felt a bone-chilling cold, as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. But he endured the cold and began to throw punches at Yi Zhiqiu. But Yi Zhiqiu was very clever. As soon as he saw Dai Mubai charging in, he was already prepared, and at the moment Dai Mubai swung his fist, he instantly turned his body and used the turtle shell on his back to block. Dai Mubai felt as if his fist had hit Xiantai, mysterious iron, and with a heart-wrenching pain, he almost cried out. Dai Mubai even doubted whether his fingers were fractured. Seeing Dai Mubai engage in close combat, Tang San and Ma Hongjun also released their soul skills. The blue-silver grass quickly wrapped around Yi Zhiqiu from all directions, giving Dai Mubai a chance to retreat. As Dai Mubai exited Yi Zhiqiu's range, ice shards formed all over his body. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun immediately unleashed his Phoenix Fire line, but it was clearly ineffective. Ultimately, Tang San's blue-silver grass belonged to the plant-type martial soul, which was naturally afraid of cold and heat. It only wrapped around for a moment before falling away, while Ma Hongjun's flames burned against Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell, reducing the chill of Xian Shui's freezing. Although the purplish-red flames couldn't break through Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Gui protection, they clung tightly to Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell, burning like a maggot in the bone. Yi Zhiqiu felt a scorching heat on his back and was immediately alarmed, his gaze towards Ma Hongjun shifting. He hadn't expected a great soul master to possess such flames. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang San activated the blue-silver grass seeds that had just parasitized Yi Zhiqiu's body again, wrapping him tightly like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Dai Mubai, seeing this opportunity, naturally wouldn't let it slip by. He directly used the white tiger diamond transformation, maintaining it for half an hour, greatly enhancing his resistance to abnormal states, as well as his attack power, defense, and strength, charging at Yi Zhiqiu with full force. The blue-silver grass broke in response, leaving faint bloodstains on Yi Zhiqiu's chest. Looking down at the claw marks on his chest, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes revealed a glint of cold light. His third soul ring flickered, and a mist of water sprayed from his mouth, directly covering the flames on his back. Although Ma Hongjun's flames had strong adhesion, as a soul king, Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Shui was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the back armor emitted a hissing sound, and the flames turned into steam, disappearing. A strong chill rose again, becoming even more intense than before, causing Oscar, who was waiting behind, to feel his hands and feet cold, and he became worried about the three on the battlefield. He hurriedly ran to Yunqi and said, "Chiga, you need to take action quickly. I feel like Mubai and the others can't hold on much longer." Yunqi also instinctively took a bite of the melon that Zhu Zhuqing handed over, the taste lingering in his mouth, and he mumbled to Oscar, "Let them practice more." Oscar continued, but after swallowing the food in his mouth, Yunqi interrupted Oscar's words and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll take action." Only then did Oscar feel relieved, returning to the battlefield to continue silently cheering on his teammates. Chapter 76. It doesn't matter. I'll eat melons. A few people saw the flames on Yi Zhiqiu's body disappear, and Dai Mubai's claw attack only served to provoke Yi Zhiqiu, causing little harm. In fact, Tang San and the others were right to be worried. The gap between a Soul King and a Soul Zun was indeed quite large, and currently, Tang San had no hidden weapons, leaving him without a life-saving trump card. Fighting at a higher level was naturally fraught with difficulties. Yi Zhiqiu laughed in anger and said, "Have you all exhausted your means? Now it's my turn." As he spoke, he leaned forward, opening his mouth as a stream of black cold air shot out directly at Dai Mubai, his soul rings flashing with light. Third spirit ability, Xian Shui Jidong. The intense cold made everyone present shiver, and Dai Mubai felt even worse. He barely activated the white tiger protection barrier to resist some of the cold, but it was not very effective. Yi Zhiqiu's soul power was over 10 levels higher than Dai Mubai's, making it difficult to withstand. Seeing that Dai Mubai was in danger, Ma Hongjun summoned several flames in front of the Blackwater's path, colliding with it and producing thick steam. Dai Mubai took the opportunity to retreat quickly, not daring to linger. The brief exchange left Tang San and the others feeling confused. Why did it seem so easy for Chiga to fight, even sparring with teacher Zhao? While on their side, it felt incredibly challenging. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu looked at the few people in front of him with a hint of fear. Although the few youths hadn't seriously injured him, they were still able to resist under his assault. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been frozen down by now, especially the flames from the bald, chubby boy, which posed a great danger to him. It wasn't that their soul power was too low, only the great soul master was present, and he feared that his Xian Shui might not withstand that chubby boy's strange flames. Realizing that hesitation could lead to disaster, Yi Zhiqiu decided to go all out and directly use Xian Shui Bingfeng, maximizing his soul power, causing a wave of cold air to spread throughout the battlefield in an instant. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar felt their bodies stiffen, their speed drastically decreasing. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu was overjoyed and unleashed Xian Shui Jidong again. This time, the black water swept directly over Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, with only Oscar, who was hiding behind, managing to evade this attack. Clearly affected by this, Tang San and the others were not feeling well. The areas hit felt as if they were dying, losing all sensation. The water speed was too fast, and the icy mist restricted their movement, leaving even Tang San unable to dodge using his ghost shadow perplexing track in time. In the distance, a short and sturdy figure descended from the hotel, clapping his hands as he stood up. Slowly, he addressed the crowd, saying, "I say this is enough. Yi Zhiqiu can leave now." Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. And upon hearing this sudden voice, he turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a young man in black, walking step by step towards the defeated group. Yu Xiaogang cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Yunqi smiled, then turned around to help the 3 people who had fallen to the ground, and said, "Their boss." Tang San and the others looked at Yunqi, who had finally arrived, and excitedly said to him, "Brother Qi, help us teach this old guy a lesson." Yunqi naturally ignored these words and calmly said, "You should go soak for a while. Your whole body is covered in frostbite, and it would be bad to leave any hidden dangers." Tang San and the others hesitated as they looked at Yunqi, who helplessly nodded in agreement. Only then did he tremble as Oscar helped him leave. Yunqi watched a few people leave and slowly said to Yu Xiaogang, "Are we going to fight or what?" Yu Xiaogang naturally wanted to fight, but seeing that the others behind Yunqi had already left and fearing the teacher behind them, he took a deep breath and then slowly said, "Forget it. I don't want to be accused of bullying the weak." After saying this, Xiao Wujia's figure also appeared in Yu Xiaogan's view, and Xiao Wujia directly asked Yunqi, "What was all that noise about just now? What happened?" Yunqi also truthfully said, "Just now, Dai Mubai and the others had a bit of a conflict with this teacher from Tsanghui Academy, but it's all fine now." After hearing this, Xiao Wuji continued to speak to Yunqi. "Then why did I just see them all supporting each other back?" Yu Xiaogang naturally wouldn't just stand by like a fool listening, and interrupted Yunqi, saying, "You are a teacher from Shrek Academy, right? Just now, your academy insulted the outside academy. Shouldn't you, as a teacher, give us an explanation?" Yunqi originally wanted to let it go, thinking it didn't matter since it had nothing to do with him. However, Yu Xiaogang insisted on questioning Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji was a notorious figure in the Soul Master world, and facing the questioning of a Soul King, he naturally didn't have a good expression. Yunqi didn't know what to say, so he silently walked back to the 3 girls, continuing to watch the drama unfold. As for the explanation, what was there to explain? What could a trash academy like Tsanghui do even if they were insulted? Yu Xiaogang looked at Xiao Wuji, who had a disdainful expression, and angrily said, "Indeed. What kind of teacher teaches what kind of student? None of them are good." As a normal person, Yu Xiaogan's thoughts weren't entirely wrong. But when Xiao Wuji heard Yu Xiaogan's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. He said to Yu Xiaogang, "What did you just say? I couldn't quite understand." Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to continue speaking, he saw the 7 soul rings shimmering on Xiao Wuji, forcing him to change his words mid-sentence. With what kind of teacher, there are what? Invincible students? The education at Shrek Academy is indeed remarkable. After saying this, he let out a few awkward chuckles. However, Xiao Wuji was currently filled with pent-up anger and saw an easy target in front of him. Naturally, he couldn't resist the urge to take action. Without using his martial soul, he stepped forward and swung his right hand, directly slapping Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogan's alarm bells went off, and he immediately released his soul skill to block Xiao Wuji's slap while turning his body, presenting his turtle shell towards Xiao Wuji. However, Yu Xiaogang clearly underestimated Xiao Wuji's strength. With just one slap, Yu Xiaogang was sent flying, and the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, clearly looking like they had never seen such a scene before. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily dazed from the slap, and then he heard the sound of the turtle shell cracking. Crack, crack! Startled, Yu Xiaogang quickly begged for mercy, but Xiao Wuji clearly had no intention of letting him off that easily. Seeing this, Yunqi said to Xiao Wuji, "Teacher Xiao, let's just leave it at that. His martial soul has already been damaged." Xiao Wuji nodded upon hearing Yunqi's words and walked towards the hotel, muttering as he walked, "Not using my martial soul to slap someone is quite satisfying. Next time, I'll do it a few more times." Yunqi didn't save Yu Xiaogang out of kindness. He just felt that Yu Xiaogang was a bit wronged, having been inexplicably scolded and then beaten, followed by having to explain the situation to the other teacher, only to be slapped again. It was truly pitiful. Chapter 77, Stardew Forest. Even Xiao Wu and the others felt a bit sorry for the people from Tsanghui Academy. Yu Xiaogang looked at Yunqi, who had spoken up for him, and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, little brother, for speaking up for me." Yunqi had no other thoughts, waved his hand, and directly led a few girls away. Yu Xiaogang watched the departing group and murmured softly, "What a bunch of strange people in this academy. I can't understand any of them." In fact, Yu Xiaogan's strength was quite good, and when facing Xiao Wuji's slap, he hastily didn't even use his 4th and 5th soul rings, and when fighting with Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, he only used the first 3 soul abilities. Yunqi and the others returned to the hotel, realizing there was no more to discuss, and it was pointless to stay. Just as they were about to head upstairs, they heard Xiao Wuji reprimanding Tang San and the others from above. You guys are really embarrassing. With so many of you together, you can't even defeat a turtle. Oscar weakly replied, Teacher Xiao, he is a soul king. Xiao Wuji was taken aback. He had just vented his frustration and forgotten that the people in front of him were not as abnormal as Yunqi. He stopped talking and returned to his room. The remaining Tang San and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing helplessness. Was this really their fault? They didn't want to continue facing Xiao Wuji, so they could only silently lick their wounds. A night passed without a word, and the next morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Wuji began to call everyone with his distinctive loud voice. In Yunqi, there was no need to call anyone, even before the sky had brightened. They were all waiting for the first ray of purple light from the rising sun. The three girls were the same, climbing up to the hotel rooftop with Yunqi. As for Tang San, due to the frostbite from last night, he unusually did not come out to practice his purple extreme magic eyes today. Yunqi and the others heard Xiao Wuji's call, and just as their cultivation was coming to an end, they descended from the rooftop together and arrived downstairs. As soon as they came down, they saw the drowsy Oscar and the others in a hazy state, and Yunqi asked, Good morning, everyone. The others also mustered their spirits to respond to Yunqi. Good morning, Brother Qi. Good morning, sisters-in-law. Yunqi and the three girls also nodded in satisfaction. The sun gradually rose, causing the pale fish belly white to expand, and the sky gradually brightened. Xiao Wujia slowly walked in front of the crowd, counted the number of people, and then said in a deep voice, Let's go. The crowd had no choice but to follow Xiao Wujia's pace and leave the hotel. Once outside the town, everyone quickened their pace towards the soul.The forest. This time, Yunqi did not use her sword to carry the three girls forward in a rush, but leisurely followed behind Xiao Wujia and the others, appreciating the beautiful scenery around them. After all, they were already very close to the soul.The forest. Xiao Wu, looking at the gradually revealed forest in the distance from the sword, couldn't help but feel excited. The last time she came here was to accompany Yunqi to hunt for souls, casually introducing Yunqi to Daming and Erming. Oscar, who was running beneath Yunqi, was also quite excited, as he was about to obtain his third soul ring. Oscar was eager to know what effect his third soul ring would have, as obtaining a soul ring was indeed the most crucial thing for a soul master besides awakening, and it was all about luck. Whether one got good soul skills or not was completely random, and before it happened, one would have no idea what it would be. Moreover, Oscar understood that Xiao Wujia leading everyone to the soul.The forest would definitely help him obtain a better 1,000-year soul beast, so he didn't need to worry about that at all. The soul.The forest is located directly south of the Heaven-Do Empire and spans the two empires of Star Luo and Heaven-Do. Due to the abundance of soul beasts, this place has become the most ambiguous border area between the two countries. However, from the map, most of the land area of the soul.The forest is within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, but the Heaven-Do Empire certainly does not acknowledge this. After all, it is your territory, so it belongs to you, right? Therefore, small friction between the two countries is ongoing. But large-scale wars have never erupted under the suppression of the Spirit Hall, as neither empire wants to clash with the strength of the Spirit Hall. As one of the three major gathering places for wild soul beasts, the soul.The forest has naturally become a place that people like Oscar most want to visit, as every visit signifies a step forward. The soul.The forest has existed on this continent for many years, and no one knows exactly how long it has been. But once inside, looking at the towering trees that block out the sun, everyone realizes the forest's long history. From a distance, Yunqi saw the forest not far away in the sky. Feeling a refreshing fragrance of plants and breathing in the fresh air made Yunqi feel relaxed and nostalgic for Xiao Wu's home, that miraculous lake, where the air was truly intoxicating. Thinking of this, Yunqi held Xiao Wu's hand and whispered in her ear, Xiao Wu, let us find an opportunity to visit your home. This time I brought a lot of seasonings. It will definitely make Daming like me more. Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu recalled the previous time they went to find Daming, where the two almost got misunderstood by Daming. Fortunately, Yunqi retracted her aura in time. To express her apology, Yunqi treated Daming to barbecue, but there were too few seasonings, which made Daming not enjoy it fully. This time, Yunqi was clearly well prepared, and Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, What about the others? Yunqi also looked down at Xiao Wuji following Xiao Wu's gaze, and he chuckled, suggesting that Erming should knock a few people out. Upon seeing Yunqi act this way, Xiao Wu also grinned mischievously and nodded, finding it exciting to hear. Ning Rongrong, noticing this, came over and asked, Brother Xiao Wu, what are you two whispering about? Yunqi also smiled mysteriously and said to Ning Rongrong, You'll know when the time comes. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, clearly planning to reveal her identity to Ning Rongrong. After all, with the aura concealing her, even a titled Douluo standing right in front of her wouldn't be able to discern anything. A few people in Yunqi were also operating the purple extreme magic eye, and looking ahead, they saw a green ocean that seemed endless. As they got closer, Yunqi descended on his sword, following Xiao Wuji and the others to walk together. After all, they were near the soul.The forest, so it was better to be cautious. This was not a place for jokes. The group finally reached the edge of the forest. Looking up at the giant trees that were at least 20 meters tall, they couldn't help but marvel. Upon entering the forest, the air became increasingly refreshing, and the temperature suddenly dropped a bit, clearly blocked from sunlight by the dense trees, creating a particularly cool atmosphere, with the fragrant scent of moist soil wafting toward them. At this moment, Xiao Wuji slowly spoke up. Everyone stop. Chapter 78. Inside the forest. The group instinctively halted their steps. After traveling over 100 miles, everyone's bodies had sufficiently warmed up, especially Oscar, who, as a support soul master, was now quite exhausted. Oscar looked at the other members who were in good condition and quietly began to chant a soul spell. He then ate a sausage himself before distributing the other sausages to the group, which Tang San and the others naturally accepted. After these days, they had long become accustomed to Oscar's sausages and didn't think of anything else. After eating and resting for a while, the sausages transformed into streams of warmth, gradually restoring everyone's stamina and sweeping away their earlier fatigue. Yunqi and several girls also came down with Yujin. Oscar, seeing this, nostalgically handed Yunqi a few sausages. However, looking at Oscar's lewd gaze made the girls feel disgusted, and Yunqi quickly declined. Thank you, Xiao Ao, we're not too tired. And our soul power hasn't been consumed much, so we don't need it. You should eat more yourself. Look at the sweat pouring down your forehead. Seeing that Yunqi and the girls refused, Oscar also stopped insisting. Xiao Wujia, noticing that everyone had gathered, looked seriously at the 8 people in front of him with his now eunuch-like voice and slowly said, "Listen carefully. The soul.The forest is not a soul beast forest raised by any country. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous, and you can encounter attacks from 1,000-year soul beasts, or even 10,000-year soul beasts at any time." After a pause, Xiao Wujia continued, "Therefore, once you enter the forest, do not leave a distance of 20 meters from me. Otherwise, I won't have time to rescue you. And without my instructions, you must not hunt soul beasts at will. Do you all understand?" Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." After that, Xiao Wujia turned his gaze to Oscar, who understood immediately and quickly recited the soul incantation. In a short while, he produced a large pile of sausages and dried sausages. He handed them to everyone in turn, and Yunqi also took the sausages and dried sausages, casually putting them in her ring and taking the 3 girls' portions as well. Seeing this, Oscar explained, "My sausages can maintain their vitality for 12 hours, so everyone doesn't need to worry about their effectiveness. The sausages are for recovery and hunger, while the dried sausages are for detoxification." Yunqi didn't express much. He found it completely useless. Although the fairy beans only replenished one every 10 days, he had just been gifted a whole bottle with 20 beans, so there was no need to worry about running out. 1 bean fully restored health. What more could he ask for? Tang San and the others also carefully kept them close, as this item could be a lifesaver in critical moments. They didn't have Yunqi's confidence to deal with unexpected situations. As Oscar continued to make sausages and cured sausages, his soul power was quickly depleting, and his face had turned somewhat pale, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. After all, Oscar's sausages worked great for others, but he could only restore 1/3 of his health and couldn't recover by eating sausages. He could only regain strength through meditation. Though the basic nourishment still helped, Xiao Wujia saw that the others had listened and were prepared, so he no longer hesitated and waved his hand, saying to them, "Let's go." Xiao Wujia then had Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Yunqi lead the way while he stayed back to cover their retreat, slowly advancing. Once they entered the forest, Xiao Wu's mood became excited. After all, the chances of returning to the human world were becoming increasingly rare, so she completely disregarded others' opinions and kept circling around Yunqi, chatting and laughing, utterly unconcerned about the potential dangers surrounding them. Yunqi certainly understands Xiao Wu's feelings, and the danger of the soul.The forest is almost negligible for Xiao Wu. As long as he removes the aura around her, Daming and Erming will be able to sense it, so there's no need to worry about safety issues. Xiao Wu is also quite measured, always keeping within the 20-meter distance set by Xiao Wujia. So Xiao Wujia hasn't said anything, just frowning slightly. However, seeing Yunqi and Xiao Wu like this, he feels somewhat helpless. The terrain of the soul.The forest is very complex. There are almost no roads within the forest, and one must rely entirely on carving their own path, a task that naturally falls to Tang San in front. Seeing this, Tang San also took out a knife, continuously hacking away at the thorns and weeds on the path ahead, without significantly affecting the group's speed. In fact, if Yunqi and Dai Mubai were to clear the way, it would be faster, but one is unwilling to take action, and the other has the modesty of a girl. So this laborious task falls on Tang San, who has no complaints about it. After all, Yunqi is now more important than his father. However, while clearing the path, Tang San is also using the purple extreme magic eye to maximize his vision, being very cautious, fearing that a soul beast might suddenly emerge from the grass and launch a surprise attack. Moreover, Tang San is always reminded of his childhood trauma and the fear of certain soul beasts, which has long been ingrained in his bones. Yunqi and Xiao Wu were exchanging glances continuously during the journey, and Yunqi directly retracted the aura around Xiao Wu. She also wanted to lure Erming over, as Yunqi's subsequent plan to deceive required this big gorilla. Xiao Wu had no objections to this. After all, she hadn't seen Erming for a long time. All of this was accomplished without the others noticing. Not even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were aware. Soon, Yunqi and her group encountered a group of soul beasts blocking their path. Zhao Wujia noticed that Tang San had stopped and looked back, so he took the initiative to check it out. Lowering his voice, he said to the others who had also stopped, "Don't move yet. I'll go take a look." The others nodded in agreement. Zhao Wujia parted the bushes and looked ahead, discovering that it was just a group of spiked rats. These soul beasts were small in size, with only the spikes on their backs and the teeth in their mouths as means of attack, and the soul beasts before them were merely a group of 10-year-old ones. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia slowly said to the people behind him, "It's fine, come over, it's just a group of 10-year-old soul beasts, we can handle them easily." Tang San did not stop him, as it was clear that he harbored an irreconcilable hatred towards soul beasts now. Yunqi, seeing this, stepped forward and stopped Zhao Wujia's actions, saying, "Teacher Zhao, there's no need. It's just a group of 10-year-old soul beasts. If we walk past them, they'll be scared away. It would be bad if the smell of blood attracts other soul beasts." Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Zhao Wujia felt it made sense and stopped his actions. After slowly nodding to Yunqi, he returned to the back of the team. Yunqi also said to Tang San, "Xiao San, you continue to lead the way. There's no need to stop for some small soul beasts. Just go around them." Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Tang San naturally agreed and didn't say much, just focused on forging ahead to clear the path. Chapter 79, Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. Seeing Tang San being so resourceful, Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. What a useful tool this person is. Xiao Wu also came to Yunqi's side and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, brother." Yunqi was also tickled by the soft breath of Xiao Wu, a hint of desire flashing in her eyes. Clearly, Yunqi wanted to indulge again, but she didn't take any action as it wasn't convenient at the moment. She just smiled and said, "What did we say before about things?" Xiao Wu responded with a sweet smile, gave Yunqi a quick peck on the cheek, and then happily went to chat with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Yunqi felt a bit helpless. After all, only Xiao Wu found it as easy as going home to come to the soul.The forest. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were on high alert, fearing that some soul beast would suddenly emerge and attack them in this green and eerie forest. So they naturally did not dare to be careless. The soul.The forest was indeed too dense. Describing it as blocking the sky and sun was not an exaggeration for those walking within it. Sunlight was a scarce resource, with only a few sparse beams illuminating the forest, adding a touch of warmth. After traveling for about an hour, it was noon. Along the way, they encountered quite a few soul beasts, most of which were only 10 or 100 years old, and upon seeing Yunqi and the others, they actively fled. Only a few clueless soul beasts took the initiative to attack, but they were quickly driven away by Yunqi and the others. Tang San and Dai Mubai also remembered what Yunqi had said to Zhao Wujia earlier, so they did not kill these soul beasts, fearing that the smell of blood would attract other bloodthirsty soul beasts. After all, soul beasts that grew up through slaughter generally had a longer lifespan and unusually strong attack abilities, so they proceeded quickly with this idea in mind. Zhao Wujia also looked up at the sky, sensed the time, and said, "All right, everyone take a break. Let us eat something before continuing our journey." Zhao Wujia's voice clearly relaxed the tense group, and Yunqi timely used the sword energy of the Moon Shadow sword to clear about 10 meters of space. Looking down at the sword in his hand, Yunqi felt that the Moon Shadow sword was evolving constantly. Yunqi also believes that his martial soul will soon undergo a qualitative leap, and he is looking forward to it. The others cleared a large space around Yunqi and looked at him curiously. Noticing Oscar and the others' gazes, Yunqi smiled and explained, "My martial soul has too much destructive power, and if I'm not careful, I might accidentally kill some soul beasts. To avoid causing trouble, I didn't clear the way." Tang San firmly believed in Yunqi and had no doubts about his words. The others, hearing Yunqi's explanation, didn't think much of it. After all, Yunqi's image had already taken root in their hearts as a reliable, warm-hearted, and well-liked ultimate prodigy. The few of them sat down on the ground without any image, and Oscar began to share his sausages with Tang San and the others. Yunqi and the three women stood there in a daze, and she pulled out a folded carpet from the ring, spreading it on the ground. She casually took out some food and arranged it, then sat down cross-legged with the three women while everyone looked on in astonishment. Xiao Wu was almost blinded by the sight. Was this a camping trip or a soul-hunting expedition? Such thorough preparations. Amidst the envy and jealousy of the crowd, Yunqi began to feast with the three women, nearly making those who had been eating sausages all day weep with desire. Even Oscar found his freshly made sausage unappetizing in comparison. In fact, this was just the outskirts of the soul.The forest. If they were deeper inside, Yunqi might not dare to be so extravagant. Xiao Wu had set a 1-hour rest period, so Yunqi and her companions had plenty of time to relax, and the outskirts of soul.The were relatively safe. So Xiao Wu didn't say much. He just nibbled on a sausage, watching Yunqi enjoy her feast, and couldn't help but swallow. Yunqi naturally took everything around into his view, and with a beaming smile, he took out new food from the ring and waved at Tang San. Seeing his brother Chi calling him, Tang San hurried over eagerly. Yunqi also looked at the thin Tang San in front of him, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. Tang San noticed this and then said, "Xiao San, look at you being so thin. Eat more to grow taller. Take this food and share it with teacher Zhao and your classmates." Tang San's eyes turned red, and he trembled as he accepted the food that Yunqi handed over, feeling the fragrant aroma wafting from it. He nodded vigorously and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Brother Chi." Xiao Wu and the others also paid attention to the situation here. Seeing the scene, they began to reminisce about the time when Xiao Wu and Flandra first met, and couldn't help but sigh at this bond. Even Oscar and the others were influenced, murmuring, "Brother Chi really takes good care of Tang San." Next to them, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, clearly affirming Oscar's words, and said, "Yeah." Tang San also began to share the food with everyone, but the three girls noticed that Yunqi's smile disappeared as soon as he turned away, comparable to a master of changing expressions. After resting for about half an hour, Xiao Wu suddenly became alert and shouted at the still resting crowd, "Get up quickly. Something is approaching rapidly from the surroundings." After hearing the sound, Yunqi quickly activated the purple extreme magic eye. It's no joke. Yunqi's purple extreme magic eye has already reached the level of a mustard seed, which is a big rank higher than Tang San, allowing him to see through all illusions and the essence of certain things directly. Yunqi raised his gaze and noticed a snake flying quickly in the sky not far away, and he was taken aback. Isn't that the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake? With this thought, Yunqi began to have malicious intentions, not wanting Oscar to smoothly absorb the soul ring of this snake. Everyone was also unaware of what was approaching. Even Xiao Wu did not know, but he could sense something was rapidly getting closer, so everyone summoned their martial spirits, including Xiao Wu. The rustling sound grew louder as it approached, allowing everyone to hear the movement of this soul beast clearly and realize how swiftly the unknown creature was moving. Xiao Wu then said to Yunqi, "Yunqi, fly up and see what exactly is coming." Yunqi naturally followed Xiao Wu's words and directly released his third soul skill, flying up with his sword. He pretended to look around a few times, but in fact, Yunqi had already known, yet he didn't say it immediately. After observing for a while, he said to those below, "It seems to be a snake, but it's not flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head that's bigger than its head, bright red like blood, and its tail is fan-shaped." Xiao Wu, who had traveled south and north, naturally knew what this soul beast was and was overjoyed. He said to Oscar, "This is a wind-tailed chicken crown snake, a very rare soul beast, just perfect for you. You kid are really lucky. That fleshy crown on its head is a great treasure." Before Oscar could express his delight, Yunqi immediately added, "This snake seems to be fleeing for its life. There are signs of blunt force injuries on its abdomen. This is someone else's prey." Chapter 80, Capture. Thanks again to the Great Electric Cat for the 100,000 starting point coins reward. Currently, the Great won 8 chapters. Hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu and Oscar calmed down a bit. After organizing their thoughts, they asked Yunqi above, "Is there anyone next to the wind-tailed chicken-crowned snake?" Seeing Yunqi shake his head, Xiao Wu immediately made a decision and said to everyone present, "Prepare for battle." Seeing Xiao Wu like this at Yunqi clearly indicates that he intends to intercept. Yunqi has no choice but to think about how to buy some time. At this moment, Tang Sen also timely asked, "Chigo, how long is this wind-tail rooster-crowned snake, and what color are its wings?" Yunqi also glanced at Tang San, and everyone tilted their heads to look at this boy with a very weak presence, not understanding why he asked such a question. Yunqi glanced over and said directly, "The wings are light red, about 6 to 8 meters long, is that so?" Tang Sen also pondered slightly and said, "This is a 1,000-year wind-tail rooster snake. Based on the length and the light red color you mentioned, it should be around 1,300 to 1,800 years of cultivation." Tang Sen paused and continued, "According to the records and books, the wind-tail rooster snake is a non-venomous snake, but possesses unparalleled speed. It usually attacks by coiling its body around its opponent, and the nutrients in its comb can also unleash a more powerful speed in critical moments. Therefore, we can conclude that Oscar, if you obtain the soul ring from the soul beast, it should provide you with a speed-enhancing soul skill, which is very suitable for you as a support soul master, and can also save your life in critical situations. The related soul skills can also provide speed boosts to teammates." Oscar's eyes lit up, and it was clear that he looked at Tang San differently now. He said to Tang San, "I didn't expect you to know so much, Xiao San." Tang San shyly smiled and said no more. In fact, it wasn't just Oscar. Even Xiao Wu and the others were impressed. Clearly, soul beasts like soul masters are varied and strange, and judging their age and the effects of the soul skills they provide is difficult for most people, who are often just feeling their way through. They didn't expect Tang San to have such abilities. Seeing Tang San like this, Yunqi also narrowed his eyes slightly. It was clear that the knowledge Tang San possessed was also being targeted by Yunqi, along with Tang San's memories related to divine herbs. Dai Mubai, curious about Tang San's understanding of soul beasts, asked, "Since you know so much about soul beasts, do you know how to capture the wind-tail rooster snake?" After pondering for a moment, Tang San replied slowly, "Any snake is generally afraid of birds, and our fatty's martial soul happens to be the phoenix, which can exert a certain degree of suppression." Upon hearing this, Oscar excitedly looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "Fatty, my happiness depends on you." Ma Hongjun felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at the enthusiastic Oscar. As a soul master in his 20s, facing a 1,000-year soul beast, he complexly replied, "I'll do my best." Just as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, a gigantic snake appeared before them, just as Yunqi had described. It was about 7 meters long, with a bright red flesh crown on its head, and its flying body darted low over the distant forest. Everyone was surprised that the wind-tail rooster snake would flee directly without stopping, as if it hadn't seen them at all. Oscar looked at Xiao Wu, noticing that he had no intention of intervening, recalling Xiao Wu's earlier words that he wouldn't help deal with such weak soul beasts. He sought help from the others present, and Dai Mubai was the first to act, unleashing a white tiger light wave that accurately hit the wind-tail rooster snake's tail. The snake's speed faltered, and it let out a hissing sound. Its head tilted, and it opened its mouth towards Dai Mubai, releasing a mouthful of colorful mist. The flesh crown on its head suddenly brightened, and after the brief pause, its speed surged again as it flew away, clearly not intending to linger. As mentioned earlier, the wind-tail rooster snake had no poison, and after the brief haze, everyone regained their vision, seeing the wind-tail rooster snake already running into the distance. After exchanging glances, Oscar urged the others, "Help me chase it." Yunqi and the others heard Oscar's anxious emotions and hurriedly chased after the wind-tail coxcomb snake. However, whether their speed was the fastest depended on Yunqi. Anyway, they were following the fastest Tang San at a steady pace. Oscar, seeing that the shadow of the wind-tail coxcomb snake was almost gone, said to Ning Rongrong, "Miss, can you boost everyone's spirit abilities?" Ning Rongrong blinked and apologetically said to everyone, "Sorry, I was just startled." She then slowly turned the 7 treasures glazed tower towards the fastest Tang San and Dai Mubai, and several beams of green light followed her incantation, landing on the group. The 7 treasures turned out to be Lioli. Second said, "Speed." Tang San and the others felt a lightness in their bodies, and their speed surged again as they rushed to chase the wind-tail coxcomb snake. After chasing for a while, due to the many obstacles in the forest, the wind-tail coxcomb snake had to slow down to avoid the surrounding tree trunks, which gave Tang San and the others hope. With Tang San's command, blue-silver entanglement, everyone gasped for breath and gave Tang San a thumbs up. "You really are something, Xiao San." Tang San's eyes did not show a hint of joy as he said to the others, "Now's the time. Quickly take down this snake." Dai Mubai directly unleashed his white tiger avatar and charged down hard at the meat crest of the wind-tail coxcomb snake. Seeing this, the wind-tail coxcomb snake tilted its head, and Dai Mubai's attack missed, creating a gust of wind. At that moment, Tang San felt the wind-tail coxcomb snake's body becoming slippery, and the blue-silver grass could no longer hold it. In just a moment, the wind-tail coxcomb snake broke free from the blue-silver entanglement. Although it did not fly low, its speed while moving close to the ground became even faster. Xiao Wu saw that the snake was trying to escape and felt a bit helpless after all the chasing. His third spirit ring slowly lit up. "You want to run? Do you want to tire me out? Leave it to me." The wind-tail coxcomb snake suddenly felt a pressure on its body, which greatly reduced its speed, and it let out a series of hisses. Seeing its speed decrease, Xiao Wu casually sat down under a big tree and said to the still-dazed group with dissatisfaction, "What are you doing standing there? Go." The others seemed to wake up from a dream and complimented Xiao Wu. "Teacher Xiao is mighty." Then they revealed malicious smiles at the now slowed-down wind-tail coxcomb snake, especially Oscar, whose mouth was almost grinning up to the sky. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai rushed up, while Tang San continuously applied restraints to the wind-tail coxcomb snake, quickly knocking it out. Seeing this, Xiao Wu said to Oscar, "Recover your state first. Don't absorb unexpectedly later." Oscar excitedly nodded and directly sat down to meditate. Chapter 81. Unexpected. Snake Lady, Chao Tianxiang. Yunqi found himself at a loss. Those who were meant to take it easy had already done so. If he were to act, he could sever the wings and tail of the Fengwei Jiao Guan snake the moment he saw it. But there was nothing he could do with Xiao Wu present. A small Millennium Soul beast clearly couldn't escape Xiao Wu's gravity and could only be helplessly captured. However, Yunqi, while observing Oscar, who was still in meditation, activated his purple extreme demon eye and noticed two figures rushing towards them from a distance. They had evidently detected the traces left by Yunqi and the others in the nearby forest, especially after resting there for such a long time. Xiao Wu also looked at the dizzy soul beast and felt somewhat uneasy. Yunqi gently held Xiao Wu's head, softly stroking her hair, without saying a word. Xiao Wu felt a moment of sadness, but quickly regained her composure. Oscar, unable to wait for his soul power to fully recover, caught Xiao Wu's attention. Xiao Wu handed Oscar a short blade and said, "The night is long and dreams are many." Just stabbed directly through the brain beneath the flesh crown of the wind-tail coxcomb snake. Oscar swiftly took the short blade from Xiao Wu and walked slowly towards the 1,000-year-old wind-tail coxcomb snake. Looking at the dazed snake, he chanted, "Transform into my soul ring." With that, he raised the short blade high and stabbed downwards. At that moment, a cold light shot out from the nearby dense forest, knocking the short blade from Oscar's hand with a metallic clang. Two voices came from the forest. "Stop." One was youthful, the other hoarse. Soon after, two figures appeared in front of everyone, coming from the direction the wind-tail coxcomb snake had arrived. Tang San did not immediately look at the figures. Instead, he lowered his head to observe the weapon that had just knocked Oscar's short blade away, revealing a glimmer in his eyes. The others did not notice Tang San's expression and were focused on the sudden appearance of an old woman and a young girl. The older one appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, with a head full of neatly arranged white hair, her eyes sparkling, and her face glowing with vitality, showing no signs of aging typical for some of her years. Beside her was a very beautiful and alluring young girl, with short hair that reached her ears. Looking around 16 or 17, she was dressed in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure, and her large, dark eyes were fixed intently on the wind-tail coxcomb snake at Oscar's feet. Yunqi took a quick glance and estimated that it was slightly smaller than a kitten, but considerably larger than the ones belonging to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The simultaneous appearance of both individuals raised everyone's guard, especially Oscar, who almost cursed it out loud. However, upon seeing the 6 soul rings on the old woman, he swallowed the foul words he was about to utter. Xiao Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the old woman was only a 6-ringed soul emperor. After all, his 7 soul rings were not something to be underestimated. The old woman and the young girl glanced at Xiao Wu, who was robust yet short, and both secretly thought it was bad news. Their expressions darkened as they realized that a soul sage had appeared right at the outskirts of the soul.The forest. Xiao Wu was also somewhat reluctant to engage in battle. After all, a fight at this level would surely attract some opportunistic soul beasts, and his own injuries hadn't fully healed yet. He hoped the two before him would retreat. However, the old woman and the girl had been pursuing the soul beast for so long that they were not about to give up easily, even if the opponent was a soul sage. As long as they could hold on until the old companion arrived, any soul sage would have to submit. Xiao Wu watched as the old woman's expression fluctuated, but eventually, she regained her calm. He suppressed the urge to hasten Oscar along, urging him to stop staring and quickly hunt the wind-tail rooster snake. Yet, the snake-headed cane in the old woman's hand began to emit a faint glow. Noticing this, Xiao Wu softened his tone and asked the old woman, "Is there something you need, old lady? Why are you stopping my student from absorbing the soul ring?" The old woman understood that this was not the time for conflict. She needed to buy time. After a cough, she slowly replied to Xiao Wu, "Respected soul sage, this wind-tail rooster snake is my granddaughter's soul ring for her promotion. We have been pursuing it for a long time and searched the forest extensively before finding such a suitable soul beast." Her implication was clear. Xiao Wu and the others had violated the rules of the Soul Master World. Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment and could only silently complain about Yunqi and the others for not quickly hunting down the soul beast. Or else they wouldn't be in this awkward situation. However, Xiao Wu was also good at playing dumb. So he asked the old woman, "How can you prove that? Moreover, this soul beast was captured by us." The old woman smiled and said, "Because we were the ones who started hunting this wind-tail rooster snake first, and there are marks on its abdomen from our attack. When you encountered this snake, it must have been fleeing in a panic." Oscar, seeing Xiao Wu hesitating, anxiously said, "Even if you found it first, you didn't capture it. The current situation is that we have caught it, and I also need this wind-tail rooster snake for my promotion. Why should we give it to you?" The old woman did not expect the young Oscar to speak to her like that, and her expression darkened as she said to Oscar, "Is that your stance?" Xiao Wu was taken aback and shouted at Oscar, "Watch your tone." Yunqi also found it amusing. Those who can fight back are seen as mediocre if they dare not cause trouble, while those who might not be able to win and pose a potential danger are treated with a different attitude. This tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong was clearly understood. Oscar also calmed down significantly after being shouted at by Xiao Wu. After all, even Xiao Wu, who usually protects his own, looked at the elderly woman before him with evident caution, indicating that she was not someone he could speak recklessly about. Thinking of this made him break into a cold sweat, and he hurriedly apologized to the elderly woman, saying, "I'm sorry, senior. My tone was a bit harsh just now." The elderly woman's expression eased slightly, and she nodded, seeming to forgive Oscar's offense. She then continued, "Can we hand over this wind-tail coxcomb snake to us now?" "Of course. I want to take it for free. I'll provide you with some compensation." After saying this, she took out a large bag of gold soul coins from her soul guide, weighing it in her hands, clearly showing her sincerity. However, Xiao Wu was not someone who could be easily dismissed, and he slowly asked the elderly woman, "May I ask your name, senior?" The elderly woman looked at the man before her and felt a twinge of annoyance, but still returned the courtesy, saying, "I dare not. I am honored to be called a senior by friends in the Soul Master world, and they have given me the title of Snake Old Woman. My real name is Xiaogang, and my husband is named Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Duke." After a pause, she continued, "We came to the soul.The forest this time for our granddaughter to obtain her 3rd spirit ring." Xiao Wu twitched his lips when he heard the elderly woman introduce herself and mention her husband. Ning Rongrong, who was nearby, felt that this old woman was quite interesting, speaking in a tone similar to how she spoke to Flander. Xiao Wu was relieved that he hadn't acted rashly and held back the excited Oscar, giving him a stern look before saying in a deep voice, "Are you the snake old woman from the legendary Dragon and Snake?" Xiaogang smiled and replied to Xiao Wu, "I don't think anyone would dare to impersonate this name. May I ask for your esteemed name, Soul Sage?" Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly, and Oscar and the others fell silent, clearly aware that those famous in the Soul Master world were somewhat known. The reputation of the Dragon and Snake was known by almost everyone present, except for Xiao Wu. This couple became famous early on, and their strength was not to be underestimated, especially the Dragon Duke Meng Shu, who was already a soul sage when Xiao Wu first heard of him. Now that he had reached the level of soul.The, Xiao Wu would not be surprised at all. Moreover, the Dragon Duke Meng Shu's martial soul was a dragon head cane, complementing the snake head cane of the elderly woman before him. Together, they could unleash a particularly domineering martial soul fusion skill. Xiao Wu had seen the martial soul fusion skills of Yunqi and Xiao Wu, which were already impressive. The martial soul fusion skills of the elderly woman Xiao and her husband would be extremely powerful unless one had the strength of a title Douluo. Otherwise, it would be like sending vegetables to them. Xiao Wu was just a soul sage, and facing the two of them left him feeling completely unconfident. Furthermore, it was rumored that the dragon and snake were inseparable, so with the snake old woman here, the Dragon Duke was likely not far away. Xiao Wu had entertained some crooked thoughts, but they were merely thoughts. Even without his injuries, it would be extremely difficult to kill the elderly woman and her granddaughter. He might be able to kill the younger one, but the older one, if she insisted on leaving, would be impossible for Xiao Wu, a power-type soul master, to stop. Moreover, killing them would lead to endless pursuit by the Dragon Duke. If he fled, it would only bring greater trouble, facing the combined pursuit of the legendary dragon and snake. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu felt a headache coming on and helplessly said, "I am Xiao Wu. Nice to meet you, senior." Xiang was slightly taken aback, clearly recognizing Xiao Wu's name. "I thought, how could I casually meet such a young soul sage? So it's the famous, immovable king." Xiao Wu felt a bit awkward, thinking, famous? It should be infamy. Although Xiao Wu thought this, he did not respond to Xiang's praise, only shaking his head and smiling bitterly, saying, I dare not. I'm just a wanted criminal, infamous. But I have long since retired to the mountains and now teach at an academy. Xiang clearly understood the self-deprecating tone in Xiao Wu's words, knowing what kind of rogue he had been before, and was cautiously probing him. With this in mind, Xiang felt more confident and said to Xiao Wu, I'm a bit older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiao, my younger brother. Xiao Wu had no objection, smiling and nodding, saying, all right, this title benefits me. Xiang sensed her granddaughter's impatience and didn't want to chat extensively with Xiao Wu. Calculating the time, her old partner was also on their way, so she confidently said to Xiao Wu, let's not discuss family matters anymore and talk about the ownership of this soul beast. This 1,000-year-old wind-tail coxcomb snake is very important for my granddaughter. How about you be magnanimous? Xiao Wu coldly scoffed in his heart. Just a few words, and they wanted to take such a precious soul beast? Naturally, he was not very happy about it. Seeing Xiao Wu's face grow colder, Xiang shifted her target and smiled at Oscar, saying, child, you seem young, yet you're about to become a 3-ring soul master. How about this? As long as you are willing to give up this wind-tail coxcomb snake, our Exotic Beast Academy will owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. How does that sound? Oscar felt the pressure emanating from the snake old woman and was secretly comparing himself. Xiao Wu wanted to say something to Oscar, but Xiang sensed it and directly interrupted, saying, Xiao, my younger brother, let us not rush. Let the child make his own choice. My old partner should be arriving soon. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Wu fell silent, knowing that the Dragon Duke was certainly not far from the snake old woman. Choosing this moment to confront them would not be wise, so he could only leave it to fate. Although Oscar still wanted the soul beast, the situation was stronger than the individual, and he reluctantly nodded, saying with a hint of reluctance, since the senior's granddaughter needs this soul ring so much, I can only bear the pain of parting with it. Xiang nodded in satisfaction and said to her granddaughter Meng Iran, quickly thank this young man. The young girl coldly said to Oscar, thank you. Seeing this, Xiang urged Meng Iran, hurry up and absorb it. Clearly, Chao Tianxiang was also worried that delays could lead to changes, and she feared that Xiao Wu would interfere again. Meng Iran noticed her grandmother, giving her a look, so she stepped forward, coming beside the wind-tailed cockatoo snake, and directly jabbed the back of its flesh crown with her snake-headed staff. The wind-tailed cockatoo snake immediately died, and all its soul power gathered into a circular halo that slowly appeared above its corpse. Meng Iran didn't dare to be careless and immediately sat down to absorb the soul ring. After seeing her granddaughter successfully absorb it, Chao Tianxiang's old face began to show a hint of a smile, and her mood improved significantly. Oscar, knowing that a crying child gets milk, said to Chao Tianxiang, Senior, is what you said before still valid? Xiao Wu just saw Oscar being so astute and thought it wouldn't be right to lose the soul ring without gaining anything. So he also snorted coldly in cooperation, showing his displeasure. Chao Tianxiang awkwardly smiled and said, "Of course, when you come out to mix, you must talk about righteousness." Saying this, she directly placed the money bag in Oscar's hand, then patted Oscar's shoulder with one hand, looking like she was optimistic about him. With a beaming smile, she asked, "How old are you now, and you just obtained your third soul ring?" After receiving the money bag, Oscar weighed it and felt its heft, which brought him joy, and he directly said to Chao Tianxiang, I'm 14 now. I'm still one of the weaker ones in the academy. Chiga is really impressive." Chapter 83. Shocking Tianxiang for 10,000 years. Chao Tianxiang looked at Oscar with changed eyes, glancing around at the group of children. They all looked to be around 14 or 15, but she truly didn't expect that this was their actual age. Moreover, most of them looked to be only 12 or 13, and each of them had extraordinary auras. Didn't that mean her granddaughter's talent was completely overshadowed here? Thinking of this, Chao Tianxiang showed a look of disbelief. It wasn't that her cultivation was poor, but in this situation, no one would believe it anywhere. Even Meng Iran, who was absorbing the soul ring, trembled slightly. The wind-tailed cockatoo snake's soul power was gentle and non-irritating, making the absorption smooth and allowing Meng Iran to pay attention to her surroundings. Seeing Chao Tianxiang's face full of disbelief, Zhao Wujia also felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and smiled at her, saying, "Since the senior doesn't believe it, let you see for yourself. Yunqi, you all release your martial souls and let the senior have a look." Yunqi also felt helpless, inexplicably becoming a tool for Zhao Wuji's show-off. But such trivial matters could just be left to himself to show off in the future. He thought so in his heart, but he didn't summon his martial soul immediately. As the members of Shrek Academy summoned their martial souls one by one, the 7 young boys and girls also had their soul rings shining. Except for Yunqi, everyone's soul ring configuration was the best possible. Tang San, Daimu Bai, and Xiao Wu were even at the 3-ring soul respect level, with a bunch of century-old soul rings shining, with 3 purple soul rings symbolizing 1,000 years, which successfully frightened Chao Tianxiang. Meng Iran also quickly absorbed her soul rings, and upon seeing the scene before her, she instantly felt that her absorbed soul rings were not as appealing, and even the joy of breaking the mirror faded considerably. Chao Tianxiang felt that the world she recognized had changed. Otherwise, how could such a fantastical scene appear before her eyes? These children aged 12 to 15 had already reached the levels of great soul master and soul respect, and their auras were so strong, with each soul ring configuration being the best, not even a decade-old ring in sight. What does this mean? It signifies that everyone's talent here is significantly stronger than her granddaughter's, and they are even younger than her granddaughter. After surveying the surroundings, Chao Tianxiang glanced at the inconspicuous Yunqi, who hadn't summoned his martial soul, and found a bit of solace. Naturally assuming that perhaps this handsome young man didn't have such a good soul ring configuration and felt embarrassed to summon his martial soul among this group of geniuses. Not only did Chao Tianxiang think this way, but even Meng Iran, who had just finished absorbing her soul rings, thought similarly as she looked at the boy radiating warmth and felt a pang of sympathy. Everyone also noticed the changing expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter, and eventually followed their gaze to Yunqi, their eyes flashing with amusement. Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran, looking at the others, became even more convinced of their assumptions. Yunqi suddenly felt the gaze of everyone on him and awkwardly touched his nose. Chao Tianxiang also steadied her mind and then calmly said, "They're all good, all geniuses. But why isn't that handsome young man over there summoning his martial soul? Is he feeling shy? It's also my fault for not taking care of the young man's emotions." Meng Iran, feeling annoyed, said to her grandmother, "Grandma." Chao Tianxiang looked at her granddaughter in confusion, not understanding why she was angry. Meng Iran was also a bit baffled, unsure why she felt that way just now. She simply didn't want to see the young man's sad expression and thought he might not be strong. The 3 girls, including Xiao Wu, also turned to look at Yunqi, who was still touching his nose, immediately fixing him with 3 piercing gazes. Yunqi is a bit wronged. He did nothing this time. Although the halo was always on, it's unclear why Meng Iran decided to speak up. Clearly, Ko Xiangxiang couldn't withstand Zhao Wuji's proud gaze, and pointing directly at Yunqi made Meng Iran feel a bit uncomfortable. Meng Iran looked at her grandmother's gaze and the attention of those around her. Her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head and said softly, "This will hurt others' self-esteem." Yunqi didn't expect that the girl in front of her was also someone with a delicate mind, but she didn't overthink it. Now there were 3 of them, and Yunqi wouldn't intentionally pursue or distance herself. She would let everything unfold naturally. Xiao Wu also had a moment of awkwardness in his smile, looking at the pair of grandmother and granddaughter with a strange expression, clearly aware that they had misunderstood something. Then he said in a peculiar tone, "Hurt your pride? Are you talking about him?" Upon hearing Xiao Wujia's strange tone, the grandmother and granddaughter assumed he didn't think highly of Yunqi, and Meng Yiran slowly replied, "Yes, Your Excellency, Soul Sage." Xiao Wujia and the surrounding Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and others couldn't hold back anymore, looking at the serious girl in front of them. They burst into laughter. After exchanging glances with her grandmother, Meng Yiran looked at the laughing crowd with anger and questioned them. "Why are you laughing? Do you think we are easy to bully?" Seeing that Snake Lady was a bit angry because of his laughter, Xiao Wujia said to Yunqi, "You kid, quickly summon your martial soul and let Senior Snake Lady see it." Seeing such a situation, Yunqi found it difficult to escape. He operated the Xintian Gong throughout his body, and the moon shadow sword in his right hand emerged, emitting bursts of cold light and revealing a hint of eerie aura. The soul rings on his body appeared alongside the manifestation of his martial soul, with 4 soul rings of purple, and black continuously rising and falling, releasing an ever-present aura. This left Meng Yiran and Ko Xiangxiang, who were just angry moments ago, stunned. Clearly, Yunqi's soul rings were beyond their comprehension, shaking their worldview once again. Compared to the earlier collective summon of Wuhuan by Xiao Wu and her companions, although it lacked such grandeur, the shock it brought to the two was far greater. Seeing the changing expressions of the 2 ancestors opposite him, Tang San said to Ma Hongjun beside him, "Chiga's martial soul summon is always so shocking." Ma Hongjun and the others, upon hearing Tang San's words, couldn't help but nod in agreement, enviously saying, "Chiga is the true genius." Seeing that everyone was silent, Yunqi directly retracted his martial soul into his right hand, and the soul rings on his body also disappeared. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran rubbed their eyes hard, confirming that they were not seeing things. After exchanging glances, they asked Yunqi, "Little brother, may I ask how old you are this year?" Yunqi, seeing the cautious and inquiring look on the snake granny's face, smiled and said, "Granny, I am 12 years old this year." As soon as these words were spoken, both the snake granny and Meng Yiran were stunned again, the echo of Yunqi's voice resonating in their minds. Chapter 84. Departure. 12 years old, 12 years old, 12 years old. 4-ring soul sect, 4-ring soul sect, 4-ring soul sect. Purple, 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 black, purple, 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 black, purple, 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 black. Clearly, the CPUs of the grandmother and grandson were overwhelmed by Yunqi's words, momentarily unable to process, short-circuited. After a long while, the snake granny and Meng Yiran also snapped back to reality from Yunqi's words. Ko Xiangxiang looked at Yunqi with a somewhat unusual gaze and directly asked, "What is your name, little brother?" Yunqi also looked at the 2 who had regained their senses and respectfully said, "Grandma, my name is Yunqi." Ko Xiangxiang had no particular feeling when she first heard Yunqi call her grandma, but now, upon hearing Yunqi address her this way, she instantly felt how polite this child was. She also suppressed her excitement and continued to ask Yunqi, "Do you have a marriage match? Where do you live? How many people are in your family?" Yunqi was a bit dazed by the series of questions from Chao Tianxiang. After exchanging glances, Xiao Wu and the others directly approached Yunqi, linking their arms with hers as if to assert their claim. Meng Yiran, who had been shyly looking at her grandmother, felt her gaze dim slightly as she looked at the 3 girls beside Yunqi. Yunqi saw the 3 girls come to his side, gently stroking their hands and comforting their emotions before continuing to respond to Ko Xiangxiang. "Grandma, I have 3 girlfriends, and there's only 1 grandfather at home." Ko Xiangxiang noticed Yunqi's and the 3 girls' reactions. Although she didn't see any hostility in the girl's eyes, she observed Yunqi's attitude towards them and decided not to press him further. She smiled and said, "That's great, having so many confidants, while we are still without such fortune." Yunqi also heard the implications in Chao Tianxiang's words and was clearly uneasy about entrusting her granddaughter to a fickle man. After all, she had spent a lifetime with her late husband, supporting each other. While she didn't look down on Yunqi, there was still a bit of discomfort. Chao Tianxiang's gaze towards Yunqi also carried a hint of regret. Meng Yiran, after glancing at Yunqi inexplicably, kept her head down and said little. Xiao Wu and the others felt a bit embarrassed seeing Yunqi like this, but they also understood that Yunqi's promise was not a joke. Their gazes towards Yunqi became even more fervent, filled with an endless affection. The situation directly fed everyone present, as if they had been overwhelmed by too much dog food. Hard to digest. Seeing Meng Yiran's expression, Yunqi smiled calmly and said to the three girls, "There's still a long time ahead." The girls exchanged smiles, their expressions full of unspoken words, but they held onto Yunqi's hand even tighter, as if trying to merge Yunqi's body with their own. Xiao also felt her granddaughter tugging at her clothes. Although a bit reluctant, she still smiled at Xiao Wuji and the others, saying, "Brother Xiao, we'll take our leave now. Let us have a good chat next time." Xiao Wuji clearly noticed Meng Yiran's expression as well and nodded, warmly saying to Xiao, "Definitely, definitely." In truth, Yunqi understood Meng Yiran's feelings, but it wasn't love, just fondness. Yunqi also liked various beauties and would take a few extra glances when he saw them, but he couldn't selfishly force others to change their thoughts. Yunqi believes that if she keeps Meng Yiran by her side for a while, Meng Yiran will eventually give up on the romantic ideals inherited from her grandparents, the kind of love that lasts a lifetime. However, Yunqi cannot do that. Her previous behavior was also for Meng Yiran to see, and upon witnessing her reaction, even if Yunqi likes beautiful women, it would be impossible for her to pursue them. Soon, Xiao took Meng Yiran away from the place, leaving the crowd staring at each other, giving Yunqi a thumbs up with admiration evident in their eyes. Yunqi also felt a wave of emotions, realizing that this group of people was focused on his charm, worries, and boredom. Xiao Wujia looked at the people in front of him who had resumed their playful antics. Also glancing at Oscar. Oscar sensed the gazes on him and immediately felt a chill run down his back. Turning to see Xiao Wujia staring at the bag in his hand, he thought of something and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone. This wind-tail coxcomb snake was caught with everyone's help. Although it's gone now, we have so many gold soul coins. Let's share them." Tang San and Xiao Wujia both showed a hint of joy in their eyes. They were so poor, having a windfall was a pleasant surprise. Seeing everyone gather around, Oscar divided the gold soul coins into 9 parts and distributed them to the crowd. The benefits Oscar received were clearly not limited to this. He also gained a favor from the legendary dragon snake, which couldn't be bought with gold soul coins. However, no one said anything, as this was also a result of Oscar voluntarily giving up the soul ring to obtain it. If it were given to Tang San, it would somewhat feel like a path to death, regardless of who was on the opposite side. After receiving the gold soul coins handed over by Oscar, Xiao Wujia carefully counted them and cautiously hid them away, and Tang San did the same. Over the years, they had basically been unable to retain wealth, which had long cultivated their cautious attitude towards money. Yunqi found it somewhat amusing, seeing how scared the child was. Clearly, Yunqi was a well-fed person who didn't understand the hunger of those who were starving. But even if he knew, it had nothing to do with him. The money was lost by Tang San, and it was Xiao Wujia's own treatment expenses. What did it have to do with Yunqi? After Xiao Wujia collected the money, he looked at the dead wind-tail coxcomb snake on the ground and said to everyone, "Since Oscar's soul ring is gone, let's stay a little longer to help Oscar obtain a suitable soul ring before we leave." Yunqi and the others had no objections. It was just that others did. Even if they did, Yunqi wouldn't leave because the task was not yet completed. If they left, how would they finish it? The group tidied up and set off again on the journey to hunt the soul for Oscar. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Erming, who was hunting, quickly moved and caught a whiff of a familiar scent. After howling a few times to the sky, he casually dealt with a few bites of the prey in his hand and then discarded it to the side. He dashed towards the source of the scent, crashing through numerous trees and trampling many blue-silver grasses, leaving behind huge footprints. At this moment, the few people dealing with the soul beast were unaware of the unusual happenings in the distance. They were focused on the soul beast in front of them. The soul beast that Oscar and the others had their eyes on was small in size, almost insignificant, but incredibly fast. Without Xiao Wujia present, they could only passively take hits upon encountering it. Of course, Yunqi and the 3 girls were excluded from those taking hits. The soul beast in front of them had a petite body, pure white wings, and a short pointed beak, but its eyes revealed a hint of agility. Standing on a branch, it looked down as if mocking the crowd below. Yunqi also recognized the soul beast in front of him. Lark, a small flying bird soul beast. Chapter 85. Soul Skill. Rapid. Although it is not as suitable for Oscar as the wind-tail chicken crown snake, it is still a decent choice for him. Xiao Wujia didn't want to complicate things either, so he took the initiative to join the others in hunting the soul beast. Yunqi pretended to throw a few sword energies, directly cutting down the lark. When Oscar saw the falling lark, he didn't take it lightly, Under the protection of the others, he swiftly struck down with his knife, directly hitting the lark's head. All his soul power transformed into a purple soul ring, suspended above the corpse. Oscar quickly sat down cross-legged, using his soul power to attract the soul ring in front of him. The lark was a soul beast just reaching 1,000 years, so absorbing it was very quick. After a while, Oscar successfully absorbed the lark's soul ring. Oscar slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. In an instant, a pale white light burst forth from his body, enveloping him entirely. 3 soul rings began to rise slowly from beneath Oscar's feet. In addition to the original 2 yellow soul rings, there was now an additional pale purple soul ring, which symbolized Oscar's official breakthrough to the Great Soul Master and entry into the Soul Sovereign realm. At 14 years old, the 31st level food system Soul Sovereign Oscar officially appeared before everyone. Xiao Wu saw this and happily approached, patting Oscar on the shoulder, but because he was too happy, he was a bit heavy-handed, making Oscar grimace in pain. Congratulations, Oscar, you've officially taken the first step towards becoming a powerhouse. With the acquisition of the 3rd soul ring, Oscar's confidence surged, and he was very satisfied with the soul skill he had obtained, feeling a bit taller as a result. His once lifeless peach blossom eyes, drained by Dai Mubai, regained their luster. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward, laughing heartily, and said to him, "Not bad, little Oscar. You've become a soul sovereign so quickly, and the fat man is still behind." Ma Hongjun clearly didn't mind Dai Mubai's teasing, casting a casual glance at him before turning his attention away. However, Tang San had been getting along well with the others during this time, and said to Dai Mubai, "Sister Mubai, the fat man is still younger than Oscar, so he will definitely break through soon." Oscar nodded and said to Ma Hongjun, "Keep it up. Break through to Soul Sovereign quickly. This feeling is too wonderful." Yunqi led the 3 girls to Oscar and congratulated him before curiously asking, "Little Oscar, what is your 3rd soul skill? Show us." Originally, Oscar was happy about obtaining his 3rd soul skill, but suddenly hearing Yunqi's question made him pause, and he became stammering and awkward, saying to everyone, "Maybe we should forget it. It's not very convenient here. Let's talk about it when we get back." Xiao Wu, feeling a bit exasperated, tapped Oscar on the head and said, "How can you be so wishy-washy after getting the 3rd soul ring? Are you afraid we will laugh at you? You should know that your 3rd soul ring is also due to our efforts." Seeing Xiao Wu say this, along with the curious looks from everyone, Oscar braced himself and said, "I can show you, but you have to promise not to laugh." At first, there wasn't much, but seeing Oscar like this, everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued, and all eyes were on him. Oscar, seeing this, helplessly raised his right hand and slowly began to recite the incantation for his 3rd soul skill. "I have a mushroom sausage." In an instant, a sausage shaped like a mushroom appeared on Oscar's right hand. When everyone saw the mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand, combined with what he said, they couldn't hold back. Clearly, everyone couldn't contain themselves, and their gazes turned strange as they clutched their stomachs and burst into laughter. The 3 girls also snorted and said to Oscar, "Vulgar, shameless, disgusting." Oscar, with expression, said to Yunqi and the others, "Didn't we agree not to laugh?" Yunqi also replied happily, "You did say that, but we never agreed to your request." As for the reactions of the 3 girls, Oscar had long been prepared. He couldn't dare to fight back, and he knew he wouldn't win even if he tried. He couldn't even scold them, so what else could he do but endure it? When everyone heard Yunqi's response, they laughed even harder, with the mushroom sausage in their hands matching his face, making it all the more amusing. Even Zhao Wujin laughed for a while. After all, he had traveled the world and had never encountered such a bizarre soul skill. However, being a teacher, he eventually stopped laughing and turned to Oscar's tearful face, saying, "Little Oscar, tell everyone how your soul skill is. After all, it's a 1,000-year soul ring. The effect should be pretty good, right?" Seeing Zhao Wujin stop laughing and ask him a question, Oscar hurriedly changed the topic, saying to everyone, "Of course, if you keep laughing, be careful that I won't give you my mushroom sausage anymore." As soon as he said this, Dai Mubai pretended to be pitiful and said to Oscar, "Little Oscar, you wouldn't even give me any?" While saying this, he pretended to wipe away the non-existent tears at the corner of his eyes. Everyone had initially stopped laughing, but seeing Dai Mubai's performance and Oscar's ghostly expression, they burst into laughter again. Dai Mubai covered his face, pretending to cry, and when he noticed that Oscar ignored him, he stopped pretending. He reached out his claws to Oscar and directly grabbed the soft flesh at his waist, spinning him around 180 degrees, fiercely saying, Are you going to give it or not? Oscar had never been subjected to such humiliation and replied with a tone, "Give it. I will." His voice was clearly trembling. Yunqi stepped forward to separate the two, as she didn't want to witness such a family dispute. It was too much to bear. After separating them, she pointed at the mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand and asked, "Little A.O., what is the purpose of this mushroom sausage?" Clearly, Yunqi was also curious about how Oscar's soul skill turned out after he altered the original storyline and obtained a soul ring that wasn't particularly suitable for him. Seeing Yunqi come to his aid, Oscar gratefully glanced at her, then proudly lifted his head and slowly said, "The mushroom sausage is the skill of my third soul skill, speed." Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar in confusion, thinking that the skill was similar to her own. So why was he so proud? The others also looked at Oscar in puzzlement, as if inquiring. Understanding their reactions, Oscar realized why they were confused. Skills that provide acceleration were quite common in this world. After all, there were those like Dai Mubai in the academy who enhanced their bodies for speed, and the White Tiger's transformation. The first soul skill of Yunqi also has a brief acceleration. Ning Rongrong can also provide acceleration to everyone. Chapter 86. Not very useful. Clearly, Oscar's rapid speed, in a literal sense, conflicts with Ning Rongrong's soul skill and even lacks the developmental potential of Ning Rongrong. After all, Ning Rongrong's acceleration skill increases in speed with the rise in soul power level. After seeing everyone's reaction, Oscar no longer kept them in suspense and proudly said, "What if it is half the speed of Skylark? Moreover, at the moment of consumption, it will explode to twice its own speed for 1 second. Although it will instantly decay to 30% afterward, this speed can stack with Miss Rongrong's soul skill." Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly shocked. After all, a 1-second burst of speed, combined with the ability to sustain afterward, significantly reduced their underestimation of this soul skill. Yunqi didn't feel much, but in order to resolve his doubts, he asked Oscar, "What about the duration? And how significant is the effect on a soul master like Teacher Xiao, who is at a higher level than me?" Oscar awkwardly scratched his head, then lowered his once proud head and said helplessly, "The duration is only 1 minute. As for the effect on a soul saint like Teacher Xiao, I'm not sure." Xiao Wujin's joy also diminished significantly. Although it was still a decent soul skill, it paled in comparison to Ning Rongrong's acceleration, since hers was capable of growth. However, he didn't want to discourage Oscar and instead reached out to shake his hand. Seeing Xiao Wujin extend his hand, Oscar understood the meaning and hurriedly placed the mushroom sausage in Xiao Wujin's palm, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Xiao Wujin took the mushroom sausage from Oscar without hesitation, bit down on it, and felt the mushroom sausage transform into a small surge of pure soul power that spread through his legs. Xiao Wujin closed his eyes to carefully sense it, and after gathering his thoughts, he said to Oscar, "Not bad. It doesn't add much, but given the large level gap between us, it's normal that it doesn't have much effect on me." Although Xiao Wujin didn't specify how much the boost was, it was clear from his expression that Oscar's new soul skill was not very useful at their level. Seeing this scene, Yunqi felt in her heart that this was right. A soul beast that had just lived for 1,000 years, and not one that was suitable, could already have such an effect. It was already quite good. To expect it to be useful, even to soul saints, was clearly unrealistic. However, Yunqi did not show her thoughts. Instead, she came to Oscar and said, "Little Oscar, don't be discouraged. At least for everyone, your mushroom sausage has had quite a good effect." Upon seeing Yunqi's beaming smile and comforting words, Oscar was deeply moved and understood why Tang Sen praised her so much in front of them. Such a great personality charm, with no trace of the pride one would expect from a genius, left Oscar deeply impressed by Yunqi. Seeing Oscar in this state, Yunqi couldn't help but feel a mix of fondness and forgiveness. These two things were too abnormal, capable of taking down anyone regardless of age or gender. Tang Sen was also contemplating the role of Oscar's soul skill and could only say it was very strong at the moment, but its potential for the future was quite weak. However, he didn't express this explicitly, merely standing beside Oscar and providing silent comfort. After the group had chatted for a while, Xiao Wujie didn't say much more about Oscar's soul skill. He turned to face everyone and slowly said, "Although there were some unexpected occurrences, we still helped Oscar obtain his soul ring, and the goal of this trip has been achieved. Xiao Ao, how many of these mushroom sausages can your soul power produce?" Oscar pondered for a moment and then replied to Xiao Wujie, "The consumption of this soul skill is much higher than the other two. If I go all out, I can only produce about 12 before my soul power is completely depleted. I need to meditate to recover before I can produce more." Xiao Wu looked around at the 8 people present and said to Oscar, 12 is quite good. In a sudden team battle, there is only a little time for it to explode. If you use a blitz strategy, you might even have some reserve left. Plus, this number will increase as your soul power grows. Overall, it's still quite impressive. Hearing Xiao Wu's analysis, Oscar regained his previous demeanor. Before he could say much more, Xiao Wu interrupted him. It's getting late, let's head back. After all, the forest is still a bit too dangerous. Everyone had no objections to Xiao Wu's suggestion. After all, it was hard to eat and sleep well in the soul.The forest, and they were all eager to return to Shrek Academy and just rest for a day. However, there were exceptions. Yunqi and Xiao Wu were not thinking that way, as their purpose for coming here was not that simple. They were secretly anxious, wondering why Erming had not arrived yet. It is worth mentioning that Tang Sen no longer needed to obtain a 3rd soul ring, as the man-faced demon spider from the original story was now completely unrelated to him, losing a significant external advantage. Yunqi was quite satisfied with this outcome. Yunqi was even a bit proud, thinking to himself, Tang-san, oh Tang-san, you should thank me. After all, these years without the troubles of the secular world, your progress has been much faster than in the original work. At such a young age, you've already become a soul master. If Tang-san knew what Yunqi was thinking, he would definitely be furious. After all, over the years, he had only focused on cultivation, without any other time to go out, and even if he did go out, he had no money to buy anything. Every piece of clothing was patched and mended for 3 years. Moreover, after the soul beast attack incident, Tang-san was also afraid to go out, worried that others would recognize him, which naturally led to his rapid cultivation. However, if given a choice, Tang-san would rather still be at level 30. Before Yunqi could continue his thoughts, Xiao Wu led everyone to begin the journey back. Yunqi is also craving the task rewards. However, I can't find a good excuse to say anything about staying. Fortunately, Oscar has acquired deep soul beasts, and was already getting dark on the way back. Xiao Wu noticed that the sky was gradually darkening and turned to the others behind him, saying, let's rest for the night and continue our journey back tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai and the others quickly set up a resting place and camped on the spot. As everyone knows, it is forbidden to light a fire in the areas where soul beasts live, except for some special environments. However, it is clear that the soul.The forest does not belong to those special environments. Although most soul beasts fear flames, there is a small portion that is attracted to light, and these are mostly extremely dangerous beings. Xiao Wu and the others would not make such a fundamental mistake. Tang-san and several male students also started setting up temporary tents without needing Xiao Wu's instructions. Yunqi naturally took out camping gear from her ring, which was much more advanced in style and comfort compared to what Tang-san and the others had. Dai Mubai, of course, was categorized with Yunqi and the others as girls and was not asked to help. Chapter 87. The night forest. The other tents were not very large. They could barely provide a place for everyone to sit, but sleeping was out of the question. However, for those in the soul.The forest, having a resting place was already quite good, and they naturally did not dare to expect any comfort. Just as it should be, when Yunqi finished setting up her tent, everyone looked at their own simple tents and suddenly felt that the gap between people was quite significant. Yunqi is not only gifted, but also lives a remarkably exquisite life. Dai Mubai naturally envies the treatment of the 3 women, and his eyes are filled with a desire to move in. The sight of the 4 of them makes his scalp tingle. Not only is Yunqi uncomfortable, but the 3 women also feel helpless watching Dai Mubai. Their gazes threaten Yunqi, as if saying, if you bring this thing in, none of us will stay. Yunqi naturally couldn't invite Dai Mubai to stay in the tent he built, and he glanced at the 3 girls with a bit of frustration, saying, what do you take me for? Hey! After coveting for a while, Dai Mubai saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he quietly returned to Oscar's side. Night soon fell, and compared to the daytime soul.The forest, the night seemed exceptionally terrifying with the howls, cries, and sounds of battles from various soul beasts rising and falling. Although the sounds seemed to be a bit far from Yunqi and the others, they couldn't let their guard down. After hastily finishing dinner, the last flicker of firelight was completely extinguished with the arrival of the night. As the teacher, Xiao Wu naturally took on the role of keeping watch. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Yunqi took the 3 girls into the tent, cuddling each other and starting to cultivate. Outside, Xiao Wu looked at the twinkling starry sky, the only place they found where they could see the sky. With nothing else to do, he began to ponder. Inside the tent, Yunqi asked Xiao Wu, was the soul.The forest like this before? We searched for soul bees for a long time today. Hearing Yunqi's question, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed a little, and she said in a low voice, "The current soul.The forest is completely different from before. Many years ago, I remember what was like here, bustling and prosperous. Although the outskirts of the soul.The forest we are currently in are filled with countless thousand-year soul beasts." After a pause, she continued softly, "But now there are so many fewer. The number of soul beasts decreases year by year, and the newly born soul beasts can't keep up with the speed of hunting." After careful consideration, Yunqi realized that it was indeed the case. Human soul masters cultivate at an incredibly rapid pace compared to soul beasts, which have a much longer lifespan. Even with fortuitous encounters and quick advancements, they cannot keep up with the speed at which humans hunt them down, nor can they match the reproductive rate of humans. Although very few humans become soul masters, the overall population is still significant. Therefore, it is predictable that soul beasts may eventually become extinct. Regarding all of this, Yunqi didn't know what to think. If in the future there could be a protected area established, pondering these matters now would be futile. However, it is commendable that the Spirit Hall has played a certain role in protecting and restraining these soul beasts, preventing their wanton slaughter. Ning Rongrong, who was beside her, looked at Xiao Wu in surprise, not understanding why Xiao Wu would say such things, but she wisely refrained from asking, knowing that Xiao Wu would tell her when the time was right. After glancing a few times and finding nothing was amiss, Zhu Zhuqing resumed her cultivation. Having experienced helplessness, she naturally desired power more than anyone else here, and with the opportunity to practice, she wouldn't waste a single moment. Time passed quickly, and outside, Zhao Wujia also felt a hint of drowsiness. Unable to cultivate or sleep, he kept staring at the stars in the sky, making it easy for him to doze off. Everything at night seemed beautiful. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a pleasant sound. Zhao Wuji yawned and murmured, "This is nice." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Why had all the sounds of soul beasts disappeared at night? In an instant, Zhao Wujia's drowsiness vanished, and he jumped up from the ground. With a low growl, he immediately activated his martial soul. Then he shouted at the surrounding tents, "Everyone get out of the tents, quickly." Naturally, no one inside the tents was asleep. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's voice, they hurriedly crawled out of the tents. Several people from Yunqi also came to Zhao Waoqi's side. But both Yunqi and Xiao Wu had slight smiles on their faces, their lips slightly curved upwards. Clearly, they also noticed the disappearance of the surrounding soul beast sounds and naturally understood who had arrived. Oscar quickly asked Zhao Waoqi, "Teacher Zhao, is something wrong?" Zhao Waoqi did not immediately answer Oscar's question. He only said with a serious expression, "You all stay behind me. Something feels off around us. All the soul beast sounds have disappeared. A big guy has probably arrived. No matter what happens next, everyone needs to leave the soul.The forest first." After saying this, Zhao Waoqi thought of something and said to Yunqi, "Wait, Yunqi, I leave everyone to you. Take them away directly on your sword." Yunqi also forced a bitter smile and said, "Teacher Zhao, I can't take so many people." Zhao Wuji clearly didn't expect this, and he didn't know how many people Yunqi could take. So he helplessly said, "Take as many as you can. If there are any left, just run out with all your strength." At this point, besides Yunqi and Xiao Wu, everyone else noticed Zhao Wuji's serious demeanor and began to feel tense, concentrating fully on the surrounding movements. Just then, as soon as Zhao Wuji's words fell, they witnessed an extremely strange scene. Every little sound was amplified infinitely, not to mention the sound of trees breaking. It's worth noting that the trees in the soul.The forest are mostly towering into the clouds, and suddenly, two trees so large that everyone present couldn't wrap their arms around them began to fall to the sides, while a massive figure stepped heavily out from the dark forest. At the moment they saw this giant, everyone seemed to stop breathing, even forgetting to take a breath, realizing why the sounds of soul beasts around them had suddenly disappeared. The being before them, resembling a mountain, had a body covered in black fur that shimmered with a hint of brilliance under the light of the stars and moon. Its shoulders were at least 7 meters wide. Although it wasn't as tall as the trees, it was still a gigantic presence compared to everyone else. Not to mention how it would look if it stood upright. No one dared to imagine. This was a sense of pressure that came from a higher level of life. And cold sweat streamed down Zhao Wuji and the others. Chapter 88. Titan Great Ape. Looking at this creature that resembled a gorilla, its eyes were like two enormous lanterns shining with a crystal-like yellow light, and its entire body was black, with cracks that flickered with hints of red light, clearly controllable. Otherwise, how could this giant have approached without anyone noticing? Dai Mubai and the others were also swallowing hard. The shock of this giant before them exceeded their current understanding. This creature, resembling a black gorilla, was simply too massive. If it were just tall, that would be one thing. But every part of its body was covered in muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. The key was that such a large creature approached without making a sound. Not even a breath could be heard. In fact, it wasn't the creature's fault. After all, the last time it came, the commotion was too strong, causing the personnel from the spirit hall nearby to rush to write reports to their superiors. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu returned, the spirit hall also sent people to the soul.The forest and conducted an investigation for more than a month. After Yunqi learned this news, during his second visit, he naturally advised Erming to come quietly. Clearly, Erming remembered Yunqi's words, and Yunqi's warm aura and skills greatly enhanced Erming's fondness for him. Otherwise, Erming wouldn't have been so easily talkative. Tang San also recognized the giant creature before him and trembled as he spoke to everyone. It's actually the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Those around him, upon hearing Tang San's words, looked despondent. Even if they didn't know what a Titan Great Ape was, they should understand the implication and weight of being the king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape is a dominant presence in any gathering of soul beasts. And according to what Tang San learned from his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, there aren't many that can match it across the continent. Furthermore, even a 100-year-old Titan Great Ape can contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts. After all, this species possesses unparalleled speed and strength, with nearly no flaws in attack or defense. The most terrifying aspect is that the Titan Great Ape can also unleash skills, just like soul masters. No one knows exactly what skills the Titan Great Ape possesses. Those who have seen it are mostly dead. Upon hearing that such soul beasts exist in the world, Tang San naturally sought more information from Yu Xiaogang, learning some things, though he wasn't sure of their truth. Many soul masters, regardless of whether they were strength-type soul masters or not, have aspired to obtain the Titan Great Ape Soul Ring, hoping to kill it for their own. They traveled great distances to the soul.The forest, but in the end, they all disappeared silently into this vast forest, and no one remembered their names. In the entire soul master community, only one person has ever killed a Titan Great Ape, and that was a 1,000-year-old one. It's easy to imagine that while the Titan Great Ape possesses immense power, it also has intelligence comparable to humans. In this forest, they're the absolute rulers. Tang San ended his memories of the Titan Great Ape and looked at the giant creature before him with fear. After all, the Titan Great Ape is still an ape. And now seeing an ape made Tang San feel nauseous, with a strange taste in his mouth and a dull pain in his body. Everyone else was clearly too tense to pay attention to Tang San's condition, all nervously watching the Titan Great Ape before them. Xiao Wu, seeing the situation, found it difficult to handle. Seeing that the Titan Great Ape did not retreat, this was a far greater pressure than facing Tang Hao. Xiao Wu never imagined he would be so unlucky. Reluctantly, he looked up at the Titan Great Ape and shouted loudly, "Respectful and noble king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave." After Xiao Wu said this, he glanced at Yunqi, then turned to prepare to leave. However, before he could take a single step, he was directly pressed down by an overwhelming aura. With a thud, Xiao Wu fell to the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. Xiao Wu also felt that this scene seemed familiar. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, witnessing Xiao Wu's miserable state, naturally dared not move. As for Tang San, he had long been overwhelmed by fearful memories, collapsing on the ground, repeatedly recalling previous events, staring blankly at the Titan Great Apes, muttering with vacant eyes, "Can't get in. No matter how I think about it, I can't get in." The Titan Great Ape could naturally understand human speech, especially from Erming before him. When it saw Xiao Wu attempting to leave, it felt disrespected. How dare a mere soul sage act like this? After giving Xiao Wu a lesson, Erming didn't continue to attack, but simply exerted pressure to keep Xiao Wu down, and this simple aura nearly scared Dai Mu Bai and the others into submission. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, frightened, clutched Yunqi's hand. Looking at Yunqi's face, they clearly felt less afraid, but they were still enveloped by immense terror. Yunqi couldn't help but smile wryly at the situation. At least for now, she couldn't tell the two girls. They had to wait until all the unrelated people present had fainted. Daiming was naturally very excited to see Yunqi and Xiao Wu, as it had been a long time since they last met. It was also craving the food made by Yunqi and was taking steps towards the crowd. In just a few short steps, it seemed to be stepping on Tang San's heart, and looking at that swaying giant, it directly fainted from fright. Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. not expecting that the God King Tang San would have such a day. It seemed that the previous use of the soul-summoning incense had worked well, leaving an indelible mark even in the heart of an assassin. Xiao Wu noticed Erming approaching step by step and kept giving him looks. Erming understood that his sister Xiao Wu wanted to train in the human world, so he naturally couldn't resort to killing. He stomped his foot, directly stunning everyone except Yunqi and Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu saw that her two sisters had fainted, she quickly checked them and, finding no injuries, kicked Zhao Wujia and the others one by one to confirm they were all unconscious. Then she helplessly said to Erming, next time. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Erming scratched his head in confusion, showing a human-like expression that looked a bit aggrieved. As the king of the forest and a titan great ape, he only showed such expressions in front of few people, resembling a child who had made a mistake. Yunqi also held the two girls in his arms, and seeing that they were fine, he said to Xiao Wu, don't say that about Erming, he didn't mean it. Then he looked up at Erming and said, Erming, long time no see. Erming looked very imposing, but his voice was as silly as ever, responding to Yunqi in a deep and muffled tone. Brother Yunqi, sister Xiao Wu, long time no see. Let's have a chat. Hello everyone, I'm Stinky Tofu. As a newcomer in the online literature circle, this is my first time writing a book, and I would like to thank everyone here.